Chapter 1. Regarding my rebirth as an infant after death. Within the prestigious First High School of City A, there exists a rather formidable pair of deskmates. The male, named Su Wen, is a Taekwondo black belt prodigy, possessing striking good looks and hailing from a wealthy family. He is the object of affection for many of the school's beauties, however. His singular focus lies in the financial industry, where he currently oversees several companies and boasts a net worth in the billions. The female counterpart, Tang Xi, is the undisputed academic champion of First High School, having garnered numerous scientific research awards and graced the pages of various newspapers. She is equally beautiful and possesses a charming demeanor, making her quite popular. On her way home from school, Tang Xi hummed a little tune, her mind preoccupied with the incessant rumors surrounding her, and Su in the school was abuzz with gossip about their supposed romantic involvement. Frustration welled up within her, for although they shared a desk, their interactions were virtually non-existent. One attentively listened in class, while the other dozed off. One diligently practiced problems, while the other checked stock prices. They had scarcely exchanged a word throughout their school days. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at a traffic light, and upon lifting her gaze, beheld Su Wen ahead, casually slinging his backpack over one shoulder while engrossed in his phone. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, his profile was striking, particularly his prominent nose, and for a fleeting moment, Tang Xi admitted to feeling a pang of infatuation. As Su Wen moved forward, Tang Xi lowered her head and followed suit. The innocent yet blatant crush of youth had her glancing at Su Wen's retreating figure multiple times, yet they were destined to exist in separate worlds. Beep beep. A large truck barreled toward Su Wen, and Tang Xi's instincts kicked in as she lunged forward to push him aside. Move, she urged. Surprised by the sudden shove from behind, Su Wen turned, irritation flickering across his features. Bang! The truck collided with Tang Xi, sending her flying 5 meters away, blood instantly staining the pavement. The gruesome sight momentarily stunned Su Wen, and as he caught sight of Tang Xi's pallid face, he froze. In that instant, a car skidded and crashed into him. As he lay on the road, drenched in blood, his final glance was directed at Tang Xi. Idiot, had you not pushed me? Yu Tang Hao pondered inwardly. If someone were to inadvertently harm Xiao Zai's heart, it would be catastrophic. Only through personal strength can one avert the root of problems. Thus, practice is indispensable. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Village Chief Jack, leaning on his cane, awaited outside, saying, Tang Hao, I have come to take Xiao Xi and Tang San to awaken their martial souls. Upon hearing this, Tang San looked up in delight. The day they had anticipated had finally arrived. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly. Remember to return by noon to prepare the meal. In the next instant, Tang Xi dashed toward the door, exclaiming joyfully, oh yeah, Xiao Xi is about to awaken her martial soul. Tang San followed closely behind, chuckling, slow down, Xiao Xi. Awakening martial souls. Under the guidance of Grandpa Jack, Tang San and Tang Xi arrived at a stone house, where several children outside curiously observed their surroundings. Su Yuntao, clad in a light purple uniform of the Martial Soul Hall, stood atop the stone house, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Village Chief Jack announced, Our village is named Spirit Soul Village because we once produced a soul sage. All right, children, this master is here to help you awaken your martial souls. Tang Xi earnestly regarded the 29th level Great Soul Master, Su Yuntao, who was known in the novels for his disdainful attitude. Su Yuntao, seemingly at a loss for words, remarked, I have traversed 6 villages, yet not a single child has manifested soul power. The group of children was then ushered inside the house, where Su Yuntao summoned his martial soul, the lone wolf, casting 6 small stones that formed a luminous ring, before producing a crystal ball to commence the soul power assessment. Scythe? It possesses some offensive capability. Without soul power, next. Ho! Another without soul power. Blue Silvergrass, a useless martial soul next. When it was Tang San's turn, his left hand produced blue silvergrass while his right hand concealed a small hammer behind his back. Tang Xi's eyes gleamed. It was just as depicted in the original tale. Su Yuntao, without even glancing, immediately declared it a useless martial soul, calling for the next child. Wait, you haven't tested my soul power yet. Su Yuntao retorted dismissively. Blue silvergrass is a useless martial soul, what more is there to test? Tang Xi, feeling indignant, shot back, what do you know? There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Seeing the resolute gazes of the two, Su Yuntao relented and allowed Tang San to measure his soul power. As Tang San placed his hand on the crystal ball, it instantly radiated a blinding light. Su Yuntao gasped in astonishment. Incredible. A full innate soul power, but it's a useless martial soul. Tang Xi silently added in her heart, a useless martial soul that will surpass you in less than 6 years. Next up was Tang Xi, who felt exhilarating excitement finally. It was her turn. Standing within the luminous circle, she gradually began to levitate, and soon felt a warm energy surging towards her, as if two forces were striving to break free from their constraints. Thump! Tang Xi felt her heart race violently, her eyes widening as waves of intense pain surged from her heart. Ah! My heart hurts so much. Tang Xi's complexion turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably as luminous threads encircled her arms. Tang San, panic-stricken, turned to Su Yuntao. Master, what's wrong with my sister? Why is she in such agony? Su Yuntao broke into a cold sweat. He had never encountered such a situation before. Tang Xi, contorted in pain, felt a force breaking free from her left hand, causing a magnificent white peony to bloom. From her right hand emerged a long, white thread. In her discomfort, Tang Xi could hardly think of concealing the other martial soul. The names of her martial souls surged in her mind. Bloodthirsty peony and thread of life. Summoning her last vestige of strength, she touched the crystal ball, which erupted in brilliance, rivaling that of Tang San's measurement. Su Yuntao, utterly astonished, muttered, a twin martial soul. It is known that the current Pope, Bibi Dong, also possesses a twin martial soul, and it is a full innate soul power. Soon after, Su Yuntao lamented, what a pity one is a mutated useless peony, and the other is a thread with no offensive capability. Both martial souls are worthless. As the awakening concluded, Tang Xi fainted from midair, and Tang San skillfully caught her. She felt just a tad heavy. Tang San, anxiously glancing at Tang Xi's pale face, immediately thought of their father and dashed out to find him. Upon seeing Tang San rushing out with Tang Xi in his arms, Village Chief Jack was filled with confusion, followed closely by Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao sighed. The two children, just now one with a useless blue silvergrass, the other with twin martial souls, a useless peony and thread, what a waste, both with full innate soul power. Jack's eyes sparkled with intensity. Master, can they both cultivate to become soul masters? Su Yuntao nodded. They can only cultivate up to the realm of soul master at most. That girl is somewhat special. This situation needs to be reported to the Martial Soul Hall. Su Yuntao retrieved a token from his soul guide and handed it to Jack. This is the enrollment token for the Martial Soul Hall. With it, she can attend a good academy. It is for that girl. Bloodthirsty peony. Tang San hurriedly carried Tang Xi home, kicking open the door with a loud bang. Tang Hao, who was forging iron, turned around irritably, exclaiming, "Who is it?" Upon seeing Tang Xi's pale complexion, he was taken aback and rushed over to embrace her. As a tidal daw, he instantly recognized the faint glow emanating from her heart. Tang Hao infused his soul power into Tang Xi's body, furrowing his brow. How could there be two conflicting forces of soul power within her? These two powers had been clashing violently within Tang Xi, jeopardizing her delicate heart, which consequently triggered the angina pectoris. Tang Xi's complexion gradually improved, and she weakly opened her eyes, feeling as though all her strength had been drained away. With a feeble voice, she uttered, "What has happened to me?" Tang San expressed his concern, saying, "Sister, are you feeling any better?" Tang Xi's expression was grave as she observed the startled reactions of Tang Hao and Tang San. I suddenly feel quite hungry," Tang Xi said with a cheerful smile, while Tang Hao suppressed his desire to strike her. This girl is truly carefree, causing him to worry unnecessarily for so long. Tang San, please go prepare the meal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Hao suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, what type of martial soul have you awakened? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Hao's reaction was nonchalant, as if it were within his expectations. Father, I have also awakened something resembling a hammer. Tang Hao gazed in astonishment at the other hammer in Tang San's hand. It was the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao solemnly instructed Tang San, remember, during your cultivation, do not affix any soul rings to this hammer, nor should you wield it in front of others. Always use the hammer in your hand to protect the grass you hold. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San glanced at Tang Xi and said to Tang Hao, but father, my sister's twin martial souls have been revealed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi felt a surge of emotion, her heart heavy with the question of why, despite sharing the same dual martial soul. Hers appeared so feeble. Tang Hao, with a sense of helplessness, gently ruffled Tang Xi's hair and reassured her, do not worry. No one pays attention to a twin martial soul that is deemed useless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Hao inwardly lamented his misstep, sensing he had misspoken. Father, you are incorrigible. I shall ignore you henceforth. Unless, of course, there is meat to be had tomorrow. Tang Hao, with a helpless sigh, pressed his forehead and quickly acquiesced. All right, all right. Father promises you. He truly felt as though he had raised a little tyrant. The following morning, Tang Hao set out early. Upon his return at noon, he entered the house bearing a wild boar upon his shoulders. Tang Xi, upon seeing him, joyfully surrounded Tang Hao, exclaiming, Father is amazing. Father has really brought back meat. Tang Xi was overwhelmed with emotion as she heard Tang Hao call out Dad a few times, and her heart softened. Having a little cotton-padded jacket was indeed delightful. Subsequently, Tang San proceeded to skin the wild boar, and the blood gushed out, staining the ground. The gruesome scene startled Tang Xi, and a flicker of crimson light flashed in her eyes. Instinctively, she summoned the bloodthirsty peony. The white peony bloomed on the wild boar's blood-soaked flesh, feasting on its lifeblood. Visible strands of soul power coalesced into blue light, flowing towards the peony, which was enveloped in a domineering black mist. The peony became increasingly vibrant, and the edges of its petals displayed a subtle pink hue. 5 entering the academy. Just as Tang San was about to speak, he was interrupted by Tang Hao. After a prolonged period, the blood of the wild boar had been completely absorbed. The black mist from the peony invaded the wild boar, and its withered body was instantaneously corroded, causing the black mist to swell slightly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Hao murmured to himself, Xiaoxi has already become an 11th-ranked soul master. Tang Xi stood frozen, gazing at Tang Hao with a sense of helplessness. I'm sorry, Father, but we have no meat to eat today. Tang Hao shook his head and said, what do you feel when you use your martial spirit? Well, I lose control of my martial spirit whenever I see blood. By the way, Father, my martial spirit is called Bloodthirsty Peony. Tang Hao began to understand, and he turned to Tang San and said, you should go prepare the meal first. I have a few words to share with your sister. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Hao brought Tang Xi into the room and said, this bloodthirsty peony of yours likely relies on the consumption of blood and soul power to elevate its rank. You must remember to refrain from using this ability in front of outsiders. Otherwise, it may be regarded as a forbidden martial spirit and dealt with accordingly. Tang Hao's gaze was somewhat intricate, pondering why such a martial spirit had to exist. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Hao could not help but slap Tang Xi's forehead with force, causing Tang Xi to cry out in pain. What nonsense are you speaking? Father will protect you. Tang Hao retrieved a brooch adorned with sapphires from his pocket and delicately pinned it to Tang Xi's collar. Dressed in a light green bubble skirt, Tang Xi exuded an air of elegance and quality. Observing her ethereal appearance, Tang Hao elucidated, this brooch is a soul guide device, containing a spatial dimension of 50 square meters, within which I have stored 5,000 golden soul coins. Remember, Xiaoxi, your physical constitution is unique. Do not overexert yourself during your cultivation. When Tang Hao raised his eyes once more, he beheld Tang Xi gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. In an instant, she leaped into Tang Hao's embrace, exclaiming, Father, it turns out our family is so wealthy. Tang Hao, my child, shouldn't your focus be on expressions such as father? I am deeply moved. In the following days, Tang Hao instructed Tang San in the art of hammer forging, while Tang Xi dedicated herself to weightlifting, running, and physical training from the sidelines. Before long, Tang San and Tang Xi had packed their belongings and accompanied village chief Jack to attend school at Notting Academy. In the bustling city, numerous elegant edifices stood tall, and the streets were alive with the vibrant sounds of vendors calling out to sell fruits, vegetables, and various curiosities. Tang Xi had previously purchased bedding and other items on the street. Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, Sister, where did you acquire the money? Tang Xi, with a hint of arrogance, declared, Of course, it was given to me by my father. Tang San's expression darkened, instantly feeling as though he were an unwanted intruder. Upon arriving at the entrance of Notting Academy, the guard stationed there obstructed the path of Tang San and his companions. With an air of arrogance, the guard declared, This is Notting Academy, a place not meant for you rural folk. Tang San lowered his head, clenching his fist tightly, while village chief Jack produced the list provided by Su Yuntao, intending to offer proof. Before Jack could articulate his thoughts, he witnessed Tang Xi deliver a punch that sent the guard flying. Indifferently, he casually remarked, Noisy. Tang San was taken aback as he approached and gently stroked Tang Xi's hair, saying helplessly, Sister, let me handle the fighting next time. If you're not feeling well, refrain from engaging. The gatekeeper, in a fit of exasperation, was about to say something when a round of applause echoed through the air, resonating with approval. A man clad in a dark blue long robe and sporting a crew cut approached. This individual was none other than Master Yu Xiaojiang. Xiao exclaimed, You lack martial ethics. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Tang Xi and Tang San, stating, I shall take these two under my wing and guide them to report. Jack retrieved the personal profiles of Tang San and Tang Xi, handing them over to Yu Xiaojiang with an apologetic tone, I appreciate your assistance. Jack looked at the two with a sense of satisfaction, encouraging, Xiao San, Xiao Xi, ensure that you study diligently. Tang Xi nodded with delight, exclaiming, Little she can do it. Subsequently, the two followed Yu Xiaojiang and, after glancing at Tang San's personal profile, remarked, You also possess dual martial souls, don't you? Tang San cast a wary glance at Yu Xiaojiang, pondering internally, how does he know? Well versed in the intricacies of the plot. Tang Xi could effortlessly foresee the words that were about to escape Yu Xiaojiang's lips. Yu Xiaojiang elaborated extensively on the reasons behind his discovery of Tang San's twin martial souls, and then turned to the two of them, inquiring, Are you willing to accept me as your master? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi shook her head decisively, saying, I apologize, master, but I do not wish to become your disciple. My constitution is rather unique, and thus I aspire to cultivate a dual martial spirit. Yu Xiaojiang felt a twinge of regret but nonetheless advised, I suggest you first develop one martial spirit, as this will enhance the quality of the first spirit ring of your second martial spirit. Tang Xi shook her head. She had no intention of cultivating in that manner. Her intuition assured her that the dual cultivation of martial souls was indeed the correct path. Tang Xi casually remarked, It matters not. I merely practice for amusement, for after all, I shall not live long. Before Tang Xi could finish her words, she was playfully tapped on the forehead by Tang San. Tang Xi, hiding in the corner, rubbed the bump that had formed on her forehead. Feeling a sense of despair as she exclaimed, But I haven't finished my sentence yet. Tang San exclaimed in anger, Little sister, do not speak nonsense. Yu Xiaojiang was filled with questions, yet he paid little heed. for having Tang San as a disciple was sufficient. Yu Xiaojing led Tang San and Tang Xi to the academy to report in, after which the siblings promptly went to their dormitory to gather their belongings. The 7th dormitory, a co-ed residence, awaited them. As Tang San stepped inside, he was swiftly ambushed by a boy. However, he quickly subdued Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng patted Tang San on the shoulder and declared, "You have bested me. From now on, you shall be the leader of our 7th dormitory." The others immediately bowed and exclaimed, "Greetings, leader." In the next moment, a little girl with scorpion braids, clad in a pink outfit and adorned with 2 bunny ears atop her head, entered through the door. Xiaowu, holding a pink lunchbox, began to introduce herself, saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Xiaowu, with Wu meaning to dance." Tang San was nudged from behind by Wang Xing, who shouted, "The new arrival in the 7th dormitory wants to challenge the dorm leader to a duel. He is our dorm leader." Subsequently, Tang San was successfully knocked down by Xiaowu. Wang Xing then cast a glance at Tang Xi, who was spectating, and added, "She is also a newcomer. She has yet to engage in a fight." Tang Xi found herself in an unexpected predicament. Xiaowu narrowed her eyes and swiftly advanced with a right sweeping kick aimed at Tang Xi. In a moment of urgency, Tang Xi executed a backward somersault, landing gracefully on the ground. Xiaowu, utilizing the floor's elasticity, propelled herself into a series of aerial flips, her legs ensnaring Tang Xi's neck. As it appeared that she would be toppled to the ground by Xiaowu, Tang Xi had no choice but to shut her eyes and firmly grasp Xiaowu's waist. "Ah!" came the startled exclamation from Xiaowu, who felt an unusual tickling sensation at her waist. With her legs losing strength, she relinquished her hold and fell unceremoniously onto the ground. Flushing with embarrassment, Xiaowu protested, "You lack martial ethics. How can you casually grasp a girl's waist? It's unbearably ticklish." This unfolded the tale of Su Wen's martial spirit. Tang Xi made a face, chuckling, "A loss is a loss." Xiaowu, exasperated, stamped her feet in frustration, declaring, "I don't care. I am the boss of this dormitory, so you must call me Sister Xiaowu." Tang Xi turned her head aside, secretly scoffing, "What a childish fool." Glancing at Tang San, who was watching the show beside her, a mischievous thought crossed her mind as she teased, "Only my sister-in-law can cure me, unless you wish to become my sister-in-law?" Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned in. "Great. Quickly call me sister-in-law." Tang Xi obediently called out sister-in-law, and flashed a sweet smile. The people in the 7th dormitory regarded Tang San with peculiar glances, their expressions suggesting a knowing understanding, as if they were privy to some inexplicable secret. Tang San nearly spat out blood, his anger surging. This young woman must be here to thwart him. In the Pope's chamber of the spirit hall sat a woman, her eyes closed in a meditative state. She was of modest stature, adorned in a luxurious robe of silver with golden embroidery, crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold diadem, and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gems. This was none other than Pope Bibi Dong. Su Wen, with his dark purple-tinged silver hair, donned a snug black outfit, complemented by a black and purple leather armor. Under the guidance of the chrysanthemum Douluo, he entered the Pope's chamber. "Your Holiness, I bring the Holy Sun," he announced. Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, murmuring a soft acknowledgement, before gesturing for the accompanying ghost Douluo to commence the soul awakening. Su Wen was the abandoned infant personally retrieved by Bibi Dong 6 years prior. She had recognized the divine aura emanating from him and chose to raise him as her direct disciple. The ghost Douluo cast 6 small stones, encircling Su Wen in a halo, and a warm energy surged into his body. From the moment Su Wen became conscious, he was aware that he had traversed into the vibrant narrative of Douluo Continent, where he was adopted by Bibi Dong as her prized disciple. He also understood that the future protagonist, Tang San, would ultimately lay waste to the spirit hall, resulting in the shattering of Qian Renshua's divine position and Bibi Dong's demise. Since he was born within the spirit hall, he had no intention of sparing anyone, be it Haotian sect, Tang San, or Shrek Academy. Opportunities such as the Eye of Ice and Fire, the Elite Competition Championship, Sea God Island, and the Killing God realm would not be left for Tang San to claim. A murderous intent flickered in Su Wen's eyes, and in that instant, a tyrannical black mist erupted from his left hand. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and remarked seriously, "You possess a rare and exceptional martial spirit, specifically of the dark attribute. Among the myriad martial spirits, those with attributes are exceedingly rare. Wind, space, darkness, and light are all considered superior martial spirits, wielding formidable power. These attribute-based martial spirits can adapt to various types of soul rings, serving offensive, defensive, or supportive roles. Then, as Su Wen touched the crystal ball. It radiated with brilliant light, revealing his innate soul power to be fully developed. Bibi Dong smiled, her satisfaction evident. She rose and spoke softly, Su Wen. Your talent is quite remarkable, even surpassing that of your teacher. Su Wen maintained a calm demeanor, stating, Teacher, I wish to begin acquiring my first soul ring and start my cultivation tomorrow. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, acknowledging his determination. Your desire to grow stronger is commendable. I wonder how your talent compares to that of the girl with twin martial spirits. Su Wen paused at the mention of twin martial spirits. Girl? Twin martial spirits? Noticing Su Wen's confusion, Bibi Dong elaborated. The first individual with twin martial spirits perished during cultivation. I was the second. And the third is a little girl named Tang Xi, though regrettably, she possesses two ineffective martial spirits. Bibi Dong then turned her gaze to Su Wen's martial spirit. However, your martial spirit is quite impressive. Su Wen murmured to himself, Tang Xi. Upon hearing the name, his heart was struck with recognition. Was this not the name of his classmate from his previous life? A mix of excitement, anticipation, and fear began to swell within him. Was he afraid of her connection to Tang San, or was he apprehensive that she might not be the same person? Su Wen was uncertain of his own feelings. Tang Xi encountered misfortune. Tang Xi, following master, accompanied Tang San to the nearby soul beast forest to acquire soul rings. With a languid stretch, she pitifully implored Tang San. Brother, why must I go as well? I long to continue my slumber and indulge in delectable delicacies. For the past 6 years, my diet has consisted solely of porridge. The meals at Nodding Academy are simply exquisite. Tang San patiently instructed Tang Xi, sister, if you wish to grow stronger, you must acquire soul rings. This way, you will be better equipped to protect yourself. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi felt quite frustrated as she accompanied Tang San on his quest to obtain the soul ring, only to be relentlessly pursued and attacked by the Mantis snake, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of the Master's martial spirit, the little dog, Luo Sanpao. Here, a myriad of words describing Tang San's arduous journey to acquire his first soul ring is omitted. Tang Xi, exhausted from the chase, was left breathless as the scene shifted to Tang San beginning the absorption of his first soul ring. Tang Xi, bored and nibbling on a blade of dogtail grass, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was truly exhausting to be out here. She estimated that with Master's limited soul power, acquiring the first soul ring would be nearly impossible. At that moment, a crane-like bird suddenly entered Tang Xi's line of sight, and they found themselves locked in a staring contest. Yu Xiaojiang, noticing the situation, shouted, Quick, get out of the way. The bird, a white-winged flying crane of approximately 1,000 years, possessed a remarkably hard beak and an aggressive demeanor. Perhaps Yu Xiaojiang's shout was too loud. The crane, startled and frightened, went into a frenzy and launched an attack towards him. Tang Xi was suddenly alarmed. She could not allow her elder brother to be disturbed while he was absorbing the soul ring. Yu Xiaojiang summoned Luo Sanpao with his mind, and Luo Sanpao released a foul stench in front of the white-winged flying crane. The crane, visibly irritated, swiftly kicked Luo Sanpao 10 meters away, then darted towards Yu Xiaojiang and pecked him fiercely with its beak, sending him crashing against a tree trunk from the force of the impact. Noticing the white-winged flying crane directing its gaze towards Tang San, who was still engaged in absorbing the soul ring, Tang Xi instinctively dashed in front of him, drawing the dagger that Tang San had gifted her, which was laced with poison. In the blink of an eye, the white-winged flying crane appeared before Tang Xi. She activated her purple extreme demon eye, her irises transforming into a vibrant purple, causing everything around her to slow down significantly. As the crane prepared to attack Tang San, Tang Xi seized the opportunity and fiercely grasped the crane's neck. The white-winged flying crane, feeling its throat constricted, became enraged and began to thrash wildly. Tang Xi utilized the elasticity of her heels to leap gracefully onto the back of the white-winged crane, forcefully tugging at its neck. Note: Tang Xi possesses a unique physique. Having trained her strength since childhood, she is capable of lifting weights of up to 500 pounds. The white-winged crane emitted a long, mournful cry, flapping its magnificent wings in anger as it soared into the sky. Tang Xi, still perched upon its back, was swept along into the air. When Tang San completed the absorption of the soul ring, his first sight was of Yu Xiaojiang, who had been knocked down beneath a tree trunk. Yet there was no sign of Tang Xi. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang San's face flushed with urgency, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yu Xiaojing, forcing himself to open his eyes, spoke in a feeble voice. Your sister was taken by a millennium-old white-winged roc to protect you. Each word struck Tang San's heart like a hammer, causing him to stagger backward in disbelief. Yu Xiaojing felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for his own inadequacy. No, master, you must have some way. My sister is unharmed. Isn't? Tang San's heart teetered on the brink of collapse. Yu Xiaojing, equally distressed, nonetheless conveyed the harsh truth. Tang Xi has been taken deep into the forest, where more powerful soul beasts dwell. I fear for your sister's safety. At this moment, Tang San was consumed by rage, unable to think of anything else as he dashed into the depths of the forest. That was his sister, although she often provoked him. She remained a cherished family member in his heart. Yu Xiaojing shouted from behind, Don't go, Tang San. Your actions will lead only to your demise. We must seek help first. Do you want your sister to witness her brother sacrificing himself in vain after she has fought so hard to save him? This statement effectively halted Tang San in his tracks, his brow furrowed, his bloodshot eyes brimming with tears. Sister, I will surely find you. Suddenly, a white-winged crane soared through the air, attempting to shake off Tang Xi by flipping several times in midair, the powerful wind striking Tang Xi's face, leaving her in discomfort. As Tang Xi's dagger soared into the air, it was swiftly cast aside. In a fit of anger, Tang Xi used her fingers to jab at the eyes of the white-winged flying crane. With a shriek of distress, the crane instinctively unleashed its spiritual power and darted away, covering a distance of 100,000 meters in an instant. The fierce gust of wind rendered Tang Xi unable to grasp the crane's neck, causing her to plummet from a height of 100 meters. Tang Xi felt a chill in her heart. Upon seeing two individuals below, she frantically shouted, Move aside. The gust of wind tousled her hair wildly, and with both hands raised in front of her, she braced herself for impending doom. Su Wen, who was walking behind Bai Dong, suddenly halted at the sound of her shout, curiously glancing up. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi slowly rose, rubbing her eyes, and finally discerned the figure before her, a young boy with dark purple hair, silver locks, and crimson eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to her, memories of her past life companion, Su Wen, surged into her mind. How long will you remain sprawled out like that? Su Wen cast a reproachful glance at Tang Xi, prompting her to realize the intimate nature of their position. Embarrassed, she hastily stood up. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle. The two indeed bore a striking resemblance to a married couple. Following the sound of Bibi Dong's laughter, Tang Xi turned her gaze towards her. The woman, not particularly tall, was draped in an exquisite black robe adorned with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold diadem, and wielding a staff nearly 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gemstones. Wait a moment. Is that not the Pope Bibi Dong? Tang Xi, her face flushed, was momentarily at a loss for words due to her nervousness. She shyly exclaimed, I sincerely apologize. I was just knocked down by a white-winged crane. Then, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, Tang Xi skipped joyfully to Bibi Dong, presenting her most radiant smile from the best angle. Hello, beautiful sister. My name is Tang Xi. Tang Xi was completely oblivious to the immense shock her name instilled in the two individuals. Although Su Wen maintained a facade of composure, her heart was tumultuous with emotions. Could it truly be her? The very person who had fallen in a pool of blood to save her. Bibi Dong was not so easily deceived. Was it truly Tang Xi, the one endowed with twin martial souls and innate full soul power? Tang Xi's smile became rigid, a flicker of fear creeping into her heart. Could it be that she intended to silence her forever? However, Tang Xi quickly composed herself, gazing at Bibi Dong with admiration. Such a remarkable elder sister. You actually guessed correctly. Bibi Dong found Tang Xi's flattery quite pleasing and inquired, Little one, would you be willing to become my student? Tang Xi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It was the dreaded life or death question. To not be a student of Bibi Dong would mean annihilation at her hands. Yet to be her student would subject her to the protagonist's merciless elimination. What an arduous choice. Teacher, perhaps you could first demonstrate your sincerity before allowing this young lady to make her decision, Su Wen interjected, coming to Tang Xi's aid. Tang Xi gazed at Su Wen with gratitude, thinking of what a kind-hearted person they were. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. She cast a glance at Tang Xi, noting her soul power was only at level 11, yet there was no sign of any soul power fluctuation. It seemed she had yet to acquire her first soul ring. Then come with me to obtain your very first soul ring, she offered. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi turned to Su Wen with a smile and said, by the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. Su Wen replied nonchalantly, Su Wen, and then eagerly awaited Tang Xi's reaction. Upon hearing that name, Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback. But she swiftly reconciled her thoughts, reasoning that it must be a coincidence of names. Surely, it could not possibly be that person, could it? Indeed. It is quite a lovely name, reminiscent of that of an old friend of mine. Tang Xi responded indifferently, completely failing to associate Su Wen with her former deskmate from a past life. Su Wen, feeling a sense of frustration, silently pondered, how could this woman be so oblivious? Is she not an academic prodigy? Tang Xi suddenly halted midway and addressed Bibi Dong with a hint of shyness. Beautiful sister, there is a soul beast nearby that little she desires. Bibi Dong's interest was piqued. Oh? How do you know that it is the most suitable soul beast for you? Tang Xi summoned her martial soul, the bloodthirsty peony. The bloodthirsty peony on her left hand emitted a faint white glow, and suddenly, the peony soared through the air, landing upon a slumbering black mysterious floating turtle nestled beneath the thicket. Tang Xi elucidated, it seems my martial soul possesses the ability to autonomously select suitable soul rings. Bibi Dong expressed her astonishment, for such a phenomenon had never been encountered before. She tapped her staff, unleashing a wave of oppressive force towards the black Xian floating turtle, which was instantly startled into immobility. Su Wen drew a dagger from his waist and handed it over, explaining, one must personally acquire the soul rings. Thus, you must slay it yourself. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Surrounding Tang Xi were numerous blooming white peonies, which formed a barrier against the onslaught of the black Xian floating turtle's spiritual entity. A swirling mass of black mist emerged from the peonies, launching itself towards the spiritual entity of the black Xian floating turtle. The creature emitted a mournful cry, seemingly unwilling to succumb to its fate. The black mist consumed the spiritual entity of the black Xian floating turtle until it was entirely dissipated, at which point a yellow halo gracefully settled around Tang Xi's waist. Tang Xi has bestowed upon Bibi Dong an abundance of surprises. The 600-year-old black Xian floating turtle far exceeds the limits of age, suggesting that this child may indeed be a prodigy. Tang Xi opened her eyes and glanced at the yellow halo encircling her waist, filled with immense joy. Bibi Dong inquired, what is your first soul skill? Tang Xi explained obediently, my first soul skill diminishes the opponent's speed by 25. The bloodthirsty peony can then transfer this speed reduction to an individual, with a maximum speed limit of 100. Furthermore, for each additional soul ring I acquire, I can further diminish the speed by an additional 5. Bibi Dong was quite astonished by this soul skill. If this ability were to inflict area damage, what would happen if it exploited the speed of agility-type soul masters and then bestowed that reduction upon another individual? Tang Xi pondered for a moment before responding, beautiful sister, I wish to add a soul ring to my second martial soul. The perplexed Bibi Dong inquired, why? Are you aware of the consequences of such an action? Tang Xi nodded solemnly and remarked, Xiao Shi is aware that the first individual to possess dual spirit rings on the Douluo Continent was the wielder of the dual cultivation martial soul, who ultimately met a tragic end, perishing from the explosive consequences. However, Tang Xi's tone shifted, revealing a trace of sorrow on her face. My constitution is rather unique. My intuition tells me that this path is the most suitable for me. Bibi Dong hesitated slightly, while Su Wen, unperturbed, spoke with the wisdom of a young adult, saying, Teacher, this is her journey. Reluctantly, Bibi Dong ultimately acquiesced. Have you decided what soul ring you wish to attach to your second martial spirit? It should ideally be from a resilient and poisonous soul beast. As she spoke, Tang Xi summoned her martial spirit, Line of Life. The Line of Life emanated a faint glow, its filament approximately 10 centimeters long. It appeared to possess a life of its own, glancing around before soaring towards the northern direction. Tang Xi pursued behind the Line of Life, and Su Wen expressed great curiosity about Tang Xi's unique constitution. What, then, truly characterizes her remarkable physique? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi seized a large stone beside her and accurately hurled it at the beehive. The hive fell, rolling into the grass. And the furious queen bee emerged, casting a glance at the three individuals. Tang Xi, gripped by fear, sought refuge behind Bai Dong. Her voice tinged with reluctance as she murmured, "Pretty sister, they are quite terrifying." Su, visibly perturbed, remarked, "Is it truly wise to retreat when faced with a challenge?" Bai Dong found herself quite pleased with such dependence, particularly as Tang Xi bore a striking resemblance to her own daughter, Qian Renxue. Their mother-daughter relationship had always been fraught with coldness, and the memory of Qian Renxue's animosity towards the Angel clan rekindled Bai Dong's own resentment. She rapped her staff against the ground, unleashing an immense pressure that forced the Bee King to the ground. The Bee King, measuring an impressive 8 centimeters, appeared to be 800 years old. Bai Dong cast a concerned glance at Tang Xi and cautioned, "This Bee King is 800 years old. Are you certain you wish to make it your first spirit ring?" Tang Xi gazed at the lifeline in her hand, which emitted a faint glow, instinctively directing her attention towards the queen bee. Subsequently, Tang Xi solemnly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, beautiful sister." With that, she wielded her dagger to end the queen bee's existence. And a deep yellow light coalesced into a soul ring, descending upon Tang Xi. Tang Xi's consciousness was immediately drawn into the realm of divine awareness, bracing for the impending assault from the queen bee's ethereal form. One after another, white peonies blossomed in the sanctuary of Tang Xi's consciousness. As the queen bee emitted an enraged series of high-pitched screeches, subsequently raising the stinger at the tip of her abdomen and launching it towards Tang Xi. The sting struck Tang Xi's divine essence with undeniable force, eliciting a grimace of agony as her entire being felt as though it were being gnawed upon by countless ants. The toxin spread throughout every facet of Tang Xi's consciousness, causing her to tremble violently from the sudden chill. Should her divine essence sustain damage, it could potentially lead to a state of dementia in reality, or her meridians might succumb to the overwhelming force, resulting in catastrophic obliteration. The white peonies continuously bestowed vitality upon Tang Xi, yet their petals withered instantaneously. Suddenly, a black mist emerged, albeit smaller and slower than its predecessor. However, upon contact with the queen bee's divine essence, her soul was obliterated in an instant, the remnants cascading onto the peonies, nurturing them anew and causing them to bloom once more. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi sensed that her current physical condition was dire. A metallic taste of blood surged in her throat, overwhelming her senses. She fell into unconsciousness. Tang Xi understood that certain words needed to be spoken, so she turned with a smile towards Bibi Dong and said, "Beautiful elder sister, I have yet to respond to your question." Bibi Dong felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of Tang Xi becoming her student. "However, dear elder sister, I cannot be your student." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression became somewhat rigid, hinting at an undercurrent of anger, but Tang Xi quickly added, "Because I, Xiao Xi, will not live beyond the age of 25, and it would be unwise for you to waste your time on someone like me." API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi, with her last breath, lamented, "My constitution is peculiar. My heart is inherently damaged." Those who can become the charming elder sister's students must possess remarkable talent and strength, capable of assisting her in many endeavors. It is truly regrettable that I cannot become such a person. Upon finishing her words, Tang Xi tightly closed her eyes. Overwhelmed by fatigue and yearning for rest, Bibi Dong descended, her gaze complex as she looked at Tang Xi. As she probed Tang Xi's body with her soul power, she discovered the truth of Tang Xi's claims. Those possessing the seven-hearted soul were destined to perish before the age of 25. Furthermore, Tang Xi's meridians were gravely damaged, jeopardizing her heart, which explained her inability to withstand the agony that led to her fainting. Bibi Dong's heart was heavy with guilt. She regretted the fleeting moment when she contemplated eliminating this young girl who refused to be her student, unwilling to serve her purposes, leaving only death as an option. Bibi Dong transferred her soul power to Tang Xi, and Su Wen, filled with concern, inquired, "Teacher, will she be all right?" Bibi Dong's expression was solemn. Tang Xi's condition was dire, and it was imperative to return her home without delay. In the dead of night, the spirit beast forest concealed hidden dangers. Undeterred by Yu Xiaozhang's objections, Tang San resolutely ventured into the forest in search of Tang Xi, accompanied by Xiaowu. "Little Xi," Tang San anxiously called out. At that moment, Xiaowu stepped forward, grasped Tang San, and advised him, "Alas, do not venture further. It is perilous ahead." Tang San abruptly released Xiaowu's hand. His eyes glistening with unshed tears, his fist clenched tightly, and his entire body trembling slightly. "Do you understand? Xiaoxi is lost because of me. I am utterly useless. I cannot even protect my own sister." Observing Tang San's despondent demeanor left Xiaowu at a loss for words. Suddenly, she felt her rabbit ears twitch, and without hesitation, she grasped Tang San's hand, leading him toward the small river ahead. Tang Xi lay weakly by the riverbank, completely unconscious and pallid in complexion. Upon the instant Tang San beheld Tang Xi, his pupils dilated in shock as he hastily rushed forward to assist her, checking for her breath with a sense of relief at finding that she still drew air. With urgency, he hoisted Tang Xi onto his back, making his way towards Nodding Academy. Not far off, Su Wen observed this scene silently, accompanied by a soul sage of level 78. Bibi Dong had departed earlier, leaving a branch leader of the Spirit Hall to guard Su Wen. The soul sage respectfully remarked, "Holy Son, it is time for us to depart." With a lingering gaze, Su Wen looked longingly at Tang Xi's retreating figure, his expression clouded with an unspoken melancholy. What has become of Tang Xi's body? Why does the teacher remain silent for so long? Nevertheless, my dear deskmate, 6 years hence, I look forward to our reunion. Since you have chosen to stand with Tang San, upon our next meeting, we shall be adversaries. 13 years later, in a guest room at the Nodding Academy. Tang Xi lay unconscious on the bed, her complexion still pale and devoid of any trace of color, her body trembling slightly, evidently enduring some form of agony. Yu Xiaozhang stood helplessly at the bedside, shaking his head. The severe damage to her meridians rendered her incapable of cultivating soul power. At that moment, the door was suddenly thrust open, and Tang Hao strode in, his expression anxious as he gazed at Tang Xi on the bed. Yu Xiaozhang immediately recognized the man before him as the legendary Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao. A look of joy spread across Yu Xiaozhang's face. For Haoyan Douluo had always been his idol. Tang Hao continuously infused his soul power into Tang Xi, only to discover that her meridians were being nourished by another source of soul power. Relieved, he slowly remarked, "Tang Xi's meridians are damaged and will require a year of recuperation. During this time, she must refrain from cultivating her soul power. Instruct her to focus on restoring her health." As he spoke, Tang Hao struggled to contain his emotions. Heaven knows how anxious he had felt upon receiving the message from the third party, which informed him of Tang Xi's fainting spell. However, it appeared that she had already received treatment from someone else, and her injuries would surely heal within a year. Yu Xiaozhang tentatively inquired, "You must be the esteemed Lord Haoyan, am I correct?" Tang Hao nodded in acknowledgement and then remarked, "I appreciate your efforts in taking care of my children during these days." Yu Xiaozhang shook his head and quickly replied, "Tang San is also my student, and I share a bond with Tang Xi as well. It is only right that I look after them." Tang Hao then said, "I must take my leave now, and I entrust my children to your care." Yu Xiaozhang was taken aback and instinctively replied, "What? You are leaving? Why?" Tang Hao cast a reluctant glance at Tang Xi, yearning to remain by the side of the children. However, he realized that associating with the enemies of the children would inevitably bring their wrath upon them. It was only after my departure that they could truly flourish. Currently, I am being hunted by the Spirit Hall, and it is not wise for them to accompany me. I implore you not to reveal my identity to Tang San." As for Tang Xi, Tang Hao had an inkling that this clever and mischievous girl had already discerned his true identity. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaozhang solemnly assured him, "I shall not." 6 years later, on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, a young girl was fervently hunting soul beasts. Utilizing her second spirit ability, Flexible Spider Silk, she unleashed strands of silk, binding the hooves of a raging wild boar to the ground, rendering it immobile. With her first spirit ability, Poisonous Bee Needle, dozens of slender, venomous threads erupted from her hand, piercing through the wild boar's skull, leading to its instantaneous demise. The girl was none other than Tang Xi. Adorned in a light blue dress that reached her knees, her hair styled in 2 low ponytails cascading to her waist. The wisps of bangs on either side of her forehead curled upward, and her moist, innocent eyes radiated purity. At the tender age of 12, she began to exhibit a fresh and enchanting charm. Tang Xi smiled gently, and 2 soul rings descended gracefully, one a vibrant yellow and the other a deep purple. Bloodthirsty Peony. As soon as Tang Xi's voice faded, the ground was instantly adorned with delicate pink peonies, blooming upon the fierce wild boar and drawing sustenance from its blood. Tang Xi felt that she had successfully surpassed level 29. Next, she was to report to Shrek Academy, where the true narrative was set to unfold. Alas, Tang Xi lamented the exhaustion of her heart. Ever since her meridians were damaged 6 years ago, nearly costing her life. She was compelled by her elder brother Tang San to learn the techniques of Xian Yu Hand, ghostly shadow displacement, and purple extreme demon eye during that year of recovery. Just the thought of it brought tears to her eyes. Tang San admonished, "Sister, you must diligently cultivate your skills, otherwise you may not even realize how you have perished." However, Tang Xi was equally devoted to her training. Her martial spirit, the bloodthirsty peony, required the nourishment of fresh blood to sustain her cultivation. Thus, she ventured into the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts at regular intervals. She made a pact with her elder brother, Tang San, to report to Shrek Academy in 3 days. With a languid stretch and a yawn, Tang Xi set forth on her journey. 14 Shrek Academy. After 3 arduous days and nights of travel, Tang Xi finally arrived near Shrek Academy. Enchanted by the delectable array of culinary delights surrounding her, she exclaimed, "Boss, I would like a portion of candied hawthorn. 2 servings of grilled sausages, please. Thank you, dear aunt." "Wow, boss, I shall have a serving of sweet tofu." Before she knew it, Tang Xi's hands were overflowing with an assortment of snacks, waiting eagerly in front of Shrek Academy. Tang San and Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight upon spotting Tang Xi. Tang San was just about to step forward to embrace his sister when Xiao, beside him, dashed ahead a moment sooner. With tears in her eyes, Xiao cried out, "Xiaoxi, I have missed you so much." Tang Xi waved her hand holding a grilled sausage, exclaiming with excitement, "Sister Xiao." Xiao tightly embraced Tang Xi, looking up to take a bite of the grilled sausage in Tang Xi's hand, savoring it with delightful smacking sounds. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Xi's speechless expression. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed such an amusing look on that stubborn girl's face, one that seemed to convey a desire to strike, yet held back by fear. Upon hearing Tang San's laughter, Xiao shot him a glare and exclaimed in anger, "Do not laugh." Tang San was instantly taken aback, and then he began to express concern for Tang Xi. "Sister, did you sustain any injuries during your journey to the Douluo forest? Does your heart ache?" Xiao, slightly displeased, pouted and said, "Third brother, how could you allow Xiaoxi to venture to the Douluo forest alone without my consent?" She then turned her worried gaze towards Tang Xi and kindly asked, "Indeed, Xiaoxi, did your heart hurt at any point along the way?" Tang Xi helplessly remarked, "All right, Sister Xiao, you and brother are overly concerned about me. My heart is not in grave condition. My physical constitution is quite robust." She confidently patted her chest. Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Who was it that, at the tender age of 7, began to feel heart pain while running and then lay in bed for an entire day and night? It remains a mystery which little fool it was, who spent the entire night training and ultimately endured heartache for a whole day." Tang Xi felt increasingly lacking in confidence as the conversation continued. Sensing the two still had the desire to prolong the discussion, she quickly intervened, saying, "All right, Sister Xiao, brother, you need not worry about me. Let us proceed to register." Tang San was amused by Tang Xi's adorable appearance, gently stroking her hair, yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. Little she had only begun to experience intermittent heartache since being rescued 6 years ago. Each time he witnessed her writhing in pain on the bed, a wave of profound guilt washed over him. After all, her health had been robust before the age of 6. This only intensified Tang San's desire to grow stronger, for it was his frail little sister who had endured such suffering. Xiao turned her gaze towards the entrance of the Shrek Academy, which was not a grand door but rather a makeshift structure of thatch and wood, surrounded by a dilapidated wooden fence, exuding an air of desolation and decay. Xiao felt a sense of disbelief. Could this truly be a Soul Master Academy? It appeared far inferior to the Nodding Academy. Tang Xi nodded in agreement. Tang San chuckled lightly, remarking that since they had arrived, they might as well observe for a while. At the front of the long queue stood a small tent, where an elderly man with snowy hair was taking the pulse of a young boy. "Not qualified next," the boy's mother exclaimed in confusion. "My child possesses a 100-year soul ring for his first spirit ring. Why can he not enter your Shrek Academy?" The old man, upon hearing this, calmly replied, "Do you understand the significance of Shrek Academy? He rose, revealing 6 soul rings, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. He is indeed a soul emperor. The old man retracted his soul rings and stated slowly, Shrek is a place for monsters. We only accept extraordinary beings, not ordinary people. Many in the crowd, witnessing this, turned away in dismay, shaking their heads as they departed. May I register? A girl clad in a blue dress approached the old man with grace. This was Ning Rongrong. The old man examined her innate talent and nodded in approval. Ning Rongrong then displayed her martial spirit, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she inquired, So, may I pass? The old man hesitated slightly and asked, Child, do your family members know you are here? Ning Rongrong smiled back, saying, as the saying goes, Education is not limited by background. Is it because of my martial spirit that I cannot register? The old man nodded, signaling Dai Mubai to escort her for the next round. Soon it was the turn of Tang Xi and the other 3 to display their martial spirits. Tang San stepped forward and presented 30 gold soul coins, which served as the registration fee for the 3 individuals. The elderly man nodded, examining Tang San's wrist, but furrowed his brow upon finding no significant bone structure. He then instructed Tang San to lift his calf for further examination, stating that the bone age was appropriate. Following this, it was Xiao Wu's turn. Upon confirming her bone age was also suitable, he encouraged them to unleash their martial souls. The 2 then manifested their martial souls, Tang San with blue silvergrass and Xiao Wu with the soft bone rabbit, both adorned with 200-year soul rings that spiraled upward from their feet and gracefully settled at their waists. What astonished the elder most was Tang San's blue silvergrass, which had remarkably reached such an extraordinary level, marking him as a true prodigy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi stood before the elder, who nodded approvingly. Your bone age is suitable. You may now unleash your martial soul. Indeed, Tang Xi replied, and with a subtle shift of her spirit, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, spiraled upward from her feet and gracefully settled around her waist. Her hands became entwined with numerous white threads. The elder exclaimed in astonishment. The second soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring. Dai Mubai glanced over, feeling a twinge of imbalance within. This young girl, seemingly so tender in age, already possessed a second soul ring of such remarkable age. Tang Xi felt a touch of embarrassment. Her extraordinary abilities were largely attributed to her twin martial souls. Each soul she adorned with a soul ring enhanced her capacity, and with the addition of a century's worth of soul rings to both, the longevity of her second soul ring had already reached a millennium. The elder, witnessing this, could not help but burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, You are all exceptional. Mubai, proceed directly to the 4th challenge. Dai Mubai nodded, and in a moment of distraction, he sensed an unusual feeling. He glanced towards the back of the group, where a stunning woman with raven hair and a captivating figure stood gracefully. If one were to overlook her youthful visage, they might easily mistake her for an adult. As Dai Mubai regained his focus, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to be tested. Upon summoning her nethercat martial soul, Dai Mubai felt a slight shock. Could it be that she was his fiancée? When Zhu Zhuqing approached him, she cast a cold glance in his direction, evidently displeased, and turned her head away. The elder, standing behind, remarked, Mubai, this young lady has also passed the test. Take her and the others to the 4th challenge. Tang Xi followed behind the crowd, glancing around. At this moment, Oscar should have appeared to sell sausages. Yet there was still no sign of him. Tang Xi recalled the delectable grilled sausages from earlier, her mouth watering as her stomach audibly protested with an untimely growl. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her, and Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, Haha, Tang Xi, I remember you indulged in so many delicious treats just a moment ago. How is it that you are hungry again? Tang Xi puffed her cheeks in a display of displeasure, refusing to acknowledge anyone. Unable to resist, Tang San playfully poked her inflated cheeks while stifling a laugh with one hand covering his mouth. With a teasing tone, he said, Dear sister, I shall promptly fetch you some food to satisfy your hunger. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, wore a smile, appreciating the bond between the siblings. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smile slightly at the heartwarming scene. Tang Xi, alas, her image has vanished completely. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San beside him handed over some coins and said, Uncle, I would like 2. Thank you. Oscar looked at Tang San in astonishment. What? You called me uncle? Oscar felt a pang of sadness. After all, they were of the same age, yet he was being addressed as an uncle by his peer. Come on, I am still a student. Just with a bit more facial hair, we are indeed contemporaries. Seeing this, Daimubai quickly stepped in to stop Tang San. Hey, brother. I advise you not to purchase his sausages. Oscar cried out. Dai, please don't. Daimubai cast a sidelong glance at Oscar and said, Why don't you demonstrate how you make your sausages? Under the pressure from Daimubai, Oscar had no choice but to activate his soul skill to create sausages. First soul skill, restore sausage. Behold my magnificent sausage. With a flash of yellow light from his hands, a sausage emerged. Upon hearing the incantation, Tang San felt a sudden sense of resistance. Raising an eyebrow, he politely replied, No, thank you. I shall pass. Upon noticing Tang San's reluctance, Tang Xi swiftly approached, snatched the sausage, and began to savor it. While indulging in the delectable morsel, she couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, this sausage is quite delightful. Why do you hesitate to accept it? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, observing that Tang Xi had already consumed the food. His hesitant demeanor elicited a chuckle from Zhu Qing, who was watching from behind. Tang San hesitated for a moment before quietly recounting the recent events to Tang Xi, whispering in her ear. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard. Although she had been aware of the nature of Oscar's soul skill incantation, hearing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San ultimately sighed in resignation. Subsequently, Daimubai led several individuals forward, explaining as they walked, the sausage vendor we just encountered is indeed a student at our academy. In total, we have only 3 students enrolled. Xiaowu exclaimed in astonishment. What did you say? There are only 3 students at Shrek Academy? Well, counting myself, that makes 3 in total, Daimubai replied slowly. Across the entire Douluo Continent, we are the only academy where the number of teachers exceeds that of the students. Established 20 years ago, we have only admitted 42 students in total. The group expressed their surprise, and after a moment of contemplation, Tang San voiced his curiosity, on average. It seems that merely a little over 2 students are admitted each year. How does your academy sustain itself? Without students, there would be no revenue, would there? Daimubai chuckled softly. What do you think is the reason our academy is situated in such a small village? It is due to a lack of funding. Had my family not provided some sponsorship, the academy might have closed its doors last year. If we fail to enroll new students this year, the 3 of us currently studying here will be the last batch at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, intrigued, leaned in to inquire. Then why doesn't the academy relax the admission requirements? I noticed quite a number of applicants. Upon hearing this, Daimubai halted, his demeanor proud as he declared. The dean has stated that it is better to be selective than to accept mediocrity, even if it means closing the doors of Shrek Academy. We shall never admit the inept. We seek only those who are extraordinary. Would you like to know the conditions for graduation from our academy? Xiaowu, intrigued, asked eagerly. What are they? Daimubai explained. 1 must exceed level 40 in soul power before the age of 20, achieving the rank of soul master to be permitted to graduate. As they crossed a small bridge, the group listened to Daimubai's words, taken aback. He then added, Our academy has graduated a total of 12 students, the most outstanding of whom is now the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. Tang San's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he secretly thought to himself, I have truly come to the right place. Tang Xi followed at the rear of the group, nodding thoughtfully as she listened, pondering, and thus, this generation of the Shrek's 7 monsters shall all ascend to divinity. As they spoke, the group arrived at a clearing where a tall man, brimming with muscularity, sat leisurely sipping tea. Daimubai introduced him to the others. This is Teacher Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing glanced at the 5 individuals before him and could not help but marvel at the arrival of these 5 young prodigies in a single year. Teacher, they have all reached level 25 or above, Daimubai added. Zhao Wujing nodded and stated, In this trial, your opponent is me. As long as you remain within my attack range, if even one of you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick, I shall consider you all successful. He turned to Daimubai and instructed, Mubai, share my characteristics with them, allowing them a moment to familiarize themselves with each other. Daimubai explained to the group. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the Diamond Mighty Bear, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Xiaowu scoffed, so what? Can we not endure for the length of an incense stick, even as a group of level 20-somethings? Tang Xi gently patted Xiaowu's shoulder and spoke up. Sister Xiaowu, please do not say such things. Tang Xi gazed at Zhao Wuji, who was leisurely sipping tea, with an inquisitive expression, remarking, I fear he may already be a soul sage of over 70 levels. It was at this moment that Ning Rongrong recalled the identity of Zhao Wuji. He was none other than the immovable king, Zhao Wuji. He had once offended the spirit hall and was relentlessly pursued by 16 soul emperors, ultimately vanishing without a trace after the ensuing conflict. To her astonishment, he had taken on the role of a teacher at this academy. Apart from Tang Xi and Dai Mubai, everyone else was taken aback, as they began to comprehend the immense strength of their adversary. Tang San and Xiaowu exchanged a glance, then stepped forward to introduce themselves. I am Tang San, a level 29 soul master specializing in control, wielding the blue silver grass as my martial spirit. I am Xiaowu, a level 29 soul master of the assault type, with the rabbit as my martial spirit. I am Zhu Shiqing, a level 27 soul master of agility, with the nether cat as my martial spirit. I am Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support soul master, wielding the 7 treasure glazed tile as my martial spirit. Tang San was astonished to discover that she was a disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, It's nothing. I am just an ordinary person. At that moment, Tang Xi stepped forward, a slight smile gracing her lips. Tang San's sister, Tang Xi, was a level 29 great soul master, adept in both support and control systems, possessing the twin martial souls of blood-soaked peony and white line. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia nearly choked on his tea in surprise, exclaiming, What did you say? Twin martial souls. The others were equally taken aback, while Tang San and Xiaowu appeared unfazed. Ning Rongrong muttered to herself, Only 3 individuals with twin martial souls have appeared on the Douluo Continent, and to think she is one of them. Tang San stepped forward and promptly stated, Esteemed companions, let us first deliberate on our battle strategy. Xiaowu, you shall take the lead in our offensive. Zhu Qing, you will provide support from the flanks. Rong, your role will be to assist us from behind. Xiaoxi, you may observe from the sidelines. Tang San gently tousled Tang Xi's hair, to which Tang Xi, puzzled, inquired, Why, brother? Be good, your heart is not well. What if you hurt it? Tang San spoke with unwavering determination, leaving no room for Tang Xi's dissent. Xiaowu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, little Xi. Please spare me the worry. Tang Xi was on the verge of tears, desperately wanting to express, I am strong too. You know, I am not weak at all. After the group concluded their tactical discussions, they all assumed their fighting stances. Zhao Wuji stood up and planted an incense stick firmly into the ground. The battle commenced. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San utilized the blue silver grass to ensnare a nearby thatched cottage, hurling it forcefully towards Zhao Wujie. Dai Mubai, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and remarked, Are you demolishing our home? Ning Rongrong floated gracefully in midair, wielding the 7 treasures glazed tower. First, strength. Second, speed. Instantly, the others felt an infusion of vigor. Xiaowu advanced once more to launch an attack as Tang San invoked his first soul skill, Bind. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing, standing nearby, unleashed her first soul skill, Phantom Piercing. Her nails elongated into sharp points as she thrust forward towards Zhao Wujie. Yet, Zhao Wujie remained steadfast, executing his second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. A colossal transparent hand surged towards Xiaowu, prompting Tang San to swiftly cradle her. Realizing that Zhao Wujie was about to strike Tang San again, Xiaowu pushed him aside and activated her second soul skill, Charm. However, due to the vast disparity in spiritual power, she was met with backlash, emitting a piercing scream. Ah. Sister Xiaowu. Tang Xi hurriedly caught her, while the others, too, were left incapacitated by the mighty Vajra Palm, unable to retaliate. Though the charm skill is formidable, our soul powers are simply too unequal. She merely suffered backlash and will awaken by morning, Zhao Wujie elucidated from the sidelines. Tang San was enraged. Xiaowu was a cherished family member to him, and he could not bear to witness her being bullied. Thus, Tang San unleashed his second soul skill, Parasitism, causing the blue silver grass to sprout from Zhao Wujie's body, restraining his movements. Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eyes and employed his mystic jade hand to launch a myriad of concealed weapons towards Zhao Wujie. In the fleeting moment when Zhao Wujie let his guard down, Tang San swiftly advanced and utilized the hidden weapon, the Dragon Whisker Needle. In an instant, Zhao Wujie was pierced like a hedgehog, and by this time, the duration of an incense stick had elapsed. leaving Zhao Wujia with a dark expression throughout the encounter. Tang Xi, unable to contain her laughter, erupted into hearty giggles, for the sight of Zhao Wujing, with his battered visage, was simply too amusing. Daimubai bellowed, "Oscar, we have business." Upon hearing this, Oscar rushed over, but upon spotting the feeble Ning Rongrong sprawled on the ground, his eyes brightened and his heart raced. Zhao Wujing called out to Oscar, "Hurry and bring me a sausage and a cured sausage." Obediently, Oscar handed the sausage to Zhao Wujing, who, feeling quite vexed, especially when glancing at Tang San, grumbled, "Mubai, please arrange accommodations for everyone. Classes commence tomorrow." As night fell, Zhao Wujing was resting in his chamber to recuperate from his injuries. "Zhao Wujing, come out." A voice called, prompting him to step outside. Before him stood a man clad in a tattered cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, Tang Hao, who immediately revealed his 9 spirit rings. Zhao Wujing was taken aback. It was a title Douluo. "Your Excellency, what brings you here?" he inquired. A wave of pressure surged toward Zhao Wujing, but at that moment, Flinder descended from the heavens. Advocating for Zhao Wujing, "Your Excellency Hao Yin, I implore you to spare Zhao Wujing." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Haowei unleashed a formidable aura, causing Zhao Wujia and Flandre to stagger back several meters. With the Haoyin hammer in hand, Tang Hao struck Zhao Wujia relentlessly for a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick. Flandre, witnessing the scene, could hardly bear to watch, muttering to himself about the unfortunate fate of Zhao. Once the altercation concluded, Tang Hao imparted a few instructions before preparing to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he recalled Tang Xi and turned back to add, "The child's constitution is unique. She should be nurtured in the support system. Additionally, do not be too harsh on her." "Understood, Your Majesty," Flandre replied. After Tang Hao left, Flandre finally exhaled in relief, while Zhao Wujia, utterly exhausted, mumbled about the severity of the title Douluo's actions. Flandre was taken aback, realizing that the 2 siblings were indeed the offspring of the esteemed Hao Yin. The following morning, Tang Xi, still drowsy, arrived at the academy square for assembly. Her tousled hair elicited a chuckle from Ning Rongrong, who remarked, "Little Xi, you really can sleep." Ning Rongrong had been training diligently the previous night, while Tang Xi had succumbed to slumber for an entire night. Soon after, Tang San, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, and Daimubai joined them. Tang Xi blinked her bleary eyes, registering the tension between Xiaowu and Ma Hongjun, and recalled their previous quarrel stemming from Ma Hongjun's breakup with his girlfriend, during which Xiaowu had intervened. Oscar soon arrived, catching Tang Xi off guard. He had shaved his beard, looking rather dapper, though his gaze remained fixated on Ning Rongrong. When Flandre, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, finally appeared, Tang Xi was instantly roused. Clad in a brown leather coat and sporting glasses, with graying temples, he exuded an air of authority. "Welcome to Shrek Academy, a place that does not accept waste, but rather monsters." Flandre's lengthy oration felt excessive to Tang Xi, who noted the attentiveness of those around her and stifled a yawn. A sharp glare from Flandre caught her off guard, abruptly waking her from her daze. Irritated by her audacity to yawn beneath his watchful eye, Flandre cleared his throat and addressed them. "Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Tang Xi, as support-type soul masters, your paramount duty on the battlefield is to survive. Oscar, you shall run 20 laps. Oscar shrugged in dismay, resigned to another 20 laps. Tang Xi, you will run 30 laps, Flandre specified. Xiaowu glanced at Tang Xi with concern, but Tang Xi offered her a reassuring look. Running had always been her forte since childhood. Tang San felt quite assured. 30 laps were nothing for his sister, Tang Xi. In truth, it was merely the outcome of someone being compelled by their father and older brother to engage in training. Tang Xi stepped forward and exclaimed, "Yes, I assure you that I will accomplish the task." Flandre nodded in response, stating, "Let us reconvene here for class this evening." Subsequently, Tang Xi followed closely behind Oscar as they began to jog, though she did not partake in the interactions between Ning Rongrong and Oscar along the way. Tang Xi was solely focused on her running, her speed surpassing Oscar's by more than just a mere factor of 2. By the time Oscar completed his run, Tang Xi was merely catching her breath. Oscar was left utterly astonished. She must have completed at least 30 laps, yet she showed no inclination to cease her activity. Deep down, Oscar admired Tang Xi. Such physical prowess could only be cultivated through years of dedicated training from a young age. Tang Xi ran swiftly, not employing an ounce of spiritual energy. With her mouth slightly parted, she relaxed every part of her body. She felt as though she could run another 10 laps or so. Tang Xi ran for an indeterminate duration, until her thigh muscles ached persistently. Tang Xi felt a heaviness in her chest, her heart pounding violently, and her consciousness began to blur. All she knew was that she had to keep running forward. Her thighs grew increasingly weak, and her arms lacked the strength to lift themselves. At this moment, she compelled herself to stay alert. As the time to sprint approached, Tang Xi quickened her pace, recklessly charging ahead. Her awareness faded further, and she ran a full 3 laps before gradually slowing to a stop. Yet, her face was pale, and her body was drenched in sweat. Flandra, who was secretly observing from the shadows, was quite pleased with Tang Xi's performance. Not only had she completed the 30 laps he had mandated, but she had also run an additional 32 laps, clearly exhausting herself in the process. However, the more he watched, the more he sensed something was amiss. Tang Xi crouched by the roadside, clutching her chest tightly, her expression one of evident distress. Tang Xi was once again afflicted by a sharp pain in her heart, bathed in cold sweat. She paused for a moment to gather herself before unsteadily rising to her feet, her hands trembling. Flandra observed the anguish etched across Tang Xi's face as she returned to her dormitory to rest. It seemed he began to comprehend why His Majesty Hao Yin had spoken of her as possessing a unique constitution. Tang Xi had been clutching her chest, indicating a potential heart issue. Upon this realization, Flandra felt a twinge of guilt towards Tang Xi. Perhaps he should not have encouraged her to run. As dusk descended, Tang San and 6 others had been waiting at the academy square for quite some time, yet Tang Xi's arrival was still awaited. Just as Flandra was about to speak, Tang Xi appeared before the group, her pallid face reflecting her frailty. "I apologize for my tardiness," she said weakly. Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "A delicate and ailing young lady, how charming." At this, Xiao Wu became incensed, delivering a sharp slap to Ma Hongjun before swiftly moving to Tang Xi's side. Inquiring with concern, "Xiao Xi, what has happened to you?" Tang San felt a twinge of panic as he exchanged bewildered glances with the others, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. "Ahem, what is going on?" Flandra shouted. Tang Xi smiled gently, reassuring Xiao Wu, "I'm fine, you need not worry." In the eyes of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Tang Xi's words seemed rather forced. Tang San stepped forward and signaled to Xiao Wu that Flandra was still present above. Frustrated, Xiao Wu could only stand by, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tang Xi. "Today, I wish to commend a student, and that is Tang Xi." The audience in the Great Soul Arena, including Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai, were taken aback, for those familiar with Flandra understood that he seldom offered praise lightly. Flandra elucidated, "I had instructed Tang Xi to complete 30 laps, yet she astonishingly accomplished 62, exceeding my expectations by 32 laps. Tang San nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, 62 laps. He restrained the impulse to strike Tang Xi, his heart brimming with compassion. No wonder his sister appeared so frail. The most astonished were the other 4, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Shuqing. As powerful assault-type and agility-type soul masters, it was no small feat for them to complete such a daunting number of laps. Flandra was also pleased by the expressions of surprise on their faces. Tang Xi's indomitable spirit in battle was truly admirable and worthy of emulation. Ning Rongrong grew increasingly uneasy, her head bowed in embarrassment. Flandra, shifting the conversation, suddenly directed his gaze towards her. "What do you say?" Ning Rongrong called out. She stood up, her heart racing. Flandra inquired, "Did you complete the assignment I gave you this morning?" "Yes," she replied, unwilling to admit otherwise in front of everyone. Flandra scoffed. "You left halfway to buy snacks and shop, yet you claim you ran." Ning Rongrong retorted angrily, "Were you following me? What does it matter if I didn't finish? Do you have the right to control me?" Flandra frowned. "This is my school. If you're unhappy, you can leave the academy." Ning Rongrong scoffed. "No one has ever spoken to me like that. You're just a mere soul sage." Flandra's gaze turned piercing, even as a soul sage. "My soul power far exceeds yours. You are but a lowly soul master." "So what? I am an auxiliary soul master, and my contributions to our team are paramount." Flandra replied coolly. Dai Mubai is now at the soul master level. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Xi have all reached the rank of 29, while Zhu Shuqing, though close to you, is determined to grow stronger. Ma Hongjun possesses one of the continent's top martial spirits, the evil fire phoenix. And you are the weakest. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists in frustration, pointing at Oscar. "What about him?" Flandra dismissively responded, "Though Oscar is a food-type soul master, he possesses innate full soul power. His future achievements may even surpass those of your 7-treasure, glazed tile school. If you wish to leave, you are free to go." Ning Rongrong's eyes reddened, trembling as she glanced at the others before turning and running away in tears. This was her most embarrassing moment. Flandra smirked. You think I can't handle you? Oscar. Go comfort Ningrongrong. Suddenly called upon, Oscar replied. All right. Flinder looked at the six of them and then said, follow me to class. I will take you to a special place. They arrived at the eastern side of Soto City at the Grand Seoul Arena. It was a colossal structure, with a sign proclaiming Grand Seoul Arena, flanked by a massive statue reminiscent of the Statue of Liberty. Daimubai hesitated. Principal. Is it too early to bring them to the Grand Seoul Arena? Flinder cast a sidelong glance at him, slowly replying, the best way to improve is through practical combat. Mubai, take them to register. Daimubai wanted to say more but, upon meeting Flinder's resolute gaze, remained silent. Flinder's eyes swept over the six. One of the graduation requirements is to obtain a silver soul badge before you turn 20. That arena is a place for soul battles, where even heirs of great families face peril. As they entered, Daimubai continued to explain the rules. When your points reach a certain level, you can acquire badges corresponding to those points. Here, you earn 1 point for each victory. Tang Xi inquired about the various types of competitions held here. Daimubai replied, stating that there are contests of strategy, gambling duels, and life and death battles. The latter two require the signing of a life and death contract, while the strategic contests merely involve a direct competition of martial souls. The upcoming strategic contest you are to participate in can be one-on-one, one versus many, 2 versus 2, or a group battle. As the 6 individuals entered the grand arena, they were struck by its magnificence. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled as she gazed ahead. The exterior of the grand arena was oval-shaped, with a vast combat platform spanning several dozen meters in width at its center. It featured a main arena and 24 auxiliary arenas. Above, there were luxurious VIP boxes made of transparent glass, while below, tens of thousands of spectators encircled the fighting stage. Tang San and Xiaowu submitted 10 gold soul coins for registration, simultaneously forming a trio. After they completed their enrollment, Tang Xi stole a few glances at Tang San before stealthily approaching the front desk, softly stating, I would like to register for a 1 versus many challenge. Thank you. As she spoke, Tang Xi swiftly handed over the 10 gold soul coins. The receptionist, puzzled, glanced at Tang Xi. The petite girl seemed somewhat misguided, as 1 versus many challenges rarely favored a single combatant. Nevertheless, the receptionist processed her request and casually tossed the iron soul badge to Tang Xi, stating, all done. Realizing that accumulating points in one-on-one battles was a slow endeavor, Tang Xi contemplated the 1 versus many format, knowing that a victory would yield double points. The announcement echoed, please. Iron Soul Fighter Tang Xi, prepare for the 1 versus many duel. The other 5 were taken aback and turned their gaze towards Tang Xi. Tang San, visibly irritated, tapped Tang Xi's forehead, exclaiming, Sister, how could you conceal such a perilous challenge from me? Xiaowu chimed in, yes, indeed. We would be worried for your safety. Unable to bear their excessive concern, Ma Hongjun interjected, hey, you all seem overly worried. This is merely a game of strategy. It won't cost anyone their life. What is there to fear? Xiaowu retorted angrily, what do you know, you fatso? Just as she was about to continue, Tang Xi quickly stepped forward and covered Xiaowu's mouth. Tang Xi apologetically addressed Ma Hongjun, saying, it's nothing much, really. I have simply been in poor health since childhood. Sister Xiaowu is merely concerned for me. Ma Hongjun scoffed, oh, come off it. You say you're unwell. Yet you can run 62 laps? Daimubai interjected, all right, since this is Xiaoxi's decision, we shall respect her choice. Tang San, with a look of deep concern on his face, heard Tang Xi confidently pat his chest and proclaim, rest assured, Sister Xiaowu, brother, if I cannot prevail, I shall concede immediately. Tang Xi exerted considerable effort to reassure the 2 individuals, and thereafter, she proceeded to participate in the duel. On the battlefield of the Soul Arena, Tang Xi stepped forward, only to be confronted by 2 burly men wielding iron hammers. Hello, esteemed audience. Next, please welcome the rare dual soul master, Tang Xi, whose martial souls are the White Line and Peony. And here are the 2 great soul masters, Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, both possessing the formidable Hao Yan hammer. The crowd erupted in excitement, for they were witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon of a dual martial soul. Cheers of Tang Xi, Tang Xi, Tang Xi, resounded throughout the arena. Observing Tang Xi's seemingly fragile demeanor, Zhang Yi scoffed dismissively, little sister, you would be wise to concede early. My Haotian hammer shows no mercy. Tang Xi made a grimace, suggesting that you were simply too timid to confront it. Tang Xi's provocation ignited Zhang Yi and Zhang Er's fury. The 1 versus many duel commenced, as Zhang Yi brandished the Haotian hammer and proclaimed, Haotian thunderclap. The lightning unleashed by the Haotian hammer surged directly towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi employed the violet extreme magic eye, causing everything around her to slow down several-fold. She could even discern the intricate patterns on the fabric of others' garments with remarkable clarity. Tang Xi gracefully evaded the bolt of lightning with a perfect leap. In the VIP box, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Xi with deep concern, while Tang San comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. Xiao Xi will be fine." Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, "Sengu, you do not understand. Every time Xiao Xi completes her grueling training, her heart aches for several hours. It is just that you have never noticed." Tang San was momentarily taken aback, his fist clenched tightly, feeling an unsettling sensation within. Ma Hongjun, astonished, inquired, "What did you say? Tang Xi's heart is in pain?" Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, who were standing nearby, were drawn in by the conversation. Dai Mubai asked, "Tang San, as classmates, there are certain matters you ought not to conceal from us, right?" Tang San, seeing the eagerness in everyone's eyes, could only elucidate. Xiao Xi was born with a congenital heart defect, but by a twist of fate, she acquired the seven-hearted crystal heart, which allowed her to survive. However, those who possess the seven-hearted crystal heart seldom live beyond the age of 25. "What?" exclaimed Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing in astonishment. At this moment, Tang San's entire body trembled slightly, and Xiao Wu, embracing his arm, wore a sorrowful expression. Hence, should Xiao Xi's heart endure a severe blow, her exquisite heart would be easily shattered, leading to her demise. Even through mere training, Xiao Xi might suffer from excessive fatigue, resulting in cracks appearing in her exquisite heart. In the realm of souls, behind Tang Xi bloomed a magnificent illusion of a bloodthirsty peony, a delicate blossom of soft pink hues. Tang Xi scolded fiercely, invoking her first soul skill, staggering steps. A soft pink radiance enveloped Zhang Yi and Zhang Air, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. Instantly, their speed diminished significantly. Tang Xi smiled coyly, declaring, "This is my first soul skill, staggered steps. It has the ability to diminish your speed by 30. And with each additional soul ring I acquire, I can further reduce your speed by 5. As she spoke, Tang Xi had already approached the two from behind. And the speed reduction can be applied to an individual with a maximum limit of 100. This indicates that I have currently enhanced my speed by 60. Tang Xi executed a swift side kick aimed at Zhang Yi's visage, subsequently directing another kick towards Zhang Air beside him. However, the force of her strikes merely propelled both men backward by a mere 5 meters. Exchanging a glance, Zhang Yi and Zhang Air simultaneously shouted, "Haotian Burning Shadow." Zhang Air seized the Haotian hammer, which then manifested 10 illusory replicas of itself, each enveloped in searing flames. Tang Xi narrowly evaded the danger, only to sense Zhang Yichao approaching from behind. Tang Xi raised an eyebrow, invoking her first soul skill, Soul Attack, Venomous Needle Thread. In an instant, Tang Xi's eyes transformed into shades of black and white, yet she could perceive the azure souls of Zhang Yi and Zhang Air behind her. Suddenly, dozens of slender threads sprang forth from her hands. Each delicate strand measured a mere 10 centimeters in length, and as they burst forth, a silvery gleam flickered, morphing into needles that pierced the ribs, wrists, and meridians of both Zhang Yi and Zhang Air. In reality, the two men let out a harrowing scream. Collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Tang Xi felt a quiet sense of triumph. Her venomous threads were divided into 2 categories, physical and spiritual attacks. The threads designed for physical assault were laced with deadly poison, capable of instantly extinguishing the life of an adversary, provided their strength was comparable to her own. Should their power exceed level 50, her attacks would be rendered nearly ineffective. Conversely, her spiritual attacks inflicted the agony of the punctured soul back upon the assailant. Devoid of poison, yet profoundly impactful on those below level 60. Unlike physical attacks, spiritual assaults bypassed all corporeal defenses, directly imposing torment upon her opponent. The small sorceress, Xiao Wu, witnessed Tang Xi's effortless victory in the duel and exclaimed with delight, "Xiao Xi is the best." Beside her, Tang San felt a swell of pride. His sister was undeniably formidable. The other 3 spectators were engulfed in astonishment, as it was their first encounter with Tang Xi unleashing her soul skills. They were taken aback to see her first soul skill so thoroughly subdue her opponent. This only strengthened Zhu Zhuqing's resolve to grow stronger. While Ma Hongjun began to reassess his perception of Tang Xi, realizing that the seemingly frail girl possessed remarkable prowess, Dai Mubai pondered silently. If her first soul skill is already so fearsome, what might the second one entail? In the spirit arena, The host looked at the two fallen combatants in awe, announcing, "The winner of this match is the Grand Soul Master Tang Xi, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses, earning 2 points." Tang Xi's delicate and charming visage was displayed on the grand screen. After Tang Xi completed her registration for points, she was suddenly embraced by Xiaowu, who rushed over. "My little Xi is truly remarkable," Tang Xi cheerfully exclaimed. "I told you I am quite remarkable, didn't I, Sister Xiaowu?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's complexion slightly flushed. As Tang Xi's elder brother, could he also be connected to Xiaowu? After the group completed their matches at the Great Soul Arena, they returned to Shrek Academy. The following evening, after Tang San, Xiaowu, and Tang Xi had finished their shopping, they arrived back at the academy to find Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong embroiled in a heated argument at the entrance. "Ning Rongrong, this is the academy, not your home. If you don't wish to stay here, then be gone." Dai Mubai's fury was palpable. Ning Rongrong, unaccustomed to such indignity, retorted angrily, Dai Mubai, do you believe I won't kill you?" This statement incited Dai Mubai's wrath further, prompting him to unleash 3 soul rings. The overwhelming pressure sending Ning Rongrong hurtling back 3 meters. "Ning Rongrong, do you dare? Don't think that just because you are the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, I am afraid of you." Dai Mubai glared menacingly at Ning Rongrong, as if poised to strike at any moment. Tang Xi smiled cheerfully as she stood in front of Ning Rongrong, saying, "We are all classmates. Why should we let discord mar our harmony?" Tang San grasped the left hand of Dai Mubai, who was poised to strike, and shook his head at him, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Dai Mubai let out a cold snort and addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, "In consideration of Xiaoxi and Xiao San, I shall not hold this against you. However, should you dare to provoke me again, my temper will not be so forgiving." With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Filled with resentment, Ning Rongrong seized Tang Xi and exclaimed, "Tang Xi, you must go and eliminate Dai Mubai. If you succeed, I shall reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins, and from that moment on, you will be a distinguished guest of our 7-treasure glazed tile school." Tang Xi cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and coldly remarked, "Have you not yet comprehended? Your stubborn and domineering demeanor is unappealing to anyone. There is no one here who will acquiesce to you. If this environment does not suit you, you are free to depart." Tang Xi cast a fleeting glance at Ning Rongrong, resolute in her decision not to indulge the little witch's temperament, if she wished to remain. A change in her disagreeable disposition was imperative. With a face full of complexity, Tang San addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, "Xiaoxi is right. If it does not suit you, you may choose to leave." Ultimately, Oscar's gaze was filled with disappointment, a stark contrast to the first time he laid eyes on Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong felt a deep sense of discomfort within. Having grown up in an environment of indulgence, she had never been opposed by anyone. In that moment, she longed to weep uncontrollably, for she was not the little witch that others perceived her to be, nor did she wish for events to unfold in such a manner. The following morning, everyone gathered at the Academy Square, with Ning Rongrong arriving early, enveloped in a profound silence. Tang Xi approached and gently patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder, feeling a bit bashful as she turned her gaze away. "So how were you yesterday? I didn't mean to sound so heavy. In fact, everyone quite likes your serene demeanor when we first met." Initially, Ning Rongrong was feeling rather dejected, but upon hearing Tang Xi's clumsy attempt at consolation, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Subsequently, she lowered her head and softly murmured, "Thank you for reminding me of what I need to do now." At the Tsunghui Academy, Flinder transformed into an owl spirit and gracefully descended above the square, glancing at the insufficient number of attendees and inquiring, "Where is Oscar? Is he still asleep?" Just then, Oscar came bounding from a distance, waving enthusiastically. "Dean, I've broken through to level 30. Flinder nodded with satisfaction and instructed Oscar to summon his spirit, producing sausages and smoked sausages. "Next, you will accompany Oscar into the Star Dough Forest to obtain his 3rd spirit ring. This will be a trial for each of you." After a brief pause, Flinder added, "Now, each of you must eat one of Oscar's sausages." The group expressed their reluctance, but Ning Rongrong clenched her fists and stepped forward. She marched up to Oscar and snatched the sausage from his hands, devouring it with determination, resolute in her decision to stay. Flinder nodded approvingly. It seemed that Ning Rongrong's brazen nature had finally shown some improvement. Tang Xi silently raised her hand and asked, "Oscar, can you conjure up 10 sausages?" They appeared to be quite delectable. Tang Xi had yet to partake of breakfast, her stomach growling in protest. Oscar was taken aback, having never encountered such a demand before. While Ma Hongjun silently mused to himself, "How can she eat more than I do?" The others could only shake their heads in exasperation, feeling powerless against Tang Xi's insatiable appetite. The 8 companions were poised to embark on their journey to the Stardow Forest when Zhao Wujie approached them, declaring, "I will accompany you to the Stardow Forest. I shall not intervene unless we encounter a Millennium Soul Beast. Mubai, you shall lead the way." Dai Mubai nodded and began to allocate tasks. Tang Xi and Tang San, you will take the lead to scout ahead. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stay close to Tang San. Xiaowu and Ma Hongjun, protect them from either side. Zhu Shiqing and I will bring up the rear. We shall proceed in this formation. As they traveled, the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the melodies of birds, creating a picturesque landscape that Tang Xi relished. She longed to break away from the group and frolic freely, bemused that after so many visits to the Stardow Forest, she still needed to tread so cautiously. The century-old soul beast posed no threat to her, and she could easily handle Millennium Soul Beasts, though she wisely kept this to herself, fearing a potential gang assault. After a long stretch of travel, Dai Mubai, having sampled one of Oscar's sausages, remarked, "If we run for another hour, we will reach an inn where we can rest." Later that night, in the inn, Xiaowu slumped over the table, utterly exhausted, her rabbit ears drooping. "Why am I so tired?" she lamented. Tang Xi gazed intently at the delectable feast before her, joyfully savoring a chicken leg in each hand, exclaiming with delight, "This is truly delicious." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi pouted in frustration, thinking, what are you laughing at? I also have an image to uphold. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun burst into uncontrollable laughter, unabashedly retorting, "You? An image? Humph." Tang Xi snorted, unwilling to engage further. Before long, a group of individuals clad in red school uniforms strode in, exuding an air of arrogance as they kicked at the nearby chairs, leaving the waiter too intimidated to speak. Upon spotting one of the beautiful women in the group, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in admiration, recognizing them as members of Tsang Hui Academy. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow and, with a boastful grin, remarked loudly, "It's just a small Tsang Hui Academy. What are they so proud of?" His deliberately raised voice was intended for that group to hear, prompting them to glance over in a fit of indignation. Tang Xi also became intrigued and retorted, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before?" As she spoke, Tang Xi made a playful face. Oscar was quite exhilarated, thinking, this is going to be entertaining. Tang San inquired, "What splendid performance is this?" "This too forms part of our cultivation." The dean's aphorism resonates, "A soul master who does not dare to stir trouble is not a worthy soul master." Oscar replied. Xiaowu, standing nearby, instantly comprehended and nodded, while others exchanged knowing smiles. A man clad in red deliberately approached and tripped a waiter who was serving dishes. Tang San timely supported the waiter, exclaiming, "Let us not waste food." The man in red arrogantly remarked, "My sincerest apologies," before launching a kick toward Dai Mubai. Yet, the man's leg felt remarkably sturdy. Observing the tense atmosphere, bystanders hastily retreated, while those opposite began to rise one by one. "Which academy do you represent?" asked Yushichio, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsang Hui Academy. "We are from Shrek Academy," declared Ma Hongjun with pride. Yushichio immediately donned a smug expression. "Shrek? I seem to have never heard of it." Dai Mubai snorted disdainfully, echoing the sentiment. It appeared these peculiar youngsters were not scions of any significant sect, which emboldened him to bully them. Yushichio stomped on the ground, revealing his 5 soul rings, as a green tortoiseshell enveloped him, emanating a verdant glow. A soul king of level 50 or above. It seems I must resort to stealth, thought Tang San. At that moment, Tang Xi stepped forward, asserting, "If we are to fight, let us do so outside. Here we cannot fully unleash our true prowess." Tang Xi's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, causing Yushichio to furrow her brows. "Humph, I shall await you outside. I am certain he is a defensive soul master, and our defeat is not inevitable. Mubai, Zhuqing, and I possess great speed to restrain him from the sidelines, while Xiaowu stands ready to assist." Tang San turned his gaze towards Ma Hongjun, contemplating the elemental interplay of water and fire. "You shall launch the assault from the periphery, while Xiao Xi manipulates the actions of that individual. Oscar can provide support for the fatty. Our numbers are substantial. We shall wear him down through a protracted engagement." Ning Rongrong, feeling quite overlooked, interjected, "What about me?" Tang San's gaze flickered with hesitation. "Well, your martial soul is rather unique, so adapt as needed." Ning Rongrong lowered her head, feeling disheartened. Tang Xi stepped forward to offer comfort, saying, "Observe the situation and provide support to everyone. assistance can sometimes play a significant role. Tang Xi's words rekindled Ning Rongrong's confidence. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, Ning Rongrong nodded and said, yes. Outside, the white tiger's radiant wave surged forth. The first soul skill, entanglement. A beam of golden light surged towards Yujiqiu as the blue-silver grass sprouted from the ground, ensnaring Yujiqiu tightly. Tang San exclaimed, Mahongjun. Mahongjun circled around the eaves, summoned his spirit, and selected an optimal spot to unleash a torrent of flames. Zhu Zhiqing marveled, impressive. Daimu Bai, perplexed, inquired. Is that all? Mahongjun, brimming with pride, extinguished the flames, leaving behind a charred turtle. Tang Xi's amethyst magic I glimmered. No, it was not yet over. Yujiqiu's lips curled into a smile as he unleashed his first soul skill, the Xian Gui protective barrier. Instantly, a chilling aura surged forth, shattering the bound blue-silver grass into icy fragments. His second soul skill, the resilient spider silk, followed swiftly. In an instant, Tang Xi unleashed a multitude of spider silk strands, ensnaring Yujiqiu's hands and feet with an unyielding grip. Despite her fervent efforts to break free, Yujiqiu discovered that escape was utterly impossible. Tang Xi elucidated, my second soul skill, the flexible spider silk, is derived from a Millennium Soul Ring. Its most notable characteristic is its remarkable flexibility, coupled with a sticky nature and potent acidity. Over time, it can cause your arm to dissolve into pus. And for soul masters below the 60th level, it is exceedingly challenging to sever. Yujiqiu, astonished by Tang Xi's prowess, couldn't help but marvel at the fact that at such a tender age, she had already attained a Millennium Soul Ring for her second skill. With determination, Yujiqiu exclaimed. Second soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Feng. A jet of water erupted from his mouth, instantly crystallizing into ice, imbued with formidable offensive power. Tang Xi narrowly evaded the peril, infuriated that they could immobilize him while simultaneously launching an attack. Zhu Zhiqing swiftly advanced, unleashing her first soul skill, Shadow Piercer. Her nails transformed into formidable feline claws, striking from the side, only to be repelled by Yujiqiu's protective barrier. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony blossoms, heralding the activation of her second soul skill, Soul Power Devour. A peony blooms at Yujiqiu's heart, ceaselessly siphoning his soul power. Yujiqiu cries out, invoking his third soul skill, Profound Water Surge. In the next moment, a fierce surge of energy propels those around him back a step. Yet, in an instant, the explosive force dissipates and tranquility reigns once more. Yujiqiu, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaims, how is this possible? My 30 soul power has vanished. The depletion of soul power renders him incapable of unleashing his third soul skill. Daimu Bai hastens forward, employing his third soul skill, White Tiger Barrier Transformation. Taking advantage of this moment, Ning Rongrong swiftly activates the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. The tower's first decree, Strength, the second decree, Speed. A beam of light envelopes Daimu Bai, who instantly feels an inexhaustible reserve of strength, with his speed significantly enhanced. Daimu Bai delivers a powerful punch towards Yujiqiu, catching him off guard and sending him flying 10 meters away. Excellent work, the phoenix tail coiling snake. Zhao Wujie saunters in through the doorway and glances at Ning Rongrong, remarking, very well, your support was executed flawlessly. Flattered by the praise, Ning Rongrong smiles joyfully but humbly responds, it is nothing. It is all thanks to everyone. Her words instantaneously elevate the collective morale. All right, it's time for everyone to rest, Zhao Wujie declares. Yujiqiu, struggling to rise, interjects, wait a moment, you are their instructor. Are you not? Your academy has insulted ours. Should there not be an explanation? Zhao Wujie dismissively retorts, explanation? What is there to explain? Songhui Academy has always bullied the weak and feared the strong, stirring up trouble. He shifts his tone provocatively. In my view, it is merely a garbage academy. Tang Xi chimed in, indeed, Teacher Zhao. I have yet to unleash my full prowess. How could I possibly let him off so easily? Zhao Wujie, with a sigh of resignation, placed a hand on his forehead and replied, young ladies should not dwell on brawling. It is time for you to return and rest. Tang Xi pouted and murmured, if you don't want to fight, then don't. Why be so fierce? The silver-haired youth, who had been observing from the window above for quite some time, could not help but chuckle. It has been a while, Tang Xi. I never expected you to surprise me so greatly. After a while, a commotion could be heard from outside the door, as Zhao Wujie seized Yujiqiu by the collar and delivered a flurry of slaps. Zhao Wujie stretched his limbs, relishing the sensation of striking without the use of his martial spirit. Yu Zhiqiu, battered, was left dazed, with stars dancing before his eyes, eventually collapsing to the side. As Zhao Wujie pushed open the door, those who had been peeking immediately lined up. Zhao Wujie, feeling pleased, remarked, "You all have truly brought me pride. Well done. However, upon returning, you must undergo rigorous training." Yet, the group's attention remained fixated on Tang Xi. Daimubai was the first to speak up, saying, "In truth, our ability to contend with Yu Zhiqiu this time is largely thanks to Tang Xi's second soul skill of the peony martial spirit. Whether we could have prevailed against Yu Zhiqiu's third soul skill remains an uncertainty that lingers in our minds." Tang Xi shook her head apologetically, stating that it was nothing. They were all students of Shrek Academy, and thus formed a cohesive whole. It was only natural for her to assist everyone. Zhao Wujie concurred, saying, "Tang Xi is absolutely correct. Now, let us all retire for the night." The group responded in unison, "Yes, Teacher Zhao." The following morning, several individuals made their way to the Stardow Forest, with Zhao Wujie leading the charge. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, urging everyone to be on high alert. The group instinctively heightened their vigilance, yet Tang Xi remained leisurely, gazing around. "Is it coming soon?" she wondered. "Be cautious. Something is approaching at high speed," Zhao Wujie cautioned. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San exchanged a knowing glance, affirming their unspoken understanding. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly leapt into a tree to gain a better view. "Can you see it?" Zhao Wujie inquired. "It appears to be a flying serpent adorned with a vibrant red crest," she replied. "What does its tail look like?" Zhao Wujie pressed on. "It resembles a fan," Zhu Zhuqing answered. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie seemed to have a revelation and lifted his head. "It is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." "Aha, Oscar. You are in luck. This creature aligns perfectly with your attributes." He then turned his gaze towards the others, fixating on the direction of the serpent, readying for the hunt. Tang San was about to inquire about the length of the snake when he witnessed Tang Xi leap gracefully into the air, swiftly ascending the tree to pinpoint the location of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Utilizing the tree's elasticity, he rapidly approached the vicinity of the serpent. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake swayed its tail, eager to escape, but Tang Xi immediately unleashed the first soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony, staggering steps. In an instant, a delicate pink peony bloomed behind the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, significantly diminishing its speed, which then reverberated back to Tang Xi, enhancing his own agility. Tang Xi felt a multitude of silken threads surging within her palm, delicate yet resilient strands. Thousands of these threads ensnared the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, while the other ends were entwined around 4 or 5 towering trees. Her first spirit skill, the poisonous bee needle, unleashed more than 20 piercing threads from behind her, striking the serpent at its vulnerable point. The phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake let out a mournful cry as it arched its neck towards the heavens, only to succumb to a sudden weakness, becoming utterly still thereafter. Tang Xi employed a trace of potent venom, yet it was not lethal. However, the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake has become so enfeebled that it possesses no strength whatsoever. Tang Xi gracefully descended to the base of the tree, retracting the silken threads. As the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake tumbled onto the underbrush, stirring up a cloud of dust, Tang San gazed at the length of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake and remarked, "This is a serpent of cultivation between 1,300 to 1,800 years. The others were taken aback? A millennium?" Zhao Wujie exclaimed in astonishment. "Has Tang Xi already mastered the ability to vanquish a 1,000-year soul beast in an instant?" Zhu Zhuqing murmured, "Such formidable strength." Oscar was startled, while Ma Hongjun wore a sorrowful expression. "How can such a prodigy exist? Is there no respite for us?" Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, praised, "Shaoxi, you are truly remarkable." Damubai nodded in agreement, genuinely admiring Tang Xi at that moment, lamenting, "Alas, beauty often meets with misfortune." Tang San pondered to himself, fearing that this might not be his sister's true strength. Only Xiaowu appeared gloomy. Did she truly wish to slay the soul beast? Tang Xi sensed a transformation in her soul power, having already surpassed the 30th level. However, she chose to keep this development to herself. Tang Xi used to comfort Xiaowu, saying, "Sister Xiaowu, there will come a day when spirit beasts and spirit masters can truly coexist in harmony." Ma Hongjun seemed to have heard an enormous joke and replied, "Shaoxi, if you intend to console someone, this is hardly the way to do it." Tang San inquired with interest, "What does Shaoxi think?" Xiaowu also turned to look at Tang Xi, her eyes filled with a profound sadness. Tang Xi spoke slowly, explaining that soul masters hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings and attain greater power, yet obtaining soul rings does not necessarily require the slaughter of soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu suddenly became animated, asking, "Is that true?" Tang Xi nodded, acknowledging that it suffices to obtain the corresponding soul power from the soul beast and transform it into soul rings. However, this endeavor must be left for the next generation to explore on their own. Tang Xi speaks the truth, for this method has indeed been mentioned in the subsequent series of Douluo. Tang San silently noted this line of thought, marveling at how unexpectedly knowledgeable Xiaoxi was about such matters. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu felt a bit better and nodded, saying, "Yes, I believe that day will come." Tang Xi smiled cheerfully and said, "Oh, no, not at all." At that moment, two elderly women wielding serpent staffs and a young girl approached. "May I kindly request the return of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake to my granddaughter?" The elder was none other than the legendary serpent mistress, while the young girl beside her was her granddaughter, Mengaran. "We were the first to discover it, and there are marks on the belly of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake that bear witness to my injury," the serpent mistress remarked. Tang San approached to inspect the situation. And indeed, there were 3 distinct wounds where the creature had been struck. He nodded toward Zhao Wuji, indicating that this matter was indeed true. Mengaran, standing beside him, chimed in, asserting that had we not wounded the serpent, you would never have been able to capture it. Tang Xi replied with annoyance, "Even without your assistance, we can still succeed. Who needs your help?" Mengaran, in a fit of rage, suddenly recalled something, and Zhao Wuji interjected. "But what about the serpent matron from the legendary dragon and serpent? It is said that within the realm of soul masters, there exists a renowned couple known as the legendary dragon and serpent. The fusion technique of their soul weapons can rival the power of a tidal Douluo." Tang Xi yawned beside them, discreetly seeking a spot to sit down and indulge in a brief slumber. The ensuing narrative unfolds with the snake woman proposing a duel concerning the fate of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. In this tale, the elder brother steps in to challenge Mengaran on behalf of Oscar. Following a victorious confrontation, the elder brother triumphs and successfully ascends beyond level 30. While Oscar acquires a soul ring in the process, Tang Xi held a broad leaf over her face, reassured by the presence of teacher Zhao Wuji, allowing her to drift into a peaceful slumber without fear of any peril. As Tang San was about to engage in a duel with Mengaran, an inappropriate snoring sound emanated from beneath a nearby tree. The sound was reminiscent of a gentle breeze followed by a series of soft snores. Curious, Xiaowu gently brushed aside the leaves that covered Tang Xi's face, revealing that she was in a deep slumber, drooling slightly, with a tuft of hair adorning her head, playfully sticking up. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence for 3 seconds, and the snake lady could not help but chuckle softly, finding it quite peculiar that such a strange girl could sleep in such a setting. Xiaowu, at a loss for words, chose not to awaken Tang Xi, who appeared to be sleeping so soundly. The others, however, burst into laughter. Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhiqing couldn't suppress a smile. After the duel concluded, Tang San began meditating to adjust his soul power, and in accordance with their agreement, the snake lady allowed Oscar to absorb the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "Teacher, I fear I require another soul ring, as I have broken through to level 30, Oscar remarked. After Tang San awoke, he spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Is it all right?" Zhao Wujie then erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, Tang San, you have remarkably surpassed level 30. The crowd offered their congratulations in unison. At that moment, Oscar had successfully absorbed the soul ring and opened his eyes. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai leaned in to inquire, "Oscar, what soul skill have you awakened? Do show us." Oscar hesitated, resisting, "Perhaps not." Ma Hongjun, puzzled at first, then smirked as a thought crossed his mind. "Have you unlocked yet another peculiar spell?" Oscar blushed as he glanced at Ning Rongrong, conceding, "All right then, but you must promise not to laugh at me." Ultimately, Oscar activated his soul skill, declaring, "Mushroom sausage." 3 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, swirling around his waist. With a flash of golden light in his hand, a yellow sausage was conjured. The enticing aroma of the sausage wafted into Tang Xi's nostrils, rousing her from her slumber. As she recalled the deliciousness she had just experienced, she thought to herself, "How delightful the scent of that sausage is." Tang Xi's words captivated the attention of the crowd. Tang San could not help but tap Tang Xi's forehead, to which she exclaimed, "Ouch, brother. How is it that you can sleep so soundly? The moment food is mentioned, you awaken instantly." Tang Xi was instantly awakened by the mention of food. She sprang up and dashed over to Oscar, seizing the sausage from his hand without hesitation. As Tang Xi was about to indulge in the sausage, she was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Wuji, who forcefully patted her shoulder from behind. "Are you still a girl? How can you eat and sleep so much?" Zhao Wuji sighed in exasperation, while Tang Xi, with an innocent expression, replied in a pitiful tone, life is inherently brief. So we must seize the moment to indulge in pleasure. Zhao Wuji, with a furrowed brow, remarked, only you would say such a thing. Ha. Tang Xi's remark elicited peals of laughter from the others, particularly from Zhao Wuji, whose face was as dark as it could possibly be. As Tang Xi was about to indulge in a sausage, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to stow it away. At that moment, the ground trembled, causing the surrounding soul beasts to flee in an instant. Zhao Wuji shouted, be alert. Run. The earth quaked, and the trees swayed. Many soul beasts had already escaped this perilous place. A colossal gorilla, no, it ought to be the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, came rushing towards them. As the Titan Great Ape approached, Zhao Wuji halted Dai Mubai and Tang San, who were about to engage, while Xiao Wu concealed herself behind Tang San, her eyes darting nervously, revealing a sense of unease. Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Wuji's back as he exclaimed, it's the Titan Great Ape. We are at the periphery of the Stardow Forest. How could such a forest overlord appear here? Tang Xi cast a glance at the visibly anxious Xiao Wu. This Titan Great Ape had once been Xiao Wu's subordinate before her transformation, known as Erming. Soon, Xiao Wu would be abducted, prompting Tang San to frantically search for her. Along the way, he would acquire his third spirit ring. However, Tang Xi wished to remain uninvolved in these events. Amidst the chaos, she intended to discreetly slip away and hunt soul beasts to obtain her own spirit ring. Her martial spirit was unique, and she preferred to keep her absorption of the spirit ring hidden from others. The Titan Great Ape let out a furious roar at the crowd before reaching out to seize Xiao Wu. At that moment, Zhao Wujin shouted, you all must flee. I will buy you time. Zhao Wujin launched an assault, and the others followed suit, while Tang Xi feigned a look of terror. The collective attacks of the group proved futile against the Titan Great Ape, which swiftly grasped Xiao Wu and retreated into the depths of the forest. Tang San hurriedly dashed forward, calling out for Xiao Wu. At that moment, Tang Xi swiftly consumed Oscar's sausage, and wings sprouted from behind him in an instant. Brother, I shall chase after Sister Xiao Wu. Tang Xi uttered these words before soaring into the sky, yet midway through her flight, she altered her course. Oscar's third soul skill. The sausage possesses the ability to fly, achieving a velocity comparable to that of the phoenix-tailed chick snake, though its duration is limited to merely 1 minute. Tang Xi alighted in an open space, stretching lazily. It was truly delightful to no longer have to follow the unfolding narrative. Tang Xi glanced at the approaching figure behind her, her tone suddenly turning indifferent. You've been following me for so long. Why don't you show yourself? Upon hearing this, Su Wen stepped out from behind the tree, his silver hair and red eyes evoking memories within Tang Xi. At the age of 6, the boy beside Bai Dong surfaced in her mind, and she instinctively uttered, Su Wen. He smiled gently and replied, it has indeed been a long time, Tang Xi. Tang Xi also smiled and said, indeed, it has been quite a while since we last met, my deskmate. Upon encountering Su Wen at the tender age of 6, swiftly discerned the true identity of Su Wen. Otherwise, she would have been remiss in honoring her status as an academic prodigy in real life. Shall we engage in a conversation? Tang Xi first spoke, and Su Wen, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. It was indeed time for them to engage in a serious conversation. How did you come to be in this novel? Tang Xi inquired with curiosity, unaware that the distance between her and Su Wen had diminished to merely 10 centimeters. Tang Xi's heart raced slightly. She relished this sensation, finding the quickening of her heartbeat exquisite. Su Wen's face revealed no trace of emotion, maintaining the usual indifference. After you were struck by a vehicle, I met my end at the hands of another car. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself reborn as an infant. Subsequently, I was discovered by the wandering Bibi Dong, who took me in and nurtured me as her pupil. Tang Xi, is that it? However, Tang Xi felt a twinge of disbelief. Could it be that after I painstakingly saved you, you have perished once more? Su Wen pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yet Tang Xi sensed a hint of grievance in Su Wen's expression. Tang Xi silently scoffed, realizing that Su Wen remained, as in her past life, a conversation terminator. No matter how hard Tang Xi endeavored to initiate a dialogue, Su Wen consistently responded with a cold and detached demeanor. So, what is your martial soul and level? This was the question that intrigued Tang Xi the most. Su Wen rose to his feet, and 3 soul rings spiraled upward from beneath his feet, settling steadily around his waist. The colors of the soul rings were yellow, purple, and black, and a wave of energy tousled Tang Xi's bangs. I am a level 36 Assault System Soul Master, and my martial soul possesses a dark attribute, Su Wen stated nonchalantly, leaving Tang Xi in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling wind. What? Tang Xi curiously glanced at Su Wen's soul ring, pouting in dissatisfaction. Why is it that I possess twin martial souls yet have only reached level 30, while you have progressed to level 36? And I am training with both souls simultaneously. Su Wen remained silent. Could he possibly reveal that this was due to the rewards from the divine examination? Naturally, he would not disclose such information, for it was his trump card, a secret he would guard closely, even from the person before him. What about you? Su Wen inquired, observing Tang Xi's appearance, which seemed more refined than before. Her two playful braids appeared almost animated, while the single strand of hair stubbornly remained unchanged. A gentle warmth filled Su Wen's gaze, a tenderness that Tang Xi was oblivious to. Don't even mention it. I've had such misfortune. I woke up as an abandoned infant, only to be found by Tang Hao, who took me in as his adopted daughter. Now, I am currently studying at Shrek Academy. Tang Xi lay on the grass, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky. Will we become enemies in the future? She inquired, a question unspoken yet understood by all. She was part of Tang San's team. While he was a disciple of Bibi Dong, their fates were irrevocably intertwined as adversaries. Su Wen nodded in affirmation. This was an undeniable truth. However, I hope you will not partake in my plans against Tang San, he expressed sincerely. He had no desire to turn against his deskmate of 3 years. Come to the spirit hall. I can protect you. Su Wen's light-hearted words floated into Tang Xi's heart, igniting a flutter within her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. I'm sorry, I cannot do that, Tang Xi replied softly, lowering her head in silence. Though Su Wen had anticipated her response, hearing it uttered from her lips stirred discomfort within him. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Su Wen grew cold. He stood up with a stoic expression. There is nothing more to say. The next time we meet, we shall be enemies. As Su Wen turned to leave, Tang Xi hurriedly grasped the hem of his garment. Wait. As Tang Xi rose to her feet, she stumbled over a stone on the ground and inadvertently fell onto Su Wen. Alas! Su Wen's pupils widened in surprise as Tang Xi's lips accidentally brushed against her own, causing her face to flush instantly, resembling a boiled shrimp. Tang Xi recalled Su Wen's words from earlier. When we meet next time, we shall be enemies. This statement cut through her heart like a knife. She had harbored feelings for Su Wen ever since the day they first crossed paths as deskmates. Now, a mere casual remark sought to sever the bond they had shared. Su Wen, you truly are remarkable. Tang Xi intensified her restraint on Su Wen. In that fleeting moment, Su Wen's heart raced fiercely, his entire body felt intensely heated, and his mind was enveloped in a haze. His lips were soft, tinged with a sensation that was both tingling and sweet, reminiscent of cotton candy. After a considerable time, Tang Xi finally released her hold, leaving Su Wen momentarily filled with a tinge of disappointment. The two sat awkwardly back to back. Tang Xi, with a flushed face, lowered her head and said quietly, considering that I saved you, could you assist me with one more task? Su Wen's face turned crimson, consumed by thoughts of kissing. Help me hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. Tang Xi silently grasped the hem of Su Wen's clothing. Her martial spirit, the lifeline, required a third soul ring of 10,000-year caliber. But it would be impossible for her to achieve this alone. Su Wen nodded, blushing as he replied, all right, I agree to help you. Tang Xi cast a furtive glance at Su Wen's reaction and couldn't help but smile. It was the first time she had seen him blush. Su Wen, with his mind filled with the vivid images of their recent kiss, felt his cheeks flush even deeper. The scene shifted as Tang Xi and Su Wen dashed through the Stardow forest. Tang Xi deftly manipulated the line of life, which glimmered softly as it hovered in midair, eagerly seeking a suitable third soul ring. This was the unique aspect of Tang Xi's martial spirit. The two spirits seemed to possess a life of their own, consciously selecting the soul rings that best suited them. The line of life pointed towards a distant iron rhinoceros, and upon observing its horns, which measured approximately 1 meter in length, Tang Xi deduced that it possessed a cultivation age of around 10,000 years. Su Wen was the iron rhinoceros in question. Tang Xi addressed Su Wen, who nodded in response, quickly formulating a strategy to confront the formidable creature. You restrain it, and I shall dismantle its limbs. Agreed. Upon responding, Tang Xi willed forth a magnificent pale pink peony that blossomed behind her, staggering as she walked. The peonies unfurled one after another upon the back of the iron rhinoceros, causing its pace to diminish significantly. It was only then that it realized the imminent peril, prompting it to frantically dash forward. Tang Xi's hands manifested hundreds of silken threads. With her first soul skill, the soul attacked poisonous needle silk. Dozens of venomous strands transformed into poisonous needles that assailed the iron-horned bull's limbs, inflicting agony that reverberated through its very essence. The bull let out a heart-wrenching roar, as if its limbs were being pierced by countless needles. With her second soul skill, the flexible spider silk, hundreds of silken threads simultaneously sprang into action, ensnaring the iron-horned bull, while the other ends were firmly anchored to 4 or 5 towering trees. The bull, in a fit of rage, bellowed loudly, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that shattered the resilient spider silk. Its horns hardened to an extraordinary degree as it glared furiously at Tang Xi and charged toward her. I have siphoned off 30% of its speed, yet it still moves with such swiftness, Tang Xi mused, swiftly leaping to another great tree. Observing this, the iron-horned bull, seething with wrath, lunged its horn toward the tree where Tang Xi stood. The ancient centenarian tree swayed violently before its trunk splintered and began to topple, compelling Tang Xi to evade to another tree. Su Wen watched with rapt fascination before deciding to intervene. Dark mist swirled ominously around Su Wen's hands as he unleashed his first soul skill, corrosion. A vast cloud of black mist, seemingly animated with intent, surged toward the iron-horned bull, enveloping it in a malevolent embrace. The bull howled in torment, the areas afflicted by the black mist revealing a ghastly crimson. Driven to madness by the agony, the iron-horned bull began to thrash wildly. Tang Xi deftly manipulated hundreds of silken threads, ensnaring the iron-horned bull tightly. Her second soul skill, Devour Soul Power. Tang Xi unleashed the second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Peony, as the peony rapidly drained the soul power from the blood-red back of the iron rhinoceros bull. The creature's forceful charge diminished significantly, as it lacked sufficient soul power to maintain its previous state. However, the agony it had just endured fueled a deep-seated hatred towards the two individuals before it. With a final surge of strength, it broke free from the web's constraints once more. The iron rhinoceros bull charged forward, directing its wrath towards Tang Xi and Su Wen. Its defenses were formidable, and even the encroaching black mist could only erode its surface. Su Wen furrowed his brow and activated his second soul skill, Toxic Mist. This ability obscured the opponent's vision while the poisonous fog possessed a lethal toxicity capable of infiltrating the body and corroding the internal organs directly. Tang Xi sprinted forward, unleashing the first soul skill of her lifeline, the poisonous bee needle. Dozens of needle-like threads pierced through the blood-red back of the iron rhinoceros bull. Roar. The iron rhinoceros bull let out a mournful howl, its strength utterly depleted in the face of adversity. As a soul bone dropped, Su Wen retracted the poisonous mist. Observing this, Tang Xi swiftly drew a dagger from the sapphire device at her chest and plunged it fiercely into the head of the iron rhinoceros bull, instantly staining her dress crimson with blood. Su Wen clicked his tongue in admiration, acknowledging her ruthlessness. The iron rhinoceros bull, in its final moments, closed its eyes in resignation, as black light particles emanated from its body, coalescing into a dark soul ring that settled around Tang Xi's waist. Tang Xi sat in meditation, closing her eyes and entering the realm of consciousness. Here, she was to undergo the soul's tumultuous impact of the iron-horned bull. The ethereal form of the iron-horned bull, filled with rage, charged towards Tang Xi, its horn piercing her chest. Blood trickled from the corner of Tang Xi's mouth, and for some inexplicable reason, her heart ached as she gazed at Su Wen. In this realm of consciousness, Tang Xi was powerless to employ any soul techniques. She could only flee incessantly, relentlessly assailed by the iron-horned bull. A tremendous energy surged violently within her body. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Within Tang Xi's consciousness, delicate pink peonies blossomed, even adorning the body of the iron rhinoceros. The petals of these peonies were encircled by a domineering, blood-red mist. This crimson haze enveloped the soul of the iron rhinoceros, causing its essence to shatter. A dark soul ring settled firmly around Tang Xi's waist, signifying her successful absorption of the essence. Upon witnessing this, Su Wen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. A metallic taste of blood threatened to rise in her throat, yet she restrained herself, determined not to appear too disheveled in front of Su Wen. Concern etched on his face, Su Wen inquired, Tang Xi, how are you feeling? Tang Xi's smile blossomed, though her face appeared somewhat pale. Fortunately, it was merely a reflection of her physical weakness. Her heart still ached intermittently. Tang Xi, eager to depart, spoke, I must take my leave now, Su Wen. Su Wen fell into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged gaze at Tang Xi, he finally uttered, in the days to come, I shall seize all of Tang San's opportunities. Tang Xi, we hail from the same world, and I have no desire to become your adversary. Tang Xi glanced at Su Wen with a hint of surprise. not expecting him to harbor such intentions. She smiled softly, believing there would always be a way for them to coexist peacefully. Su Wen, with a complex expression, turned to Tang Xi and said, "You are still too naive. Xiao Wu's mother was killed by my teacher, and Tang San's mother was forced into sacrifice by the spirit hall. Such profound enmity cannot simply be set aside." Tang Xi fell into silence, acknowledging the inevitable rift between them. Observing Tang Xi's taciturnity, Su Wen realized that she would never align herself with him. He turned to leave, but not before uttering, "Tang Xi, I have no desire to harm you, as long as you do not obstruct my quest to eliminate Tang San. The spirit hall shall never raise a hand against you." Once Su Wen departed, Tang Xi lifted her gaze, tears cascading down her cheeks as she expelled a stream of dark blood from her lips. Tang Xi consoled herself, contemplating the multitude of men in the world and questioning the necessity of fixating on a single bloom. Suddenly, a blinding light compelled Tang Xi to squint her eyes. Upon adjusting her gaze, she discovered a shimmering object embedded in the chest of the iron rhinoceros armor. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be a soul bone? The probability of a soul bone manifesting from a soul beast is exceedingly rare, as it only occurs with soul beasts of at least 100,000 years of age or when a soul beast experiences overwhelming fear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi deftly excavated the soul bone, which was an external soul bone. Without a moment's hesitation, she commenced the process of refining the soul bone. Once Tang Xi had completely absorbed the essence of the external soul bone, she felt a refreshing surge within her. This soul bone possessed the remarkable ability to withstand 70 of attacks from opponents of the same rank. However, if the opponent's soul power level exceeded her own, the percentage of attack resistance would correspondingly diminish. Conversely, if the opponent's soul power level was inferior to hers, the defensive effect would be significantly enhanced. Additionally, this external soul bone conferred an impressive strength enhancement of 200, and it also had the potential for growth. With a mere thought, Tang Xi summoned delicate pink peonies to bloom upon the back of the iron rhinoceros, drawing sustenance from its blood. It was time to nourish her little peonies with some blood. Once the blood was completely absorbed by the bloodthirsty peonies, their petals deepened in hue. A unique characteristic of her sanguine blossoms, a secret that must remain undisclosed to others. This journey proved worthwhile for Tang Xi as her soul power ascended to level 32. And she acquired an external soul bone, nourishing her little peonies with the vital essence. Yet, her heart still ached, and her meridians bore some damage. Next, she would rendezvous with Tang San and the others. 33. A unique constitution. Tang San on this side. During his quest to find Xiao Wu, Tang San encountered an attack from the faceless demon spider. After successfully vanquishing the creature, he crossed paths with Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. Recognizing Tang San as a disciple of the esteemed Master Yu Shaojiang, she graciously bestowed upon him the soul ring of the faceless demon spider. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Erming, Xiao Wu acquired her third soul ring, ultimately leading her to reunite with Tang San. Tang San's expression bore a hint of concern. Although Xiao Wu had been found, Tang Xi remained missing. Xiao Wu felt a profound sorrow, lamenting, "I'm sorry, brother. It's all my fault that Xiao Xi went in search of me." Ning Rongrong approached to console her, saying, "Xiao Wu, you need not blame yourself. Tang Xi is extraordinarily capable and will undoubtedly be all right." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tang Xi's formidable strength. Zhao Wujia spoke up, suggesting, "Let us continue searching for a while longer to see if Tang Xi is nearby. If not, we shall return to the inn to rest." Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his face etched with self-reproach. "Teacher, I will not return without finding Tang Xi." Xiao Wu echoed, "Neither will I." The others chimed in, "Neither will we." Oscar's eyes brightened as he pointed ahead. "Isn't that Tang Xi?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The pale blue dress worn by Tang Xi was stained with the blood of the hunted ironclad rhinoceros, as well as some of her own blood, which trickled from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Wu, overwhelmed with anxiety, felt tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm so sorry, Tang Xi, truly I am." Tang Xi weakly reached out to stroke Xiao Wu's head, softly murmuring, "Sister Xiao Wu, I do not blame you." Oscar swiftly conjured his restorative sausage and offered it to Tang Xi. Yet, Tang Xi could no longer endure. Her strength seemed entirely drained, causing her to collapse onto the ground, her heart racing and her complexion pale. She had merely encountered an ancient soul beast and had engaged in a skirmish with it. As she spoke, Tang Xi closed her eyes and slipped into a deep slumber. Tang San felt a surge of anxiety. Xiaoxi, what has happened to you? It was as if he had been transported back to that fateful day 6 years prior. Zhao Wujie transferred his soul power to Tang Xi, but his expression suddenly stiffened. Disbelief etched across his face as he uttered, "Her meridians have sustained severe damage. We must first take Tang Xi back to Shrek Academy to consult the Dean." Within the confines of Shrek Academy, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi drowsily opened her eyes, stretched languidly, and surveyed her surroundings, pondering that this was none other than the dormitory of Shrek Academy. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Tang Xi, inhaling deeply, couldn't help but exclaim, "How exquisite! Could this be the work of the master?" Having indulged in the master's culinary creations for 6 years at the Nuoding Academy, she was already well acquainted with the enchanting fragrance of his dishes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi hastily donned her clothes and rushed towards the dining hall with utmost urgency. Upon opening the wooden door, she beheld Tang San, Xiaowu, Daimubai, and Zhu Zhuqing seated at the table, enjoying their breakfast. As soon as Xiaowu turned her head and caught sight of Tang Xi, she immediately discarded the bun in her hand and sprinted over, embracing Tang Xi tightly. "Oh, Tang Xi, it is such a relief to see you unharmed." Upon witnessing Tang Xi full of life and vitality, Tang San felt a slight sting in his eyes, relieved that all was well. Tang Xi remained in a state of bewilderment. What has transpired? Why does it feel as though I have been in a deep slumber for an eternity? Daimubai, relieved to see Tang Xi unharmed, replied, "You have been unconscious for an entire week." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. While Yu Xiaojiang brought forth a freshly prepared dish to the table. "Your meridians were damaged, and your heart was already frail. After the assault by the ancient soul beast, I feared you would not survive beyond a month. Yet, astonishingly, your meridians have remarkably healed in just a week." Xiaowu, hands on her hips, pouted in discontent. "Master, what do you mean by saying Tang Xi wouldn't make it a month? Look at her. She is standing here perfectly fine." Yu Xiaojiang chuckled softly. "Indeed. This is precisely what makes her constitution exceptional. Tang Xi possesses an extraordinary vitality that even astonishes me." Tang San smiled upon hearing this, relieved that his sister was safe. Tang Xi chuckled lightly, putting everyone's worries at ease. "But rest assured, my physical condition is absolutely fine. You just love to show off," Xiaowu teased playfully. Observing this heartwarming scene, Yu Xiaojiang decided it was best to withhold the truth about the situation, fearing that Tang San might not be able to handle it. He hastily added, "Hurry up and eat, as there is training awaiting you all shortly." After a brief pause, Yu Xiaojiang turned to Tang Xi, inquiring, "Is your body still fit for training?" Tang Xi confidently patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, Master, I can still stand against 100 foes." Tang San cast a hesitant glance at Yu Xiaojiang. "Teacher, Xiaoxi." Yu Xiaojiang nodded and replied, "Very well, you shall join the training shortly." Tang San, I understand your concern for Tang Xi, but you must have faith in your sister. She is not as fragile as you believe. Soon after, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun arrived for the meal, and they were pleasantly surprised to see Tang Xi full of life. The 8 of them engaged in cheerful conversation for a while before heading to the square, where they lined up to prepare for Yu Xiaojiang's training. Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment, aware of the abilities of each student, yet he knew little of Tang Xi's strength. He then stated, "Tang San, Daimubai, Oscar. You will battle against Tang Xi, who will employ her twin martial souls and fight with all her might." "What?" The group gasped in astonishment. Daimubai, feeling somewhat conflicted, remarked, "But Master, Tang Xi has only just recovered, and she is merely at level 29. This seems unfair." Yu Xiaojiang chuckled lightly. "Who said she is at level 29? She has already reached level 32. If I am not mistaken, her third soul ring is of the 10,000-year variety." "What?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed. "How is that possible?" Ma Hongjun stared in astonishment, his mouth agape at the mention of a 10,000-year soul ring. Tang Xi stepped forward to elucidate. "Due to my twin martial souls, I have absorbed a total of 5 soul rings, which have been layered upon my 2 martial souls. With each absorption of a soul ring, the threshold for breaking through the age limit of the soul rings increases. You may also comprehend that I have absorbed 5 soul rings in total, with the 5th soul ring being of the 10,000-year caliber." Tang San gently caressed Tang Xi's hair. expressing his helplessness as he remarked, "However, one cannot forcibly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. It would be detrimental to your health." Yu Xiaojing interjected. "Since there are no more issues, let us commence the duel." The group made their way to the center of the square, where Tang San took the initiative to employ his blue silver grass, invoking a binding spell. The ground was adorned with the roots of the blue silver grass, as its robust tendrils spread forth, seemingly intent on ensnaring Tang Xi. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. During the moment when Tang San obstructed Tang Xi, Dai Mubai had already arrived behind Tang Xi, unleashing his first soul skill, the White Tiger's protective shield. In an instant, Dai Mubai's speed and strength doubled, and he prepared to deliver a powerful punch towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi narrowed her eyes and activated the Violet Extreme Demon Eye, swiftly evading the assault. Her first soul skill, Soul Attack, Venomous Needle Thread. Tang Xi directed the needle and thread to pierce Dai Mubai's limbs, while Tang San swiftly maneuvered the blue-silver grass to ensnare Dai Mubai and draw him closer. In an instant, over 100 strands of spider silk ensnared the soles of Dai Mubai's feet, and Tang Xi successfully struck the limbs of his soul state with the needle. The pain reverberated through Dai Mubai's body, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Oscar rushed over immediately, conjuring a sausage and offering it to Dai Mubai. With keen eyes, Tang Xi swiftly manipulated the spider silk to snatch the restorative sausage for herself, taking a bite first. Witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaojing felt a wave of satisfaction. The support of a spirit master in replenishing a teammate's spirit power is a critical aspect on the battlefield. Tang San furrowed his brows and activated his third soul skill, Web of Restraint. From above him, hundreds of blue-silver grass roots were unleashed, intertwining to create a mesmerizing tapestry of blue and silver. Behind Tang Xi, the peonies bloomed vibrantly as the first soul skill manifests, causing her movements to become unsteady. Dai Mubai and Tang San find their speed drastically diminished. Their pace reflected onto Tang Xi, who swiftly navigates through the entangling web of blue-silver grass. Tang San smiled slightly, activating his second soul skill, Parasitism. Suddenly, blue-silver grass sprouted from Tang Xi's body, tightly entwining her figure and restraining her movements. Dai Mubai unleashed his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. After consuming the mushroom sausage presented by Oscar, he sprouted wings, granting him the ability to soar for 1 minute. This third soul skill enhanced Dai Mubai's attack, strength, and defense by a staggering 100%, causing the muscles in his arms to bulge prominently, while his golden hair transformed into silver, interwoven with strands of black. Realizing that Dai Mubai was about to strike her, Tang Xi had no choice but to activate her third soul skill, Steel Wire Form. Tang Xi's third soul skill allows her to transform silk into a steel wire form, possessing the formidable attack power of the Iron Rhinoceros for 5 minutes. With a strength enhancement of 200. With a tremendous surge of energy, Tang Xi broke free from the entanglement of the blue-silver grass. She skillfully manipulated the steel wires, binding them into sturdy rods. With a swift motion of the iron rod, she unleashed a powerful impact that severed half of the spider web created by the blue-silver grass before her. Oscar, filled with fear, cowered in a corner, trembling. Indeed, Tang Xi's third soul skill was utterly terrifying. Tang Xi swung her iron rod fiercely at Dai Mubai, who, taken aback, immediately activated his first spirit skill, the White Tiger's Golden Body. Crack! The shield before Dai Mubai was instantly shattered, and he was propelled backwards several paces by the force of the impact. In that fleeting moment, Tang Xi retracted her third spirit skill and gracefully landed on the ground, her light blue dress fluttering in the wind. However, the sheer power she exhibited left everyone in awe. This seemingly delicate girl was capable of unleashing such terrifying force. Even Yu Xiaojing was taken aback. "Did you acquire your 1,000-year spirit skill from the Iron Rhinoceros?" Yu Xiaojing inquired. Tang Xi candidly stated, "Indeed. My third soul skill allows me to transform silk threads into steel, granting me the formidable attack power of an Iron Rhinoceros for 5 minutes." Yu Xiaojing understood but quickly suppressed the astonishment within. Could it be that this Millennium Soul Beast was slain solely by Tang Xi? It is likely that the soul ring Tang Xi acquired belongs to an Iron Rhinoceros aged between 15,000 to 18,000 years, boasting an attack power comparable to a full-force strike from a level 50 Soul King. Tang Xi smiled apologetically, dismissing the notion of fear. Yu Xiaojing shook his head. For the true terror lay in the fact that Tang Xi's peony martial soul had yet to be adorned with a soul ring. Should a soul ring be added, the cultivation limit of the soul beast would undoubtedly exceed 20,000 years. Yu Xiaojiang remarked, in this round, Dai Mubai has committed a grave error. You failed to safeguard Oscar, thereby granting Tang Xi the opportunity to seize the recovery sausage. Tang Xi, too, should not have merely seized the opportunity to restore the great sausage. Instead, she ought to have swiftly ensnared Oscar with her silken threads. As for Tang San, he did not exert his full strength. He could have easily imbued the blue silver grass with venomous thorns to curtail Tang Xi's actions. Tang Xi obediently stood aside. Enduring a lecture from Yu Xiaojiang, blinking her eyes in a display of grievance as she murmured, I understand my mistake, master. Next, it was Ma Hongjun and Oscar's turn to face Dai Mubai, followed by several matches. Yu Xiaojiang proclaimed, each of you has committed a grave error today. You are to run 10 laps around Suatua City, and you must complete this before noon. Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. What? 10 laps? We might just collapse from exhaustion. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. At the school gate, there are bamboo baskets. You must carry these while running. And the use of soul power is prohibited. You are a collective, and if even one of you fails to complete the task, you shall forego your meals. The 8 of them lamented their plight but ultimately complied and approached the school gate. 8 bamboo baskets awaited them, each filled with varying quantities of stones. Tang San and Dai Mubai bore the heaviest loads, followed by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun carried slightly lighter weights. Tang Xi and Ning Rongrong had the least to bear. Ning Rongrong, upon seeing this, joyfully remarked, this master is quite considerate. He knows Tang Xi has just recovered, and that I am a support-type soul master, hence our lighter loads. Dai Mubai nodded and shouldered his bamboo basket, moving closer to Zhu Zhuqing, suggesting, let us hasten our pace. However, Zhu Zhuqing distanced herself from Dai Mubai with disdain. Dai Mubai, feeling embarrassed, was joined by Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who lamented their burdens. How can this master be harsher than the dean? As the 8 embarked on their arduous journey, Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder observed from a distance. Flinder inquired, isn't this punishment rather severe? Yu Xiaojiang, without turning back, replied, only by sharing both hardship and joy can they truly grasp the essence of companionship. After covering 50 kilometers, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were utterly exhausted, their support-type physiques lacking the resilience of Tang San and the others. Tang San placed a stone from Oscar's bamboo basket onto his own. Perhaps this is the true essence of the master's instruction for us to run with the bamboo baskets. Whenever someone falters under the weight, that burden is then shouldered by another, serving as an excellent means to cultivate camaraderie among companions. Dai Mubai took a stone from Ning Rongrong's basket, while Xiao shared the weight of Zhu Zhuqing's stone. After 100 kilometers, Yu Xiaojiang had already prepared saline at the school gate for the 8 of them to replenish their strength. 7 of them were drenched in sweat. Yet Tang Xi appeared remarkably at ease. Yu Xiaojiang squinted, realizing that he had underestimated Tang Xi's physical endurance. Tang Xi, a sudden sense of foreboding envelopes me. 256 kilometers. Tang Xi placed the stones from Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong's bamboo baskets into her own bamboo basket. Tang San inquired with concern, Xiaoxi, can you still hold on? Ma Hongjun, exhausted and collapsed on the ground, remarked, third brother, do you see how carefree Tang Xi appears, as if nothing is amiss? Tang Xi smiled and said, brother, I have been training since childhood. Such a level of punishment is nothing to me. The crowd responded, how infuriating, it's truly impressive. 350 kilometers. Tang Xi was already drenched in sweat from running, while the others were too exhausted to speak. After traversing 483 kilometers, the muscles of the 8 were sore, and Ning Rongrong proactively reclaimed her stone. Tang Xi assisted Tang San and Dai Mubai by shouldering some of the burden. At 598 kilometers, the group's muscles ached. Each person was struggling to walk while supporting their waists. Upon reaching 700 kilometers, the 8 drank salt water fervently to replenish their strength, their bones aching as if they were disassembling. At 835 kilometers, they continued to run around Soto City, with just one final lap remaining. The bamboo basket of Tang Shiju is brimming with stones, and she is utterly exhausted, panting heavily. The others are so fatigued that they are reluctant to move. Tang Shiju feigns an intention to transfer Ning Rongrong's stones into her own basket. Ning Rongrong shakes her head and says, Shiju, your basket contains more stones than Tang San and Dai Lao Da's combined. Trust me, I can endure a bit longer. With only 5 meters remaining to cover the arduous distance of 850 kilometers, the 8 of them support one another, each step akin to traversing a razor's edge. The journey is incredibly challenging, and their consciousness begins to blur. The sight of the 8 of them leaning on each other, sharing both hardships and joys, deeply moves Yu Xiaojing. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Upon reaching the finish line, 7 of them collapse, while Tang Xi stands in the center, surveying her surroundings. Seemingly the only one still on her feet. Tang Xi cast an apologetic glance at Yu Xiaojing and promptly feigned fainting. Yu Xiaojing, 37 Shrek's 8 monsters. When Tang Xi awoke, she found herself immersed in a medicinal bath, her body aching profoundly. Tang Xi lamented incessantly, pondering how much longer such days would endure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, Zhu Qing's figure is absolutely stunning. So impressive." Tang Xi lowered her head to examine herself. In the ensuing moments, the 8 individuals engaged in a series of contests, running and climbing. Daimubai persistently attempted to strike up a conversation with Zhu Qing. Yet Zhu Qing consistently ignored him. Each time Ning Rongrong approached Oscar, her heart would race uncontrollably. The relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu has grown increasingly intimate, though the other 6 are tacitly aware of it. Thus, 3 months have elapsed. Yu Xiaojing led the 8 of them to the Grand Soul Arena. Entering the VIP box within, you are now to commence the second phase of your training, with the objective that each of you must obtain the Silver Soul Badge. The duration of your training will conclude once you secure the Silver Soul Badge. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was finally able to escape the grueling physical trainings, which seemed remarkably effortless. Yu Xiaojing continued, stating that not only must you each acquire your individual Silver Soul Badge, but you must also participate in the team competition to secure the Team Silver Soul Badge. Furthermore, I require that each of you don a mask to conceal your voices and ages from your adversaries. Each of you shall adopt a code name, and the name of your assembled team shall be the Shrek 8 Monsters. Tang Xi felt a wave of emotions as the plot finally reached this pivotal moment. The crowd exchanged glances and shared a smile. Ning Rongrong, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Master, do I also need to obtain the Silver Soul Badge?" Tang Xi remarked, "Support-type Soul Masters can form teams, which significantly increases the chances of victory." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong turned her gaze towards Tang Xi with anticipation. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing interjected, "Rongrong is not suited to team up with Tang Xi. I would advise you to partner with Ma Hongjun instead." Ning Rongrong nearly retched in disbelief. Why? Tang Xi is so powerful, she could undoubtedly lead her to an effortless victory. Tang Xi explained, "As I am at level 30. The opponents you face when teaming up with me will also be in their 30s, while Ma Hongjun is only in his 20s, thus increasing your chances of victory." Yu Xiaojing gazed at Tang Xi with admiration, while Ning Rongrong resolutely refused to team up with Ma Hongjun. She then grasped Zhu Qing's arm and declared, "Let us team up together." Ma Hongjun, feeling dejected, exclaimed, "Why not?" Subsequently, Yu Xiaojing laid down 3 stipulations for their participation in the competition. 1. No concealed weapons are to be used during the match. 2. Participants must refrain from using their real names and must don masks. 3. Each day, at least 2 duels must be participated in. He then revealed the codenames he had devised for each of them. Tang San is Thousand-Handed Azura, Xiao Wu is Gentle-Boned Enchantress, Mu Bai is Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Zhu Qing is Netherworld Spirit Cat, Rongrong as 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, Oscar as Sausage Connoisseur, Ma Hongjun as Evil Fire Phoenix, and Tang Xi as 7 Apertures Exquisite. Dai Mu Bai expressed his satisfaction with his codename, while Zhu Qing smiled in agreement without any objections. Xiao Wu remarked in admiration, "The names chosen by the master are truly excellent." Tang San gazed tenderly at the lively Xiao Wu beside him, while Ma Hongjun proudly lifted his head. Oscar looked on excitedly at Ning Rongrong, who blushed under his gaze. Tang Xi, nibbling on the melon seeds upon the table, exhibited no trace of excitement in her gaze. Instead, she pondered earnestly on what Su Wen would do next. If she were in Su Wen's position, she would currently seize the opportunity from Tang San, which was the Celestial Herb. Tang Xi's expression was grave. The Celestial Herb was a critical opportunity for the Shrek 7 monsters to secure their championship. Realizing this, she resolved to prepare accordingly. While she stood in solidarity with Tang San, it did not imply that she would confront the Spirit Hall. She believed there must exist a path for both sides to coexist peacefully. In the 14th match of the team battles at the Grand Soul Arena, the host exuberantly announced, "Next, we have the newly registered team, the Shrek 8 Monsters. facing off against the undefeated Berserker team. The audience gazed curiously at this new team. Clad in black battle attire adorned with distinctive colors for each member, their faces obscured by masks that lent them an air of mystery. As the Berserker team made their entrance, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers for their names. The Berserker team consisted of a captivating Spider Woman with a spider martial spirit, two slender youths known as Monkey 1 and Monkey 2, both wielding monkey martial spirits, a muscular man named Mad Rhino with a rhinoceros martial spirit, and a support-type Soul Master with a wishful abacus martial spirit. In the pre-match preparation area, Tang San was discussing the battle strategy. Big Brother Dai, you shall take the lead in the assault. Xiaowu and Fatty, you will engage those two slender opponents. Zhiqing, devise a way to eliminate that support-type Soul Master. Before the battle begins, Oscar will distribute sausages to each of us. Then, Tang San turned his gaze towards Tang Xi, smiled, and said, Tang Xi, in the initial rounds, do not reveal the third skill of your white line martial soul. Instead, enter the fray as a support-type Soul Master. Tang Xi, filled with despair, cried out, Brother, does that mean I can no longer engage in combat? Yu Xiaojiang, standing nearby, elucidated, Tang San wishes for you to serve as the trump card of the team. Your third soul skill possesses the potential to turn the tide in adversity. It need not be employed until the very last moment and at a critical juncture. It may yield astonishing outcomes. Tang Xi's eyes brightened at the prospect, and she was filled with excitement. Once prepared, the 8 participants took to the stage. The host, eager to energize the atmosphere, proclaimed, let us witness whether the formidable team, having triumphed in 7 consecutive matches, can secure yet another victory. Dai Mubai shouted, Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Instantly, soul rings materialized before each participant, revealing a sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, and yellow, yellow. Most striking of all was Tang Xi's yellow and purple soul ring, signifying the bloodthirsty peony. Astonishingly, her second soul ring was already a millennium old, which left both the host and the formidable team in utter astonishment. The fact that the Shrek team's optimal soul ring configuration featured a support-type Soul Master was nothing short of remarkable. The host exclaimed with fervor. Dai Mubai was the first to strike, unleashing the White Tiger transformation as he delivered a powerful punch towards the rampaging rhino. In an instant, golden light flashed, making it impossible to discern a victor. Ning Rongrong summoned her martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile, and announced, the 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. The second is speed. In a heartbeat, all teammates experienced a 30 boost in speed and power, and as Dai Mubai charged once more, he successfully felled the rampaging rhino. Meanwhile, the 2 monkeys maneuvered to the sides, intent on attacking Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Adhering to the first principle of the match, to eliminate the opposing support-type Soul Master first. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San manipulated the blue-silver grass to hurl the 2 monkeys off the stage. In that instant, the Spider-Woman shot out strands of silk, ensnaring the 2 monkeys. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Xing exchanged glances before advancing to confront the opposing support Soul Master. Realizing the impending threat, the Spider-Woman unleashed a web to intercept their approach. However, Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the web, while Zhu Xing surged towards the support Soul Master with remarkable speed. As the opposing support Soul Master trembled, preparing to utter the word frenzy, Tang Xi, positioned behind the Shrek team, smiled softly and declared, First soul skill, staggering steps. All opponents experienced a 30 reduction in speed, while Zhu Xing's speed surged by 100. With this enhancement, she nearly teleported before the support Soul Master, employing her first soul skill, Ethereal Piercing. Zhu Xing swiftly incapacitated the opposing support master, rendering him unconscious as he clutched his abacus. The Spider-Woman stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The frenzy skill had the potential to amplify their attributes by 15, serving as their trump card. Yet, with that card now lost, how could they hope for victory? Seizing the moment while the Spider-Woman was distracted, Xiaowu executed a waistbow skill, sending the Spider-Woman tumbling from the battle arena. Just as the wild rhinoceros was about to erupt in fury, Tang San activated the parasitic skill of the blue-silver grass, tightly binding the limbs of the wild rhinoceros. The host, taken aback, stammered, the Shrek team emerges victorious. The 8 members of Shrek shared a knowing smile, with Oscar reflecting, I didn't even have a chance to unleash my soul skill, and it's already over. Zhu Xing approached Tang Xi and quietly complimented, Well done. She understood that had it not been for Tang Xi's use of Peony's first soul skill to enhance her speed, she might not have defeated the opposing support soul master before he could unleash his final skill. As the Shrek team exited amidst the cheers of the audience, Yu Xiaojiang approached them with evident satisfaction and remarked, "Your teamwork was commendable, but remember, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Exercise caution in the upcoming team battles." Ma Hongjun scoffed, "Humph, no matter how formidable they are, our Shrek team can defeat them one by one." Oscar chimed in, "You're absolutely right, fatty." Their banner elicited quiet laughter from Zhu Shiqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged helpless smiles, while Tang Xi appeared remarkably relaxed. Yu Xiaojiang turned around to remind them, saying, "Your confidence is commendable, but do not allow this blind self-assurance to cloud your judgment." At that moment, the announcement echoed, "Please. Control System Level 32 Soul Master Tang Xi, report to Arena 13 for a multi-opponent duel." Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to speak, the members of Shrek surrounded Tang Xi to converse with her. Xiao Wu said, "Tang Xi, please be cautious this time and avoid injuring your heart." Ning Rongrong echoed, "Indeed. You were unconscious for an entire week before." Oscar raised his hand, adding, "You must be careful. My sausages cannot cure your heart." In light of their sudden concern, Tang Xi helplessly replied, "Everyone, please do not worry too much. Recently, I hunted an ironclad bull and obtained a soul bone, which can defend against attacks with a power level of 70 from the same rank. Therefore, they cannot harm me." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang spit out his drink in astonishment, exclaiming, "An external soul bone. How is it that this girl shares such incredible luck with her brother Tang San? Also acquiring a soul bone while hunting soul beasts?" Tang San affectionately ruffled Tang Xi's hair, expressing his delight. Xiao Wu, embracing Tang Xi tightly, exclaimed with excitement, "This is simply wonderful." The others also extended their congratulations. Although they felt a tinge of envy towards Tang Xi, their sentiments were predominantly those of joy and celebration. Soon after, it was Tang Xi's turn to take the stage, facing the formidable duo of the cat and mouse combination, a pair of siblings. Tang Xi's achievements are remarkable, boasting an impressive streak of 9 consecutive victories without a single defeat. The cat girl, with the soul of a cat, dismisses it with disdain, merely scoffing, "Is that all?" Many fervently chant the name of cat and mouse. Meanwhile, the stout and diminutive mouse brother, with the soul of a mouse, proudly raises his head in response. Tang Xi approached the stage with a cheerful demeanor, exuding an air of leisure. The host exuberantly proclaimed, "Now, let the 13th match of 1 versus 2 commence." The cat girl and mouse boy both shouted, "Spirit possession." Instantly, yellow and purple spirit rings appeared around their waists. Following the release of their rings, the cat girl and mouse boy clasped hands and began to spin in midair, rapidly generating a tornado that propelled the cat girl outward. First spirit skill, acceleration. The cat girl's fingers transformed into claws, lunging towards Tang Xi, who smirked slightly. First spirit skill, staggering steps. A magnificent peony bloomed behind Tang Xi, its hundreds of slender white tendrils entwining around it. The cat girl was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? This spirit skill can actually undermine my speed." The speed that both had lost was redirected back to Tang Xi, allowing him to deftly evade the cat girl's attack, only to be confronted suddenly by Mouse Boy's punch. Tang Xi narrowed her eyes as hundreds of spider silk strands ensnared the mouse brother tightly behind her. The mouse brother, revealing its sharp claws, furiously slashed at the white threads, only to discover that it left merely superficial scratches. My second soul skill, the flexible spider silk, is derived from a Millennium Soul Ring. While it may lack considerable offensive power, its elasticity is beyond your imagination. No soul master below level 40 can hope to free themselves from my silk. As Tang Xi spoke, hundreds of spider silk strands ensnared another soul master, a feline maiden, with an unyielding grip. The silk seemed almost sentient as it forcefully flung both of them outside. The host exclaimed, "Wow!" They were eliminated in mere seconds, the cat and mouse duo. What manner of beast is this second soul skill from a millennium-old soul master? In the VIP box, Yu Xiaojing gazed at Tang Xi's recent display with a deep sense of melancholy, realizing that this situation could not persist. Nearby, Tang San, intrigued by the atmosphere, approached and inquired, "What troubles you, master?" Yu Xiaojing replied slowly, "Tang Xi's dual cultivation martial soul is exceedingly formidable. Soul masters of the same rank are hardly her match. This could easily draw the attention of that pope from the spirit hall." Upon hearing this, Tang San chuckled. Was this not a fortuitous turn of events? However, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned serious. No, it is precisely because that Pope also possesses a twin martial soul that she will be even more relentless in pursuing Tang Xi. Moreover, His Highness Tang Hao has already slain the former Pope. The next day at the Grand Seoul Arena, Yu Xiaojing approached the front desk and presented the iron badge of the Shrek 8 Monsters team. I wish to register for the team battle. The attendant glanced at the rather obscure team name and, with a bemused expression, recorded it as Shrek. 8 Monsters. Yu Xiaojing's eyes narrowed in irritation. And he corrected, it is Shrek. Startled, the attendant promptly amended the entry, and soon the big screen displayed the matchups featuring the Shrek 8 Monsters against other teams. February 1st, Shrek 8 Monsters triumph over the Shura team. February 6th, Zhu Zhuqing vs. Long Lei, Zhu Zhuqing victorious. February 12th, Dai Mubai vs. Xiaoniao, Dai Mubai victorious. February 16th, Sanwu combination vs. Li Yang and Ying Hui, Sanwu combination victorious. Simultaneously, the ranking points for the Shrek 8 Monsters continued to rise, boasting an impressive record of 12 wins with no losses. February 20th, Ma Hongjun vs. Bruce, Ma Hongjun victorious. February 24th, 7 Treasure Spirit Cat combination vs. Xiao Chao combination, 7 Treasure Spirit Cat victorious. The points for the Shrek 8 Monsters had accumulated to 268. February 29th, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted on March 2nd. Tang Xi witnessed the Shrek 8 Monsters triumph over the Crimson Spirit team. The reception towards Yu Xiaojing at the front desk has grown increasingly respectful. Gradually, the renown of Shrek has permeated the streets and alleys nearby. Clad in masks and dark attire, they are an exceptionally enigmatic squad. Tang Xi and Flanders placed numerous bets on the golden soul coins, wagering on the victory of the Shrek 8 Monsters, and without exception, they emerged triumphant, thereby multiplying Tang Xi's small treasury severfold. Yu Xiaojing once again arrived at the front desk, only to be approached by the agent of the Grand Seoul Arena. The agent implored Yu Xiaojing to allow the Shrek 8 Monsters to compete in the central main arena and to issue their Silver Soul badge in advance. This was to facilitate a match against a team of Soul Masters, on which a prominent noble had placed a substantial wager, and this team, unsurprisingly, secured victory, resulting in significant losses for the Grand Seoul Arena. Yu Xiaojing acquiesced to the agent's request, who expressed satisfaction by mentioning the reward of 10,000 golden soul coins for participation and handed Yu Xiaojing the information on their opponents. In the hotel, Yu Xiaojing placed the competitor information on the table. Flanders, sipping his tea, lamented, "Xiaojing, you should not have consented so swiftly. Perhaps we could have negotiated for a higher reward." Yu Xiaojing harbored his own intentions. The probability of winning against their upcoming adversaries was slim, and this would serve as a valuable training opportunity for the Shrek 8 Monsters. Moreover, the reward they received was not insignificant. Tang Xi was acutely aware that the target of this operation was none other than the Royal Academy of Tiando. Tang San picked up the contestant information, and the others curiously gathered around. The captain, Yu Tianhing, wielded the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon as his martial soul and was a level 39 Assault System Soul Master. The vice-captain, Du Guyan, possessed the Emerald Scale Snake as her martial soul and was a level 38 Control System Soul Master. Teammate Osro had the Ghost Leopard as his martial soul, while teammate Yulingling wielded the 9-Heart Begonia. Teammate Shurimo, known for his Graphite martial soul, and teammate Yufeng, who had the Wind Chime Bird, rounded out the group. Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply in astonishment. Tang San murmured, "They are all soul lords above level 30. Their strength is remarkably formidable. Tang San, this time I permit you to utilize the 8 Spider Lances. Do not concede defeat until the very end," said Yu Xiaojing. At this moment, Tang Xi leisurely remarked, "The cornerstone of this team lies in the healing capabilities of Yulingling, alongside Captain Yu Tianhing and Vice-Captain Du Guyan." Tang Xi pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "Brother, I can take charge of Yu Tianhing. As for Yulingling, I entrust her to you. Please ensure she refrains from using her soul skills for healing. Regarding the poison afflicting Du Guyan, I trust you will be able to handle it." Tang San felt a flicker of doubt. Why did it seem as if Shashi possessed an all-knowing demeanor? However, he soon dismissed his thoughts, for no matter the circumstances, Tang Xi was still his sister. Thus, he nodded in agreement with her words. On the chessboard of fate, the outcome remained uncertain. The following evening, the sky above the Grand Seoul Arena was ablaze with fireworks. In the main arena, numerous enchanting maidens danced to the delight of the crowd. as 20,000 spectators erupted in exuberant cheers. The main Seoul platform, with a diameter of 70 meters, was reminiscent of an ancient gladiatorial arena. The host, Douluo, gracefully unfolded his white wings and soared into the air, welcoming everyone to the Soto Grand Seoul Arena. "I'm Douluo, your host for tonight's team battle," he continued. "Now, let us invite both teams to take the stage." The spotlight shone upon the Shrek 7 Devils, eliciting resounding cheers from the audience. Followed by the arrival of the Tiendo Royal team. Flinder was momentarily taken aback upon seeing their leader, Qin Ming, and couldn't help but chuckle. For the next minute, may all contestants reveal their soul spirits. Attacks may commence only upon my signal, and the match concludes when all opponents are incapacitated or concede. Douluo reminded from his aerial vantage point. Both teams unveiled their soul spirits, illuminating the arena in a dazzling display. The crowd's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch with the emergence of Tang Xi's third soul ring. The sight of the yellow, purple, and black soul rings left Yu Tianheng and others momentarily astonished. Yi Lingling exclaimed in shock, "The third soul ring is actually a 10,000-year one." Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony blooms, surrounded by hundreds of white threads. Her delicate features often bear a hint of pallor, reminiscent of a beautiful yet fragile figure, exuding an aura of danger that is non-existent. As Yu Tianheng gazed at Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit ring, he silently pondered the formidable nature of their captain. The host, Douluo, announced with fervor, "The competition begins." Dai Mubai surged forward first, and Yu Tianheng met him with a powerful punch. Bang! As their fists collided, both combatants were forced to retreat a step, neither yielding an inch. Zhu Zhuqing faced off against the agile spirit master, Osro, narrowly evading her cat-like claws. Yu Feng sprouted wings and ascended into the air, unleashing his first spirit skill, Windblade. Ma Hongjun swiftly advanced, unleashing the Phoenix Flame to counter the Windblade. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Taking advantage of her teammate's diversion, Tang Xi unleashed the first soul skill of Peony, instantly enhancing her speed by 100-fold. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xi had already positioned herself behind Yi Lingling, whose frosty visage displayed not a hint of surprise. As Tang Xi was about to reach for Yi Lingling, a sudden chill enveloped her from behind. In an instant, a domineering blue lightning bolt struck the very spot where Tang Xi stood, its swiftness rendering her unable to react. Below the stage, Qin Ming quietly recalled the words he had previously shared with his teammates. "You must first overcome the twin martial soul, Tang Xi, if necessary. Employ the venom of Yin Zi's azure-scaled serpent and Tian Heng's thunderous lightning." The solitary Yin inquired with confusion. "Why, teacher?" Qin Ming, reflecting on the information he had perused earlier, replied slowly, "We must first compel her to reveal her third soul skill. Tang Xi has never revealed her third soul skill in the Grand Soul Arena, which must be a trump card of the Shrek 8 monsters. To secure victory, one must first compel the revelation of this hidden strength." Returning to reality, the brothers, Shi Imo and Shi Imo, stood guard at the forefront of their team, while Tang Xi found herself encircled within their ranks. Tang San gazed in disbelief as a bolt of blue lightning surged toward Tang Xi. In a state of panic, Tang San rushed forward, intent on thwarting the impending assault of lightning. No. With a resounding crash, as the bolt descended upon Tang Xi, the protective armor soul bone on his chest materialized. The formidable phantom of the ironclad bull roared behind him, and the armor soul bone emanated a chilling blue light, enveloping Tang Xi and deflecting the strike of thunder. However, he still had to endure 30% of the attack, leaving his complexion ghostly pale. Yu Tianheng, astonished, exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could you withstand my thunderous strike?" Meanwhile, in the audience, Qin Ming furrowed his brow at the sight, realizing it was indeed a soul bone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi slowly approached Yu Tianheng, the oppressive aura of the Black Soul Ring, making Yu Tianheng feel somewhat uncomfortable. The white line behind Tang Xi instantaneously transformed into steel wires, which entwined and coalesced into a 2-meter iron rod. Grasping the rod firmly, Tang Xi swung it fiercely towards Yu Tianheng. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Tianheng raised his hand to block the strike, and in an instant, a shockwave erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened significantly, clearly indicating that he was on the verge of collapse. Tang Xi, with an expression of indifference, exerted greater force, sending Yu Tianheng crashing into the iron pillar, fracturing several of his ribs. Tianheng. Du Guyan cast a worried glance at Yu Tianheng, as Yi Lingling stepped forward, employing her 9-heart begonia to mend most of his injuries. "Let us go," exclaimed Ma Hongjun. In an instant, the Shrek 8 monsters surged forward with formidable momentum. Dai Mubai advanced, delivering a powerful punch, while Zhu Zhuqing was struck in the abdomen by Osro and plummeted from the air. Dai Mubai swiftly caught Zhu Zhuqing. "Rest well, Zhuqing." Zhu Zhuqing replied softly. Her ears flushed. Du Guyan, upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's condition, was consumed by fury. "How dare you harm Tianheng?" She raised her hand, ready to unleash her third soul skill, Green Serpent Illusion, fixing her gaze upon everyone present. Bitter Scale, Serpent Venom. Tang San furrowed his brow, skillfully manipulating the blue-silver grass to entwine around his 6 teammates, guiding them away to evade the venom of the jade-scaled serpent. Tang Xi faced the toxic mist with unwavering resolve, extending hundreds of spider silk strands behind her in an attempt to ensnare Du Guyan. Yu Tianheng's pupils widened. "I won't allow you to harm Yanzi." He gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through his body and unleashed his third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. This formidable technique enabled the blue electric tyrant dragon soul master to enter a berserk state, amplifying his power and doubling his attack strength. Tang Xi sensed Yu Tianheng's assault and swiftly turned, using the iron rod in her hand to parry the strike. Tang San swiftly retrieved a water pouch from his waist and hurled it into the air. Dai Lao fatty, quickly. Dai Mubai unleashed his first spirit skill, the White Tiger's Golden Light Break, in conjunction with Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line, shattering the water pouch suspended in midair, causing a cascade of Xionghuang liquor to spill forth. Du Guyan was momentarily taken aback. Was it liquor? Yet, soon after, the venom of her green-scaled serpent began to dissipate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San glanced at Tang Xi, who was currently unleashing her third soul skill. He felt an unwavering confidence in her abilities. Although Yu Tianheng's Dragon's Fury was formidable, it paled in comparison to Tang Xi's Millennium Soul skill. With each swing of her iron rod, she forced Yu Tianheng to retreat step by step. In the final strike, Yu Tianheng was knocked to the ground, and the duration of Tang Xi's third soul skill had come to an end. Yi Lingling, filled with urgency, activated her soul skill to heal her teammates' injuries. Tang Xi employed the second soul skill of Peony, directly siphoning 30 of the soul power from each member of the opposing team to replenish herself. Shurimo exclaimed in astonishment, "My 30 soul power has vanished." Shurimo nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I am left with only 50 soul power." At this juncture, Shurimo turned his gaze towards Tang Xi's silhouette. Shurimo exchanged a knowing glance, subtly nodding in agreement. In the team battle, Xiaowu glanced at the Shur brothers as they unleashed their third soul skill. The emerald shells adorning their bodies instantly shed, colliding and merging into razor-sharp green fragments that surged toward Tang Xi with the gust of a wind. Unfazed by the unfolding chaos, Xiaowu utilized a sudden burst of speed to break free from Tang San's blue-silver grass, propelling herself towards Tang Xi with a powerful leap. Tang Xi was drenched in cold sweat as she became aware of the assault from the brothers, Shimo and Shimo. She had already expended a significant amount of soul power when she activated her third soul skill, and the combined soul technique of these two was immensely formidable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi instinctively rushed forward, leaping to embrace Sister Xiaowu. The brothers, Shurimo and Shurimo exchanged a glance, and in an instant, green fragments coalesced into a circle, encasing the two within. Between the fragments, sharp rays of light emerged. The armor soul bone on Tang Xi's chest activated, forming a luminous halo that absorbed 70 points of damage, while the remaining 30 points of damage were endured entirely by Tang Xi herself. Tang Xi grimaced in pain, eliciting a worried response from Xiaowu, who appeared unscathed. "Xiaoxi, what is wrong?" she exclaimed anxiously. The commotion startled the other members of the Shrek team, prompting them to call out in unison, "Xiaoxi." As the attack subsided, Tang Xi released Xiaowu, who gracefully descended from midair. Tang San directed the blue-silver grass to bring both of them back to his side. Tang San recalled the conversation in which he had promised his father to protect his sister, and the surrounding atmosphere was as fearsome as demons emerging from hell. Who dares to bully Xiaoxi? Tang San was filled with fury. The 8 spider lances, emanating from the 8 spider soul bone, materialized as he executed the ethereal ghost shadow perplexing step, arriving at the scene with the Shimo brothers. Activating the purple extreme magic eye, he exuded an aura of coldness. The 8 spider lances, imbued with lethal poison, were thrust towards Shimo, and Duga Yin. On the ground, Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth and uttered, "Do not harm her. It is we who have lost." The host, Dodo, was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure and declared, "The Shrek 8 monsters are victorious." Subsequently, Tang San coerced Yulingling into healing his teammates, and with no other choice, Yulingling employed the 9-heart begonia to mend everyone's injuries. As Tang Xi felt her body nearing full recovery, she sprang back to life with exuberance. "Yay, we've won again!" Upon hearing her words, the somber expressions of everyone present instantly transformed into radiant smiles. During the tallying of scores, all participants advanced to the rank of Silver Spirit Master, except for Tang San and Tang Xi, who achieved the illustrious Gold Spirit Master title with an impressive record of 56 consecutive victories. Subsequently, Flinder led the Shrek 8 monsters to challenge the formidable Spirit team of level 40, and they employed hidden weapons to eliminate all members of this fearsome team. The gruesome scene left most spectators trembling in fear, yet Tang Xi and Tang San remained remarkably composed. Xiaogang accepted Qin Ming's proposal, guiding the Shrek 8 monsters to join the prestigious Tiando Royal Academy, ensuring their eligibility for the elite competition. Having honed their skills through the rigorous trials of the Great Spirit Arena, the strength of the Shrek 8 monsters had significantly elevated. Tang San possesses a soul power level of 33. Tang Xi at level 34, Xiao at level 32, Oscar at level 31, and Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Ma Hongjun at level 29, alongside Dai Mubai at level 39, subsequently embarked on their journey to the Tiando Royal Academy, led by Flinder, who guided all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. Upon their arrival at the Tiando Royal Academy, the group was taken aback by its grandeur, for it was truly magnificent. The towering edifices, opulent decorations, and the Academy's location on a mountainside all exuded an air of luxury. Tang Xi couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. Soon after, a group of students from the Tiando Royal Academy approached. Led by the 4th Prince of the Tiando Empire, Prince Xueping, Tang Xi paid close attention to the avalanche in the original narrative. This avalanche feigned arrogance to escape the pursuit of Xue Qinghe. Upon seeing the Shrek team clad in tattered garments, the avalanche could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Where did these beggars come from? How dare they come here to beg? Ha ha ha! Tang Xi, this individual is truly deserving of a beating." This remark left everyone feeling quite displeased. Flander was about to take action but was halted by Yu Xiaojiang. However, Dai Mubai, with less patience, charged forward with a flurry of punches, forcing Xue Bong to cry out for mercy. At this moment, Qin Ming intervened to put an end to the commotion, leading the members of Shrek Academy to meet the 3 esteemed members of the Education Committee, the Chief Mingxinji of the 86th rank, the Deputy Bai Bashan of the 85th rank, and the 3rd member Jilin of the 83rd rank. After everyone introduced themselves, they entered the hall and took their seats in succession. As the conversation shifted to Tang San, Jilin sought to gauge Tang San's strength, exerting pressure upon him. This trial proved immensely beneficial for Tang San, not only enhancing his level but also allowing for the complete integration of his external spirit bone. At this juncture, Prince Xue Xing, accompanied by a poisoned Douluo of over the 90th rank, caused trouble, compelling Shrek Academy to vacate the Royal Academy. Diggybo also took note of Tang San's astonishing aptitude for poison. Along the way, Shrek discovered another recruitment endeavor led by the Blue Tyrant Academy, only to find that its dean was Lu Erlong, the former beloved of Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong promptly decided to rename the academy to Shrek Academy and appointed Flander as the dean. That evening, Diggybo abducted Tang San to observe his mastery of poison. Tang San assured him that he could cure both Diggybo and his granddaughter, Diggybo Yin, of their toxins. In response, Diggybo released Tang San on the condition that if Tang San truly possessed the ability to detoxify, he would agree to 3 of Tang San's terms. During this period, Tang Xi wished to refrain from excessive involvement, fearing that substantial deviations in the plot might lead to Tang San and the others from Shrek losing their original opportunities. Thus, when Tang San was taken captive, Tang Xi realized that it would take at least another 6 months for him to return from Douluo seizing this chance. She requested a leave of absence from Flinder to undergo a 6-month journey of self-discovery, concealing certain secrets from the rest of her Shrek companions. In a dimly lit chamber, a silver-haired youth with crimson eyes descended. The room was stained with blood, and Su Wen, in a state of disarray, was bound to an iron frame. Upon seeing the youth, Su Wen, Su Wen's face warped with terror, emitting muffled cries. Su Wen raised his hand, unleashing a plume of black mist into Su Wen's body, who then let out a harrowing wail, his veins destroyed, rendering him unable to cultivate further. At that moment, Su Qinghe entered, accompanied by the snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo. Su Qinghe regarded the youth with a hint of perplexity, questioning, "Can you assure me that the old emperor will not suspect me in this matter?" Su Wen replied decisively, "Yes, but..." He paused, adding, "He will not eliminate his only surviving son. However, you must remain vigilant regarding Prince Su Qing." He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You truly are remarkable, Su Wen. Your ability to discern that Su Wen is merely feigning debauchery is impressive. Thanks to you, our plans can proceed unimpeded." Su Wen cast a sidelong glance at Su Qinghe, cautioning, "Though your power and influence surpass mine, remember not to develop feelings for anyone, especially those bearing the surname Tang." Su Qinghe nearly spat blood, frowning, "You are certainly overstepping your bounds." Su Wen turned away, nonchalantly stating, "As long as you understand. However, as compensation for today, I require your snake spear Douluo for a day." The snake spear Douluo, standing behind Su Qinghe, looked puzzled at the request. But Su Qinghe nodded in agreement. "What do you need my title Douluo for?" he inquired. Pausing, Su Wen turned back, whispering, "To capture someone." Su Wen harbored intentions to eliminate her. Tang Xi traversed the vast expanse of the starry forest with abandon, her path adorned by resplendent peonies, surrounded by thousands of delicate white threads. These threads pierced through the bodies of century-old spirit beasts as the peonies blossomed vibrantly upon their forms, drawing sustenance from the essence of the fallen creatures. Tang Xi suddenly sensed a surge of power approaching her and immediately activated the purple extreme demon eye. Could it be that she had attracted a 10,000-year soul beast? Su Wen and the serpent spear Douluo had been searching in the Star Do forest for quite some time when they finally located Tang Xi. From a distance, they beheld a figure in a white dress, a delicate yet somewhat pale beauty. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a fleeting moment of bewilderment, Tang Xi rubbed her eyes, realizing that she was not dreaming. "What brings you here?" she asked warily, stepping back. Su Wen, suppressing his murderous intent, replied with a cold demeanor. "I have made it clear that I do not wish for you to be involved with Shrek. Yet I have learned that a team known as the Shrek 8 Monsters has emerged in the Great Soul Arena, alongside a soul master wielding a twin martial soul of golden rank." Su Wen's feelings towards Tang Xi were intricate. However, he understood unequivocally that if he did not eliminate her, she would inevitably aid Tang San in achieving the feats depicted in the original narrative. Tang Xi trembled slightly, her face etched with a profound sense of despondency as she spoke on behalf of Su Wen, articulating the question that lingered in the air. "Do you wish to kill me?" The serpent spear Douluo, a title Douluo, suddenly unleashed a wave of oppressive force that compelled Tang Xi to kneel upon one knee, her armor's soul bone instinctively activating to bear 70% of the pressure. Despite this, a spurt of blood escaped her lips. Su Wen uttered a solemn apology, stating, "I had mentioned that upon our next encounter, we would be adversaries." Unlike Qianren Xue, he was not one to show mercy to his foes, regardless of the profound significance that enemy might hold in his heart. Enveloped in a profound malaise, Tang Xi felt the weight of a dull headache, her limbs devoid of vigor. A sour reflux churned within her stomach, breeding a desire to retch, while the rapid palpitations of her heart sent waves of excruciating pain through her chest. Tang Xi does not wish to succumb to death just yet. There are still numerous endeavors she longs to pursue, and she cannot simply depart from this world. Tang Xi weakly uttered, "Do not kill me. I will accompany you to the Spirit Hall to acknowledge the Pope as my mentor." Tang Xi pondered repeatedly, and it was only this method that could allow her to evade Su Wen's relentless pursuit. Upon hearing these words, a tempest of emotions surged within Su Wen: relief, gratitude, disbelief, and uncertainty. However, Su Wen waved her hand, signaling the serpent spear Douluo to withdraw its oppressive aura, and stepped forward to gently lift Tang Xi's chin. Tang Xi and Su Wen gazed into each other's eyes, Tang Xi's orbs glistening like a frightened fawn, filled with a sense of grievance. "How can I trust you?" Su Wen retorted. "Come on, my dear deskmate. You've brought the title of Douluo with you. What choices do I have left besides being slain by you or taken back to the spirit hall? Moreover, isn't it more vital to stay alive than to follow Tang San? Tang Xi lamented, her complexion pale and feeble. Su Wen's spirits appeared to rise even further as he spoke softly. Trust me, Tang Xi, your decision is indeed the right one. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi let out a haughty cold snort. Requesting assistance in obtaining the third soul ring for her peony martial soul. In truth, her peony martial soul had long been capable of acquiring a soul ring. Yet the formidable strength of the soul beast posed an insurmountable challenge. She hesitated to seek help from the teachers at Shrek Academy, fearing that the secret of her bloodthirsty peony would be exposed. What would Sister Xiaowu think of her if she were to find out? Su Wen responded affirmatively, his spirits lifted by the request. However, the serpent spear Douluo observed with a furrowed brow, inwardly lamenting. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall expresses a desire to eliminate this young girl while simultaneously wishing to bring her back to the Spirit Hall. Such a twisted mindset indeed. Several hours later, the process of absorbing the soul ring commenced. Tang Xi dashed alongside the petite peony before her. Su Wen and the serpent spear Douluo trailed behind, following her lead. Eventually, the peony came to a halt before a vividly colored butterfly. Its petals dispersed, merging into the body of the butterfly. This butterfly possessed wings spanning 2 meters, glowing with a soft pink luminescence, and its wings were a striking crimson hue. The serpent spear Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Could this be the blood phoenix butterfly? Tang Xi nodded and added, its wings span 3 meters in length, and I deduce it to be over 30,000 years old. A captivating floral fragrance emanates from its body, capable of bewildering foes for 10 seconds. Moreover, the delicate crimson specks on its wings, upon contact with skin, will cause decay. Hence, we must endeavor to avoid any physical contact. Upon Tang Xi's pronouncement, the serpent spear Douluo unleashed his serpent spear martial soul, and with a flash of a light blade, severed half of the blood phoenix butterfly's wing. Heavens! Tang Xi was utterly dumbfounded by the might of a titled Douluo. Su Wen, accustomed to such displays, urged from the side, as you will encounter this frequently when you become my student, hastened to absorb the soul ring. Tang Xi gradually regained her composure, nodded slightly, and then walked over. Indeed, strength and influence hold immense significance in the Douluo Continent. Tang Xi caressed the sapphire, a soul-guiding implement, adorning her chest, then extracted a dagger and decisively pierced the heart of the blood phoenix butterfly. Black motes of light coalesced around the blood phoenix butterfly, forming a spirit ring. The energy within the ebony ring surged ceaselessly. Tang Xi began to meditate and absorb the soul ring, feeling a surge of power instantaneously rush towards her limbs, a force that was raw and tumultuous. Tang Xi entered the realm of consciousness, prepared to embrace the soul surge of the blood phoenix butterfly. The essence of the blood phoenix butterfly wailed in anguish then. In a fit of rage, it charged towards Tang Xi. The butterfly traversed through Tang Xi's being, igniting its own soul in a desperate attempt to annihilate her spiritual form. The power within Tang Xi surged magnificently, emanating an overwhelming force. Even the serpent spear Douluo appeared somewhat shaken, questioning, this strength should not be characteristic of a soul beast merely 30,000 years old. Suddenly, a grave expression crossed the face of the serpent spear Douluo, prompting Su Wen to sense an impending dread and inquire, what is happening to her? The serpent spear Douluo slowly articulated, this is a mutated blood phoenix butterfly. The energy it releases from its soul ring should be at the level of 40,000 years. And astonishingly, this soul beast has developed a trace of sentience. With a heavy heart, Su Wen murmured, once again, every time I witness you absorbing a soul ring, you bear such a pained expression. If a sentient soul beast is forcibly slain, the backlash from its soul during the acquisition of the soul ring will inflict tenfold harm. Tang Xi's blood ran cold, her heart pounded violently, followed by waves of excruciating pain that threatened to overwhelm her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi's consciousness returned to her body. Yet the agony within her corporeal form was far more terrifying than that of her spirit. She coughed up black blood, her body swaying precariously as if it were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Tang Xi's mind was in a state of turmoil, heavy with confusion. She suppressed the recurring impulses of despair, and as thoughts of Shrek Academy, her teachers, and her father's concern for her emerged. A renewed sense of determination blossomed within her. The energy, too violent for Tang Xi's body to endure, began to accumulate upon her back, attempting to break free from the shackles that bound her. Tang Xi cried out in agony, and the serpent spear Douluo, unable to bear the sight, turned away. Su Wen averted his gaze, unable to confront the torment etched upon Tang Xi's face. Tang Xi felt an overwhelming pain, a profound agony that enveloped her. Unbeknownst to her, a faint black mist seeped into the tumultuous energy surrounding her, harboring the formidable and terrifying blessing of the god of destruction. In an instant, that energy seemed to solidify, and the majority of the blood phoenix butterfly's essence gradually petrified, manifesting as a soul bone that emerged upon Tang Xi's back. In that fleeting moment, Tang Xi opened her eyes, and a pair of crimson wings materialized behind her. Her body was lifted into the air as pink peonies began to bloom on the ground beneath her. A soul ring spiraled upward from her feet, showcasing hues of yellow, purple, and black. The third black soul ring was particularly striking, as it concealed an immense power and pressure within. The snake spear Douluo from the spirit hall stared blankly at Tang Xi, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? Those wings were undeniably a soul bone. Clearly, they belonged to the blood phoenix butterfly, yet he had not witnessed its emergence. How could the soul bone have suddenly manifested within Tang Xi? Tang Xi, weary, retracted her wings, completely oblivious to the peculiarities behind her. Su Wen, noticing Tang Xi's impending descent, swiftly stepped forward to catch her, as she heavily closed her eyes. Subsequently, Su Wen cast a frosty gaze towards the serpent spear Douluo, declaring that she did not wish to hear about today's events elsewhere. The serpent spear Douluo, drenched in cold sweat, felt the intense murderous aura emanating from the saint before him. He raised a finger and vowed, "I swear by my martial soul, I shall not utter a single word regarding today's affair." 2 weeks later, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi drowsily opened her eyes, her head feeling somewhat heavy. She gently patted her head and rose, only to discover that the place where she had been sleeping was extraordinarily opulent. The room featured a grand floor-to-ceiling window, and its spaciousness exuded a style reminiscent of the castles inhabited by European royalty. Tang Xi meticulously recalled the moments leading up to her fainting. It seemed she had encountered Su Wen and subsequently absorbed a Millennium Soul Ring. Thus, she found herself within the Spirit Hall. Tang Xi felt as though she had deduced the truth, and in despair, she reclined on the soft, expansive bed. As she began to assess her soul power level, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Her soul power had astonishingly reached level 36. Merely absorbing a millennium-old soul ring had elevated Tang Xi's soul power by 2 levels. Subsequently, she noticed a bone protruding from her back. With a mere thought, Tang Xi manifested a pair of blood-red wings, soaring awkwardly around the room before retracting them. Tang Xi was overwhelmed with delight, having unexpectedly acquired an additional soul bone. Although the origins of this newfound treasure eluded her understanding, she was nonetheless exhilarated. Shortly thereafter, Tang Xi donned her attire and emerged from her chamber. The maid stationed outside was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the vivacious Tang Xi. Could this truly be the same frail young girl from the morning? API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi shyly twirled her hair and inquired, "May I ask how long I have been asleep?" The maid replied, "For 2 weeks. Tang Xi, the petrification, I can hardly believe I have slumbered for so long." In the papal chamber, Bibi Dong reclined languidly upon the papal throne, flanked by the formidable figures of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. A voice from beyond the door announced the arrival of a maid. "Your Holiness, the young lady has awakened." It was only then that Bibi Dong opened her eyes, revealing an expression devoid of any discernible emotion, and spoke in a flat tone, "Announce her." As the grand doors swung open, Tang Xi stepped inside, momentarily entranced by the opulence of the chamber, her mind racing with thoughts of its unimaginable worth. It was only when her gaze fell upon the woman seated in the papal chair that her attention was fully captured. The figure was diminutive in stature, adorned in a resplendent robe of silver embroidered with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold diadem, and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters in length, encrusted with a multitude of gemstones. Tang Xi paused momentarily, as if lost in contemplation, and suddenly exclaimed, "So it was that beautiful sister from my childhood." Just as the ghost Douluo was about to reprimand Tang Xi, he was halted by a raised hand from Bibi Dong. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's face as she remarked, "It has been a long time, little one." With her staff in hand, Bibi Dong descended step by step and inquired, "I hear you wish to acknowledge me as your teacher?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi displayed an exuberant demeanor, exclaiming excitedly, "Teacher," in her heart. However, she secretly mused, "The fish is about to be hooked." Bibi Dong glanced at the tuft of hair atop Tang Xi's head and couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. Yet, in an instant, Bibi Dong's expression turned solemn. Through her spiritual perception, she discerned that Tang Xi's seven-hearted crystal had already accumulated numerous cracks, and it was likely she would not survive the next 2 years. Tang Xi sensed something amiss with Bibi Dong and curiously inquired, "What is it, teacher?" Bibi Dong's expression was grave. 7 years prior, she had determined that Tang Xi would likely only live until the age of 25. Yet now, merely 6 years later, the delicate heart of this young girl was already marred with cracks. Under the current circumstances, she could at most survive another 2 years. "My dear child, do you know how many years you have left to live?" Bibi Dong turned away with a heavy heart. She had finally entertained the thought of taking on a disciple, only to find that the time was far too short. Behind Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged puzzled glances. Tang Xi nonchalantly remarked, "I no longer care how many years I have left. Death is an inevitable fate we all must face, merely a matter of time." This response amused Bai Dong, who countered, "You are mistaken in one regard. There exists a type of being that is immortal, and that is a deity." Bai Dong gestured towards the area of Tang Xi's heart, saying, "Your 7 treasures heart is gravely damaged. I fear you may not survive beyond 2 years. Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo instantly understood. Bai Dong scrutinized Tang Xi's reaction, only to find her mumbling, "I know. If my teacher no longer desires me as a student, she could simply say so." A chuckle escaped Bai Dong's lips, as she found humor in Tang Xi's words. After realizing her own limited time, her first thought was not to remain as her student. Bai Dong acknowledged that this peculiar individual had managed to warm her heart. What was this little one thinking? "Naturally, you are the disciple of this Pope and the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall." Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Well, a saintess. That sounds incredibly wealthy. Could it be that my little treasure chest might double?" Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo stifled their laughter, primarily because the little one, Tang Xi, was simply too amusing. Bibi Dong smiled gently and explained, "As a disciple of this Pope, you possess not only a noble status but also access to the finest resources across the entire continent." Tang Xi's playful hair swayed gently as she cheerfully inquired, "Might the teacher agree to a small request from her student?" Curiously, Bai Dong responded, "Oh, what might that be?" with a familiar ease. Tang Xi wrapped her arms around Bai Dong's, stating, "I wish to visit the teacher every day, even half a month would suffice." Bai Dong paused, a warm sensation coursing through her heart. With a slight smile, she replied, "That is acceptable." Nearby, Gui Douluo and Ju Douluo exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that the Pope had so readily acquiesced. "Are you leaving?" During this period, Tang Xi continuously endeavored to win over Bai Dong, eliciting her laughter at every opportunity and gifting her with small trinkets he crafted himself. This thoughtful attention allowed Bai Dong to feel a profound sense of affection, leading her to increasingly dote on Tang Xi. Every time Tang Xi encounters Su Wen, he is invariably adorned with numerous scars. Tang Xi remains unaware of where Su Wen undergoes his training, yet he consistently returns with severe injuries. Tang Xi's daily life in the Spirit Hall revolves around enhancing her favor with Bibi Dong, competing with the Golden Generation, and seeking counsel from Su Wen. 6 months later, a significant upheaval occurred in the Heaven Do Empire. The fourth prince, Shui Peng, died under mysterious circumstances. The power of Prince Shui Xing was usurped, and the Emperor of Heaven Do fell gravely ill, leaving the reins of power firmly in the hands of the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe. Upon learning of this matter, Tang Xi immediately recognized it as the handiwork of Su Wen, who was assisting Qian Ruxue in establishing her foothold within the Heaven Do Empire. Tang Xi contemplated her thoughts. Having spent half a year in the Spirit Hall, it was time for her to depart for Shrek Academy. Tang Xi arrived at the training ground of the Golden Generation. On the field, Su Wen was engaged in a match against Xiaoyu, wielding a dark mist. Upon seeing Tang Xi, Hulaina immediately rushed over, enveloping her in a warm embrace and playfully tousling her hair, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Junior sister, you've come to see me again." Meanwhile, Su Wen had just concluded his duel, narrowly defeated by Xie. At that moment, Yen approached, a look of exasperation on his face as he remarked, "Clearly, little Xi is here to see Su Wen. You needn't flatter yourself." Hulaina, displeased by this, turned to Tang Xi and advised, "Junior sister, when seeking a partner, elevate your standards. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by some insufferable rascal." Su Wen interjected with a touch of sarcasm, "Thank you for the implicit reminder. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Tang Xi gazed intently at Su Wen and hurried over to confront him. "Su Wen, do you truly not harbor any feelings for me?" Su Wen's ears remained as crimson as ever, yet he stubbornly replied, "I apologize, but I have repeatedly stated that I do not possess those kinds of romantic feelings for you." After all, in his heart, pursuing his career was of paramount importance. Tang Xi felt a twinge of disappointment, yet also a sense of acceptance. She comfortably stretched her limbs and remarked, "Well, it matters not. In a few days, I shall depart, and then I can freely seek out a handsome gentleman." Su Wen, taken aback by her words, grasped Tang Xi's wrist and inquired, "Depart? Where do you intend to go?" Beside them, Xie patted Su Wen's shoulder, saying, "You've already rejected little Xi. What now? Shouldn't she be allowed to pursue others?" Su Wen, however, was impervious to this, his rationality gradually succumbing to madness. "I ask you," he demanded, "are you planning to return to your former place?" Su Wen's expression shifted dramatically, an aura of menace radiating from him, leaving Hulaina bewildered. How could her usually gentle junior brother suddenly exhibit such ferocity? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Tang Xi. Perceiving the predatory glint in Su Wen's eyes, instinctively recoiled in trepidation. Summoning her courage, she retorted, "By what authority do you presume to govern my actions? Even if you are my senior, you possess no right to dictate my freedom." Su Wen's eyes widened with a madness that grew increasingly palpable as he advanced towards Tang Xi. "Let me make myself clear. Having arrived at the spirit hall, you are not permitted to leave." His gaze morphed into one of obsessive possessiveness. In the past 6 months, he had accomplished much, transforming the spirit hall's business into a thriving enterprise, attracting numerous talents, and aiding Qian Renxue in establishing her foothold within the Heavendo Empire, earning the recognition of Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, thereby gradually seizing a portion of the spirit hall's authority. Even Tang Xi had consented to align with the spirit hall. Everything had progressed too seamlessly until her fateful declaration of wanting to depart shattered his illusions, revealing that her actions had been a ruse. With bloodshot eyes, Su Wen glared at Tang Xi, his grip on her hand tightening with each passing moment, causing her complexion to pale further. "Su Wen, enough." Suddenly, Bibi Dong arrived at the training grounds, initially intending to observe the Golden Generation's progress, only to be confronted with the distressing sight of Su Wen tormenting Tang Xi. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's voice, Su Wen's rationality was abruptly restored, and he released Tang Xi's hand, his demeanor darkening. Bibi Dong approached with her staff in hand, while Xie Yu and Yan, upon seeing her, respectfully greeted, "We pay our respects to your holiness." Hulina added, "Greetings, master." Tang Xi, feeling aggrieved, ran to the back of Bai Dong and tearfully pointed at Su Wen, exclaiming, "Teacher, Su Wen is bullying me." Bai Dong, discontented, interjected, "Su Wen, you bear a heavy responsibility and should not be hindered by emotions." She gently patted Tang Xi's back in a gesture of comfort and continued, "I agreed to let Xiaoxi return to her original academy for her studies and permit her to participate under a different identity in the Elite Soul Master competition 6 months hence. These are her freedoms, and she should not be confined within the Spirit Hall." Had it not been for the fact that Tang Xi had only a year and a half remaining, Bai Dong might not have allowed her to leave. She would have welcomed Tang Xi into the ranks of this golden generation. However, during this year and a half, Bai Dong respected all of Tang Xi's choices. She hoped that Tang Xi could explore the world beyond. Over the course of their 6 months together, Bai Dong had come to regard Tang Xi as her own daughter. Su Wen remained silent, saying nothing, yet cast a profound glance at Tang Xi, one that was laden with complex emotions, confusion, doubt, and anger. At last, Su Wen comprehended that Tang Xi's sudden desire to join the spirit hall 6 months prior was merely a ploy to curry favor with Bai Dong in order to evade his own pursuit. A chill washed over Su Wen, and in silence, he departed. Tang Xi lowered her head as if she had committed a grave mistake. Bibiong gently tousled Tang Xi's hair. Though she couldn't comprehend why Tang Xi chose not to disclose to Su Wen the matter of her limited time left to live, Tang Xi lifted her head. Her voice tinged with a sense of melancholy, and said, "Teacher, I must be away for a while. I will miss you dearly." Tang Xi was utterly panicked. Fearing that her deskmate might once again contemplate harming her, she resolved to take good care of herself, and if trouble arose, she would brandish her papal decree to warn those around her. If she felt wronged, she would simply return home. Yes, indeed. Tang Xi silently lamented that the teacher was truly the best. Tang Xi tidied herself up and bid farewell to Bibi Dong, Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina before departing from the spirit hall. However, scarcely had she left when she was intercepted by Qian Douluo, her legs trembling with trepidation. Over the past 6 months, she had encountered Qian Douluo, yet they had never exchanged a word. What had possessed this old fellow to block her path today? With his golden hair and ageless visage, a testament to his servitude under the angel god, Qian Douluo turned to face Tang Xi, his gaze sharp as he addressed her. Tang Xi, the adopted daughter of Tang Hao. Tang Xi felt a flush of embarrassment, forcing herself to regain her composure. It was evident that Su Wen had reported her to Qian Douluo, that infuriating deskmate. "You are aware of my identity. What do you intend to do?" Qian Douluo scoffed. "Tang Hao is an adversary of my spirit hall. You claim his daughter has come to the spirit hall as a saint. Could there be no ulterior motive behind this?" Tang Xi made a grimace and said, "Come on, old man. Don't you have any inkling about who murdered the former pope?" This remark infuriated Qian Douluo, who shot a fierce glance at Tang Xi. Tang Xi spat blood, firmly pressed to the ground by an invisible force of overwhelming pressure. Tang Xi was overwhelmed with a myriad of expletives, contemplating why so many wished for her demise. It appeared that Bibi Dong held a considerable affection for her, as she had divulged this matter. Qian Douluo remarked that the true cause of the former pope's death was known only to him and Bibi Dong. It was unexpected that this young girl was also privy to such information, thus, she could not be allowed to remain. Tang Xi sensed the murderous intent emanating from Qian Douluo and managed to utter, "Wait, I have yet to speak my piece." Regretful for having saved him, she continued, "I cannot perish just yet. You may keep me for another year, and I shall assist you in attaining your desires." This statement piqued Qian Douluo's curiosity, prompting him to retract his oppressive aura and inquire, "Pray tell, what is it that I wish to obtain?" Tang Xi's face was pale. The oppressive force she had just experienced had unblocked her meridians, and now her soul power level had reached level 40. The fact that her soul power could still increase in such circumstances sent a chill down her spine. Tang Xi gazed up at Qian Douluo, reminiscing about the original narrative. In that tale, Qian Douluo's greatest concern was none other than Qian Rinxue. After Qian Rinxue inherited the powers of the angel god, Qian Douluo sacrificed himself. Yet he never anticipated that Qian Rinxue would ultimately face the shattering of her divine status. "What if I were to say that I am someone capable of mediating the conflict between you and your daughter, Qian Rinxue?" Tang Xi remarked softly. However, Qian Douluo was no longer composed. "Are you speaking the truth?" he inquired with skepticism. "No one understands my teacher better than I do. She cherishes me above all, and I am the one most likely to reach her heart. If I am not the intermediary, who else could be?" Tang Xi spoke with sincerity. Yet, Qian Douluo fell into silence, grappling with the thought of his beloved Shuer turning against her mother. From a young age, Shuer had yearned for maternal affection, only to find herself ensnared in conflict. "On what grounds do you believe I can trust you? What is your ulterior motive?" Qian Douluo questioned, his voice laced with suspicion. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's expression turned somber. "I might only have another 2 years to live. My teacher has been exceptionally kind to me, and I wish to accomplish something that would bring her joy before my time comes to an end." This was the best rationale Tang Xi could muster. Intrigued, Qian Douluo employed his soul power to probe Tang Xi's body, discovering the existence of the severely cracked 7 treasures heart. Everything fell into place, and Qian Douluo felt a twinge of regret. Here was a soul contemplating the happiness of others even in the face of death, while he himself had been far too narrow-minded. Nevertheless, he would not release her. "Though your reasoning is compelling, I have made a promise to another. Even if I do not take your life, you cannot leave the spirit hall, at least not until the conclusion of the Advanced Elite Soul Master Tournament." Tang Xi was momentarily petrified in place. Was this not an instance of coercion? Thus, Douluo escorted Tang Xi to the Elder Hall to meet a certain individual, who was none other than Su Wen. Tang Xi felt a wave of melancholy. She wished to avoid his presence. Douluo, perceptively, created a space for the two to converse, leaving only the scowling Su Wen and Tang Xi in the grand hall. Filled with indignation, Su Wen retorted, "What? Do you still intend to depart from the spirit hall?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi was on the verge of tears. "Please let me go, will you?" Tang Xi truly detests being confined and having her freedom restricted. Su Wen gazed at Tang Xi's face, which was filled with grievance, feeling a mix of anxiety and profound anger within. "Do you so fervently favor standing by Tang San's side? Both of us are traversers of this narrative. Should we not be aiding one another?" Tang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. From a young age, I had been raised by Tang Hao. Growing up alongside Tang San, I could neither bring myself to harm them, nor could I stand idly by while you inflicted pain upon them. Su Wen, I regret my actions. I deeply regret pushing you away. Had Tang Xi not distanced herself from Su Wen in real life, she would not have met her demise. Nor would she have been thrust into this wretched realm, enduring such immense suffering. 52 Angel God. Every word and phrase spoken by Tang Xi pierced Su Wen's heart. Su Wen silently confessed, "I believe I have truly fallen for you, Tang Xi." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's face contorted with grievance, and tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Tang Xi implored, "Could you please let me go now?" Su Wen resolutely shook her head, her expression unwavering as she replied, "Tang Xi, from the moment I entered this world, I inherited the legacies of the god of life and the god of destruction. I am destined to stand in opposition to Tang San, yet I do not wish for you to become embroiled in this conflict. This is the only solution I can conceive. I am truly sorry." The dual divine inheritance. Tang Xi was taken aback, rendered speechless as if she were a mere jest. What significance did her existence hold, living a mere 2 years? 6 months later, there remained but a week until the commencement of the Advanced Elite Soul Master competition. Tang Xi was confined within a cage, though it would be more fitting to describe it as a greenhouse garden. The ceiling above the garden was crafted from glass, offering a glimpse of the sky beyond. The air was filled with the enchanting fragrance of blossoms, and at the heart of the garden stood a magnificent statue of an angel. Tang Xi's delicate form was bound by iron chains, her slender figure adorned in a white dress, embodying the essence of a fragile beauty. Tang Xi found herself unable to escape. The moment she attempted to flee, she would be captured by Douluo. During this time, only Su Wen would visit her frequently, yet each time he arrived, he bore visible wounds and offered no words of comfort. Tang Xi endures the torment of cardiac anguish each night. Confined for 5 months, her sanity gradually unravels. Tang Xi cast a glance at the towering statue of the angel beside her, and gradually, a profound despair began to envelop her. After being imprisoned for such an extended period, enduring the torment of angina every night, she felt as though even a person of sound mind would succumb to madness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi wearily closed her eyes. The agony of existence weighed heavily upon her. Perhaps it would be better for her to embrace an early demise and seek rebirth. What Tang Xi did not notice was that as blood seeped into the angelic statue, it emitted a faint golden glow, and a single tear unexpectedly flowed from the corner of its eye. When Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, she found herself immersed in an expansive ocean, beneath a resplendent sun that hung high in the sky. Suddenly, pure white feathers began to descend gracefully from the midair. Tang Xi pondered, "Have I arrived in paradise?" She had never felt such an unparalleled sense of ease. She had finally departed from this world. Suddenly, a celestial voice echoed, startling Tang Xi as she turned around. Before her stood a strikingly beautiful woman, her long golden hair flowing gracefully in the breeze. Clad in a pristine white gown reminiscent of ancient Greece, she bore 6 magnificent wings, and her eyes shimmered with profound compassion for humanity. Upon the first glimpse of the woman, the phrase angel of God abruptly surfaced in Tang Xi's mind. Tang Xi marveled at the unexpected reality of ascending to heaven after death, where she encountered an angel. The angel gently shook her head and clarified, "No, you have not perished. Rather, your soul has been summoned here by me. This time, I come to request a favor from you." Tang Xi stood petrified in the wind. Surviving was one thing, but encountering the divine angelic God was another. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied with a hint of indifference, I am merely a trivial being, destined to live no more than 2 years. What capacity do I possess to assist you? The angelic god, with a forlorn expression, spoke solemnly. The intertwining of time and space brings forth a fresh beginning. Within the tapestry of fate, my successor is fated to see the fragmentation of the divine, and the angelic god shall no longer exist. Tang Xi, upon hearing the words of the angel god, couldn't help but ponder deeply. Did the angel god possess knowledge of the future trajectory of the Douluo Continent? What, she wondered, was the meaning behind the concept of overlapping time and space? Tang Xi was filled with confusion, yet she managed to articulate the crux of her inquiry. You wish for me to assist your successor? But does she not have Su Wen by her side? Why would you choose me? Su Wen, as a dual divine successor, surely possesses greater suitability. The angelic deity elucidated. No, I have foreseen that the pivotal point of fate lies within you. Only you can ensure that my successor's divine position remains unbroken. Although Tang Xi may not fully comprehend the situation, upon reflection, she believes she can make sense of it. It is evident that Qian Rinxue's divine position was shattered due to Tang San, and his Tang San's sister, who better than she to persuade him in times of need. However, 7 years later, Tang Xi would come to realize that her previous notions were indeed naive. Yet, she is not foolish. She contemplates, I can agree to your proposal. But what benefits will you bestow upon me? The angelic deity gazes into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. I am aware of the excruciating pain you endure each time you absorb a soul ring. I can bestow upon you 2 exceptional soul rings and grant you a portion of my divine power to heal your physical wounds. Such terms are undeniably enticing. And without hesitation, Tang Xi agrees. Finally, she poses one last question. Is there any way for me to survive beyond the age of 25? The angelic deity pauses, reluctantly responding, you were never meant to belong to this world. Your existence is a result of the life god's blessing, allowing you to live an additional 25 years. No deity would choose an anomaly as a successor. Tang Xi murmured to herself, so this is how it is. Tang Xi felt a sense of relief. Living a few more years is quite wonderful. At the very least, before her departure from this world, she would ensure a beautiful conclusion. One that surpasses even that of the Spirit Hall and Shrek. Tang Xi solemnly addressed the angel god. I promise you, I shall protect Qian Rinxue and ensure that the legacy of the 6-winged angels continues within the Douluo Continent. This was the response the angel god longed to hear. With a sense of relief, the angel god closed his eyes and said, Tang Xi, remember your vow. As these words were spoken, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted, prompting Tang Xi to quickly shut her eyes. In the realm of reality, the holy angel's statue emitted a dazzling beam that shattered the glass windows of the greenhouse, freeing Tang Xi from the iron shackles that bound her. The commotion disturbed Bibi Dong, who was resting. She slowly opened her eyes, sensing the divine presence. Even Poseidon, far away on Sea God Island, turned his gaze towards the mainland, murmuring to himself, who could it be that has received the blessing of the gods? The golden light healed the wounds on Tang Xi's body, filling her with a warm energy. A radiant golden glow coursed through her being, leaving Qian Douluo utterly astonished as he recognized it as the blessing of the angel god. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi glanced around, realizing that the chains binding her limbs had been shattered, signifying that she could finally attain her freedom. With a mere thought, Tang Xi unfurled a pair of crimson wings from her back. As the golden light dissipated, 2 soul rings, one of 70,000 years and the other of 80,000 years, descended from the heavens, settling firmly around her waist, exuding an aura of divine authority. Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony, the soul of the lifeline, has been adorned with the 4th soul ring bestowed by the divine angelic grace. The soul skills are named Holy Healing Light and Puppet Manipulation, serving the purposes of healing and control. Tang Xi lamented the benevolence of the angel god. Without a moment's hesitation, she soared into the sky. This time, Qian Douluo did not make an effort to retrieve her. With a complex expression, he gazed at Tang Xi and inquired, Dear angel god, is this your will? 54 Returning to Shrek Academy. Tang Xi dared not pause for even a moment, fearful of inadvertently encountering her insufferable deskmate, Su Wen. At this juncture, all she longed for was to swiftly return to Shrek Academy and reunite with her companions. The journey from the Spirit Hall to Shrek Academy within the Heavendo Empire took Tang Xi a considerable 5 days. Her crimson wings, strikingly vibrant, captured the attention of many. Upon arriving at the gates of Shrek Academy, Tang Xi descended gracefully, retracting her wings with poise. Tang Xi glanced at the gatekeeper and said, Please inform Dean Flander that Tang Xi has returned. Tang Xi's delicate visage appeared quite pallid, adorned in a pure white dress, her low double ponytails framing her face. Standing there, she was undeniably a picturesque sight, causing the guard to nod bashfully. Tang Xi awaited in the VIP lounge when the doors swung open with a resounding bang. Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong entered, followed closely by Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder. Xiao Shi. Tang San anxiously peered into the room, while Xiao Wu pushed past him and rushed forward to embrace Tang Xi. Tang Xi found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected embrace. Cough, cough, Xiao Wu, you're holding on too tightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu quickly released her grip and inquired, where on earth have you been this past year? Ma Hongjun patted Tang San's shoulder in agreement, saying, if you hadn't returned soon, your brother would have gone mad. Yu Xiaojiang, however, maintained a remarkably calm demeanor as he remarked, you only took a 6-month leave, yet you have returned 6 months late. Did you encounter any difficulties? Tang Xi glanced at the anxious crowd and smiled wryly, saying, it's nothing serious. I merely encountered a terrifying individual and was imprisoned for half a year. I only escaped a week ago. Imprisoned? Oscar exclaimed. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Tang Xi's wrist, expressing his concern. Are you injured, dear sister? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi smiled nonchalantly and said, there's no need for everyone to go out of their way for me. I have gained an opportunity from this, and that person's influence is considerable. Tang San felt a deep sense of discomfort upon hearing these words. Silently clenching his fist in the background, Tang Wu, on the other hand, was filled with concern for Tang Xi, exclaiming, heaven forbid I find out which scoundrel dares to bully our little Xi. Everyone burst into laughter at her remark. Tang Xi glanced at Tang San, then turned to Tang Wu and quietly asked in her ear, Sister Wu, how are things between you and my brother? Upon hearing this, Sister Wu's face flushed crimson, and she shyly replied, oh, you truly are something, Tang Xi. Tang Xi wore a smile of realization, and Tang San felt a touch of bashfulness as he gazed at her. Tang Xi feigned disappointment and remarked, I returned so late. I wonder if there is still a place for me in the upcoming prestigious elite competition in a few days. Of course there is. We, the Shrek 8 monsters, are just missing you. Flinder interjected from the side. Flinder glanced at Tang Xi's soul power level and exclaimed, impressive, little Xi. In just a year, your soul power level has already reached 45. When it comes to talent, there is no doubt that Tang Xi is the most exceptional. Achieving a 10-level increase within a year without the aid of celestial herbs is truly remarkable. Tang Xi shyly turned her head, saying, do not envy me. The increase in my soul power has been earned at the cost of my life. Apart from the levels I have painstakingly cultivated through hard work. The rest were gained at the brink of death, being tormented by the souls of spirit beasts. It was only when I encountered the angel god just before my demise that I received a divine blessing, elevating my soul power by 5 levels. While everyone else believed Tang Xi was merely jesting, only Tang San remained silent. He had watched his sister grow up and knew she was not speaking untruths. 55 Celestial Charm, Glazed Fruit, Midnight. Tang San summoned Tang Xi and, with a gentle touch upon the soul-guiding device, several types of concealed weapons materialized in his hand in an instant. Tang Xi exclaimed with delight, brother, in this past year, you have crafted an astonishing array of hidden weapons. There are the King of Hell's talismans, the Mother and Son Pursuit darts, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, the Celestial Claws, and the Shadowy Sand projectiles, among others. My eyes are transfixed by the sight. Tang San spoke softly, sister, take these with you. At the very least, they will enable you to escape even if you encounter a soul sage of level 70. Tang Xi was moved to tears, in the end. Apart from the hidden weapon concealed behind the King of Hell's seal, all other items were safely stored within her soul guide. After all, Tang San still needed this King of Hell's seal to escape the relentless pursuit of those over 70 levels. Oh, brother, you are truly wonderful. Tang Xi wept as she fell into Tang San's embrace, her tears streaming down, for this past year had been exceedingly suffocating for her. Tang San gently caressed Tang Xi's hair, saying, foolish girl, although I may lack power and influence, I will exert all my efforts to present the finest things before you. You are my only sister. If I do not cherish you, whom shall I cherish? Of course, Xiao Wu, as my beloved, does not count. Tang Xi felt a pang in her nose, her voice trembling as she asked, brother, what would you do if one day I were to pass away? Tang San felt his eyes redden, and with clenched fists, he vowed, I shall ascend to divinity and discover a way to resurrect you. Tang Xi felt a warm sensation in her heart. Indeed, a deceased classmate could never compare to her beloved older brother. At the same time, she resolutely vowed to alter the fate of the Douluo Continent. Neither the Spirit Hall nor Shrek Academy would vanish. There must be a way for both to coexist. However, Tang Xi fixed her gaze intently on Tang San, saying, "Brother, I heard from Sister Xiao Wu that 7 of us from the Shrek 8 monsters have obtained the celestial herb." Tang San gazed at Tang Xi, whose expression was filled with a sense of grievance, and felt a pang of unease. Indeed, in the next moment, tears began to cascade down Tang Xi's cheeks, lamenting the absence of love, as if proclaiming, "I am the only one left without it." Tang San waved his hand in a flustered manner and explained, "How could the divine herbs possibly be lacking your presence?" Tang San retrieved a delicate, glass-like fruit from the enchanting night beneath the 24 bridges, explaining, "However, there is no celestial herb suitable for you, but there happens to be a divine fruit." Tang Xi was overjoyed as she snatched the fruit from Tang San's hand. With delight, she gazed at the exquisite, translucent orb, exclaiming, "I knew my brother would not forget me. But what purpose does this pink fruit serve?" Tang San helplessly ruffled Tang Xi's hair, pondering when this impetuous nature would ever change. "This is called the immortal enchantment glazed fruit. It has the ability to transform your physique and also possesses certain evolutionary effects on martial souls." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San was momentarily taken aback by the sound of someone munching on the fruit, seemingly interrupted before he had finished speaking. The outer skin of this fruit, possessing certain side effects, should not be consumed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at Tang San. Tang San chuckled in exasperation. "Well, it's no harm to your body, but it may indeed bring some inconvenience to your daily life." Tang Xi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, smiling as she remarked, "It seems that it is not a significant issue. I shall refrain from further discussion, for I need to calm my mind and focus on my cultivation. I sense that I am on the verge of a breakthrough." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A gentle force course through Tang Xi's body, cleansing the meridians and instantly unblocking a previously obstructed area. She felt light as a feather, her skin gradually transforming into a smooth and delicate surface that emanated an enchanting fragrance, while the surrounding soul energy surged with fervor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San smiled, feeling that leveling up by 3 ranks was quite commendable. Did he experience any changes in his physique? Tang Xi felt the transformation within her body and candidly remarked, "I sense a delightful lightness coursing through me, devoid of any sensation of tightness in my chest. I feel utterly refreshed, and there is a pleasant fragrance enveloping me. Yet, the fissures in my delicate heart remain unaltered, and the stark reality of not living beyond 2 years remains unchanged." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San elucidated that, in other girls' eyes, Tang Xi has now become quite the coveted prize. It would not be surprising if she were pursued by another girl. Tang Xi was utterly unconcerned. It seemed I was destined to be a beloved little fairy, adored by all. Tang San could not help but chuckle, acknowledging the presence of self-awareness. The following day, Tang Xi and others awaited Yu Xiaojiang in the canyon, eager for an explanation of the elite competition rules. Not far away, Yu Xiaojiang approached with 4 young companions and elaborated. "These are your substitute teammates. Jiang Zhu, a level 34 healing spirit master. Jing Ling, an agile attack spirit master. Huang Yuan, a level 37 assault spirit master, and Tai Long." When Ma Hongjun laid eyes on the beautiful Jiang Zhu, he was utterly mesmerized, while the others greeted her politely. Yu Xiaojiang then glanced at Tang Xi and called out, "Tang Xi, step forward and showcase your 4th spirit skill, along with the 3rd skill of your peony spirit ring." He pondered to himself, curious about the effects of this child's newly acquired spirit skill. Tang Xi nodded, and beneath her feet, her soul rings spiraled upward, shimmering in hues of yellow, purple, and black. As the fourth soul ring manifested, a surge of immense power erupted, conjuring a tempestuous gust. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The third soul ring on Tang Xi illuminated, and peonies blossomed upon Tai Long's body. His muscular arms swelled only to dissipate in an instant. As his skin gradually lost moisture and became wrinkled, Tai Long exclaimed in dismay, "Goodness gracious! Where have my muscles vanished to?" Yu Xiaojiang's eyes gleamed with excitement, while the others erupted into hearty laughter at the sight. Tang Xi curled her lips into a smile. For even greater surprises awaited her ahead. The fourth soul skill of the lifeline, the marionette. As soon as Tang Xi finished speaking, a multitude of silk threads ensnared Talon, while a pair of invisible hands above manipulated him with white strings. Talon, rendered uncontrollable, flailed about wildly. And the joyous laughter of those around faded away. Daimubai exclaimed in astonishment, "There exists a soul skill capable of controlling others' movements." Xiaowu clapped her hands in approval, exclaiming, "Tang Xi is the best." Oscar was taken aback, realizing the potential for ambush that such a skill could offer. Ma Hongjun, in shock, found himself at a loss for words, while Zhu Zhuqing's resolve to grow stronger intensified. Ning Rouron gazed at Tang Xi with envy. Tang Xi explained that the third soul skill of the peony is called body weakening. As the name suggests, it is a collective skill that weakens the body by 40, while simultaneously enhancing one individual's physical strength limit by 200. Consequently, the opponent's physique becomes exceedingly frail, rendering even the most formidable attack-type soul masters constrained to only 30 of their original power. Tang Xi gazed at the astonished expressions of those around her with immense satisfaction, and began to elaborate on her fourth soul skill. The fourth skill, known as Puppet Master, allows me to control individuals of lower rank than myself for a duration of up to 30 seconds. If their rank exceeds mine, the duration is reduced by a corresponding amount from a base of 25 seconds, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. The day before the elite competition, an air of silence enveloped the scene. Indeed, Tang Xi's fourth soul skill was remarkably potent. This was no mere skill of a 10,000-year soul ring. It could very well rival that of a 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Xi smiled silently. After all, it was a divine gift of an 80,000-year soul ring. How could its efficacy be lacking? Even if the fourth spirit ability of the bloodthirsty peony was somewhat inferior. Talon cried out, "Fair lady, I harbor no grudges against you. Could you possibly restore my muscles?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The peony behind Tang Xi gradually faded into a pristine white, hovering in midair and emanating a warm white light that bathed Tai Long. Instantly, Tai Long's muscles revitalized, and he appeared invigorated. Tang Xi elucidated that the fourth soul skill of the peony is named Light of Sacred Healing, possessing solely the capacity for healing, though the extent of its efficacy remains unknown to me. However, one might reasonably presume that the effect of a soul skill derived from a 70,000-year soul ring would not be lacking in merit. The other 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by excitement. Indeed, a healing soul skill is simply magnificent. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, recognizing that the soul skills corresponding to these soul rings must possess a minimum age of 50,000 years. Truly formidable. Yu Xiaojiang promptly declared, "Tang Xi, I advise you to publicly identify yourself as a support-type soul master. During the preliminary rounds, do not reveal the entirety of your capabilities." Deep within, Yu Xiaojing mused, this child's peony martial soul is entirely comprised of support soul skills, while the white soul rings predominantly feature control and offensive prowess, augmented by the influence of soul bones. This child possesses virtually no rivals within the same tier. She could even contend with soul kings exceeding level 50. It is a lamentable fate that such prodigious talent cannot survive beyond the age of 25. Tang Xi obediently nodded, albeit concealing the enhancements of her other soul ring abilities. For instance, the first soul skill of the peony, exploitation, had increased in speed from 35 to 40. Indeed, all of Tang Xi's soul ring skills are of a growth nature, with the addition of each new soul ring. The effects of the skills from her other rings also experience a notable augmentation. Tang Xi also concealed another external soul bone, the blood butterfly wings, along with its corresponding soul bone skill. Meanwhile, the power enhancement of the iron rhinoceros armor soul bone has been elevated to 245. capable of withstanding an attack of 75 at the same rank. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang began to elucidate the rules of the competition. As the day for the prestigious elite tournament was drawing near, set to take place in the competition area of the Tiando Empire. On the following morning, the citizens of the Tiando Empire rose early to witness the tournament. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the sounds of firecrackers and the cheers of the crowd. Colorful banners adorned the streets, which were more crowded than ever before. In the competition district, numerous members from various academies lined the sides, while enormous screens displayed the charismatic host, Curly Brother, energetically introducing three distinguished figures seated in the VIP area: Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School; His Excellency Platinum Bishop Salis, one of the leaders of the Spirit Hall; and the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor. Following this was the entrance ceremony for each combat team. In a corner, the Shrek 8 monsters donned their unappealing dark green uniforms, causing Tang Xi to grimace, muttering, "What kind of aesthetic does the dean have? I wouldn't dare wear such an ugly outfit in public." Dai Mubai silently echoed her sentiments, lamenting how it severely tarnished his image. Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow in disapproval of the attire, while Ma Hongjun exclaimed in despair, "How am I supposed to attract girls looking like this?" Before the other members of the Shrek 8 monsters could voice their grievances, Yu Xiaojing urged, "Enough complaining. It's time for your entrance. Follow me." He privately rejoiced, relieved that he did not have to wear such a color. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. The host exuberantly announced, "Next to enter is our Tiando Royal Academy's second team, whose motto is charge forward, unyielding, and invincible." The crowd responded with fervor, chanting, "Tiando will prevail. Tiando will prevail." Following them was the Element Academy team, then the Planned Academy team, and lastly, the uniquely attired team from Shrek Academy, proclaiming their slogan, "Champions without rivals." It seemed they aimed to capture attention with such a declaration. As Tang Xi and her companions made their entrance, they were met with a chorus of laughter from the crowd. "Oh, how utterly ridiculous. That sallow green attire even bears advertisements. How hilarious." Someone exclaimed. "If one seeks attention, this is certainly not the way to go. Truly absurd. It appears to be nothing more than a trashy academy." Angered by these remarks, Dai Mubai turned to retaliate, only to be halted by Tang San, who stood behind him. "Dai, we shall prove our worth through our abilities," Tang San said, his brow furrowed, clearly sharing his friend's displeasure. Tang Xi positioned herself at the end of the line, her charmingly disheveled hair and gracefully cascading twin ponytails framing a visage that, while slightly pale, possessed an exquisite delicacy. Her porcelain-like skin rendered her a living doll in the eyes of women, evoking a tender desire to tousle her soft, flowing locks, which promised a delightful tactile experience. Within the grand arena of the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, participants and esteemed guests alike began to assemble. The esteemed Lord Salis, the master of the Spirit Hall, conducted a draw to determine the order of the duels. Shrek Academy was set to face the second team of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, with Tang San leading the four substitutes onto the stage. Among the Shrek 7, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu took to the arena. As the atmosphere thickened, Tang San unleashed his fourth spirit ring, astonishing the crowd. It was a spirit ring of 10,000 years. The revelation left Emperor Shuiyi in a state of shock. Upon hearing the mention of Shrek Academy's previous consideration to affiliate with the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, only to be expelled by Prince Shuixing, the emperor cast a furious glance at the prince, who trembled under his gaze. Ultimately, Shrek Academy triumphed over the second team of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, securing victory in a mere minute. Following this, the participants were granted a day of respite. After much persuasion from Dai Mubai, they finally agreed to replace their unappealing olive green uniforms with elegant black ones, though the advertisements could not be removed. Still, a share of 30% from the advertising revenue was to be distributed. Tang San inquired about the exploits of Tang Hao from Ning Fengji, ultimately gaining insight through Ning Fengji's recommendation. Tang San and Tang Xi went to meet the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shuixing. Tang Xi followed closely behind, feeling a slight sense of apprehension as she was about to meet Shuixing, the alter ego of Qian Renxue. In the realm of Douluo Continent, Qian Renxue's existence is undoubtedly a tragic tale. Her father, who cherished her in her childhood, was murdered by her own mother, while her mother has never shown her affection. The only person who loved her, her grandfather, also sacrificed himself due to the inheritance of the angel god, ultimately leading to a shattered divinity because of his love for Tang San. Tang Xi pondered whether the outcome would have been more favorable had Qian Renxue not fallen in love with Tang San. Ning Fingji guided Tang San and Tang Xi to a hotel, where they ascended the staircase to a private room. As Tang Xi's gaze fell upon the golden-haired youth peering into the distance from the window, there was an indescribable sense of melancholy in his silhouette. Upon hearing footsteps, Shuqinghe turned around and, upon seeing Ning Fingji's arrival, feigned a bow in greeting. "Uncle Ning, you have come." Ning Fingji stepped forward, gently declining Shuqinghe's gesture of respect. "There is no need for such formalities." Shuqinghe shook his head, insisting, "You are Qinghe's master. It is only proper for Qinghe to do so." Tang Xi stood at a distance, gazing thoughtfully at Shuqinghe, seemingly contemplating some matter. Perhaps Tang Xi's gaze was too conspicuous, as Shuqinghe turned to look and smiled gently. "Surely, these are the two individuals often mentioned by Uncle Ning. One is the extraordinarily gifted Tang San, and the other is his sister, Tang Xi, who possesses the rare gift of dual martial souls." Tang San was somewhat taken aback. How could Shuqinghe be so polite? So vastly different from the arrogant and domineering Shuelang? Could they truly share the same father? However, the way he addressed her as Sister Tang Xi was rather displeasing. Tang Xi gazed intently at Tang San, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Big brother, you are so handsome." Ning Fingji couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Xi's infatuated demeanor. Is the expression of affection among the youth so unabashedly direct? Tang San stood there, helplessly rubbing his forehead. What should he do about a sister who was perpetually infatuated? Should he warn her that those who appear handsome might very well be villains? Shuqinghe gazed at Tang Xi's sweet smile, a blush creeping onto his face. Feeling somewhat bashful, he averted his gaze and stammered, "Miss Tang Xi, you jest." Tang Xi approached Shuqinghe with a familiar demeanor, wearing a cheerful smile. She wondered whether the older brother had any friends, as she was eager to befriend him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San nearly spat blood. The words spoken by Tang Xi echoed in his ears as a clear invitation to become her boyfriend. His sister had transformed so swiftly, and now she was being whisked away by a stranger. Shuqinghe felt somewhat at a loss. Upon first sight of Tang Xi, he thought her to be quite adorable. However, when he heard her express a desire to be friends, he found himself momentarily stunned. This was the first time anyone had ever said such a thing to her. Nearby, Ning Fingji feigned a cough or two. "Ahem, let us sit down and converse." It was then that Shuqinghe regained his composure, raising his head with an air of elegance. "As my master said, I wonder what brings you both to seek Qinghe?" He promptly shifted the topic. Tang San was the first to inquire about the deeds of his father, Tang Hao, expressing a desire to learn if there was any news regarding his mother. Shuqinghe shook his head in resignation, stating that there was none at all. However, all of this was connected to a certain place, the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, Tang San clenched his fists tightly. "If the Spirit Hall is indeed the murderer of my mother, then I shall not rest until I have settled the score with them." Tang Xi's gaze was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Tang San was her brother, while Bibi Dong was her mentor. If a conflict arose between the two, whom should she support? After their conversation, Shuqinghe invited the two to stay for dinner before departing. Just as Tang Xi's eyes brightened and she was about to agree, she was firmly pulled back by the sullen Tang San. "No need," he stated. "We have a competition tomorrow, and my sister and I wish to return to our training." Ning Fingji smiled and remarked, "I see," casting a meaningful glance towards Tang Xi and Shuqinghe. Shuqinghe then picked up the token from the table and handed it to Tang Xi, smiling as he said, "Should Miss Tang Xi wish to seek me out, this token will grant you access to the Tiando Imperial Palace." Just as Tang San was about to assist Tang Xi in declining, she preemptively grasped the token, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure, and exclaimed loudly, "Big brother, I will seek you out again." Tang San, with a somber expression, pulled Tang Xi away. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, he earnestly advised, "Sister, you are still quite young. Do not indulge in thoughts of romance just yet." Tang Xi pouted in dissatisfaction and huffed. "Then what is your relationship with Sister Xiaowu?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi let out a playful exclamation and teased, "I see. It's Sister Qing and Brother Qing. I completely understand." Tang San's face flushed even deeper. On the top floor, Shuqinghe, observing Tang Xi's pouting demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that Tang Xi was quite amusing. Ning Fengji, captivated by Shuqinghe's genuine smile, found himself momentarily lost in thought, eventually expressing with a sense of contentment, Qingha. It has been a long time since you smiled so heartily. Indeed, the phenomenon of love at first sight truly exists, Ning Fengji mused, his mind already conjuring delightful misunderstandings. The following day, during the battle against the Elephant Armor Academy, Yu Xiaojiang slowly addressed the group. Your next adversary is one of the 5 great academies, the Elephant Armor Academy. Your chances of victory stand at a mere 30%. Unless you collectively reveal your true strength, in which case I advise you to forego the match. The team felt conflicted upon hearing this. Stepping forward, Tang Xi proclaimed, Master, allow me to take the stage. My third spirit skill, body weakening, is perfectly suited to counter their defenses. Dai Bai nodded in agreement, while Tang San asserted, if this presents a challenge, should we not confront it head-on? Yu Xiaojiang reflected on their commendable fighting spirit, yet he warned, however, Tang Xi, unless absolutely necessary. You should only utilize the first 3 skills of the peony martial soul and the first 2 of the white line martial soul. Do not hastily employ the 3rd and 4th skills of the white line martial soul. Understood. Tang Xi replied cheerfully. At the Great Soul Arena, the host exuberantly announced, let us welcome the Shrek team and the Elephant Armor Academy to the stage. Captain Dai Bai and Vice Captain Tang San, both soul masters who had competed in the first round of preliminaries, were now joined by new members. The host glanced at the screen displaying the member information and exclaimed, introducing the newly debuted member, Zhu Zhiqing. The host, astonished, announced, another soul master. Following this, Oscar's information appeared on the screen, revealing his spirit power at level 41. The host was momentarily speechless, realizing that Shrek Academy boasted 3 or 4 soul masters. Soon after, Tang Xi's personal information flashed across the screen, leaving the host gaping in disbelief, unsure of how to convey the news. A dual martial soul at level 48. This revelation far exceeded our expectations. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, chanting, Shrek, Shrek. Tang Xi trailed at the end of the procession, offering a gentle smile to the camera. Upon hearing the name Tang Xi, the Platinum Lord of the Spirit Hall, Salas, was taken aback and stood in astonishment. Could it truly be the disciple of His Holiness the Pope, Tang Xi? Beside him, the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji exchanged puzzled glances. What troubles you, Lord Salas? Have you spotted someone familiar? Salas regained his composure, though his complexion had paled. He addressed the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Master Huyin, with a grave warning, Master Huyin. It would be wise for you to pray that your grandson does not offend someone beyond your reckoning. Master Huyin felt a flush of embarrassment, recalling how Salas had urged him to challenge Shrek Academy, yet now his demeanor had shifted dramatically. Ning Fengji pondered the implications. Who could this formidable individual be that Lord Salas referred to? The Snow Knight Emperor, curious as ever, turned to Salas, who slowly articulated, Tang Xi possesses twin martial souls, and the forces behind her are beyond the reach of both you and me. With that, Salas fell silent, compelling the Snow Knight Emperor to do the same, though his mind was abuzz with thoughts. The Platinum Lord of the Spirit Hall would not speak falsely. Should this young lady wed Qinghe, the power of the Heavendo Empire would surely ascend. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the Great Soul Arena, where members of the Elephant Armor Academy stood tall and fierce, their muscular arms bulging. Tang Xi scoffed dismissively, clearly unimpressed by her opponents. As both sides unveiled their martial souls, 4 soul rings spiraled up from beneath Tang Xi's feet, yellow, purple, and 2 black, while a magnificent peony bloomed behind her, entwined with white ribbons. The host, Dodo, exclaimed in astonishment, 10,000-year soul rings. Remarkably, she possesses 2. It seems we must not underestimate contestant Tang Xi. Ning Fengji was taken aback. The oppressive aura emanating from the 4th 10,000-year soul ring ignited a sense of reverence within him. The Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow, solidifying his resolve for Tang Xi to marry Qinghe. The host, Dodo, bellowed, the battle commences. The team captain of the Elephant Armor Academy, Huyin Li, who was also Master Huyin's grandson, declared confidently, first soul skill, Copper Elephant Iron Wall. 7 crystalline shields appeared in their hands as they huddled together, advancing towards Tang San and his companions. The ground trembled slightly as they stomped rhythmically, emitting guttural sounds of exertion. Oscar consumed a flying sausage, sprouting wings, and lifted Tang San into the air, while Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined around the others, allowing them to soar above the arena. Leaving only Tang Xi on the stage, she smirked, preparing her first soul skill, staggering steps, and her third soul skill, body weakening. Tang Xi wielded 2 soul skills in quick succession as peonies blossomed upon the bodies of her 7 adversaries. Huyin Li furrowed his brow, Attempting to pluck the suddenly sprouted flowers, however, he found his arms inexplicably weakened. His muscles had shrunk, and an overwhelming sense of lethargy engulfed him, causing a palpable panic. Could it be the effect of the earlier soul skill? Meanwhile, Tang San deftly manipulated the blue-silver grass, ensnaring 6 of his opponents. In midair, the blue-silver grass entwined around Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others, as Tang San flung it outward. Xiao Wu delivered a powerful kick, while Zhu Zhuqing struck at a particular spot with relentless precision, and Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger's radiant wave. Hu Yanli struggled to free himself from the blue-silver grass binding his feet, yet found himself utterly drained of strength, consequently succumbing to the onslaught of his foes. In the VIP section, Huyan Zhongzhu watched in disbelief, astonished that a single soul skill could penetrate his grandson's defenses. Ning Fengji, observing from the side, remarked, "This is likely not merely the effect of a soul skill with a mere 10,000-year soul ring, but rather one endowed with the power of a 30,000-year soul ring. Such potency is not to be underestimated." In the midst of it all, the Snow Knight Emperor laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The talents of this generation are indeed remarkable. I have a premonition that this girl may become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent." Huyan Zhongzhu, feeling a sense of indignation, discreetly transmitted a message to Hu Yanli. "Quickly, utilize your soul bone." Upon receiving his grandfather's transmission, Hu Yanli abruptly regained his composure. A surge of power erupted, propelling Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai away. As Hu Yanli rose once more, he donned an elephant helmet, a manifestation of his head soul bone. His body and strength were augmented severfold, and he glared fiercely at Tang Xi, realizing that had it not been for this support-type soul master, he might have already secured victory. With renewed vigor, Hu Yanli charged at Tang Xi, his fist aimed with intent, only to be repelled by an unseen force, a luminous wall materializing before Tang Xi, shielding her from harm. Ning Fengji immediately recognized the significance of this development, another soul bone, and an external soul bone at that. Nearby, Shernyan's eyes sparkled as he caught sight of Tang Xi's soul bone, his mind racing with possibilities. Tang San inwardly cursed, wishing to assist Tang Xi, yet he was obstructed by another adversary, Hu Yanshan. Tang Xi's complexion turned slightly pale. She offered a faint smile to Hu Yanli before delivering a punch, the force of which rivaled Hu Yanli's earlier strike. The enhancement from her soul bone, combined with the restorative effect of her third soul skill's physical weakening, endowed Tang Xi with the physical prowess akin to that of a formidable assault-type soul master. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San utilized the blue-silver cage to subdue the other 6 individuals. Without the core figure of Hu Yanli, the remaining members were nothing more than a disarrayed collection. Tang Xi, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai exchanged glances before consuming restorative sausages to replenish their energy. They then unleashed a flurry of strikes upon their remaining opponents, toppling everyone in their path. The exuberant host energetically announced, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shrek Academy emerges victorious. The audience erupted in cheers as this battle brought fame not only to Shrek Academy but also to Tang Xi. After 61 victories, Shrek Academy continued to triumph. And whenever the audience beheld Shrek, they would chant fervently, "Shrek shall prevail. Shrek shall prevail." However, it was a pity for the spectators that Tang Xi had only participated in the match against Xiangjia Academy and had not taken part in the subsequent competitions. As the day of rest arrived, Tang Xi contemplated venturing out to explore the streets in search of delicious treats. The streets were eerily quiet, devoid of the usual bustle. With only a few passers-by seated at tables sipping tea, Tang Xi sensed something amiss and could not help but curl her lips into a smirk. She was well acquainted with this narrative. Was it not the tale where Shinian from Songhui Academy sought to eliminate Tang San, only to be vanquished by him instead? Yet, for reasons unknown, Tang Xi found herself the target of attention. When Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, a faint purple glow emanated from her gaze. It was only after employing the Violet Extreme Demon Eye that she was able to discern the precise location of the individual who was presently sipping tea. Without uttering a word, Tang Xi executed a swift leg sweep. Shernyan caught it effortlessly with his hand, calmly finishing his tea. As he opened his eyes once more, he reverted to his original appearance, and the vibrant scene of the town disintegrated, revealing its true form, a desolate forest. With a sharp whoosh, a silver needle shot forth from the sole of Tang Xi's shoe. Shernyan narrowly evaded the attack by tilting his head aside. But his grip on Tang Xi's left foot relaxed, and he was caught off guard, resulting in a cut from the silver needle. Su Wen was somewhat astonished by Tang Xi's ability to break through his seventh soul skill, Nightmare, yet his prevailing emotion was anger. I had intended to engage in a playful duel, compelling you to relinquish your soul bone, but now, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you. Tang Xi gazed at Su Wen with an expression of pride. Did you investigate the background behind me before attempting to take my life? Su Wen smirked cunningly. I care not for the magnitude of your background. Once you are dead, no one shall know it was I who did the deed. Tang Xi feigned fear with a shrug, defiantly asserting, Are you so certain that you can take my life? Perhaps I could even defeat you. Su Wen sensed the provocation and, in a fit of rage, unleashed his soul rings, yellow, purple, and black. A formidable pressure of levels surged forth, causing Tang Xi to struggle to breathe. Externally, she feigned compliance, displaying an expression of terror as she slumped to the ground, muttering, This is the end. The mark upon Su Wen's forehead radiated with brilliance. It was the manifestation of his martial spirit. Nothing pleased Su Wen more than to ruthlessly torment others to their demise. Tang Xi, gripped by fear, retreated hastily, desperately attempting to unleash her bloodthirsty peony martial spirit. Yet, her trembling hands rendered her unable to conjure any soul skill. However, the peony subtly emanated an enchanting fragrance. As several shadowy figures materialized before her, Tang Xi gradually felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. By the time she recognized something was amiss, she found herself no longer present in that moment. Tang Xi stealthily approached Su Wen, her hands entwined with the white threads behind her, activating her first soul skill, a corporeal assault known as Venom Needle Thread. The white threads swiftly pierced towards Su Wen's heart. Tang Xi retreated several paces and snapped her fingers. With a resounding crash, a tremendous surge of energy tore Su Wen apart, instantly scattering flesh and blood. Some of the blood splattered onto Tang Xi's cheeks, yet she merely smiled, without so much as a blink. From the moment I unleashed my bloodthirsty peony martial soul, I activated the blood butterfly wing soul bones ability Floral Aroma Mist. It induces hallucinations and shuts down the five senses, which is why you were completely unaware that I had secretly positioned myself behind you. Tang Xi uttered these words as an explanation for the deceased Su Wen. Beneath the tree, a brilliant radiance emanated, the gemstone soul bone left behind by Su Wen. Tang Xi approached and picked up the soul bone, placing it into the sapphire, soul guiding device. She reflected on the fact that she had finally employed the first soul skill of her lifeline, a physical attack. Among all her soul skills, the bee venom thread's physical assault stood as her ace. For Tang, she had coated the thread with a specially formulated explosive powder. Under intense compression, an explosion was inevitable. Before a soul sage of level 70, if the opponent did not utilize soul power to defend, a mere prick of the thread upon flesh would undoubtedly trigger an explosion. Tang Xi stretched lazily, realizing it was time to return. As for the soul bone, Tang Xi decided to leave it for Ning Rongrong, as this particular soul bone was not suitable for her. Moreover, bestowing it upon Rongrong would earn her goodwill from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With this thought in mind, Tang Xi unfurled a pair of blood-red butterfly wings from her back and soared towards the competition area. She had been away for too long and had yet to truly indulge in the pleasures of food, drink, and entertainment. Tang Xi indulged in revelry for several days before returning. Upon entering the hotel, she immediately spotted Yu Xiaojiang standing at the entrance, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the roasted sausage in Tang Xi's hand and, with a resigned gesture, remarked, "A few days ago, you told me you were going to cultivate, yet here you are, indulging in feasting and merriment?" Tang Xi, trembling and apprehensive, extended the uneaten grilled sausage to Yu Xiaojiang, inquiring, "Master, would you like to have one as well?" This remark ignited Yu Xiaojiang's fury as he bellowed, "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. Do you not realize that you have a competition tomorrow?" Tang Xi cried out in anguish, "No way." After regaining his composure, Yu Xiaojiang continued, "Next, we shall engage in a confrontation with the Qihua Academy. Come, let us proceed to the living room and discuss our strategy with everyone." Tang Xi exclaimed in distress, "Yes, Master QQ," as she sorrowfully finished the grilled sausage in her hand. Yu Xiaojiang pushed open the door, revealing the living room filled with Tang San and 6 others, along with 4 substitute members, including Dean Flander and Lu Erlong. Upon spotting Tang Xi, Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed over and enveloped Tang Xi in a warm embrace. "Humph, you went out to play without me." Xiaowu, with her keen sense of smell, detected the delightful aroma of grilled sausages emanating from Tang Xi and gazed at her with a look of reproach. Tang Xi nestled her face into Xiao Wu's bosom, playfully saying, "Dear Xiao Wu, I promise I won't do it again." The endearing address made Xiao Wu's cheeks flush crimson, leaving her feeling quite bashful. Meanwhile, Tang San's earlier concern gradually morphed into a frown, a dark expression of jealousy taking over. How could his sister seem like a rival in love? But Xiao Wu was not even his wife. What was he thinking? Lu Erlong, feigning a cough, interjected, "Ahem. Let us discuss something of importance." Yu Xiaojiang then posed a crucial question. "Your upcoming opponents are the Blaze Academy. I ask you, will you concede to preserve your strength? Or will you continue to fight?" Tang Xi exclaimed with excitement, "Of course it's battle. I want to participate this time." Daimubai replied, "Our Shrek Academy will never retreat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Tang Xi lowered her head in desolation, and when she looked up, her expression was one of utter helplessness. "This time, I shall steadfastly assume the role of a support, ensuring that I face no peril to my life." Tang San, no? I fear that those individuals may not withstand your onslaught. It is acceptable for Tang Xi to participate in this battle, as long as the third and fourth spirit abilities of the White Line Martial Soul remain concealed, Yu Xiaojiang decisively stated. Tang Xi cheered, while the crowd expressed their helplessness. The following day, at the Grand Arena of the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, the guests took their seats one after another. Beautiful dancers graced the stage. Music filled the air, and fireworks erupted amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, with tens of thousands shouting for the victory of the Blaze Academy and Shrek Academy. The host, Dodo, spread her pristine white wings, soaring gracefully through the air. "Hello, esteemed audience. Welcome to the 11th duel at the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, featuring a match between the Blaze Academy and Shrek Academy." Dodo heightened the atmosphere, recalling that Shrek Academy had previously triumphed over one of the 5 great academies, the Elephant Armor Sect. Would they also be able to conquer the Blaze Academy this time? Let us first examine the information of both teams. On the large screen, the details of the Blaze Academy appeared. Level 43 Control System Fire Dance, Assault System Fire Wu Shuang, Agility System Fire Lai, Fire Rain, Support System Fire Jun, and Fire Hammer. The scene then shifted to reveal the members of Shrek Academy: Tang Xi, Tang San, Daimubai, Titan, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Tang Xi's personal interface, the host Dodo's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Lo and behold, it is the long-absent contestant Tang Xi, renowned for her dual martial soul configuration of yellow, purple, black, and black. What kind of surprises will this legendary figure bring us?" As Dodo spoke, the Shrek team had already taken the stage. A colossal fire crane circled the arena before dissipating, revealing the silhouettes of 7 individuals, the Blaze Academy team. Among them, Fire Dance proudly lifted her head, confident that victory was hers. Tang Xi followed at the rear of the group, displaying a smile that was both courteous and perfectly timed. Her innocent yet alluring appearance, combined with her amiable demeanor, garnered the affection of most individuals present. "Please, both sides, unleash your martial spirits," Dodo announced, microphone in hand. Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony entwined with white threads flourished, and everyone was poised for action. The duel commenced. With a command from Dodo, the competition was officially underway. Lai advanced to engage with Xiao Wu, while Daimubai launched a powerful punch, and Tai Long narrowly evaded the onslaught of Wuchui's fiery hammer. Tang Xi unleashed her first soul skill, Bloodthirsty Peony, causing the speed of the opposing 7 to diminish significantly. Taking advantage of this moment, Daimubai executed his soul skill, White Tiger Golden Light Break, sending a fierce beam of light hurtling towards Wu Wushuang. Although Wu Wushuang attempted to evade by sidestepping, Talon's sudden assault forced him to retreat several dozen meters. Xiao Wu, Daimubai, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Talon encircled Wu Wushuang, aware that he was a powerful assault-type soul master. Eliminating him would simplify matters with the others. Just as they initiated their soul skills against Wu Wushuang, Wu Wu smirked and declared, "Fire Ring of Resistance." As her words echoed, a fiery tornado engulfed Wu Wushuang, rebounding the attacks from Daimubai and the others, while a shockwave sent Xiao Wu and several others crashing down from the stage. Consequently, only Tang Xi and Tang San remained on the battleground. Tang Xi furrowed her brow. Her second soul skill, Devour Soul Power, could only diminish Wu Wu's soul power by 35%, insufficient to prevent her from utilizing her third soul skill, She had been waiting for an opportunity for Huowu to unleash her fourth soul skill, only to find herself and her elder brother as the last two standing. Their eyes met, and Tang San's intentions became clear to Tang Xi. Tang Xi skillfully unleashed her soul technique, while Huowu Shuang rushed forward, attempting to prevent Tang Xi from using her soul skill to assist Tang San. However, Tang San firmly obstructed him with his blue-silver grass. Huowu disdainfully remarked, "Do not struggle. It is destined for you two to be defeated." Tang San provocatively remarked, "I am afraid that will not be as you wish." Tang Xi consecutively employed the first and third soul techniques, staggering as she walked. Her physical prowess diminished. Both abilities concurrently reduced the opponent's speed and physical strength by 35, subsequently augmenting Tang San's attributes. Tang San skillfully maneuvered through the fiery rain with his ghostly shadow, unexpectedly sweeping his legs to knock down his opponent. He then swiftly approached Huowu. Huowu Shuang raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Tang San, you have fallen for it once more." Meanwhile, the remaining three rushed towards Tang Xi, who stood in the corner. "Huoyun Star Hammer. Will he attack?" Tang San turned his head, initially believing it to be an assault directed at him. However, what he beheld was the remaining three individuals launching an attack on Tang Xi. "Tang San, I can only pray that these individuals do not suffer too greatly at the hands of my younger sister." Douluo, witnessing this scene in astonishment, exclaimed, "Tang Xi is being besieged. Are they forcing her to unleash her fourth soul skill?" Tang Xi possesses two 10,000-year soul rings. Yet she has not utilized a single soul skill, leaving everyone eagerly anticipating the nature of the dual martial soul's 10,000-year soul skill. As Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, she unleashed the purple extreme demon eye. Standing motionless, she conjured white threads that transformed into silken strands, ensnaring the three individuals with an unyielding grip. Her second soul technique, flexible spider silk. The silken threads spun by Tang Xi are incredibly resilient, nearly impossible to sever. One would require a level far exceeding Tang Xi's by dozens to even hope to escape. Having successfully advanced in the preliminary round, the attacks of the Fire Cloud Star Hammer were immediately thwarted by a surge of azure light, resulting in only a mere 25 points of damage striking Tang Xi. Nonetheless, this still rendered her visage somewhat pale. In response, Tang Xi activated the soul skill of her armored soul bone, amplifying her strength by an impressive 245 points. Tang Xi delivered a powerful punch to Huowu Shuang's chin, and with a sharp crack, the sound of a bone fracturing filled the air, instilling fear in Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others. "Brother!" Huowu exclaimed anxiously, her heart racing as she witnessed her brother Huowu Shuang being sent flying by Tang Xi. Tang Xi swiftly delivered another punch to Fire Hammer's abdomen, causing him to grimace in agony. Subsequently, she unleashed a fierce kick to Fire Jun's back. The three were sent sprawling to the ground, their eyes swirling with stars and foam escaping from their lips, rendered unconscious by the onslaught. The tide of the confrontation shifted. Only Tang Xi, Tang San, and Huowu remained on the battlefield. Huowu glared menacingly at Tang Xi, proclaiming, "You are finished." Tang Xi made a face, infuriating you. Huowu, overwhelmed with anger, summoned all her soul power in an attempt to unleash her fourth soul skill, Radiant Son of Huowu. Tang Xi curled her lips in a smirk, thwarting any attempts to unleash the fourth spirit ability. The second spirit ability, Devour Spirit Power. As soon as Tang Xi's voice fell, a pink peony blossomed on Huowu's arm, instantly siphoning the soul power from within her. Huowu felt her strength drained, collapsing weakly to the ground, and silently declared, "I concede." "Oh yes, we have triumphed," Tang Xi exclaimed joyfully. Tang San approached and affectionately ruffled Tang Xi's hair, saying, "Well done, sister." Douluo, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "This Shrek Academy has emerged victorious." The audience erupted into applause, and the Emperor of Snowy Night in the VIP section remarked, "That girl's second soul skill is truly formidable. I am eager to discover the nature of her millennial soul skill." Ningfengji nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, this young lady possesses a soul bone at such a tender age. Her future is promising. However, the risks associated with dual cultivation of twin martial souls are considerable, and the path is fraught with challenges." The Emperor of Snowy Night sighed in regret, then turned to the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. "Salus, I have heard that His Holiness the Pope himself possesses twin martial souls. If this girl could be mentored by His Holiness, she would undoubtedly excel." Salus raised an eyebrow, wanting to reveal that Tang Xi was the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and a disciple of the Pope. However, since the Holy Maiden wished to conceal her identity, Salus refrained from disclosing her true nature in public. Following this successful battle against the Academy of Fiery Flames, Shrek Academy advanced to the top 5 in the preliminaries, securing their place in the upcoming qualifying matches. Yet, there were still several duels to be fought against the Songhui Academy and the Tianshui Academy. In the match against Songhui Academy, Tang San severely injured a member of their team, rendering him mentally incapacitated, which attracted the scrutiny of Salus. However, due to Yu Xiaojiang possessing the Pope's decree, the matter was ultimately hushed up. In the subsequent battle against Tianshui Academy, Tang Xi did not participate, and Shrek Academy ended in a stalemate with Tianshui Academy. With the preliminaries concluded and a fortnight remaining until the next qualifying round, Tang Xi once again approached Yu Xiaojiang, requesting to return for a few days of training before rejoining. This was merely a guise, as Tang Xi had sensed she was being watched and wished to devise a pretext to distance herself from her companions at Shrek Academy. Tang Xi arrived at a desolate area and joyfully said to the person behind her, "Elder brother, let us cease our game of hide and seek." Beneath Tang Xi's gaze lay a shadow, for she sensed a subtle aura of malice. At that moment, Shu Qinghe emerged from the woods, adorned in an elegant royal gown, her golden locks flowing gracefully, and a fabricated smile gracing her visage. "Sister Tang Xi, your vigilance is truly remarkable. Perhaps I should refer to you as the saintess of the spirit hall." Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shu Qinghe, not expecting it to be him. Nevertheless, she feigned a smile and inquired, "Oh, how did you know, big brother?" Shu Qinghe chuckled lightly and replied, "Do not be anxious, little sister Tang Xi. I am merely here to ask on behalf of a brother of mine. When do you plan to return? Your teacher misses you." As he uttered the last sentence, it was evident he gritted his teeth. The teacher in question was none other than Bai Bai Dong, her mother. A twinge of jealousy stirred within her as she realized the young girl before her was the recipient of her mother's affection. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi immediately understood that the brother Snow Qinghe referred to was Su Wen. It seemed that Su Wen still wished for her return to the spirit hall, not wanting her to be entangled with Tang San and the others in any way. Upon perceiving the subtle shift in Shu Qinghe's expression, Tang Xi promptly exclaimed, "I am not yet inclined to return. I implore you, dear brother the Crown Prince, to convey my words. There are still matters that require my attention before I can even consider going back." Intrigued, Shu Qinghe inquired, "Pray tell, what is it that weighs on your mind, dear sister Tang Xi?" Tang Xi felt a tinge of melancholy, yet deep within, her heart blossomed with joy, eagerly anticipating your words. "Dear Prince, please do not disclose our conversation to anyone else." Shu Qinghe nodded, providing Tang Xi with a reassuring gaze. Tang Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief and then slowly spoke. "I have a friend who, in her youth, harbored affection for a young man. However, her noble status rendered their union inappropriate, as their social standings were incompatible. Consequently, she contemplated forsaking her sect to elope with him." Shu Qinghe listened intently, and upon noticing Tang Xi's pause, inquired, "And then what happened?" Tang Xi deliberately left a mystery. The girl and the boy, naturally, did not end up together. "Do you know why?" Shu Qinghe pondered for a moment and replied, "It is due to their differing identities, and the sect is also strongly opposed to it." Tang Xi nodded and continued her tale. The young girl's master had coerced her, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. With tears in her eyes, she parted ways with the young man. A year later, she gave birth to a baby girl, and from that moment onward, her demeanor became tumultuous and unpredictable. As Tang Xi spoke, she turned her gaze towards Shu Qinghe, whose mind suddenly erupted with realization. The maiden in the tale could not possibly be her mother, and the young man must be Yu Xiaojiang, while the master was undoubtedly his own father. Shu Qinghe appeared momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, before he fervently grasped Tang Xi and fervently inquired, "What, then, is the conclusion of the story?" Tang Xi wore an expression of innocent bewilderment as she gradually recounted the latter half of the tale. The young girl, consumed by resentment, loathed the child for having ruined her life, and she also harbored hatred towards the sect that had stolen her love. Meanwhile, that very child was sent to the Tiando Empire, where he ascended to the position of crown prince. Every word and every sentence uttered by Tang Xi pierced deeply into Shu Qinghe's heart, a relentless assault of disbelief. "This cannot be true. It is absolutely not true." Shu Qinghe's eyes glistened with a hint of redness, tears threatening to spill over at any moment. For a fleeting instant, she contemplated ending the life of the girl before her. Why must this tale be so cruel? She was paralyzed by fear, unable to accept the veracity of this narrative. Tang Xi sensed the murderous intent emanating from Shu Qinghe, her entire body quivering slightly, as if she had unwittingly ventured too far. Tang Xi immediately stepped in, her face adorned with a smile as she remarked, "However, I am aware that my friend holds her daughter in great regard. She simply struggles to articulate her feelings. Tang Xi gently brushed away the tears on Shuqing's cheek and softly said, "Do not weep." Shuqing's hands trembled as he silently replied, "Tell me, what is your purpose in this story?" He was convinced that Tang Xi had ulterior motives. This question momentarily stunned Tang Xi, who instinctively retorted, "I have no ulterior motives." Observing the disbelief and wariness in Shuqing's eyes, Tang Xi had no choice but to amend her statement. "What I seek is merely for you to reconcile with the teacher, allowing her to completely forget you, Xiaojiang. Only then can I joyfully embrace my role as a saint and lazily lie about." This simple request elicited a chuckle from Shuqing, who asked, "Is that all you desire? Power? Soul bones? Soul rings do not concern you?" Tang Xi, that resonates deeply. If she could have lived a few more years, it would undoubtedly have mattered. Tang Xi said with a bitter smile, "If it were possible, I would indeed wish to possess power. In this world, we are oppressed by the nobility, where strength reigns supreme. My teacher's original intention was to unify the continent and establish a sole master empire where everyone is equal. However, it is unfeasible for my teacher to achieve this alone." As Tang Xi spoke, she turned her gaze towards Shuqing, urging, "You and your mother must unite and refrain from being overly sentimental. Pursuing your career is the paramount truth." Tang Xi's words were laden with profound meaning, and Shuqing had nodded in agreement, saying, "You are absolutely right. Allowing emotions to dictate one's actions is indeed a grave mistake. But what should a mother do when she still harbors deep affection for that Yu Xiaojiang?" Tang Xi, what she just articulated was intended for you, dear sister, conveying the profound message to never fall in love with Tang San. Tang Xi spoke slowly, "If you wish to mend the rift with your mother, you must heed my advice. Do not confront her, and refrain from taking any action against Yu Xiaojiang." Shuqing coldly scoffed, "It is she who abandoned me since childhood," her face contorting with disdain at the mere sight of me. As Shuqing spoke, a sense of grievance welled within him, his nose tinged with bitterness. He choked back tears and lamented, "My very existence is a mistake, is it not?" Tang Xi felt a deep pang of sympathy for Shuqing. She stepped forward and embraced him, her hands involuntarily exploring his form. To her astonishment, she discovered an impressive set of abdominal muscles. Ahem. Let's return to the main topic at hand. Tang Xi gently patted Shuqing's back, saying, "Your grandfather and father are both delighted by your arrival. If you had not been born, how could I ever have the privilege of encountering such a gentle and refined older brother?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi was utterly astonished, and then exclaimed with delight, "You must be the legendary sister, Qianrenxue. How beautiful and dazzling you are." Tang Xi gazed at Qianrenxue with admiration, her presence seemingly enhanced by a delicate filter. Her cherry-like lips, sparkling almond-shaped eyes, and flawless skin captivated the onlooker. Qianrenxue turned her head away, yet her ears burned crimson, unable to resist the urge to gently pinch the soft, plump cheeks. In her heart, Qianrenxue mused, "So soft, the texture is exquisite. What should I do? I really wish I could take her home. This cuteness borders on the outrageous." Suddenly, Qianrenxue spoke, "I have heard that Shrek Academy has successfully advanced to the promotion matches, which will be held at the Royal Hunting Grounds. Why don't you accompany me there first? After all, the competition will commence in just a few days." Tang Xi contemplated for a moment. She realized this was an excellent opportunity to nurture the bond between the two of them. Thus, Tang Xi readily agreed, "All right." Tang Xi's desire to enhance Qianrenxue's favor stems from a deliberate intention to unite Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong. By fostering their reconciliation, she not only expedites the thawing of their past animosities but also positions herself to wield greater influence within the Spirit Hall, thereby enabling her to navigate more intricate narrative threads. Recently, news has swept through the Tiando Royal Hunting Ground, creating quite a stir. The Crown Prince has brought home a girl with whom he shares nightly companionship. Upon hearing this news, the Tiando Empress was moved to tears, realizing her son had finally awakened to romance and was willing to engage with the opposite sex. At this rate, how far could the goal of becoming a grandparent be? Upon hearing this news, Tang Hao, filled with fury, struck down dozens of towering trees with a single blow. He could hardly believe that after raising his daughter freely for just a few years, she had been so swiftly abducted by that scoundrel from the Heaven Do Empire. Tang Hao's emotions resembled the indignation of a beloved, delicate cabbage being uprooted by a pig. How infuriating. It is all due to that scoundrel Tang San. who failed to keep a vigilant eye on his own sister. Next time, I shall assuredly give Tang San a thorough beating. Tang San felt a sudden chill run down his back. In recent days, Tang Xi has been quite exuberant, spending her nights entwined with Qian Rinxue, and during the day. She insists on shopping together. However, she has failed to notice the increasingly peculiar glances Qian Rinxue casts in her direction. Qian Rinxue's thoughts are tumultuous. Tang Xi has grown ever more enchanting. She yearns to hold her close and drift into slumber, and suddenly feels an overwhelming desire to return and boast to that wretched woman about their nightly companionship. Even if it merely consists of sharing a blanket and engaging in conversation. Each time Su Wen visits and witnesses the closeness between Tang Xi and Qian Rinxue, he departs with a scowl, while Tang Xi laughs heartily, exclaiming, "How infuriating for you, haha." Su Wen feels a deep discomfort, particularly when he observes Tang Xi nestled beside Qian Rinxue. Ning Fengji also appears to understand instantly. The youth of today possess a considerable appetite for enjoyment, and he can empathize, though he had not anticipated such a fervent zest for life among the younger generation. Tang Xi. It appears that the misunderstanding has escalated significantly. She seems to have overlooked the fact that Qian Rinxue currently assumes the guise of Shui Qinghe, which could easily lead to misconceptions. On the eve of the promotion competition, Yu Xiaojiang led the members of Shrek Academy to the royal hunting grounds for the event, where Tang Xi had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing Tang San and the others, Tang Xi joyfully waved her hand. Ning Rongrong pointed towards Tang Xi and exclaimed, "Isn't that Xiaoxi?" Oscar scanned the surroundings, asking, "Where?" Ma Hongjun patted Oscar on the back and directed him, "Over there." The group approached Tang Xi, and Xiao Wu stepped forward to embrace her, saying, "I have missed you so much, Xiaoxi." Tang Xi smiled and said, "I miss you too, Sister Xiao Wu." Ning Rongrong raised her hand in a fit of jealousy and asked, "What about me?" Tang Xi chuckled softly, expressing her desire to join Sister Rongrong and Sister Zhuqing. Upon hearing this, Zhuqing, with an air of pride, turned her head away, clearly in a good mood. Yu Xiaojiang, puzzled, inquired, "Tang Xi, how did you manage to enter the royal hunting grounds without the Academy's decree?" Tang Xi instinctively replied, "I entered alongside my elder brother, the Crown Prince." Upon hearing the term Crown Prince brother, Tang San was instantly consumed by rage. Crown Prince brother? Daimu Bai approached to comfort Tang San, saying, "Little San, your sister will eventually marry one day." Tang San's emotions were somewhat unrestrained, his heart brimming with anger. "Sister, you are still young. You must resolutely refrain from pursuing romance until you reach the age of 25. Tang Xi curled her lips, casting a glance at Tang San, and then at Xiao Wu. "Aren't you and Sister Xiao Wu in a romantic relationship?" Both Xiao Wu and Tang San's faces flushed crimson as they turned away. Tang San attempted to clarify. "Xiao Wu and I are not what you think." Hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression fell, her head drooping in disappointment. Lu Erlong, brimming with fury, exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Tang San? Ma Hongjun and Oscar, feeling the weight of Lu Erlong's deathly glare, trembled and huddled together. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San's face grew increasingly flushed, and Tang Xi decided to refrain from teasing him further. She swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, "Uncle Ning has been waiting for us inside for quite a while. Let us proceed." Tang Xi led Tang San and his companions into the royal hunting grounds. Xiao Wu, clutching Tang Xi's arm, inquired with curiosity, "So, little Xi, what exactly is your relationship with the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire?" Tang San also perked up his ears to listen as Tang Xi explained. "My relationship with Prince Brother is merely that of ordinary friends, and besides, I am not inclined to pursue a romantic relationship at the moment." Tang San exhaled in relief. His spirits buoyed. Soon, he encountered Ning Fengxi and Shui Qinghe. Shui Qinghe attempted to engage Tang San in conversation, but Tang San maintained a stern demeanor, offering no semblance of warmth. Meanwhile, Ning Fengxi was in discussion with Flander regarding the arrangements for the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to attend Shrek Academy for their studies. That evening, Yu Xiaojiang elaborated on the rules of the promotion competition, which would take the form of one-on-one matches, continuing until one academy was left without any remaining contestants. Yu Xiaojiang then cast a glance at Tang Xi, slowly stating, "Tang Xi, you will be facing Barak Academy in tomorrow's battle." Tang Xixing, with an air of indifference, remarked, "All right." The onlookers erupted in laughter at Tang Xi's demeanor, with Ning Rongrong teasingly stating, "Little Xi, you are simply too lazy." Xiaowu, hands on her hips, chimed in with a hint of pride. My little Xi is quite formidable. You know, even I have yet to witness her true strength. Yu Xiaojing nodded affirmatively, sharing the curiosity regarding Tang Xi's genuine abilities, thus arranging for her to take the stage. The following day, Emperor Shuya, along with Master Ning and Salis, took their seats, while the surrounding academies observed intently. The event was hosted by the flamboyant brother Curly, sporting a head of yellow curls and an eccentric purple suit. Greetings to all audience members. The first match features Shrek Academy competing against Balak Academy. Opposing Shrek Academy was a group of men clad in red garments with a hint of ethnic flair, exuding an air of disdain and contempt towards Shrek Academy. Flinder lamented, in the past, our Shrek Academy suffered greatly from the tyranny of the Balak Kingdom. The Academy was on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the support of former graduates, Shrek Academy might have long ceased to exist. Tang Xi comforted Flander, saying, Director, please trust me. I will ensure that Barak Academy is left searching for its teeth. The scene shifted, and Curly Brother passionately announced, Next, let us welcome Tang Xi from Shrek Academy, who possesses twin martial souls, along with the captain of Barak Academy, Veloki. The audience eagerly anticipated this match, as they were curious to witness the true power of Tang Xi's twin martial souls. Veloki ascended the soul fighting platform with an air of arrogance, while Tang Xi appeared innocent and harmless, exuding an aura of simplicity. With disdain, Veloki remarked, Little sister, I advise you to concede quickly. I wouldn't want to frighten you too much, ha ha ha. Tang Xi smiled softly, refraining from uttering a word. It was not until the host, Curly Brother, proclaimed, The competition begins, that the atmosphere shifted. Tang Xi swiftly surged forward, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette. With a powerful fist, she struck Veloki's chin, following up with a fierce kick that sent him tumbling out of the Soul Duel arena. The events unfolded with such suddenness that curly-haired brother could hardly believe his eyes as he exclaimed, Tang Xi wins. The members of Shrek Academy beamed with pride, casting triumphant glances towards Barak Academy. Meanwhile, the individuals from Barak Academy rushed to assess Veloki's injuries, indignantly protesting, This is unfair. They are practically committing murder. Such excessive force. TSK. Tang Xi provocatively declared, Even if a bunch of you worthless scrubs band together, you still cannot defeat me. If you're unwilling to accept this, then hold your breath, prove your worth by defeating me first. The Barak Kingdom was rendered speechless. Indeed, they were no match for her. In the second match against Feng Xiaoyan, Tang Xi effortlessly unleashed the third spirit skill of her bloodthirsty peony, sending one opponent tumbling off the soul arena. In the third match, she employed her first spirit skill, Staggering Walk, to eliminate her opponent in an instant. The fourth match saw her using her flexible silk to hurl an opponent off the soul arena with ease. By the fifth match, Tang Xi had grown lethargic. While yawning, she allowed her flexible silk to actively toss her opponent down. In the sixth match, she utilized the first skill of Lifeline, piercing her opponent with toxic bee needles until they resembled a porcupine. The seventh opponent wielded a chrysanthemum spirit, which proved somewhat resilient. Nonetheless, Tang Xi personally dispatched them from the soul arena. Curly-haired brother was left astonished, mouth agape, unable to close it, another instant defeat. On average, Tang Xi vanquished an opponent in 30 seconds, achieving a remarkable streak of 7 victories. This round marked Shrek Academy's triumph. The Academy erupted in cheers, while Bakra Academy bore bruised egos, all intimidated by Tang Xi. Truly, she was a formidable femme fatale. Emperor Shuya laughed heartily, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed. The Yangtze River pushes forward the waves, each generation surpasses the last. Tang Xi would be a perfect daughter-in-law. Subsequently, Tang Xi was disinterested in participating in the ensuing match against the Blaze Academy, considering Tang San's blue-silver grass could negate fire. Yu Xiaojang opted for Tang San to take the field while Tang Xi watched the spectacle. Particularly notable was Tang San's impending achievement of 7 consecutive victories against Wu. However, in a moment of compassion, he refrained from delivering a finishing blow during her ultimate move, instead shielding her from a strike, resulting in his own incapacitation. Tang Xi chuckled, exclaiming, Oh my, dear brother, you truly have an abundance of admirers. Following this, they triumphantly faced several academies, with Shrek Academy achieving a string of victories. During the match against Thunder Academy, Dai Mubai particularly shone, ultimately fainting from exhaustion, which elicited a wave of concern from Zhu Zhuqing. In the final encounter with Wind God Academy, Feng Xiaoyan challenged Tang San to a decisive match. Tang San pointed towards Tang Xi and remarked, You should first defeat my sister before speaking further. Just as Tang Xi was enjoying the spectacle, she was unexpectedly caught off guard, feeling flustered amidst the chaos. "This is truly my damn brother." Tang Xi was taken aback, while Feng Xiaotian felt offended. Ultimately, the judges unanimously agreed that the outcome of the battle between Tang Xi and Feng Xiaotian would determine the victor. The exuberant curly-haired brother exclaimed, "Whose champion will it be? Let us await the outcome." A gust of wind swirled around Feng Xiaotian, revealing the shadow of a swift, dual-headed wolf behind him, which was his martial spirit. Tang Xi unleashed her martial spirit, a magnificent peony blooming behind her, entwined with strands of white. Her soul rings spiraled upwards from beneath her feet, yellow, purple, black, and black. Particularly notable was the fourth soul ring, which exuded a subtle pressure that even soul masters of the soul Douluo rank dared not underestimate. After all, a divine bestowed soul ring was indeed unparalleled. In his heart, Feng Xiaotian contemplated. He was unaware of Tang Xi's true strength. It would be more advantageous to launch a fierce attack from the very beginning, catching her off guard. Without hesitation, Feng Xiaotian activated his second soul skill, Dual Wolf's Manifestation. In an instant, his hands transformed into the forelimbs of a wolf, moving with the speed comparable to that of an agile assault-type soul master. Rapidly closing the distance to Tang Xi, ready to strike fiercely, Tang Xi retreated cautiously, yet still found herself affected, as her armor spirit bone instinctively manifested to shield her. Absorbing 75 points of damage, Feng Xiaotian relentlessly closed in, accompanied by a flurry of slicing winds. Tang Xi exclaimed, "First soul skill, stumbling steps. Second soul skill, devouring soul power." Tang Xi swiftly employed two soul techniques, significantly enhancing her evasion speed. Surrounding her were shimmering blue orbs. The manifestation of Feng Xiaotian's spirit power being absorbed and subsequently returned to Tang Xi. Feng Xiaotian furrowed his brow, if he did not secure a swift victory. By the time Tang Xi unleashed her second soul technique to absorb soul power, he would likely have little spirit power left for another confrontation. He once more concentrated his soul power, invoking his third soul technique, Gale Wings. Ethereal blue wings materialized behind him, lifting him into the air. "Tang Xi, allow me to conclude this battle." Tang Xi was drenched in cold sweat. "Brother, there's no need to push yourself so hard." Surrounding Feng Xiaotian were numerous blades of wind, all directed towards Tang Xi. In the air, Feng Xiaotian held an undeniable advantage. Swift Wind Demon Wolf, 36 consecutive slashes. Feng Xiaotian swung his wind wings towards Tang Xi, and the blades of wind generated by the rotating wings severed Tang Xi's path of escape. Tang Xi's gaze was piercing, and the threads in her hands surged with energy. What is so remarkable about creating one's own soul technique? I can do it too. Tang Xi unleashed the Xinyu hand, effortlessly intercepting Wind Xiaotian's relentless barrage of wind blades. With a commanding voice, she proclaimed, "Spider Silkbind." A multitude of supple spider threads shot forth from the 8 stone pillars, intricately weaving together to form an elaborate web. Unfazed, Wind Xiaotian believed his wind blades could sever anything in their path. However, upon contact with the web, the threads seemed to possess a life of their own, immediately ensnaring his form with an astonishing resilience. The first soul technique, Soul Attack, Be Venom Needle Thread. Tang Xi utilized the resilience of the spider silk to launch herself to a considerable height, executing a swift 90-degree rotation before unleashing her first soul skill. Feng Xiaotian, realizing he was about to be attacked, found himself unable to break free from the entangling threads of silk. Gritting his teeth, he was left with no choice but to employ his fourth soul skill, Demonic Wolf Storm. With a thunderous roar, immense soul power swept across the entire arena. As the air coalesced into the form of a wolf, its force immediately shattering the spider silk. The demonic wolf bared its fangs and lunged toward Tang Xi. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The third eternal soul ring around Tang Xi's waist quivered incessantly as she wielded an iron rod and charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the phantom demonic wolf conjured behind Feng Xiaotian. With a resounding crash, a surge of force erupted violently from the collision of their soul abilities, while the demonic wolf clung tenaciously to the iron rod, showing no signs of relinquishing its grip. Tang Xi swung the iron rod once more, unleashing the full force of the 5-minute assault from the iron rhinoceros armor bull, the power of which was beyond imagination. Tang Xi mimicked the technique of the 36 hammer strikes, continuously wielding the iron rod in her hands. The fierce swing of the rod struck Feng Xiaotian, who struggled to defend himself with both hands. A tremendous force erupted, sending Feng Xiaotian flying out of the soul-fighting platform. The audience was left in utter astonishment, with Emperor Shuye rising in surprise, realizing the immense power of the third-level Eternal Soul skill. The might of the fourth-level Soul skill was indeed unimaginable. Ning Fengji remarked with a faint smile that Tang Xi had merely employed the technique of the 36 hammer strikes. Emperor Shuye paused, suddenly recalling a certain individual. Ning Fengji responded, stating that Tang Xi and Tang San were indeed the children of the esteemed Hao Yan. After his initial shock, Emperor Shuye's face transformed into one of admiration, exclaiming that it seemed the final champion would undoubtedly belong to the Tiando Empire. Meanwhile, Salis expressed discontent with Emperor Shuye's stance, reminding him that the Saintess was from their spirit hall, and it was only fitting that they should claim victory. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian lay unconscious on the ground, prompting his team from Shenfeng Academy to rush forward in a panic to lift him. In contrast, Tang Xi remained effortlessly composed on the soul-fighting platform. Below, her teammates were in stitches, with Xiao Wu rushing up to embrace Tang Xi, exclaiming, "You were amazing, Xiao Xi." Tang San stepped forward and gently tousled Tang Xi's hair, exclaiming, "Well done, little sister." Ma Hongjun and Oscar circled around Tang Xi, both giving her a thumbs up and marveling, "Impressive." Zhu Shiqing and Dai Mubai exchanged smiles, while Ning Rongrong approached with a beaming expression, congratulating her. "You truly look magnificent." However, Qin Ming expressed his concerns to Yu Xiaojiang, saying, "Tang Xi is drawing a lot of attention now. She might attract unwanted attention." Yu Xiaojiang shook his head helplessly, suggesting they take things step by step. After several hours, numerous battle teams were lined up. The Snow Knight Emperor stroked his beard, noting, "This year has truly brought forth an abundance of talent. Splendid indeed." He then turned to praise the Shrek team, especially the Shrek team. "You have provided me with countless surprises." His words made Ma Hongjun and Oscar feel a tad embarrassed. Shifting their gazes, the Snow Knight Emperor continued, "The final match will be held at the Spirit Hall, and I will send the Crown Prince to lead the team." Upon hearing his name, Xue Qinghe stood up with a polite smile. Tang Xi excitedly waved at Xue Qinghe, who couldn't help but chuckle. The Snow Knight Emperor observed the two with increasingly gentle eyes, thinking to himself, "Indeed, Tang Xi is the best choice to be my daughter-in-law." Clearing his throat, the Snow Knight Emperor continued, "We will also dispatch 500 elite guards to escort you. You are the hope of the Tiando Empire. I wish you great success in the finals, and it would be splendid to bring home the championship." As they departed from the Tiando Kingdom, a fleet of well-organized carriages made their way to the Spirit City, with passers-by cheering, "Go, go, go." Inside the carriage, Tang Xi was deep in thought, her brows furrowed. Curious, Xiao Wu asked, "What's wrong, Tang Xi?" Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong glanced over as well, and Tang Xi sighed. The Spirit City has two major halls, the Hall of the Pope and the Douluo Hall. The Hall of the Pope has 3 holy sons and daughters, all candidates for the future Pope, and among them, 2 will be competing in the finals. Our chances of winning seem rather slim. She continued, "The most dangerous opponent is that Su Wen. His strength is likely known only to Bibi Dong, and even she might only grasp a fraction of it. Furthermore, in the original storyline, they encounter assassination attempts from the Ju Douluo and the Gui Douluo on their way to the Spirit City. However, I believe the teacher will show some leniency out of respect for me." Ning Rongrong burst into laughter, saying, "Don't worry about it, Tang Xi." Zhu Zhuqing added with a subtle smile, "Throughout the years, the Spirit Hall teams have consistently claimed the championship. Even if we ultimately lose, it would not be a loss." Xiao Wu, intrigued, asked, "Is the Spirit Hall really that formidable?" Tang Xi, fully aware of the Spirit Hall's depth, silently concluded, "At this stage, they could easily crush us as if we were mere ants." 2 days later, the orderly procession of carriages arrived at a place engulfed in swirling sands, where crows scattered, and the winds howled. Tang San sensed an unsettling anomaly, casting a wary glance out of the window. Suddenly, the carriage came to a gradual halt. Tang Xi, observing the outside, felt a surge of determination. What was meant to occur would inevitably transpire. Upon the precipice, Su Wen donned a dark robe, surveying the cluster of cloaked figures behind him, alongside 3 titled Douluo, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, the Ghost Douluo, and the demon-suppressing Douluo of the Douluo Palace. The Ghost Douluo harbored a subtle astonishment towards this holy son, as he had not anticipated that he would be so highly esteemed by the Spirit Hall, to the extent of commanding the titled Douluo of the Douluo Palace, all for the mere assassination of one individual, standing at a height of 1.8 meters. Su Wen's well-proportioned figure was enveloped in his black robe, revealing a cascade of dark purple-silver hair. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze suddenly darkened. The depths of his eyes akin to a chilling abyss, roiling with intensity. Tang San, your demise is imminent. With a subtle motion of his left hand, he pointed toward the carriage ahead, and in an instant, a legion of cloaked figures sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of massive boulders that plummeted towards the carriage below. The soldiers below hastily convened, their captain bellowing, "Form ranks." The chrysanthemum Douluo voiced his apprehension. "Holy son, I have heard that the holy maiden is also inside. Should we?" A frigid glance from Su Wen silenced him instantly. The words died on his lips. "Do not concern yourself with her. Let her fend for herself," he declared, his fists clenched tightly, his heart brimming with rage. It was utterly unexpected that Tang Xi had managed to escape in the final week, yet this time, he vowed to show no mercy. Su Wen led his men in a relentless assault against Tang San, as a swarm of cloaked figures descended upon the 500 soldiers, each unit hastily dismounting from their carriages, readying themselves for battle. Tang Xi leisurely dismounted from the carriage, not rushing into a state of combat, for she was acutely aware that the group of cloaked figures would not dare to harm her. Qin Ming unleashed his martial soul, the flame hunting wolf, dispatching several of the dark-clad assailants. Subsequently, the leader of the cloaked figures stood atop a rock and spoke indifferently. "You possess some skill for your tender age, but you shall meet your demise here." With a powerful leap into the air, he activated his seventh soul skill, the Golden Eagle transformation. As a pair of golden wings unfurled majestically from his back, Damu Bai commanded, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." Tang San and others awakened their martial spirits, while Flandra and Lu Erlong stood protectively in front of the students. Lu Erlong, known for her fiery temperament, exclaimed, "Who dares to strike against us?" The figure cloaked in black remained unfazed, his eyes brimming with arrogance, as the 8 soul rings at his waist gradually ascended. Tang San was taken aback. It was actually Soul Douluo. Behind him, Tang Xi let out a soft chuckle and slowly stepped forward. Who granted you the audacity to act recklessly here?" Tang Xi donned a delicate pale pink puff-sleeve dress that accentuated her alabaster complexion, giving her an almost ethereal pallor. Her low ponytail lent her an air of petite elegance. Yet a hint of fragility lingered between her brows, as if she were a canary, inherently confined within a gilded cage. Tang Xiguang smiled faintly. Yet her demeanor plunged the leading figure in black into an abyss of dread. Upon catching sight of Tang Xiguang's delicate features, the surrounding cloaked figures bowed respectfully, collectively exclaiming, "Saintess." The repeated invocations of Saintess left Tang San momentarily stunned, a sentiment echoed by his companions from Shrek Academy, who gazed at Tang Xiguang in astonishment. They could hardly fathom how such a fragile being could possibly be the revered saintess spoken of by this group. Perched upon the cliff, Su Wen furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene and calmly remarked, "You need only eliminate Tang San. Should anyone else attempt to intervene, dispose of them as well." The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged silent glances. Su Wen did not specify whether to include Tang Xiguang in their ranks. However, it was evident that Tang Xiguang, a mere saintess favored by the Pope yet devoid of any real power, would naturally heed Su Wen's command over her own. The demon-suppressing Douluo, looking down upon Su Wen, scoffed at the notion of needing to summon Tang San for resolution. Rising, he brushed off his garments, brandishing the Panlong staff as he charged toward Tang San. Su Wen signaled to the Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluos, who promptly understood the unspoken command. The two clasped hands midair, their soul rings of yellow, purple, and black radiating magnificently. Two-level stasis field. Before anyone could react, they found themselves rendered immobile. The demon-suppressing Douluo swung the Panlong staff, hurling it toward Tang San with a fierce motion. Tang San's pupils widened as death approached silently. Behind him, Xiao's eyes also widened as she instantly teleported in front of Tang San. Though her body was immobilized, her soul abilities remained at her disposal. The demon suppressor Douluo raised an eyebrow, astonished that someone would dare to teleport in front of this boy, attempting to protect him. How utterly fanciful. In the moment the Panlong staff descended, the Asmita Heartbreak Blossom emerged to shield its master. A thunderous impact echoed through the mountains as the Asmita Heartbreak Blossom radiated a crimson glow, successfully guarding both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Su Wen looked on with disdain. Even in such dire circumstances, Tang San could still evade danger, truly the epitome of a lucky fool. With that, he descended from the sky, delivering a punch aimed at Xiao's abdomen. Although Xiao felt the pain and remained unable to move, she clutched the Asmita Heartbreak Blossom tightly. The onlookers were filled with anxiety, with Tang San glaring at Su Wen, his eyes reddened with fury. Upon seeing the Osmita heartbreak blossom in Xiao Wu's arms, Douluo became exhilarated and instinctively rushed to embrace Xiao Wu, murmuring, "This is indeed the Osmita heartbreak blossom." Douluo stared in bewilderment as Douluo departed. "Old Ju, what about our two-level stasis field?" As the stasis field dissipated, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, particularly from Tang San and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, enraged, shouted, "How dare you harm my daughter?" Activating his seventh soul skill, the Crimson Dragon Incarnation, Lu Erlong's killing aura transformed into a blue dragon that bared its fangs and charged at Su Wen. The demon suppressor Douluo smirked, rising and leaping to crush the blue dragon midair with a single stomp. Dust billowed around them as Lu Erlong suddenly collapsed to the ground, spitting black blood. This adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. He simply could not contend with him. The 9 soul rings around the waist of the demon suppressor Douluo shimmered, signifying his title as a titled Douluo. Flinder's face was filled with despair. A titled Douluo. It was truly hopeless. Su Wen spoke up, advising, "Demon suppressor, do not hesitate any longer." The demon suppressor Douluo dismissed him, clearly uninterested in these individuals. "No need to rush. Let us enjoy this slowly." Su Wen frowned upon hearing this. Indeed, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like ally. If this continued, the 97th level sword Douluo, Shin Xin, and Dugobo would soon arrive. Even if they could not kill Tang San now, they must at least incapacitate him. Su Wen's palm was enveloped in dark mist as he turned to Tang San, slowly declaring, "Second soul skill, Mist Blade." Tang San could not comprehend why the young man in the black robe, with whom he bore no grudge, sought to take his life. Yet, he found himself in a position of desperate concealment. Tang San utilized the ghostly hidden shadow to evade the successive onslaughts constituted by blades of mist. Yet he could not escape sustaining some injuries. The others from Shrek Academy wished to rush to his aid, but the demon hunter merely stood there, exuding the oppressive aura of a 96th ranked limit Douluo, which deterred anyone from advancing a single step. Douluo descended, cradling Xiao Wu, and gazed mesmerized at the heartbroken red in her hands, declaring to Su Wen, "This young lady is under my protection. No one is permitted to harm her." Unable to restrain himself, Su Wen raised an eyebrow and bellowed, "Then kill Tang San first." In that instant, Douluo trembled, reminiscent of the imposing presence of Pope Bibidon. With a swing of his staff, the demon hunter Douluo unleashed a force that struck Tang San, propelling him several meters away. Tang San fell to the ground in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment, as it appeared that he was destined to perish here today. "Wait." Tang Xi stepped forward and directly retrieved the papal order from the sapphire. To behold this insignia was akin to encountering the Pope himself at this very moment. All members of the papal hall present were compelled to heed my command. The cloaked figures exchanged glances, evidently troubled. Su Wen gritted his teeth and declared, "Tang Xi, it appears I should not have merely confined you. I ought to have eliminated you instead. By choosing Tang San, you have made him your adversary." "What?" Ning Rongrong and the others exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Tang Xi had been subjected to torment by the youth before them. Tang Xi, with a cold expression, stood protectively in front of Tang San and questioned, "Su Wen, how could you bring 3 titled Douluo to assassinate my brother? Did you obtain the teacher's consent?" The demon slayer Douluo found the situation amusing. Did this so-called saintess truly understand the extent of power that Su Wen wielded within the spirit hall? After all, he was someone endorsed by his elder brother, and the position of future pope was destined for Su Wen alone. Su Wen remained silent, casting a frosty gaze upon the demon slayer Douluo. Internally cursing Su Wen, the demon slayer Douluo nonetheless approached, intending to strike down Tang San with his staff. 4th soul skill, Infinite Rod. A blood-red true dragon materialized, encircling the demon slayer Douluo, and an immense pressure prevented anyone from advancing. 7th soul skill, Spectral Form. A shadowy figure emerged behind the ghost Douluo, intercepting the demon slayer Douluo's attack, while the chrysanthemum Douluo prepared to launch a sneak attack from behind him. 5th soul skill, Blade Shadow Clone. A gigantic chrysanthemum appeared, its petals forged from metal. As the petals unfurled, they transformed into sharp blades, hurtling towards the demon slayer Douluo. He swung his staff, invoking his 3rd soul skill, True Dragon's Protection. The massive red dragon expanded, enveloping the demon slayer Douluo and shielding him from the onslaught of the chrysanthemum's attack. The chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo stood resolutely in front of Tang Xi, proclaiming in unison, "We shall forever serve the esteemed Pope." Tang Xi now wields the papal decree, appearing to ghost Douluo and the others as though the Pope himself has descended upon them. 74. A sense of grievance. Tang Xi swallowed hard. Realizing how perilous the situation had just been, Su questioned him, genuinely contemplating the notion of ending his life. Ha ha ha, I suppose this counts as a testament to my age. The verdant poison mist began to spread, and Douluo ambled forth, approaching Tang San. The demon slayer Douluo frowned and advised, I urge you to leave promptly. It has not been easy for us to cultivate to the rank of titled Douluo. I would hate for a moment of carelessness to cost the Douluo Continent 3 titled Douluos. The more the demon slayer Douluo spoke, the more arrogant he became. Tang Xi remarked, is this what they call a villain falling victim to excessive verbosity? Su's expression darkened, as he had never anticipated being thwarted by an incompetent ally. Humph. That remains to be seen, Tang Xi replied with a cold smile, fixing his gaze upon Su. Su, it appears you will not be able to kill me today. Su clenched his fists and turned away indifferently. Demon Slayer, we must depart. Chen Xian is likely already on his way. Had they been in the dual realms of ghostly charm and moon's guile, the death of Tang San would have been inevitable. However, he never expected those two to betray him. Yet, he did not wish to escalate matters too greatly. He would have ample opportunities to eliminate Tang San later. Tang Xi. Neither you nor Tang San shall escape. I will personally bring you back. If you dare deceive me, be prepared to face the consequences. The demon slayer Douluo snorted disdainfully before retracting his hand, deeming the situation a waste of his time. Su cast a cold glance at Yu Guanju and Gue Mei. Upon grasping his intent, they proceeded directly towards Su. Yu Guanju unleashed the heavenly fleece mushroom, filling the valley with a cloud of smoke. The figures in black, upon receiving the signal, retreated of their own accord. I believe, Tang Xi, that you should provide an explanation. Tang San struggled to rise. His eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze intensely on Tang Xi. With a shift in tone, he mused, perhaps I should refer to you as your holiness, the saintess. Xiao Wu hurriedly supported Tang San, urging, please, calm down, brother San. Perhaps Tang Xi has her reasons. At that moment, Sword Douluo Chen Xian and Ning Fengji also arrived at the scene, bewildered by the silent tableau before them. What has transpired here? They wondered. Tang Xi had never witnessed Tang San being so fierce towards her. Her nose turned sour, and she unexpectedly broke into tears. Tang San, though feeling a pang of heartache, still maintained a fierce expression as he pressed her. Don't cry. Quickly tell me what has transpired over the years. What about the captivity? Ning Rongrong could no longer bear to watch and stepped in front of Tang Xi, exclaiming, San Ge, your words are too harsh. Too harsh? However, Tang San was aware that the spirit hall might hold a deep-seated vendetta against him. He did not wish for his sister, Tang Xi, to become embroiled in this murky situation, nor did he want to see her standing alongside his enemies. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi felt a profound sense of grievance, and her words struck deeply at Tang San's heart. Daimubai stepped forward and speculated, Xiaoxi, have you perhaps been threatened by the spirit hall? Upon learning that Tang Xi was a disciple of Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong cast a complicated glance towards her, uncertain of how to respond. Du Gubo slowly remarked that in recent years, any rising talents who had not aligned themselves with the spirit hall were inevitably targeted for assassination. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was entirely due to his own inadequacy. A profound sense of regret washed over him as he pondered how he could have treated Xiaoxi so thoughtlessly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi felt increasingly aggrieved, prompting Tang San to step forward and embrace her gently. I am truly sorry, my sister. I misunderstood you. Oscar, filled with curiosity, inquired, and then? Tang Xi sniffed. And upon seeing my beauty, he decided to confine me. Upon hearing this statement, Douluo could not help but burst into laughter. Tang San, the emotions I had just rendered have been utterly destroyed by you, little sister. Tang Xi pouted her small lips and turned to say, then I seized the opportunity to escape, but I never anticipated that he actually intended to kill me. Alas, we were originally a pair of deskmates who cherished each other. Why must we turn against one another with such haste? Tang San gently tapped Tang Xi's head with his hand and said, Sister, I am sincerely asking you a question. Tang Xi grimaced in pain, rubbing her head as she cast a pitiful glance at Tang San, exclaiming, Oh brother, you are bullying me again. Xiao Wu, witnessing the banter between the siblings, couldn't help but laugh in frustration, yet she felt a sense of relief, for at least they were happy in this moment. Despite the countless agonies she endured in silence, Tang Xi always managed to maintain an air of nonchalance. In the spirit hall, Su Wen knelt before Bibi Dong in the Pope's chamber, where she sat with an icy gaze fixed upon him. "I have indeed raised an exceptional disciple," she remarked coldly. "A year and a half ago, I allowed Tang Xi to leave the spirit hall, yet you took it upon yourself to confine her within the Douluo hall, and even dispatched 3 titled Douluos to pursue your junior sister?" Her sneer signaled the brewing storm of her wrath. Only Bibi Dong and Su Wen occupied the grand hall, where the latter was drenched in sweat, his pallid lips betraying his previous torment. Unfazed, Su Wen spoke deliberately. "All of this was for the greater good of the spirit hall. Tang Xi, as your disciple, has allied herself with the Heaven Do Empire. Her acceptance of your mentorship was merely a ruse to elude my pursuit." Bibi Dong's fury ignited, and with a mere thought, she seized Su Wen, hurling him violently against a nearby pillar. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from his lips as he gazed at her in bewilderment. In a hoarse voice, he asserted, "Tang Xi's brother, Tang San, is the son of Tang Hao. The spirit hall pursues Tang Hao thus. The enmity of the 2 siblings lies with us. If we do not eradicate the root of the problem, it shall inevitably lead to great calamity." Bibi Dong reflected on Su Wen's words, acknowledging the boy's meticulous nature since childhood, his ambition propelling him forward, yet his heart remained too cold. "I appreciate your intentions, Su Wen, but you must not lay a finger on Tang Xi. Everyone has something they wish to protect." Tang Xi bestowed upon her a joy and warmth that she had never experienced in decades. In the twilight of Tang Xi's life, her sole desire was to bring happiness and freedom to Tang Xi. Love is reciprocal. Su Wen, however, remained oblivious to these sentiments, his heart slow to warm, and he had no wish to comprehend them. An individual solely devoted to their career is unworthy of love, the author quietly adds. Enduring the pain, Su Wen leaned against a pillar and rose, ultimately bowing his head and taking a step back. "I understand now. I will not harm Tang Xi. But Tang San must perish." Bibi Dong retorted sharply, "Not yet." In response to Su Wen's confusion, Bibi Dong shook her head and simply stated, "In a few months, you may claim Tang San's life, but for now, I absolutely forbid you from laying a hand on anyone near Shaoxi." Though puzzled, Su Wen recognized that his mentor had made a concession, and he would not refuse. Thus, he merely needed to await the right moment. 3 days later, the contingent from the Tiando Empire finally arrived at the guest house in Seoul City for the elite tournament. Ma Hongjun and Oscar embraced one another, wailing, "We've finally made it. We nearly perished on the way." This was largely thanks to Shaoxi's papal decree. But it was truly surprising to discover that Shaoxi was indeed the saintess of the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, yet at that moment, Flinder emerged, declaring, "Do you think arriving in Seoul City means you are safe?" Oscar, bewildered, responded, "Surely not, Dean. The papal hall is located in Seoul City. Would they dare act against us here? That would be exceedingly audacious." Tang Xi gently patted Oscar's shoulder in a comforting manner, assuring him, "Rest assured, everyone, with me. Tang Xi, in the spirit hall, they dare not lay a finger on us." Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight, "Indeed, little Xi is the most formidable." However, Tang Xi hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Yet, as for the others in the spirit hall, I cannot say for certain. After all, I am merely a saintess without substantial power. In comparison to the Douluo Hall or the Saint Sun Su, I find myself uncertain." Ma Hongjun lamented, "No way." Just then, Lu Erlong emerged from the balcony on the 2nd floor, inquiring, "Little Xi, why did Bibi Dong choose you as her disciple?" Lu Erlong was still troubled by the fact that little Xi was a disciple of Bibi Dong, while Oscar nodded in envy, saying, Yes, please share. I too wish to become a disciple of the Pope." Flinder shot a glance at Oscar, reminding him, "Your current teacher is still right here." Tang Xi smiled innocently. "Perhaps due to the fact that I possess twin martial souls. Although the teacher appears aloof on the surface, in reality, he possesses a keen sensitivity." Xiao Wu turned her head in dissatisfaction and coldly huffed, "That may not necessarily be the case." Meanwhile, Lu Erlong bowed his head, lost in thought. Tang San stepped forward to enliven the atmosphere. All right. The finals will be held in 3 days, so let us focus on our training for now." During the ensuing 3 days, everyone primarily concentrated on cultivating their soul power to ensure they were in optimal condition. Xiao Wu promptly broke through to level 40, and Lu Erlong took her to acquire her soul ring. The spirit hall was nestled at the foot of the mountain, considerably smaller than Heaven Do City. Yet its architecture was remarkably grand and magnificent. The Pope's Hall was constructed around the hill, with a roof shaped like a six-pointed star. Above the Pope's Hall loomed the legendary Douluo Hall, which, though significantly smaller, was crafted from exquisite white jade bricks. The Spirit Hall was a place every soul master aspired to reach. Shueqinghe and the Spirit Master team from the Heaven Do Empire settled at a restaurant on the western side of the Spirit City. On the final day, Xiaowu successfully obtained her fourth soul ring upon arriving at the Spirit City. However, Lu Erlong wore an expression of bewilderment, as Xiaowu had become separated from him during the process of acquiring the soul ring. When Lu Erlong encountered Xiaowu again, she had already obtained her soul ring. According to Xiaowu, she fortuitously witnessed a severely injured soul beast, yet at the time, no one paid it much heed, except for Tang Xi, who cast a knowing glance at Xiaowu. Xiaowu was a 100,000-year soul beast, and when a soul beast transforms into human form, it does not require a soul ring until it reaches the first 70 levels, as it can automatically acquire the optimal configuration of a soul ring based on its cultivation. Soon after, the master arrived just in time before the competition to share some important notes regarding the tournament. A total of 32 teams would participate, with the match order determined by a drawing. Following each competition, there would be a day of rest, and the top 3 finalists would be sent to the Spirit Hall to compete for the ultimate championship. It was rumored that the champion would receive a soul bone configuration. As several hours passed, Shueqinghe arrived to lead the captains of the respective spirit teams to the drawing. When Dai Mubai returned, his expression was grave. Their next opponents were the Royal Academy of the Star Luo Empire. The atmosphere surrounding Dai Mubai was exceptionally tense. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not similarly affected. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She stood up earnestly and bowed, requesting everyone. This competition holds immense significance for both Mubai and me, as it even pertains to our safety. I hope everyone can give their utmost effort. Tang Xi hurriedly helped Zhu Zhuqing to her feet, and in that fleeting glance, she caught sight of Zhu Zhuqing's ample bosom. Tang Xi then glanced at her own modest curves, contemplating the delightful sensation of touch. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling the intensity of a fervent gaze upon her, instantly blushed and turned her head away. Tang San added confidently, "Big brother Dai, believe in yourself. We shall undoubtedly prevail." The Shrek 8 monsters exchanged glances, encouraging one another. Tang San placed his palm at the center, and Tang Xi followed suit, placing her hand atop his. Subsequently, Xiaowu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun mirrored this gesture, their collective gaze shifting towards Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. Deeply moved, the two joined in, placing their hands on top, as the 8 of them rallied together, shouting in unison, "Victory is ours." Soon, they arrived at the competition venue, fortuitously encountering the arena of the Shenkei's Academy. To their astonishment, they discovered that the Shenkei's team included 3 members from the Qihua Academy, Huowu, Huowushuang, and Huiyun. Later, the master learned that these 2 academies had merged to form a new Shenkei's Academy team, with all members achieving the spirit power level requisite for the Spirit Zone rank, significantly enhancing their strength. Tang Xi sighed, acknowledging that it was indeed a prudent choice, for such a team possessed the strength to at least secure a position among the top 3 in the finals. In the celestial arena of the Pope's Palace, Bibi Dong held her scepter, gazing down at the finals below. Upon catching sight of Tang Xi, her expression softened immediately. The next match would soon feature Xiao Xi, and she eagerly anticipated the surprises that this past year had bestowed upon her. The team opposite Tang Xi featured a youthful individual who appeared languid throughout, with golden hair cascading down his back. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai, possessing an air of authority. Beside him stood a young lady of ample figure, her fair skin accentuated by a perpetual smile, reminiscent of Zhu Zhuqing yet imbued with a softness that contrasted with Zhu's usual aloofness. With a commanding shout, the Stardo Academy battle team unleashed their martial spirits, the soul power fluctuations of Zhu Zhuyun and Davis becoming markedly evident. "Let us surprise them," Davis declared as an overwhelming aura emanated from him. His shoulders broadened, his stature imposing, and a wicked grin adorned his visage. The Shrek team swiftly arranged their formation, also releasing their martial spirits, but in a surprising turn, Ning Rongrong took to the field. Remarkably, the entire Shrek team boasted a strength exceeding level 40. The gazes of Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Davis, and Zhu Zhuyan clashed fiercely in the air. The referee, positioned centrally, announced, "Begin." At this proclamation, soul rings gradually descended around Tang Xi's waist, their hues reflecting yellow, purple, black, and black once more. The opposing team gasped in astonishment. The third and fourth soul rings were already of the 10,000-year caliber. Bibi Dong was taken aback by the age of Tang Xi's fourth soul ring, which likely surpassed 70,000 years. With a flourish, the third soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony activated, body weakening. The third eternal soul ring around Tang Xi's waist activated, causing delicate pink peonies to bloom upon the 7 individuals opposite her. The term body weakening, as its name implies, is a group skill that diminishes physical strength by 40, while simultaneously enhancing the physical reinforcement limit of one individual by 200. Tang Xi waved at Daimubai and Xiaowu ahead of her, both adorned with blooming peonies. Their physical enhancements measured at 60 and 40, respectively, with strength and speed as their attributes. With a delicate shout from Ning Rongrong, 2 beams of pink light enveloped Xiaowu and Daimubai. Xiaowu advanced, one foot firmly planted on the ground, while the other propelled toward Davis's waist, catching him off guard and sending him flying. How is this possible? Why is my body so weak? Davis quickly regained his footing, wincing slightly at the pain in his waist. He instinctively flexed his abdominal muscles, only to discover that his once sculpted 8-pack had dwindled to 6. A sense of devastation washed over him as he glared fiercely at Tang Xi, realizing that her third soul skill had diminished his abdominal prowess. Where was his dignity as a man? Before Davis could dwell on his misfortune, Daimubai launched an attack. White Tiger Barrier. A circle of golden light enveloped Davis, causing Daimubai to stagger back a few steps. He then unleashed his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His stature grew taller, with enhancements to attack, defense, and strength by 100. Coupled with Tang Xi's power boost of 60 and Ning Rongrong's enhancement of 30, Daimubai's total strength surged to an impressive 190. With ease, he shattered Davis's White Tiger Barrier. In a swift motion, Zhu Zhuyun rushed forward, intervening just before Daimubai could strike Davis. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing advanced rapidly, her nails sharpening as she executed netherworld piercing stab. She attacked Zhu Zhuyun, who, though quick to react, still felt the sting of several cuts along her arm. Tang Xi smiled gently, activating the first soul ring skill of the bloodthirsty peony, staggering forward with a deliberate gait. As soon as Tang Xi spoke, a peony bloomed upon Zhu Zhuyun, robbing her of 40 units of speed, which were then transferred to Zhu Zhiqing. Zhu Zhuyun's pace considerably diminished, while Zhu Zhiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly lunged toward Zhu Zhuyun, leaving behind a shadow in the air as though she had instantaneously appeared behind her. With a swift motion, she unleashed the ghostly claws. Zhu Zhiqing's sharp talons raked across Zhu Zhuyun's form hundreds of times. Observing this, the members of the Star Luo royal team contemplated rushing to her aid. The Spirit Hall team made their entrance. Upon witnessing this, Tang San activated the fourth spirit skill of his blue-silver grass. A flash of azure light enveloped the ground, and in an instant, hundreds of robust strands of blue-silver grass emerged, ensnaring the 5 members of the opposing team. The grass ascended several meters into the air, creating a momentary dazzle effect. This was Tang San's latest research into a mutated fourth spirit skill, blue-silver piercing. Turning his gaze to Ma Hongjun behind him, Tang San shouted, "It's your turn, fatty." Ma Hongjun wiped his mouth, excitement dancing in his eyes as he replied, "Got it, third brother." He unleashed his fourth spirit skill, Phoenix crying in the sky, causing the phoenix behind him to soar aloft. Wherever it passed, the ground erupted with scorching magma, causing the blue-silver grass to sway violently, amplifying the disorienting effect. Zhu Zhuyun reacted swiftly, evading the chaos and joining forces with Davis to utilize their martial soul fusion technique. A flash of white light illuminated the air as a massive, crimson glowing phantom white tiger materialized. Zhu Zhiqing exchanged a knowing smile with Daimubai, and hand in hand, they transformed into another phantom white tiger. The 2 phantom white tigers locked eyes and engaged in a fierce battle. Tang Xi directed her soul skill, the flexible spider web, towards the crimson glowing netherworld white tiger. This technique, of her own invention, utilized hundreds of pliable strands supported by the pillars surrounding the soul arena, weaving an intricate web that ensnared the formidable creature. Meanwhile, another netherworld white tiger let out a furious roar and struck at its counterpart, sending shockwaves that compelled Tang Xi to retract her web. The ensnared tiger collapsed, transforming into 2 humanoid figures, Zhu Zhuyun and Davis. The other tiger dissipated as well, revealing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing. Had that powerful blow landed squarely on the chest, the 2 on the ground would surely have perished. Yet, Zhu Zhiqing's heart softened, for one of them was her elder sister. The referee gazed in astonishment at the swift conclusion of the duel. Victory belonged to the Shrek team. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Zhu Zhuyan, rising awkwardly, cast a conflicted glance at Zhu Zhuqin, acutely aware that she had narrowly escaped death. Saras turned away with a scoff, remarking that were it not for his family's saintus, Shrek Academy would never have triumphed. A girl with violet hair and emerald eyes approached Tang San to offer her congratulations. Congratulations, she said, her expression serious. Next up is my match against the Spirit Hall team. Be sure to observe how the legendary Spirit Hall team conducts their battles. As a group passed by Shrek, it was the Tiando royal team. Yu Tianheng spoke with a heavy heart. It won't be long before we are ousted as well. Tang San's expression grew solemn. Could it be that the Spirit Hall truly possesses such formidable power? Tang Xi stretched lazily and approached to pat Du Guyan's shoulder, reminding him that if he could not prevail, it would be wise to concede quickly. They would not be ruthless with him, given that his grandfather was a titled Douluo. But his companions might not be afforded the same consideration. This remark sent a shiver of fear through Du Guyan, causing him to tremble slightly. The most thrilling match was about to commence, featuring the Spirit Hall team against the Star Luo Royal team. The members of the Spirit Hall team made their way onto the arena, the foremost quartet unfamiliar to the audience. As the Spirit Hall had only fielded 3 teammates in the previous match and still emerged victorious with ease. Among these 4, 2 were disciples of the Pope Bibidong, representing the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Leading the group was a black-haired youth, his hair standing on end like steel wires. To his right stood a slender girl with shoulder-length yellow hair, and to his left was a boy with long red hair. These 3 were Xieyu, the younger sister Hulaina, and Yin. Though their appearances were rather ordinary, they exuded an overwhelming aura of confidence. Bringing up the rear was a boy with dark purple-silver hair, emanating an air of mystery, with eyes of an enigmatic dark red hue. This was Su Wen. Su Wen cast a cold gaze toward the audience, locking onto Tang Xi's figure, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Upon spotting Tang Xi, Hulaina excitedly raised her hand in greeting. "Hello, junior sister." Her enthusiastic shout instantly ignited the audience, who turned their attention to Tang Xi, filling the arena with fervor. "Tang Xi, how embarrassing," Du Guyan exclaimed, realizing that Tang Xi was actually her junior apprentice. "Does that mean?" Yu Tianheng composed himself, understanding that Tang Xi was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Huo Wu, having witnessed the earlier scene, pondered, why would someone from the Spirit Hall participate in a competition representing a different academy? Tang Xi was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Oh, senior sister, why must you call for me?" The gazes of the onlookers were peculiar, filled with confusion. How could one be so disillusioned as to join the Shrek team when the resources of the Spirit Hall were so abundant? However, silence soon enveloped the crowd, for the ensuing spectacle left them utterly astonished. The spirit rings of the Spirit Hall team were revealed, and to their astonishment, the foremost 4 individuals possessed a staggering 5 spirit rings, showcasing the optimal configuration of yellow, purple, purple, and black. Yet, the most astounding sight was that of the dark purple-haired youth, whose spirit rings were an extraordinary combination of purple, black, and black. The first spirit ring was already of the 1,000-year caliber. How utterly remarkable! The spirit power levels of the 4 individuals were as follows. Su Wen, a 53rd level control system spirit master, Xieyu and Yin, both 52nd level assault type spirit masters, and Hulaina, a 51st level control system spirit master. The remaining 3 were also in their 40s, yet they paled in comparison to the prowess of the foremost 4. On the opposing side, Yu Tianheng was drenched in cold sweat. The moment the youth emerged, he felt an indescribable aura radiating from him, noble and unassailable. As the match commenced, Su Wen raised his hand lightly, his expression inscrutable as he activated his first spirit ability, Black Mist, centered around the Tiando royal team. A resounding boom echoed as a shroud of black mist enveloped the 7 participants. Su Wen's first spirit ability carried a potent corrosive effect, diminishing all senses by 30. Any spirit master trapped within this black mist for 5 minutes would inevitably meet their demise. Su Wen's intent was to conceal his true strength, and shortly thereafter, Xieyu, wielding a blood-red crescent blade, ventured into the mist. One by one, silhouettes Tang Xi was also puzzled, as fellow travelers through time. Why was the disparity between her and Su Wen so substantial? Tang Xi seemed to have come to a realization. Her opponent appeared to possess dual divine inheritances, causing her to weep. This competition was exceptionally thrilling, even surpassing the previous performances of the Shrek team, and the Spirit Hall's resting area was filled with cheers. Subsequently, The team leader drew lots on behalf of the group, and after several rounds of matches, 6 teams successfully advanced. The strength of the Spirit Hall team was indisputable, while the Shrek team and the Divine Wind team also exhibited commendable prowess, with the remaining 3 teams merely scraping by. All participating teams would rest for 3 days to recuperate, after which the final competition would be held within the Spirit Hall. During these 3 days of recovery, Tang Xi was not idle. She sought out Shu Qinghe daily, much to Tang San's chagrin, as he consistently gave Shu Qinghe a cold shoulder. Oscar, on the other hand, offered consolation, saying, "Brother San, your sister will eventually marry someday." Tang San's expression darkened even further. He then summoned Tang Xi once again for a stern lecture, advising her to maintain a discerning eye in her choice of partners, emphasizing that she should seek someone akin to her elder brother. While Shu Qinghe was indeed admirable, he was destined to become the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, and Tang San wished to shield his sister from the treacherous and unforgiving struggles of the imperial court, where emperors are often heartless. Tang San couldn't help but feel increasingly dissatisfied as he gazed at Shu Qinghe. Yet Tang Xi, with her ever-brightening eyes, exclaimed, "But the crown prince is truly handsome." Tang San spat blood, declaring, "Who is your royal brother, me or your biological brother?" That evening, Tang Xi stealthily sought out Shu Qinghe for a visit. Shu Qinghe was engrossed in a book by the window, and upon catching sight of Tang Xi from below, a smile crept onto his lips, and his demeanor softened considerably. Without hesitation, Shu Qinghe descended the stairs to meet Tang Xi, who immediately greeted him with a playful grimace. Shu Qinghe, amused, inquired, "Are you not afraid that your brother might become angry with you for seeking me out?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi, sensing that the moment was opportune, raised her head and inquired, "Prince brother, it is indeed a rare occasion for you to visit the Spirit Hall. Surely, you must be eager to meet our esteemed teacher as well." Tang Xi's teacher, Bibi Dong. The mere thought of her so-called mother, Shu Qinghe, rendered her completely silent. "I am her disgrace. She would never wish to see me." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi became anxious. The grievances of a past life should not entangle the next generation. The crown prince must have much to convey to his teacher. Why not take the opportunity to express the sentiments that dwell within your heart? Do not continue to suppress your emotions. Some misunderstandings ought not to deepen to the point where one only feels regret after what was lost. After Tang Xi spoke, Shu Qinghe gazed intently at her, observing her bashful demeanor. Unable to contain herself, Shu Qinghe burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How can such a tiny mind hold so many profound truths?" As she laughed, tears welled up in her eyes, a warm sensation enveloping her heart. At times, Shu Qinghe pondered why fate had not brought her to Tang Xi sooner. Yet, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for having encountered such a remarkable girl in her lifetime. Tang Xi illuminated the darkness of her existence, inspiring her to strive to pull her from the depths of despair. However, she mused, if she were not ensnared in that abyss, how could she possess the strength to safeguard the Spirit Hall and protect the girl before her? Tang Xi gazed at Shu Qinghe, her heart aching as she witnessed the tears cascading down his cheeks. She rose onto her tiptoes and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Do not weep. You still have me. I shall forever stand by your side." Tang Xi was acutely aware that she had at most 2 months left to live, which compelled her to urgently seek a resolution to ease the relationship between Qian Renxue and their teacher, Bai Dong, hoping to avoid a confrontation that could lead to unsheathing their swords against one another. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi embraced Shu Qinghe tightly, their embrace laden with an abundance of reluctant emotions, reminiscent of 2 dear friends on the verge of parting. "All I ask is for you to be a little more selfish." Tang Xi spoke softly, "Brother Crown Prince, remember to take good care of yourself. I understand that you bear the weight of the Spirit Hall's mission, and your heart is laden with many grievances. If you truly can no longer endure, then allow yourself a moment of unrestrained release. Cherish those who were right before you, especially your grandfather. In the future, when you inherit the divine position, what awaits you is not the unparalleled cultivation, but an endless solitude." At this point, Tang Xi pondered deeply for a long while but could not conjure any further words. With a heavy sigh, she said, "For now, let it be as it is. I have not yet thought through other matters." Shu Qinghe gazed at Tang Xi in a daze, then chuckled helplessly, "Little she. Why do I feel as though you are bequeathing your final wishes? Tang Xi. It is merely the arrangement of posthumous affairs. However, Shu Qinghe felt a pang of emotion, choked with tears, and said, "Thank you, Shashi, truly. You need not consider everything for my sake. You are also entitled to think of your own desires. Whatever you wish for, I can provide. I only ask that you be a little selfish." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi understood that the lifespan of deities is exceedingly lengthy. With Su Wen present, Qianrenxue would not meet the fate of a shattered divine position. Her desire to leave a trace of her existence in this world was merely a way for her to ensure that Qianrenxue would not forget her. Shuqing's eyes reddened. What kind of wish was this? How could she possibly forget the most significant person in her life? How could that ever happen? The following morning, the group from Shrek arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, joined by 6 other teams. Pope Bibi Dong gazed down upon the assembled crowd from her lofty position in the papal hall, as she observed Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong walking hand in hand. A surge of resentment gripped her, causing her to tighten her grip on the scepter. After delivering a lengthy opening speech, it was only when she spoke of the ultimate prize for the championship that Bibi Dong leisurely announced that the winners would receive 2 soul bones, each over 10,000 years old, the left leg bone of swift advancement and the right arm bone of explosive flame. With a wave of her left hand, the 2 soul bones materialized before everyone, eliciting gasps of astonishment. They were indeed rare soul bones, and of such ancient quality. The Spirit Hall was truly making a grand gesture this time. As Bibi Dong concluded her speech, Tang Xi looked at her in shock. Why was this different from the original narrative? Shouldn't there be 3 soul bones? Where was the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration? Tang Xi harbored her doubts deep within, as the time for the drawing of lots for the elimination competition was imminent. Each team was to nominate a single member for the individual matches, from which the top 3 teams would be selected. The Shrek team, opting for a strategic retreat, willingly forfeited their match, clearly eager to avoid confrontation with the Spirit Hall team. They subsequently faced off against Shifeng Academy in a bid for the final qualifying spot. However, this time, Tang Xi did not participate. Instead, the Shrek team maintained their original formation, executing a breathtaking fusion technique that combined the powers of 7 souls. Ultimately, the 3 teams that successfully advanced were Shrek, Spirit Hall, and an unnamed team. The final championship results were to be revealed in the competition the following day. When Bibi Dong announced the day's outcomes, she notably emphasized that Yu Xiaojiang held the status of Elder Yu within the Spirit Hall. This statement sparked considerable discussion among the crowd. How could a mere level 29 soul master hold the title of Elder in the Spirit Hall? Typically, elders in the Spirit Hall are not only ranked at the title Douluo level, but must also have made significant contributions to the organization. It seemed implausible that someone like Yu Xiaojiang could attain such a position. Tang Xi, feeling helpless, realized that her teacher could not escape the entanglements of love. While others had already found new partners, her teacher was still clinging to a former boyfriend. However, it wasn't long before Bibidong's gaze turned towards Tang Xi, firmly stating that Tang Xi was the holy maiden of their Spirit Hall, and any disrespect towards her would be tantamount to opposing their esteemed institution. Such overt affection. Tang Xi responded with a radiant smile directed at Bibi Dong. This gesture slightly improved Bibi Dong's image in Xiao Wu's eyes, revealing that she was not entirely devoid of warmth. Yet, the fact that she had absorbed her mother's soul ring still left much to be desired. The evening unfolded with the Shrek 8 monsters gathering to strategize for their impending battle. Tang Xi was the first to speak, stating that based on her understanding of the Golden Generation, Hulaina and Xiaoyu had yet to unveil their martial soul fusion techniques, which they must be reserving as their trump card for the final battle. Ma Hongjun, dismissing her assertion, retorted, "Come on, we have our own trump cards too. It's just you and third brother." His gaze flitted between Tang San and Tang Xi. Oscar nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, with you 2 siblings as our secret weapon. What do we have to fear from the Spirit Hall?" Tang Xi fell into deep thought, sensing that matters were far more complex than they appeared, particularly concerning that Su Wen. Ning Rong, puzzled, inquired, "Shashi, why do you always seem so preoccupied with Su Wen?" Tang Xi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Su Wen, though of a similar age to mine, possessed a soul power of level 53, and his first soul ring was a millennium old. Tang San gently patted Tang Xi's shoulder, offering comfort. "So what? As long as our Shrek 8 monsters are here, there is nothing to fear. We simply need to press forward with unwavering determination." Tang Xi sighed. realizing she had been overthinking. Tang San raised his right hand, and soon the other 7 followed suit, their hands stacking together as they collectively shouted, "Victory is ours." The following day, the Shrek 8, under the leadership of Yu Xiaojing, stepped out of their quarters. Even the usually relaxed Flinder appeared considerably more serious. As they traversed the streets, they attracted the gaze of many, and although their attire was adorned with advertisements, not a soul dared to mock them. Those who reached the finals of the elite competition held by the prestigious academy did so solely through their prowess. Originally, the tournament permitted only 7 members per team. However, with Tang Xi's involvement, both finalist teams would field 8 members. The Shrek 8 stood united, inseparable. Each member of the Shrek team bore a solemn expression, and even the air felt markedly still. The sunlight streamed towards the gates of the Spirit Hall, casting a warm glow upon the 8 of them. With each step they took upon the stone staircase, their resolve for victory only grew firmer. As the gates of the Spirit Hall swung open, the 8 members of the opposing team stood atop the steps. A palpable aura of coldness and menace erupted in that moment, especially emanating from Su Wen. The Shrek 8's pace slowed. The captain, Xiaoyu, spoke, "I commend you for reaching this point, but the disparity in soul power is insurmountable." Shrek's captain, Daimobai, matched his intensity, asserting, "How can one draw conclusions without first attempting?" Hulaina's gaze lingered on Tang Xi for a moment before breaking into a beaming smile. "My dear junior sister, I assure you, I shall not hold back." Tang Xi responded with a smile, suggesting that mercy may not solely come from the senior sister, but could also originate from me. Su Wen's eyes, brimming with animosity, remained fixed upon Tang Xi, while Tang San perceptively approached, returning Su Wen's gaze with a sharp intensity. Su Wen's brows knitted tightly, fists clenched, silently contemplating that one day, he would bring about Tang San's demise. High above in the majestic papal hall, the esteemed Pope Bibidon focused entirely on the unfolding competition. Several titled Douluos took their seats, while Tang Hao discreetly observed from a corner. Under the leadership of the red-clad Pope, each team returned to their designated positions. The gazes of the Shrek team and the Spirit Hall team clashed vigorously in the air, igniting a palpable tension. "Prepare." As the red-clad Pope's words fell, each member assumed their battle stance. However, as Tang Xi surveyed the titled Douluos present, she sensed an underlying disquiet. The match commenced. With the red-clad Pope stepping aside, space was granted for the 2 teams to engage in combat. 83 Spirit Hall team versus Shrek 8 monsters. The 4 soul rings around Tang Xi's waist shimmered rhythmically, beginning with the 4th ring, followed by black, purple, and yellow. Behind Tang Xi blossomed a magnificent peony, its petals adorned in delicate shades of pink, while the heart of the flower had deepened to a rich crimson hue, encircled by slender white filaments. Gazing at the 8 members of the Spirit Hall opposite them, Hulaina's spirit manifested as a fox, Yan's as the Flame Lord, and Xiaoyu's as the Moonblade, whereas Su Wen's spirit was an ominous mass of dark mist, representing the darkness attribute. Unlike the original narrative, where Hulaina would enchant her opponents first, Su Wen advanced and raised his hand to unleash his first soul skill. The black mist spread forth, accompanied by a resounding boom. A dense shroud of black fog unfurled in the center of the arena, possessing a potent corrosive effect that would reduce an ordinary soul master to mere sludge within 5 minutes. Before long, Xiaowu, Ningrongrong, and Oscar experienced intense sensations of burning on their skin, though Tang Xi and the others, with their formidable constitutions, suffered less damage in comparison. Tang San turned to Oscar and shouted, "Oscar, quickly produce the sausages." "All right." A golden light flashed from Oscar's palm, and he swiftly conjured 8 identical flying mushroom sausages. Each of the Shrek 8 monsters took 1 sausage, except for Tang Xi, who chose to stow the sausage away and instead directly unleashed the Blood Phoenix butterfly soulbone. With a mere thought, Tang Xi unfurled her immense blood-red butterfly wings behind her. With each beat of the wings, a cascade of crimson luminescence descended, potent enough to erode a person's very essence. Tang Xi soared into the sky, leaving behind the suffocating darkness. The other 7, astonished by the wings unfurling behind her, could hardly contain their amazement. While the rest possessed azure wings, Tang Xi's were a striking crimson, reminiscent of butterfly wings. With a gentle smile, she remained silent, shifting her gaze towards the Spirit Hall battle team below. Particularly taken aback was Tang San, who, possessing an external spirit bone himself, recognized the unmistakable nature of her wings. They were indeed an external spirit bone. But why had his sister chosen to conceal her possession of such a remarkable asset? Why had she only revealed it in the course of this duel? Yu Xiaojiang was equally astonished, exclaiming, "An external spirit bone." Joining in the astonishment were Hu Laina, Xie and Yan, as they marveled at the fact that a soul master of over level 40 could possess not one, but two spirit bones. Tang Xi, indeed a prodigy, could even be described as extraordinary. However, when compared to Su Wen, he falls somewhat short. Su Wen, having been aware of Tang Xi's external soul bone, expressed not surprise but rather disdainful mockery, proclaiming, "Do you truly believe that possessing the ability to fly will allow you to evade my dark mist? That is a grave misconception." Tang San, utilizing his purple extreme magic eyes, detected an anomaly within the black mist and immediately turned to shout, "Beware of the black mist." However, it was too late. Within the mist, dark blades swiftly formed and hurled towards the Shrek 7. The blades unmistakably targeted Ning Rongrong, whose defenses were the weakest. Startled, she attempted to evade, but was still grazed. Yet, this was merely the beginning, for multiple blades emerged from the mist. 4 or 5 dark blades simultaneously sliced through, all aimed unerringly at Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the most vulnerable among them. In a moment of desperation, Ma Hongjun unleashed a burst of flames. But the fire did not affect the blades in the slightest. A minute later, as the black mist dissipated and the flight duration of the flying mushroom sausage concluded, Tang San skillfully maneuvered his blue-silver grass to catch the 7. Only Tang Xi remained airborne. However, both Ning Rongrong and Oscar bore multiple wounds from the blades, enduring excruciating pain. Xiao Wu was the first to rush over, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right, Rongrong?" Zhu Zhuqing struggled to remain standing, her head spinning. And it was Dai Mubai who supported her, asking, "Qing, how are you holding up?" Dai Mubai's face mirrored his worry. The battle between the Spirit Hall team and the Shrek 7 intensified, with Xie erupting in laughter. "Ha! You couldn't even withstand Su Wen's first soul skill. What hope do you have of standing on the soul fighting stage?" The expressions of the Shrek members grew solemn, their hearts brimming with indignation. Even Ning Rongrong and Oscar, hand in hand, summoned their strength to stand. "We will never concede until the final moment," Ning Rongrong declared resolutely, while the other 6 supported one another, their faces resolute as they gazed defiantly at the Spirit Hall team. Even Hu Laina exhibited a flicker of doubt. Indeed, such a group had truly achieved something remarkable by reaching this stage. Tang Xi curved her lips into a smile and asked, "What? Have you all forgotten my existence?" Tang Xi soared through the air, the peony in her hand suddenly radiating a dazzling light. As the brilliance unfolded, the 4th soul ring of Tang Xi shimmered ever more brightly. The 4th soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony, holy light of healing, unleashed a powerful golden glow that blinded those below. As the golden light enveloped the members of Shrek, their wounds rapidly healed, and they felt an abundance of vitality restored within them. This 4th soul skill possessed the miraculous ability to heal any injury, no matter how severe, truly embodying the essence of a divine gift. Su Wen gazed in astonishment, recognizing the overwhelming aura emanating from the 4th soul ring. A sacred and inviolable presence that could only belong to a divine bestowed soul ring. Ning Rongrong looked joyfully at her healed wounds, and the 7 exchanged smiles. Before promptly shifting into combat mode, Xie cast a wary glance at his companions and whispered, "Proceed according to plan." Yan, with a clenched fist, charged towards Tang San. As the last supportive teammate from the Spirit Hall team cast the light of assistance upon Yan, enhancing his speed further, Tang San was compelled to retreat to the side, using blue-silver grass to entangle Yan, only to find his efforts thwarted by Yan's astonishing force. Meanwhile, the other 3 members of the Spirit Hall team encircled the remaining 6 members of Shrek and launched their assault. Dai Mubai chuckled, questioning the audacity of these 3 spirit masters to attempt the capture of their 6. The white tiger spirit behind him unfurled, doubling in size, as the white tiger barrier and white tiger King Kong simultaneously activated, enhancing his strength, defense, and speed by a factor of 2, with a focus on power and speed. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun joined forces to eliminate one of the spirit masters, but Hu Laina gracefully shifted her steps, positioning herself in front of the targeted teammate. A subtle pink glow flickered, enhancing Hu Laina's beauty, leaving even Ma Hongjun momentarily entranced. "Are you truly capable of harming me?" Hu Laina's mellifluous voice resonated, causing even Tang Xi to blush. Xiao Wu remained unaffected, yet Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar were momentarily dazed, while Zhu Zhuqing turned away in displeasure, coldly remarking, "All men are the same." Tang San observed the scene and shouted, "Do not look at her." As Tang San spoke, Yin had already approached him. With scalding magma erupting from the ground, Tang San reacted swiftly, employing the Xianyu hand to intercept Yan's dual punches. At level 52, the battle spirit King Yin was indeed formidable. After several exchanges, Tang San found himself unable to counterattack. Meanwhile, Xiu swiftly swung his moon blade towards his sister Hulaina, while an auxiliary light shot towards him. The moment Xiu collided with Hulaina, a red glow emerged. With a resounding crash, the red light enveloped the two, and a pink mist began to spread from the center of Hulaina and Xiu, swiftly engulfing the 6 members of the Shrek 8 monsters, excluding Tang San and Tang Xi. From the mist emerged an androgynous figure wielding a moon blade. The fusion skill of Hulaina and Xiu, Demon Charm. Within the pink mist, all sensory perceptions were dulled by 50%, along with a similar decrease in all attributes. The fusion technique effectively incapacitated 6 members of the Shrek 8 monsters, leaving the remaining 2 to be dealt with by Su Wen and Yin, which was deemed the optimal solution. This was something Tang Xi had never anticipated, yet at that moment, she was entangled in a fierce struggle with Su Wen. In the midst of the pink mist, the 6 felt an overwhelming heaviness, making even the simplest movements arduous, as if their vision had been obscured altogether. Ma Hongjun was in a state of panic, and even Dai Mubai appeared tense. Enduring the fear of the unknown was a tormenting experience. Xiaowu pinched her leg, constantly reminding herself to stay alert, as her third brother and Little She were still fighting outside. However, Oscar and Ning Rongrong could no longer hold out. Oscar lacked sufficient soul power to create flying mushroom sausages in such a short time, and could only resort to producing euphoric pink sausages instead. Can you see us? The bizarre figure of Demon Charm flickered within the mist, swiftly dispatching Oscar, for Su Wen had once said, never underestimate the role of food-type soul masters. They should be the first to be dealt with, alongside the auxiliary soul masters. The air was filled with continuous screams as one after another fell, and Yu Xiaojing, unable to bear the sight, could not bring himself to watch the unfolding battle. Tang San was compelled to unleash the 8 spider lances, and as he did, 8 grotesque and robust legs sprouted from his back, their hues a blend of purple and black. These limbs were bifurcated, with sharp and incredibly resilient spider stingers at their tips. The molten lava erupting from the ground obstructed Tang San's path. And just as Yan aimed to strike him with his fist, Tang San employed the blue-silver prison to thwart Yan's attack. Meanwhile, Tang Xi, possessing the ability to fly, found herself forced to evade Su Wen's mist blades, which he wielded to restrain her. As the pink mist dissipated, 6 of the Shrek 8 monsters lay gravely injured upon the ground, revealing the enchanting figure of the fusion between Hulaina and Xiu. The ambiguous voice of the enchantress echoed, expressing disbelief at the power of Tang San's soul bone. Let us employ that technique to defeat Tang San. Thereafter, the junior sister she will have little to fear. The enchantress joined the 2 crescent blades she held, forming a full moon and positioning it behind her. Tang San, you are fortunate to witness my ultimate move. With that, the enchantress whirled her body, and the combined crescent blades spun in the air, creating a formidable tornado. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi's complexion was pallid, clearly indicating a depletion of her spiritual energy. However, suspended in mid-air, she possessed an undeniable advantage, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to launch an effective attack against her. Tang Xi first commanded the demonist to assault Su Wen, who was continuously evading the attacks. He never anticipated that Tang Xi possessed such a trump card. However, Su Wen could not retaliate against his own teammate, leaving him with no choice but to persist in his dodging. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he still suffered injuries. Marks marred his arms, back, and face. The demonist shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? I cannot control my own body." The unexpected reversal by Tang Xi left everyone present utterly astonished. The ability to manipulate the souls of others is truly an extraordinary soul skill. Even Bibi Dong gazed in sheer amazement. Alas, talent is often envied by the heavens. However, Tang Xi had yet another astonishing maneuver that captivated the crowd. The 86th Spirit Hall battle team faced off against the Shrek 8 monsters. Tang Xi wielded control over the enchanting specter with one hand, while her other hand summoned the second soul skill, the elastic spider silk, binding. Hundreds of spider silk strands ensnared the 4 Soul Hall team members who were attempting to evade. Despite their desperate struggles, they found themselves powerless, helplessly watching as the enchanting specter charged toward them. A chorus of anguished cries erupted upon the soul-fighting platform. And in the final moments before the 4 Soul Hall members succumbed, Tang Xi could no longer maintain her position and plummeted from the air. Upon witnessing this, Tang San immediately rushed over to embrace Tang Xi. The enchanting fusion of their martial souls dissipated due to excessive consumption of soul power, reverting Hulaina and Stieyu back to their original forms. However, both of them were panting heavily, clearly lacking the strength to continue the fight. Thus, the battlefield was left with Su Wen, Yin, Tang Xi, and Tang San. Yet, it was evident that Tang Xi had already exhausted a significant amount of energy. Defeating Tang San would ensure the championship belonged to the Spirit Hall. Tang San gazed at his sister with a heart full of compassion and inquired gently, "Do not exert yourself too much. It may cause your heart to ache. Leave it to your elder brother." Tang Xi's lips bled in a serpentine manner, the crimson liquid winding and twisting downwards, while her complexion turned ashen, as if she were on the verge of departing from this world. "I am fine, brother. I can endure." Tang Xi stood up unsteadily, a wave of pain surging violently in her chest, making even the act of breathing considerably more arduous. Yet, the duel was far from over. Bloodthirsty Peony's second soul skill, soul power exploitation. Tang Xi's soul power exploitation allows her to siphon 30 units of soul power from others and replenish her own reserves. However, there is no limit to the number of individuals from whom she can extract this power. It can be done collectively. The peony blossoms upon the arms of Su Wen and Yin, as Su Wen distinctly feels his soul power rapidly diminishing. The peony subsequently withers, while Tang Xi's complexion becomes noticeably more vibrant. The mutual replenishment of their soul power signifies that Tang Xi has restored her own to 60 units. Tang Xi once again unfurled her blood-red butterfly wings, soaring gracefully through the air. "Brother, let us take it from here." Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze sharpened. "The glory of Shrek shall be entrusted to the two of us." Tang Xi Fei hovered in midair, her visage strikingly beautiful, yet the pallid hue of her skin and the crimson traces at the corner of her mouth imparted a haunting allure. "Surely you have yet to witness the essence of my soul bone and soul skill." Tang Xi smiled gently, and at her center, a crimson halo emerged from the ground. In an instant, hundreds of peonies blossomed simultaneously, releasing waves of enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air. The floral scent was intoxicating. The fragrant allure unleashed by Tang Xi possesses the capacity to render one devoid of all 5 senses. Hearing, sight, smell, taste, and touch are all obliterated. However, Tang San, endowed with the purple extreme magic eye, is able to perceive and manipulate the blue silver grass that has taken root within Yin. He seizes the opportunity to wield the Haotian hammer against Yin. Stripped of his senses, Yin is engulfed by an uncontainable panic, launching erratic attacks, yet still falls prey to Tang San's tactical prowess. The hammer strikes Yin's neck, then his lower back, and finally his chin. With a resounding thud, Yin is sent flying several meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Huina and Shiwa witness this and yearn to assist, yet their lack of soul power renders them ineffective. Huina feels a pang of guilt, realizing her oversight. Su Wen stands motionless, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarks, "Ah, Tang Xi, do not blame me. I had no desire to resort to that move either." As the battle unfolds, the black mist surrounding Su Wen thickens ominously. Tang San approaches Su Wen, his 8 spider lances eager for action, striking towards Su Wen. Yet, upon contact with the black mist, the legs quiver violently, the upper halves of the lances disintegrating before their very eyes. Su Wen's second soul skill, Dark Assimilation, possesses the power to dissolve anything in its path, rendering both soul skills and physical matter into nothingness. Tang San let out a muffled grunt, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the specter of death had descended upon him, a profound terror of mortality that still lingers in his heart. Yet, as the agonizing pain of the soul bone's corruption began to overwhelm him, he could only cry out in despair. Tang San cried out in agony, a sight so harrowing that even Dugu Bo could scarcely bear to witness it. The soul bone, akin to the very bones embedded within one's body, harbored an insidious sense of fatality that was excruciatingly tormenting. Su Wen curled his lips into a smile, his icy gaze directed at Tang Xi, declaring that this was merely insufficient. Surrounding Su Wen were numerous orbs of darkness, composed of swirling black mist. Subsequently, the 5th soul ring at his waist began to tremble incessantly. The 5th soul skill, Dark Sphere Explosion. Tang Xi gazed at the encroaching black sphere. a sense of impending peril surging within her, a feeling she had never experienced before. In this moment, she yearned to flee, her pupils dilating in terror. Suddenly, one black sphere detonated, followed by a series of subsequent explosions. A colossal wave of darkness engulfed Tang Xi, as if the very light sought to rend her asunder. As the black mist dissipated, the arena bore deep, jagged craters, a testament to the formidable force of the recent assault. Tang Xi, Shuqinghe, unable to suppress his instinct to save her, was restrained by the red-clad leader. The match is not yet concluded. I urge you, Your Highness, to exercise restraint. The red-clad leader cautioned. Shuqinghe could only clench his fists tightly, watching in frustration. Tang Xi spat blood as she plummeted straight down from the sky. Her crimson butterfly wings shattered and tattered by the explosion. Boom. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi resolutely rose to her feet, displaying no inclination to concede defeat. Su Wen furrowed his brow as he approached Tang Xi step by step. Even in such dire circumstances, do you still refuse to surrender? Bibi Dong averted her gaze. Tang Xi's garments were already stained crimson with blood, yet she staggered and stood tall once more. Her indomitable spirit was truly moving. The blood on Tang Xi's forehead obscured her vision, and she felt an overwhelming pain throughout her body, as if her bones were dislocated and her heart shattered. Su Wen, you have always been so arrogantly self-assured. Tang Xi raised her head and smiled tenaciously, the surrounding white threads transforming into slender and sharp needles. Under Tang Xi's command, they pierced towards Su Wen's wrists and the tendons of his limbs. The first soul skill, be venom needle threads. Tang Xi weakly uttered a sentence, her consciousness already beginning to wane. Su Wen let out a cold snort, contemplating the dissolution of the threat with his second soul skill. However, the needle suddenly detonated as it pierced through the dark mist of Su Wen's palm. Concealed within the needle was explosive material, the power of which rivaled that of his fifth soul skill. Su Wen's pupils widened in disbelief, as he had indeed underestimated Tang Xi. She was not merely a soul master, but also a scientist who had received numerous national awards. The explosion occurred perilously close to Su Wen's heart, its tremendous force propelling him several meters away, leaving his internal organs severely damaged. As Tang Xi beheld Su Wen collapse, she too could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness, her eyes closing in surrender. In the aftermath of the explosion, Su Wen lost consciousness as well. The atmosphere was rife with turmoil, members from both teams lay incapacitated. Yet, the champion had yet to be determined. Bibi Dong forcefully struck the ground with her staff and calmly declared, both teams have exerted their utmost and can fight no longer. Therefore, I announce that these two teams shall share the title of champions. Each team shall receive a soul bone. Are there any objections? Author's note, the official release date is October 1st. Due to time constraints, I have not prepared much. Following this, I will increase the frequency of updates for several days, with 2 updates daily. As I approach the high school entrance examination period, I will switch to daily updates. I intend to complete the conclusion by the winter holiday, aiming for an update before the summer of 2023. During that period, I will be in my final year of high school and may not have much time to write. After the release, some readers may choose to abandon this work, but that is acceptable. I do not oppose you visiting other platforms to read. Yet I do hope you can leave comments or votes of recommendation, as it would at least let me know there are still readers. I am also grateful for the continued support from my dear readers. To be honest, I did not anticipate that this work, which I penned casually, would gain such popularity. I take all your comments seriously, though I regret that I cannot respond promptly due to school restrictions on mobile phone use. I have a general idea of the characters' fates. The journey may be somewhat painful, but the central themes of affection and resilience will remain intact. Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue are characters I deeply admire, and their fates will not meet a tragic end. However, the fate of Qian Douluo remains under consideration. As for the protagonists, rest assured that the anticipated scenes of pursuit and reconciliation will indeed occur. I am indifferent to whether the earlier segments may seem harsh. The most egregious act by the male lead is likely to be the restriction of the female lead's freedom. If this narrative does not resonate with you, kindly press the exit button on the left. If you do not appreciate this work, please refrain from leaving negative reviews, as encountering them is genuinely disheartening. Having said that, those who reach this chapter are undoubtedly true fans, I trust you won't mind my request for a comment or a vote of recommendation. I shall strive to write diligently, aiming to complete the conclusion before the winter holiday. After 2 months had elapsed, silence enveloped the crowd. No one questioned Pope Bibi Dong's decision, nor did anyone find fault with the outcome, for this duel surpassed any spectacle witnessed on the Douluo Continent. This battle epitomized the spirit of dueling and unwavering resolve to persevere until the last breath. The members of Shrek Academy immediately surrounded Tang Xi and Tang San, along with the other members of the Shrek 8 monsters. Bibi Dong descended with 2 elders by her side, and Ning Fengji promptly approached, wielding the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. However, the extent of the injuries on the battlefield was far more complex than Ning Fengji had anticipated. He advised Pope Bibi Dong, "Your Holiness, both teams are gravely injured and will likely require 2 days to recuperate their faculties." Bibi Dong frowned, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tang Xi. With a sigh, she instructed Yu Guan and Gue Mei relay the order to dispatch the finest healing soul masters from the Spirit Hall for treatment. The awards ceremony will be postponed until the day after tomorrow. 1 day later, Bibi Dong stood vigil by Su Wen's bedside for an extended period. When Su Wen finally awakened, she scoffed, "You finally regained consciousness." As Su Wen opened her eyes, she was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, yet her first thought was, "Master, who won the championship?" Desperation gripped her. She cursed herself for falling into Tang Xi's trap and ultimately losing consciousness. Bibi Dong sighed. "You and Tang Xi both pushed yourselves too hard. The final champions are the Spirit Hall team and the Shrek team, sharing the title." Su Wen nearly spat blood, her resentment toward Tang Xi intensifying. How could Shrek possibly win? Bibi Dong shot a disapproving glance at Su Wen, softly chiding, "Su Wen, I never wished for you to be adversaries with Tang Xi due to the Spirit Hall." Su Wen lowered her head, fists clenched tightly. "Master, Tang Xi may become our enemy. As long as she stands with the Spirit Hall, I will not harm her. But enough." Bibi Dong interjected with immediate ire, countering, "How can you say that a dying person could be an enemy of the Spirit Hall? It is unfathomable." Each word from Bibi Dong resonated deeply within Su Wen, echoing in her mind, the phrase "a dying person" reverberating ominously. For the first time, Su Wen appeared flustered. "Tang Xi is a dying person? That cannot be true, Master." "It is impossible," Bibi Dong coldly retorted, determined to reveal the truth. From birth, Tang Xi was not meant to survive. Her existence was merely sustained by the 7 treasures glazed heart, allowing her an additional 25 years of life. However, that heart is fragile, and the years of soul master cultivation have rendered it nearly shattered. Tang Xi can only endure for 2 more months at most. Bibi Dong's expression turned grave as she conveyed her final request. "These are the truths Tang Xi forbade me from sharing with you. Now that I have revealed them, it is to implore you to treat Tang Xi with kindness in her final days." After uttering these words, Bibi Dong departed, leaving Su Wen alone in sorrow. Su Wen's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart heavy with disbelief. She could not fathom that Tang Xi could perish so easily. She had previously acted so harshly toward her, and now guilt overwhelmed her. When Tang Xi awoke, she found herself surrounded by numerous figures beside her bed. Rubbing her eyes for clarity, she suddenly beheld the enlarged visage of the plump Ma Hongjun looming before her. "Xiaoxi, are you feeling better?" Tang Xi couldn't help but exclaim. "Ah?" Ma Hongjun, startled, took a few steps back. Xiao Wu hurried over upon hearing the sound, and, upon arrival, eagerly pulled Ma Hongjun to Tang Xi's side, joyfully exclaiming, "Xiaoxi, you have finally awakened." Tang Xi weakly sat up, only to feel a wave of dizziness that compelled her to fall back down again. With each of her movements, her heart ached painfully. Alas, it is far more comfortable to lie down. Standing at the back of the crowd, Tang San could no longer hold back his tears as he heard the words. Beside him, Daimu Bai approached to offer comfort, saying, "Do not blame yourself. Isn't Xiaoxi all right?" "Xiaoxi, I heard that during that duel, you showcased remarkable prowess, defeating Su Wen with just a single move. It is unfortunate that we all lost consciousness." "I apologize." Oscar's voice trailed off, becoming subdued. Ning Rongrong remained silent, feeling for the first time how helpless she, as a support-type spirit master, truly was. Even Zhu Shiqing was quiet, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated unwillingness. Tang Xi, upon witnessing the somber atmosphere, was momentarily taken aback. However, Tang Xi spoke slowly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Without the collective efforts of everyone, we would not have reached this final step. Even if we did not secure the championship, it is of no consequence. At least we gave it our all. Moreover, it is fortunate that everyone fainted. Otherwise, Su Wen's fifth soul skill would have left us in a state of unconsciousness for several days and nights. As for me, being robust and vigorous, a few injuries are inconsequential. Tang Xi's words were like the warm light of spring, enveloping everyone in a comforting embrace, bringing smiles to their faces. Indeed, Xiaoxi, you are absolutely right. Xiaowu playfully clung to Tang Xi, tightening her grip around her neck, causing a pinch of discomfort. A chuckle escaped Zhu Zhuqing's lips. And with that, her heart felt unburdened. They, the Shrek 8 monsters, were united as one, with each member holding significant importance. However, Tang Xi, allow me to correct you on one point. We, Shrek, are champions, tied for first place with the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong teased. Tang Xi was astonished. Such a maneuver was indeed possible. How splendid. The glory of Shrek belongs to us. The room was filled with joyous laughter. And even the despondent Tang San wiped away his tears and smiled, secretly vowing to himself, "Sister, wait for me. By the age of 25, I will surely attain divinity and discover a way to prolong life. Only by becoming a deity will I possess the strength to protect my dear sister." As for Su, a rift had been established between them. In the blink of an eye, our graduation was upon us. Has everyone decided where they shall go? Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future, even though she was acutely aware that her prospects were dim. Nevertheless, she found contentment in her current state. Dai Mubai approached Zhu Zhuqing, sharing a knowing smile with her. Both Zhuqing and I hail from the Star Luo Empire. Now, I too possess the right to contend for the throne alongside my elder brother. Thus, we shall return to the Star Luo Empire. For it has been quite some time since we left home. Zhu Zhuqing smiled in response, her heart brimming with hope for a promising future. At that moment, Oscar interjected. As for me, I shall naturally follow Rongrong wherever she goes. His words caused Ning Rongrong's face to flush a deep crimson, eliciting laughter from the group. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Ma Hongjun, who, feeling somewhat shy under their scrutiny, remarked, "I, on the other hand, prefer freedom. I intend to travel the world." Finally, it was Xiaowu's turn as she shyly hid behind Tang San. "Well, I just want to be with San Ge and Xiaoxi." Tang San smiled wryly and said, "My current plan is to first seek out my father." Tang Xi attentively listened as everyone shared their visions of a splendid future. Yet she lamented that her own participation in that future would no longer be possible. Contemplating this, Tang Xi could no longer remain seated and earnestly addressed her companions. "First, to Dai Mubai, our esteemed leader, you must henceforth refrain from frivolous entanglements. Do not think to bully our dear Zhuqing again. If you genuinely wish to be with her, you must wholeheartedly cherish her." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Tang Xi with deep gratitude, feeling that even without Dai Mubai, having a sister like Tang Xi was infinitely more precious. "Indeed, I shall," Dai Mubai solemnly vowed. "Zhuqing is an integral part of my life, and from now on, I shall treat her with utmost devotion." With that, he exchanged a tender glance with Zhu Zhuqing, embarking on their blissful journey together. While Tang Xi could only face balm and exasperation, turning her attention to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, she spoke with equal sincerity. "Since you two have affirmed your feelings, do not allow minor obstacles to sever your bond. Oscar, if you truly care for Rongrong, you must strive to protect her. For only a powerful soul master can safeguard a delicate support-type soul master." Ning Rongrong, taken aback by Tang Xi's insight into the rules of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, looked at her in surprise. The rule dictated that the partners of inner disciples must be formidable attack-type soul masters. "I will, indeed. I genuinely cherish Rongrong," Oscar replied, smiling at Ning Rongrong, who blushed with shyness in response. "Tang Xi, I am so frustrated that I cannot comprehend her meaning." Alas, Tang Xi felt disheartened. She then turned her gaze towards Ma Hongjun, who instinctively straightened his posture upon noticing her glance. "Silly fellow." Tang Xi sighed softly and continued, "In any case, you must listen carefully. You must dedicate yourself to your training and never allow yourself to become complacent. Otherwise, you will inevitably face lifelong regrets." Ma Hongjun, with a playful grin, circled his head and responded with a nonchalant, understood, as the words drifted from his left ear to his right. "Tang Xi, I'm utterly exasperated. I'm on the brink of a myocardial infarction." Then, Xiaowu gazed at Tang Xi with sparkling eyes. Tang Xi, perplexed, inquired, "What is it, Sister Xiaowu?" Xiaowu, momentarily bewildered, then became indignant, exclaiming, "Wu, Xiaoxi, you actually have nothing to say to me." Tang Xi responded, "Alas, Sister Xiaowu, please do not weep." Tang Xi, flustered, hurried forward to offer comfort, while Xiaowu, in a huff, turned away in a playful manner. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. The following morning, the group prepared to head to the papal palace, as the day of the awards ceremony had arrived. However, it was also a day of concern for Tang Xi, for it was on this day that Xiao Wu might reveal her true identity. She feared that Su Wen might meddle and jeopardize her good fortune, but fortunately, she still possessed one final trump card. When the Shrek team arrived at the papal palace, the members of the Spirit Hall were already present, including several titled Douluo. Pope Bibi Dong sat at the center, rising majestically, while the Scarlet Bishop beside her held a crimson platter, upon which rested 2 radiant soul bones. Upon spotting Tang Xi, Bibi Dong's demeanor softened considerably, and she spoke slowly. This edition of the elite competition has been the most splendid yet. However, it is unprecedented to have co-champions. Nevertheless, your efforts have been commendable, and I believe you will be the future of the Douluo Continent. She proceeded to allocate the soul bones, announcing that the rapid advanced spirit bone, the left leg of the wind chaser, would be awarded to the Shrek team, while the explosive flame spirit bone, the right arm, would go to the Spirit Hall team. Following the master's advice, Shrek distributed the soul bones, giving Zhu Xing the soul bone and bestowing the gem spirit bone upon Ning Rongrong. There were no objections from the group, but both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing felt a touch of embarrassment, as these should rightfully belong to Tang San and Tang Xi. Yet, despite repeated refusals, Tang Xi did not accept Ning Rongrong's suggestion to keep the soul bone for herself. Tang Xi felt a surge of joy. As everyone was about to depart from the Spirit Hall, she hoped that Xiao Wu's true identity would remain concealed. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu unexpectedly tripped and fell, causing the cherished item, the Heartbreak Red, to tumble from her grasp. In a flurry of panic, Xiao Wu quickly retrieved the Heartbreak Red and held it close. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the piercing gazes of the powerful figures within the Pope's chamber fixated upon her. Overwhelmed with fear, Xiao Wu sought refuge behind Lu Erlong. Tang Xi sensed a chilling atmosphere, and an uneasy premonition surged within her heart. Instinctively, she glanced at Bibi Dong. Yu Guanju beside her prompted, "Your Holiness, it is time to make a decision. Otherwise, the 100,000-year soul ring will be lost," Yu Guan anxiously contemplated. Tang Xi instinctively cast a glance at Bibi Dong. Her eyes filled with pity. Bibi Dong tightened her grip on the scepter and resolutely turned away, urging, "You all should leave at once." Tang Xi's face lit up with joy. The teacher had actually spared Sister Xiao Wu. However, Su Wen, who stood beside Bibi Dong, did not share the same expression. He could not comprehend why, despite having ensnared their prey, they would let it slip away. How could he possibly allow Xiao Wu to escape so easily? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from outside the hall. Following the sound, Tang Xi beheld a towering figure clad in golden armor, draped in a flowing red robe, wielding a staff reminiscent of the golden cudgel. Was this not precisely the depiction of the demon suppressor Douluo from the original text? Tang Xi has perished. The demon hunter Douluo gazed at Xiao Wu with the predatory eyes of a wolf eyeing its prey, while Tang San vigilantly shielded Xiao Wu behind him. The demon hunter Douluo pointed at Xiao Wu and declared, "She cannot leave." Lu Erlong stepped forward, her temper flaring, and demanded, "On what grounds?" The demon hunter Douluo snorted disdainfully, "Simply because she is a spirit beast, not a human." The members of Shrek, aside from Tang San and Tang Xi, were utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What?" Bibi Dong was about to intervene but was halted by Su Wen, who whispered, "Teacher, I have a way to extend Tang Xi's life for several more years. As for why we cannot capture that 100,000-year spirit beast, she has fled today. Without the protection of the Spirit Hall, many will pursue her. Rather than relinquishing that spirit beast to others, it is better that we seize control ourselves." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's gaze grew resolute as she raised her staff and commanded, "Juju Douluo, Gue Douluo, seize that girl." Daimu Bai stepped forward, affirming, "8 of us are one, sharing life and death together." Following closely were Zhu Xing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, who stood resolutely beside Daimu Bai, united in their conviction of solidarity. Even Tang Xi positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Wu. When Xiao Wu caught sight of Tang San's gentle expression, she was momentarily taken aback. The astonishment she had anticipated was replaced by a warmth that enveloped her. Tang San gently cradled Xiao Wu's delicate face and spoke with deep affection, "Silly sister, I have long been aware of your true identity. Regardless of who you are, you shall forever remain my beloved." A sudden silence enveloped Xiao Wu's mind, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Tang San let out a fierce roar to the heavens, declaring, "If you wish to seize her, you must first step over my body." Bibi Dong stood transfixed, observing this poignant scene. Many years ago, she too had experienced such a fervent love. Yet when she gazed upon Tang Xi, her eyes were filled with unspoken sorrow. She had never anticipated that Xiao Shi would one day stand against her. Suddenly, Flinder chuckled. Exchanging glances with Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, they arranged themselves in a triangular formation, gathering their soul power behind them as golden light surged forth, gradually transforming into a magnificent golden dragon. The golden triangle, the golden sacred dragon, Flinder proclaimed. We old ones are still alive. There is no need for the younger ones to intervene. However, all of this was effortlessly countered by the formidable Douluo, Zhu, and Gue. Ning Fengji attempted to assist, but was warned away by Bibi Dong, leaving him to sigh in resignation as a spectator. Dugabo swiftly positioned himself before Tang San and Xiao Wu as Bibi Dong unleashed 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Dugabo stood immobilized, overwhelmed by Bibi Dong's oppressive aura, while Xiao Wu glared at the red soul ring with vengeful eyes. That crimson ring, 100,000-year soul ring, belonged to her mother. Child, follow Bibi Dong, she murmured. In contrast to others, Tang Xi remained remarkably calm. As the Zhu and Gue Douluo advanced towards Tang San, a thunderous explosion resonated in the air. The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo were sent flying by a tremendous force. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost dare to harm my son and daughter? Above the martial soul city, dark clouds loomed ominously, and a shadow floated in midair. Yet the figure was far from flattering. With hair disheveled like a bird's nest, an unshaven beard, a sallow complexion, and a tattered cloak, it was unmistakably Tang Hao himself. Upon hearing that voice, Tang San instantly crumbled. It belonged to his father, whom he had not seen for 8 long years. Bibi Dong's expression stiffened. For it was indeed him. Tang Hao, wielding the Haotian hammer, swiftly appeared before Tang Xi. He immediately extended his soul power into her body. In that fleeting moment, Tang Hao was taken aback and staggered back a few steps, murmuring in disbelief, "How is this possible? I have only been gone for 8 years." As Tang Hao beheld Tang Xi's pallid complexion, he felt compelled to probe into the condition of her heart of 7 apertures. However, what he encountered was a heart marred by countless fissures, struggling to beat, seemingly on the brink of demise within 2 months. Bibi Dong sighed softly, her gaze suddenly sharpening. "Tang Hao, you may take Tang San with you." With a shift in tone, Bibi Dong cast a pained look towards Tang Xi, "But you cannot take her. We both understand that Tang Xi has but 2 months left to live. If you take her away, you will only witness her demise helplessly. However, if you entrust her to me, the spirit hall will spare no effort in healing her." The expressions of everyone present shifted to astonishment. And even Xiao Wu pushed her way past Tang San to stand before Tang Xi, her face awash with anxiety as she inquired, "Is this true, Xiao Xi?" Tang San's heart jolted, and he gazed at the silent Tang Xi with reddened eyes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, with a hint of sorrow in his aged eyes. Tang Hao gently ruffled Tang Xi's hair, and in that fleeting moment, he seemed to age significantly. "Child, go accompany Bibi Dong," he murmured. In that instant, all animosities faded into insignificance. The former pope had perished, and his beloved Ain had departed from him as well. He could no longer bear the thought of watching his daughter slip away. If it meant saving little Xi, all enmity could be set aside. Family transcends all. Tang Xi clenched her fists tightly, her expression filled with sorrow as she cried out, "Father, you will forever be my greatest pride." Su Wen's gaze was icy. Little Wu must not be taken away. The allure of a 100,000-year soul beast was immensely tempting. Su Wen exchanged a knowing glance with the demon slayer Douluo. With each step forward, another soul ring emerged. A total of 9 soul rings. The oppressive aura of the 96th ranked Super Douluo surged forth, though it was slightly less imposing than Tang Hao's. "You may take your son, but the 100,000-year soul beast must remain. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee the complete recovery of your daughter." Little Wu seemed to make a monumental decision, her face resolute as she stood beside Tang Xi. "I shall remain, provided you can save Tang Xi." Tang Xi had her own plans. She earnestly addressed Tang San, saying, "Brother, I have my own ways to protect Sister Xiao Wu. You all should leave quickly. If that old fellow Qian Dalu arrives, there will be no way for you to escape." Tang San gazed at the 2 individuals he cherished most, who remained in the spirit hall, and resolutely shook his head. "I refuse. If we are to leave, let us depart together. If we are to stay, let us remain together." Tang Hao sensed the presence of that old fellow, Qian Dalu. He seized his hammer and struck the ground, causing the ninth soul ring at his waist to tremble. Accompanied by a resounding roar, a tempest surged forth, rendering all soul masters below level 70 unconscious. The golden iron triangle withdrew their soul power, and Xiao Wu also succumbed to unconsciousness, supported by Tang Xi. Without the need to hunt soul beasts, soul rings could still be acquired. As the dust settled, Tang Hao and Tang San vanished from sight, leaving only echoes in the air. Bibi Dong recalled his words. If Xiao Xi were to perish, the entire spirit hall would follow her to the grave. I am profoundly grateful to Shrek for nurturing my children over the years. I owe you a great debt. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao, how arrogant you are. Tang Xi gently lifted the fainted Xiao Wu and, step by step, made her way to Bibi Dong's side. Facing the members of Shrek, Tang Xi wore an expression of deep remorse, apologizing to them. Bibi Dong, with a cold demeanor, flicked her sleeves and departed, declaring that the elite competition had concluded and instructing them to vacate the Soul Master City. Tang Xi obediently followed behind Bibi Dong, while Su Wen stepped out to resolve the remaining matters. A contingent of guards departed in an orderly fashion. Ning Rongrong gazed at Tang Xi's retreating figure, unable to suppress her tears, and cried out, Tang Xi, come back. Explain to me how it is that you have but 2 months to live. Ning Rongrong rushed forward, attempting to seize Tang Xi's silhouette, only to be obstructed by 2 guards. She fell to the ground, her shoulders trembling from her weeping. Oscar quickly approached to help her up, offering consolation. Do not cry, Rongrong. Perhaps Tang Xi is harboring some unspeakable burden. Zhu Zhuqing also stepped forward, her eyes glistening with tears as she said, I believe in Xiao Xi. Both Xi and Xiao will surely be safe. Ma Hongjun stood silently to the side, while Dai Mubai shook his head in helplessness, his fist clenched tightly, betraying his frustration. Within the Pope's chamber, the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo flanked Bibi Dong, with Su Wen standing nearby. Bibi Dong sat at the center, her heart ablaze with unutterable fury as she regarded Tang Xi, who knelt before her. She strove to temper her words. Xiao Xi, will you truly oppose your teacher for the sake of a 10,000-year soul beast? With Xiao Wu already imprisoned, Tang Xi remained on her knees, imploring, Teacher, are you truly going to kill Sister Xiao Wu to obtain the soul ring? Observing the tears at the corners of Tang Xi's eyes, Bibi Dong felt her resolve waver. She sighed and shook her head, then rose slowly, stating, Xiao Xi, you must understand, we soul masters and soul beasts are inherently at odds. It is imperative for soul masters to hunt soul beasts to continue their cultivation. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she sensed it was time to present her proposition. If I were to say there exists a method to acquire soul rings without the need to hunt soul beasts, would you be inclined to believe me, teacher? This statement stirred a tumultuous wave within Bibi Dong's heart. Could it truly be possible to obtain soul rings without slaying soul beasts? Yue Guan and Zhu, exchanging glances, were filled with doubt. However, Su Wen remained unwavering in her faith, for in the modern world, she was a distinguished scientist who had received a national award. She never anticipated that Tang Xi had concealed such a significant trump card. Tang Xi articulated her thoughts, proposing a method of soul power sharing, which necessitates mutual trust between soul beasts and soul masters. The soul beast would release its soul power, offering it according to its own volition, while the soul master would autonomously absorb this power to condense a soul ring. The effect of the soul ring would mirror the skills utilized by a 100,000-year soul beast. Although Su Wen had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon hearing Tang Xi's explanation. He suggested, Teacher, why not allow Tang Xi to give it a try? After all, we have a 100,000-year soul beast at hand. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, stating, that sounds quite promising. If you succeed within these 3 days, I will release this 100,000-year soul beast. Regardless of the outcome, this soul beast would belong to Tang Xi, perhaps indicative of Bibi Dong's unique fondness for her. After receiving Bibi Dong's exclusive permission, Tang Xi gained the freedom to enter and exit the heavenly prison, where the 100,000-year soul beast was confined, an object of envy for any soul master. However, if a titled Douluo recklessly attempted to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, it would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Furthermore, within the spirit hall, even if one were to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, they would become a target for pursuit by the spirit hall, deterring anyone from daring to approach the 100,000-year soul beast. When Tang Xi went to see Xiao Wu, she found Xiao Wu curled up in a corner, trembling with fear. Upon hearing the familiar footsteps, her rabbit ears perked up, and she immediately turned her gaze toward Tang Xi. At the moment Tang Xi appeared, all of Xiao Wu's tears could no longer be contained. Woo, Tang Xi. I am so scared. Knowing that she was about to be killed, facing the impending specter of death, even though she had mentally prepared herself, fear still gripped her heart. Tang Xi held Xiao Wu gently, soothing her with the words, I will not let you perish. Do not be afraid, my dear Xiao Wu. I shall protect you. Xiao Wu trembled in Tang Xi's embrace, clearly at a loss for words, having cried to the point of silence. Tang Xi then reiterated the concept of soul power sharing that she had previously discussed with Bibi Dong. With tear-filled, hazy eyes, Xiao Wu stared blankly at Tang Xi and asked, Is what you say truly genuine, Tang Xi? Tang Xi hesitated, lowering her head and softly murmuring that it was merely in the conceptual stage, yet to be tested. Tang Xi fell silent, bowing her head, yet Xiao Wu could infer her thoughts without utterance. Disappointed, Xiao Wu inquired, Do you mean I must offer my soul power to another? The revelation that it was not for Tang Xi left her profoundly disheartened. Tang Xi shook her head and pointed to herself, or more precisely, indicated that it was the experiment of sharing soul power between us. At the moment Tang Xi finished speaking, Xiao Wu tightly embraced her, expressing her relief. As long as it is you, nothing else matters. The more Xiao Wu said this, the more guilt enveloped Tang Xi, who, with red-rimmed eyes, replied, I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Wu. It's all because of me that you chose to remain in the spirit hall when you could have left with your brother. Why did you stay for my sake? Xiao Wu gently kissed Tang Xi's forehead and smiled wryly. Silly girl, from the moment I transformed into human form, I knew that one day I would be pursued by soul masters to become someone's soul ring. But as long as it is you, nothing else matters. Besides, did you not say that this is merely a sharing of soul power and is not fatal? Yet, for both soul beast and soul masters, it bears immense significance. I am honored to partake in this experiment. Even if it fails, I have no regrets. Xiao Wu's words left Tang Xi momentarily stunned. Yet her resolve grew ever stronger. Before her demise, she would ensure Xiao Wu's safe departure from the spirit hall. Tang Xi harbored selfish intentions. She was acutely aware that today her father could take Xiao Wu away. In 5 years, the spirit hall would compel Xiao Wu to sacrifice herself for her brother, followed closely by the sacrifices of Deming and Erming. She did not wish to witness such a fate. With this thought lingering in her mind, she resolved to take a bold leap. Ultimately, Tang Xi confidently brought Xiao Wu back to her dormitory, unimpeded along the way. This was due, in part, to her status, and also because a multitude of title Douluo-level individuals closely monitored her every move. The mere thought of sharing a bed with Tang Xi filled Xiao Wu with excitement, causing her to cast aside the sorrows of the day. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Xi's alluring, pristine nightgown and her delicate, flawless skin, her cheeks flushing crimson. Ahem. Xiao Xi, do mind your image. The moments spent in Tang Xi's company were indeed precious. Tang Xi approached Xiao Wu with a puzzled expression and inquired, Is there something wrong with my appearance, Sister Xiao Wu? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi looked at Xiao Wu's actions with a sense of grievance. Pinching her cheeks was truly painful. Late at night, as they slept, Xiao Wu held Tang Xi even tighter, relishing the softness of the person in her embrace, growing more enamored with each passing moment. Tang Xi, I was nearly suffocated all night. The following day, when Su Wen received the report from the person he had sent to watch Tang Xi, his face darkened with fury. They did nothing at all, just spent the night together. The more Su Wen thought about that little dancer, the more irked he became, even feeling a twinge of jealousy. Yet, why should he care so much when they were both women? As long as Tang Xi ultimately stood with the spirit hall. As long as she remained by his side. As Tang Xi slept peacefully nearby, a gentle beam of sunlight illuminated her soft, cherubic face, rendering her utterly adorable, akin to a little angel sent from above. Unable to resist the allure, Xiao Wu leaned in and stealthily bestowed a kiss upon Tang Xi's cheek, marveling at her cuteness. However, when she noticed Tang Xi's eyelids fluttering as she stirred awake, a blush crept onto Xiao Wu's cheeks, wondering if her secret kiss had been detected. Tang Xi, with her eyes still heavy with slumber, rubbed them gently and glanced at her older sister, Xiao Wu, who had long since risen. The sun is so bright. How long have I been asleep? She inquired. Xiao Wu replied, So adorable, I can't resist. With that, she playfully reached out her hand towards Tang Xi's soft, cherubic face, exclaiming, Ah, the texture is truly delightful. Tang Xi, Sister Xiao Wu, please act like a person. Oh no, I almost forgot you are not human. This has left Qing Qing in tears. One day remains until the 3-day deadline set by Teacher Li and Bibi Dong. During the night, Tang Xi led Xiaowu to the lawn, where the fragrance lingered and the air was crisp, making it an ideal setting for their experiment. In the shadows, Bibi Dong, accompanied by Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, observed silently. However, instead of commencing the experiment, Tang Xi picked up a sandwich and began to eat with Xiaowu, much to the astonishment of everyone present. Subsequently, while wearing a serious expression, Tang Xi excused herself for a trip to the restroom. Bibi Dong, with a look of exasperation, held her forehead in frustration. Then, well, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Tang Xi cheerfully acknowledged, no. Suddenly, Bibi Dong, concealed in the shadows, could no longer suppress her laughter. Yu Guanzhu looked at Gue Mei with exasperation, unable to deny that Tang Xi was indeed the joy of His Holiness the Pope. Ever since Tang Xi arrived at the Spirit Hall, the Pope's rare smiles had become a daily occurrence. After some time, Tang Xi finally turned to serious matters. With this in mind, she reminded Xiaowu once more, Sister Xiaowu, when you provide me with soul power, just a little will suffice. Approximately equivalent to several hundred years of cultivation. Xiaowu nodded enthusiastically, though her response seemed to pass through one ear and out the other. She replied, However, Xiaowu suddenly lowered her head, a heavy expression clouding her features as she whispered, I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. A tear glistened in the corner of her eye. Filled with reluctance, a beam of red light shot from the center of Xiaowu's brow into the sky, instantly staining the heavens a vivid crimson. Xiaowu floated in midair, the red light radiating from her forehead blurring into a magnificent display. That night, all the soul beasts gazed in astonishment at the distant sky glowing with red light. Erming emerged from the dense forest, puzzled, could this be a sacrifice? In Spirit City, Bibi Dong replied coolly, No, this is not a sacrifice. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in her eyes. This should be termed a sacrifice of soul power. Never before had there been a precedent for such a sacrifice on the Douluo Continent, but this night was destined to be extraordinary. The pink light enveloped Xiaowu's being. Her garments reduced to ashes, revealing her body, a resplendent ruby crystal in its purest form. Tang Xi was enveloped in a radiant pink glow, a force so comforting that it made her feel as though she had returned to the warmth of her mother's womb, filled with a profound sense of security. She was lifted by this power, floating gracefully in midair. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the blood butterfly, adorned with intricate crimson patterns, unfurled behind Tang Xi, enveloping her entire being. The lifeline surged forth, tightly wrapping around her and encasing her in a cocoon. In that moment, as the torrent of soul power surged into Tang Xi's body, her soul level ascended from level 49 to level 50. Xiaowu's gaze softened, tenderly fixed upon the slumbering Tang Xi. In this instant, her face radiated determination. A rosy luminescence emanated from her being, transferring into the vast cocoon. An immense quantity of soul power was drawn from Xiaowu, akin to bones being extracted from her body, inflicting excruciating pain. Her entire form trembled, her visage reflecting deep anguish. Ah! Xiaowu cried out to the heavens, overwhelmed by unbearable torment. A single tear of blood slipped from the corner of her eye. All of that soul power had been painstakingly cultivated through her efforts. And as it flowed away, her consciousness began to wane. The cocoon shattered, revealing a pair of blood butterflies, now adorned with golden patterns, which silently unfolded. Having evolved through the sanctification of Xiaowu's soul power, Tang Xi continues to slumber peacefully, enveloped in a soft pink glow. Her hair appears longer, and her features seem more exquisite. A faint outline of the fifth soul ring emerges around her waist, radiating a delicate shade of pink. Upon witnessing this, Xiaowu's expression brightens with joy as a 100,000-year soul beast. She understands all too well that this signifies a fundamental resolution to the long-standing conflict between soul masters and soul beasts. Tang Xi once mentioned that merely a few hundred years of soul power would suffice. However, in Xiaowu's eyes, a few hundred years was far from adequate. If she could achieve a result that would unequivocally demonstrate the reliability of soul power sharing to the world, then what would it matter if she sacrificed herself? A torrent of rich soul power surged from Xiaowu's being towards Tang Xi, causing the fifth soul ring at Tang Xi's waist to gradually shift from a pale pink to a vivid pink. Hundreds of years of soul power. Thousands of years of soul power. Tens of thousands of years of soul power. It was not until Xiaowu sensed Tang Xi's body trembling violently that the fifth soul ring had transformed into a deep, vibrant pink. Was Xiaoxi's consciousness resisting my soul power? Xiaowu's expression shifted from surprise to comfort. Even in slumber, She was contemplating how to resist my soul power. I am sorry, Xiaoxi. I did not heed your words. I promised to contribute only a few hundred years of soul power, and I apologize for breaking my promise. Upon witnessing her contributed soul power being rejected, Xiaowu resolved to cease her sacrificial offering. In that fleeting moment, the red beam of light dissipated, marking the end of a sacrifice wherein Xiaowu had given up a staggering 20,000 years of soul power, equivalent to the full strength of 2 soul skills from a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiaowu's form transformed into her true self, the soft bone rabbit. The loss of 20,000 years of cultivation would regress her consciousness to a hazy, ignorant state akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. As the soul power sacrifice concluded, Tang Xi awakened, enveloped in a warm force that brought her immense comfort. The pink glow faded from both of them, and Xiaowu, in her rabbit form, plummeted from the air. Tang Xi rushed forward to embrace her. Tang Xi gently caressed the rabbit nestled in her arms. The delicate creature gazed up at her with its hazy, innocent eyes, appearing somewhat dazed, before affectionately nuzzling against her. At that moment, Bibidong emerged, her tone laced with urgency. Has it all concluded? What was the outcome? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Every word spoken by Tang Xi stirred tumultuous waves within Bibidong's heart. What does possessing unparalleled strength truly signify? The soul rings obtained by soul masters from hunting soul beasts serve the purpose of elevating their level restrictions and acquiring a soul skill. Yet, the majority of these soul skills merely reflect a fraction of the genuine prowess of the soul beasts, often failing to even reach a single layer of their offensive capabilities. This is because the soul skills acquired are but a mere selection from the multitude of abilities possessed by the soul beasts, and they are unable to unleash their full potential. Tang Xi spoke as she unleashed her soul ring, which spiraled upward from beneath her feet, flickering rhythmically until a distinctive pink soul ring emerged. Unlike the terrifying aura of other soul rings, the pink one exuded a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze, embodying purity and nobility. Bibidong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the 5th soul ring, inquiring eagerly, "What is the soul skill?" Tang Xi closed her eyes, and in an instant she found herself beside Bibidong. This was one of the soul skills of the soft bone rabbit, teleportation. Tang Xi elucidated that this was the 5th soul ring bestowed upon the bloodthirsty peony. The soul power voluntarily given by the soul beast can unleash its full combat potential, while also allowing the manifestation of superior soul skills based on its own essence. The 2 soul skills I have acquired are as follows: teleportation, initially allowing a distance of 10 meters, which increases with levels, gaining 2 additional meters for every 10 levels, with no time interval. The second skill, the 8-fold slam, enables a series of 8 slams, rendering the opponent utterly defenseless. Upon hearing this, Bibidong erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, truly a commendable student of the master." This is nothing short of a blessing for the entire Douluo Continent, as well as for the soul beasts. Tang Xi, however, could not find joy in her heart. Sister Xiaowu had bestowed upon her the entirety of her 2,000-year soul power, and in doing so, had transformed into a soul beast of 80,000 years, her consciousness regressing to that of an infant. Bibidong approached, gently stroking Tang Xi's hair, offering words of comfort. "This soft bone rabbit shall be entrusted to you. It was originally intended for you. My child, heed my words. The history of Douluo Continent is on the verge of alteration. For the time being, refrain from speaking of the soul power sharing to avoid attracting unnecessary persecution." Tang Xi nodded cautiously and inquired, "Teacher, are you contemplating unifying the Douluo Continent and subsequently promoting the sharing of soul power?" Bibidong's eyes flickered with emotion. This child truly seemed to possess an innate understanding of her thoughts. If I were to affirm this as true, would Xiaoxi still stand by my side? 98 Xiaowu's consciousness regressed. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xi responded, "I am uncertain. For I do not grasp the true nature of the teacher's desire to unify the continent. If the unification is merely for the sake of wealth and glory, then such an endeavor holds no significance." Bibidong's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, and in that moment, she appeared exhilarated as though she had discovered a kindred spirit. "What, in your opinion, is necessary for the unification of the continent?" she inquired. Tang Xi pondered for a moment, then articulated her innermost thoughts. She believed that unifying the continent could alleviate the discord between soul beasts and soul masters, fostering a harmonious coexistence. If the disparities between nobles and commoners could be eradicated, everyone would have the opportunity to realize their potential. Should the entire continent embrace those possessing malevolent martial souls, no individual would aspire to become a sinister soul master. Instead, each person would recognize their inherent worth, leading to a society where people live joyfully and amicably together. Thus, the unification of the continent is not only necessary, but also invaluable. As Tang Xi concluded her statement in one breath, a sudden realization struck her. It was over. It was truly over. She had articulated a line of thought that belonged to modernity, an idea so implausible that she regretted voicing it. However, to her surprise, Bai Dong, upon hearing her words, was left utterly astonished. This notion was one that she too could learn from Tang Xi. With a playful tone, Bai Dong remarked that it appeared Young She was indeed quite suited to engage in the realm of politics. Tang Xi instinctively shook her head, expressing her reluctance. The realm of politics is fraught with intrigue and manipulation, and she had no desire to become entangled in such affairs. Bibiong felt a twinge of disappointment. It was a pity that had Xiaoxi harbored such ambitions, she might have considered nurturing her as the next pope. As night fell, in Tang Xi's dormitory, she gazed tenderly at the obedient soft-bone rabbit. She delicately extracted the heartbreak red from the sapphire and fed it to the rabbit. In the original tale, Sister Xiaowu had regained her human form after consuming the heartbreak red. Sure enough, a pink luminescence enveloped the soft-bone rabbit, and a faint silhouette of a figure began to materialize. Long rabbit ears, slender legs, fair skin, and flowing hair cascading down to her waist. As the glow dissipated, a beautiful maiden appeared, unclothed, upon Tang Xi's bed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with delight. Sister Xiaowu, you still remember my name. Upon seeing Tang Xi smile, Xiaowu beamed in return. Inhaling the unique fragrance that enveloped Tang Xi, and eagerly climbed into her embrace. Thus, once again, Tang Xi found herself ensnared in slumber. In recent days, Tang Xi observed that since Xiaowu had consumed the heartbreak red, her intellect had regressed to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. She exhibited a penchant for endearment and was keen to learn to read, all while retaining the visage of a 16-year-old maiden. Remarkably, she still possessed her previous soul rings and soul power level, yet it was likely that upon reaching the 60th level, her soul rings would no longer manifest automatically. A 10,000-year soul beast, upon cultivation to the 70th level, would typically transform into a true human, with their prior cultivation seamlessly converting into suitable soul rings. This implies that with Xiaowu's current 80,000-year cultivation, the soul rings she would naturally acquire would altogether reflect that same level of cultivation. Of course, this remains merely Tang Xi's conjecture for the time being. In the days to come, the members of the Spirit Hall would come to realize that the 10,000-year transformed soul beast had become an 80,000-year entity, yet for some titled Douluos. This revelation held little allure. Many were initially astonished, but as the wonders of Douluo Continent unfolded, they gradually acclimated to it. Thus, it became common knowledge that the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Tang Xi, was often accompanied by a girl clad in pink garments. Tang Xi had never disclosed her 10,000-year soul ring to the public. Tang Xi patiently re-educates Xiaowu in the ways of dining, dressing, literacy, and cultivation. Though Xiaowu's intellect has regressed, she remains incredibly attached to Tang Xi, demonstrating remarkable cleverness in her actions. Wherever Tang Xi goes, Xiaowu follows closely. In a moment of serendipity, Su Wen finds Tang Xi just as she witnesses Xiaowu affectionately trying to kiss Tang Xi. Su Wen's countenance darkens, exuding an intimidating aura that causes Xiaowu to sneeze, her expression reflecting both surprise and apprehension at Su Wen's fierce demeanor. It is all the fault of this formidable presence before her, thwarting her desire for a sweet kiss. Tang Xi noticed that Su Wen sought her out for a discussion, so she retrieved a carrot from her soul guide device. Upon seeing the carrot, Xiaowu's eyes sparkled, and saliva nearly dripped from her mouth. "Be good and play over there. I have matters to discuss with this gentleman," she said. Su Wen, with a dark expression, thought to himself, "Gentleman indeed. I am merely the same age as Tang Xi and not lacking in appearance." Completely captivated by the carrot, Xiaowu readily agreed, and as she departed, she politely bowed to Su Wen, saying, "Goodbye, dear sir. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Tang, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Your Holiness?" Su Wen, blushing, turned her head aside and whispered, "I am sorry." Tang, she felt as though she was hearing things. How could her usually indifferent deskmate actually say sorry to her. Su Wen's gaze flickered with emotion, her heart laden with regret for having confined you for half a year, unaware that you had only 2 months left to live. Was this all there was to it? Tang Xi lightly remarked, "It's nothing. We merely had differing stances back then. The fact that you did not take my life is already commendable." Upon hearing this, Su Wen's face flushed even deeper. There were no curses or demands as she had anticipated, just a simple, "It's nothing." Su Wen, somewhat incredulous, questioned, "Do you not harbor any hatred towards me?" Tang Xi couldn't help but laugh. "While I certainly harbor resentment towards the days you confined me, your allegiance lies with the spirit hall. Your imprisonment was merely a means to prevent me from participating in the elite competition, to keep me from standing in opposition to you. You possess the strength to end my life, yet you have spared me time and again. However, my end draws near, so I shall release you. In turn, I implore you to grant me the same mercy." Upon hearing this, Su Wen instinctively exclaimed, "I will not allow you to perish." After a brief pause, Su Wen amended, "At least not now." With utmost seriousness, Su Wen addressed Tang Xi, "I am a bearer of the dual god heritage. If you succeed in the dual god trial, you may receive the reward of the god of life, which could potentially extend your existence. Furthermore, once I ascend to godhood, I shall take you with me to the divine realm, where we shall share eternal life, free from the torment of illness." Tang Xi looked at Su Wen's anxious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She teased, "Su Wen, do you care about me so much because you have feelings for me?" Tang Xi approached Su Wen, scrutinizing her flushed complexion, while her own heart raced uncontrollably. Su Wen felt a warmth enveloping her entire being, and upon gazing at that soft, tender face, her heart fluttered even more, the sound of her anxious heartbeat resonating in her ears. "No, absolutely not." Su Wen nervously denied it, only to be engulfed later by an indescribable sense of regret. Tang Xi took the initiative to grasp Su Wen's hand, causing Su Wen to instinctively retreat in nervousness. Without hesitation, Tang Xi embraced her and, on tiptoe, planted a kiss on her cheek. Boom. Su Wen's mind went blank, and her hands involuntarily found their way to Tang Xi's slender waist. The moment they made contact, a delightful tingling sensation coursed through her, and Su Wen gradually began to cherish the warmth of this embrace. Tang Xi softly whispered in Su Wen's ear, confessing her affection. "Su Wen, I have liked you since the very first time we met." A few days later, Su Wen sat in his study, filled with regret. After Tang Xi had professed her feelings, he had nervously fled the scene. The memory caused his heart to race, and the sensation of their kiss lingered pleasantly in his thoughts. He gently touched his cheek, where Tang Xi had kissed him, his face flushing with embarrassment. In truth, he had been captivated by her endearing naivety from their very first encounter. Meanwhile, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shueqinghe, requested permission from Emperor Shuiyu to visit the Wuhuan Palace and see Tang Xi. The emperor readily agreed, humorously suggesting that it would be best if he could bring back a daughter-in-law. Tang Xi was utterly exhilarated upon hearing this. In just a few days, it would be her mentor Bibi Dong's birthday, presenting a splendid opportunity for the mother and daughter to set aside their grievances. With this thought in mind, she promptly rose to seek out Shueqinghe. However, the irate Xiao beside her tugged at Tang Xi's arm, pouting with discontent as she exclaimed, "Today, little Xi, you promised to spend the entire day playing with me." At this moment, Xiao's intellect resembled that of a 6 or 7-year-old child, and she had lost a significant portion of her memories. Tang Xi, feeling helpless, unleashed her ultimate technique, swiftly planting a kiss on Xiao Wu's cheek. Instantly, Xiao Wu's rabbit ears perked up, and a rosy hue spread across her face, reaching the edges of her ears. In a tipsy manner, Xiao Wu coquettishly said to Tang Xi, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Tang Xi felt helpless, as if she had unwittingly taken on the role of a mother. After walking for a while, she finally spotted Shueqinghe, who was standing atop the city wall, admiring the view. Upon hearing Tang Xi's footsteps, Shueqinghe turned around with joy. However, the insufferable rabbit was clinging to Tang Xi's arm, gazing at her with a provocative expression. In that instant, Shueqinghe was rendered speechless, her mind filled with a myriad of curses. Oh, how she lamented, for she had never embraced little Xi in such a manner. Alas, the burdensome title of Crown Prince constrained her every action. Tang Xi remained oblivious to the subtle unease exuding from Shueqinghe. Instead, she approached him joyfully, taking hold of his right hand and exclaiming, "How wonderful, Crown Prince brother! You actually came to see me. How many days will you be staying this time?" The warmth radiating from the hand she touched made Shueqinghe suppress the unusual feelings stirring within him. With a tender expression, he replied, "Approximately 3 days or so." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's excitement intensified, and she looked at Shu Qinghe with a pleading expression. Crown Prince brother, I have something I would like to ask of you. What is it? Of course, I will accommodate Xiao Xi's request. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, feeling a pang of jealousy, observed their interaction and, while clinging to Tang Xi's arm, rose on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on her cheek, asserting her claim with a playful declaration, Xiao Xi is mine. She then made a face at Shu Qinghe, who furrowed his brow, suppressing the urge to eliminate this pesky rabbit. The tension between Shu Qinghe and Xiao Wu ignited a spark in the air, causing Tang Xi to feel uneasy, sensing that both were becoming irritable for no apparent reason. Subsequently, Tang Xi instructed her servants to prepare flour and the common seasonings used by ordinary folk in the kitchen. Bibi Dong, fully aware of these arrangements, tacitly approved, eagerly anticipating the delightful surprises Tang Xi would unveil. In a corner of the Douluo Palace, someone was reveling in the thought. His granddaughter had finally arrived in Wuhan City, surely to visit her dear grandfather. How delightful! When would Shui come to see me? As Qian Daolu pondered, he plucked flower petals to pass the time, counting down. In 2 hours, Shui will come to see me. In 4 hours. In the kitchen, Shu Qinghe found himself at a loss, staring at the dampened mass of flour before him. Glancing at Tang Xi beside him, he curiously inquired, Xiao Xi, what are we making this for? Tang Xi replied, of course, I will be making noodles. In a few days, someone will be celebrating their birthday, and I thought to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for that person. Observing the curiosity in Shu Qinghe's eyes, Tang Xi smiled and added, in a few days, it's our teacher's birthday. This statement resonated deeply with Shu Qinghe, who immediately set aside the dough and turned away, reluctantly saying, since it's her birthday, why must I be called upon to help? She must certainly despise the sight of me, so I shall not go and bother her. Shu Qinghe's words carried an unmistakable hint of grievance, and her confidence waned as she spoke. Tang Xi lamented, how can you be so certain that she harbors a dislike for you? Yet, every time she gazes at me, her eyes resemble those of an adversary, sending a shiver down my spine. Whenever I look into Bibi Dong's eyes, I am reminded of my childhood, when I could only stand at a distance, observing, hesitant to approach the mother who shares my bloodline. Tang Xi, with a sense of helplessness, gently advised, Your Highness, you are truly wonderful. The teacher simply does not know how to confront the situation. If neither of you takes the initiative to engage in heartfelt conversation, the relationship will remain forever rigid. In due time, I shall create an opportunity for the two of you to speak privately. Just express everything you wish to convey. The outcome may lead to the teacher's disdain or an overwhelming sense of compassion, yet this could also foster understanding and forgiveness, as compassion is a mother's innate quality. The teacher treats senior sister Nana with great kindness, as though she were her own daughter, serving to fill the void of maternal affection from 2 decades past. Both you and the teacher are exceedingly stubborn, unwilling to admit fault first. Thus, misunderstandings and conflicts arise naturally. Despite occasionally caring deeply for one another, pride constrains your actions. After Tang Xi finished this lengthy discourse, Shu Qinghe gazed at her in astonishment and remarked, Xiao Xi, how is it that you spoke with such an unexpectedly mature tone? Tang Xi, with hands on her hips, expressed her frustration, feeling that despite their lengthy conversation, not a single word had registered. Observing Tang Xi's pout, Shu Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter soon turning into tears of joy. Eventually, Shu Qinghe lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, and quietly expressed her gratitude, saying, nevertheless, thank you, Xiao Xi. Shu Qinghe felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the outcome, she resolved to seek a conversation with that person. If there existed an insurmountable chasm, she would be the one to bridge it. She did not wish for the relationship between mother and daughter to become further estranged, for they were indeed mother and daughter. At that moment, Xiao Wu emerged, her cherubic face beaming as she brandished a handful of white powder, playfully poking Shu Qinghe's back. As Shu Qinghe turned, Xiao Wu mischievously showered her with the powder, leaving Shu Qinghe sputtering and covered in white. Tang Xi could not contain her laughter. Xiao Wu, brimming with delight, made a face at Shu Qinghe before swiftly hiding behind Tang Xi. Shu Qinghe, her temper flaring, found the previously somber atmosphere shattered. All she could think of was capturing that mischievous little rabbit. Seizing a mound of flour from the table, she chased after Xiao Wu, exclaiming, You little rabbit. Stop right there. Xiao Wu, darting behind Tang Xi, continued to taunt, Come and catch me. I'm not scared of you. Her triumphant expression ignited Shu Qinghe's ire. And soon, a flour fight ensued, with Tang Xi regrettably caught in the crossfire. Tang Xi, on the verge of tears, wondered if these two could perhaps cease their incessant bickering. The night of the 102nd long life noodles, 3 days hence. The Pope's chamber adjacent to the papal hall was brilliantly illuminated. Bibi Dong was still tirelessly revising the official documents, a duty that accompanied her role as Pope. Tang Xi approached the door of Bai Dong, holding a bowl of longevity noodles. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open on its own, revealing the melodious sound of Bai Dong's laughter. "Come here, little Xi. I heard your footsteps from afar." At the mention of little Xi, the weariness that had once graced Bai Dong's face was instantly replaced with a vibrant energy. Tang Xi approached with a radiant smile, placing the longevity noodles on Bibi Dong's desk. "Happy birthday, teacher." Bibi Dong appeared somewhat bewildered. Happy birthday? Today indeed seemed to be her birthday. In the haze of her memory, the last time she celebrated her birthday was 3 decades ago. Yet the passage of time had rendered her completely oblivious to the very concept of a birthday. Tang Xi discerned her teacher's confusion and thoughtfully explained, "I am examining the records of the Spirit Hall, which specifically detail your date of birth. In our culture, the day of one's birth is celebrated as a birthday, symbolizing the joy of entering this world and encompassing heartfelt wishes for the individual celebrating. This bowl of noodles is known as longevity noodles. Consuming them is believed to promote a long life. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, every action of Tang Xi flowed into Bai Dong's heart like a gentle stream. As Bai Dong gazed at Tang Xi, her expression softened, and she felt an overwhelming urge to break down and weep at that very moment. The anguish she endured was profound. Each day since her separation from Xiao Gang had been laden with suffering. Many urged her to grow stronger, initially with the intent to protect Xiao Gang, only to witness him turn his affections toward another. Even her own daughter felt like a stranger to her, despite her remarkable spirit power reaching the esteemed level of 98. Earning her the reverence of those around her as a formidable force, she was merely human, not a deity. She too yearned for tenderness and care. She loved a man who now embraced another woman. And the singular occasion he sought her out was merely to unveil the secrets of dual martial soul cultivation to his apprentice. The human heart is inherently tender, and Tang Xi's sincerity and actions did not escape her notice. Even if it was a deception, it was preferable to the hollow pretenses of others. This was the very reason Bai Dong held a deeper affection for Tang Xi. With a sense of comfort, Bai Dong deftly picked up some noodles with her chopsticks and brought them to Tang Xi's lips, her demeanor gentle, a smile inadvertently curling at the corners of her mouth. "Here, little Xi, why don't you try these noodles? As your teacher, I sincerely wish for our little Xi to live a long and prosperous life." Tang Xi joyfully agreed, opening her mouth wide to indulge in the meal. After finishing, she licked the corners of her mouth, savoring the delightful aroma of the noodles. "Teacher, you must try some too. I've spent a long time preparing these noodles." Under Tang Xi's enthusiastic urging, Bibi Dong took her first bite of longevity noodles. The savory broth spread across her palate, intensifying with each chew. This was the most exquisite food she had ever tasted. Bibi Dong found herself savoring each bite, relishing the rich flavor of the noodles. As she ate, she felt tears welling in the corners of her eyes, yet she felt fortunate that the dim light concealed them. Tang Xi awaited the evaluation with eager anticipation, while Bai Dong tenderly tousled her fluffy hair, remarking that the longevity noodles were exceptionally delicious. Even the finest culinary creations from the most elite food-type soul masters in Douluo Continent could not compare to the bowl of longevity noodles before her. In the reality world. An epilogue. Sports Day 1. A city's first high school, early September. Class 2, 1. Dear students, the sports day is approaching, and those interested are encouraged to sign up. The homeroom teacher announced from the podium, adjusting his glasses as he scanned the room filled with girls. His tone suddenly turned serious, emphasizing that the girls must take the initiative to register, otherwise, he would have no choice but to select from the class leaders. As class monitor, Tang Xi trembled in fear. She despised running the most. Could this be happening? Noticing Tang Xi's anxious demeanor, Su Wen coldly inquired, "Do you not wish to participate in the sports day?" Tang Xi was taken aback. Su Wen actually initiated a conversation with her. Stealing a glance at Su Wen beside her, their eyes met in a fleeting moment, and Tang Xi's heart raced wildly, her ears flushing crimson. Suddenly, Su Wen leaned in closer, fixing a serious gaze upon Tang Xi, and remarked, "Are you such a bookworm that you've lost your wits?" Tang Xi gazed at Su Wen's strikingly handsome sword-like brows and starry eyes, momentarily lost in thought, before finally realizing the question Su Wen had posed. Ahem. And what about you? Surely, you will be participating in the sports meet, won't you? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi immediately turned to observe Su Wen's reaction. Noticing his impassive expression, she felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, it seemed they belonged to two distinct worlds, forever unable to bridge the gap between them. Silence. The homeroom teacher admonished. And the entire class fell quiet, dutifully attending to the lesson. At that moment, Su Wen spoke in a low voice. I will participate in the sports meet. Specifically in the 3,000-meter long-distance race. The mention of the long-distance event reminded Tang Xi that Su Wen had earned numerous medals during the previous year's sports meet. Moreover, he practiced taekwondo, indicating his exceptional physical fitness. As the bell rang to signal the end of the fourth period, Tang Xi passed by the notice board in the hallway and discovered an important announcement. All award recipients from this sports meet would have a commemorative group photograph taken. This revelation prompted her to reflect. It seemed she and Su Wen had never taken a single photo together, even though they were in the same class. She had consistently opted out of activities like military training and school excursions, prioritizing her research endeavors, while Su Wen was preoccupied with matters related to his company. What if she could win an award at the sports meet and, in doing so, share a photograph with Su Wen? Tang Xi grew increasingly exhilarated as she contemplated the matter. That evening, she returned home and procured the data from the upcoming school sports meet, meticulously analyzing which of her events held the greatest potential for triumph. After an entire night of analysis, Tang Xi furrowed her brow, for it appeared that her only viable opportunity for securing a prize lay in the women's 3,000-meter long-distance run. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi gritted her teeth and courageously signed up for the women's 3,000-meter long-distance run early the next morning. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the school. The academic prodigy and campus belle, who had never participated in any activities, had unexpectedly chosen to enter the sports meet. And in such a grueling event, how could this not excite everyone? Tang Xi had appeared on television several times and had garnered numerous research awards, already becoming a celebrated figure in the school. In an aside, sports meet too, he dared not hope. In the heart of the bustling city of A stood a towering office building. A secretary knocked on the glass door and entered with a stack of documents. Su Wen sat in his office, sipping coffee while perusing the printed materials in hand. The top left corner of the first page bore Tang Xi's portrait, accompanied by a series of her achievements and accolades. Upon seeing the secretary enter, Su Wen immediately instructed, allocate 1 million from our group to the research lab Tang Xi is associated with for development. The secretary, accustomed to such directives, inquired, Boss, shall we maintain our usual practice of anonymous funding? Su Wen nodded indifferently. The secretary hesitated to voice her thoughts. It was evident that their boss held a keen interest in this young woman, frequently reviewing her profile. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? After a long pause, the secretary finally asked, Boss, do you have feelings for her? Su Wen was momentarily taken aback, recalling Tang Xi's adorably naive demeanor, her eyes reflecting a subtle smile he had never noticed. However, he quickly dismissed this fleeting sentiment, asserting, it is merely because her research project is highly beneficial to us and could yield unexpected results for our group. Hearing Su Wen's characteristic cold tone, the secretary sighed softly. Indeed, he remained the indifferent boss who prioritized profit above all else. It was a wonder that someone like him could ever find a girlfriend. Once the secretary departed, Su Wen chuckled to himself, pondering, do I like her? Alas, I do not dare to hope. In a world where few individuals in his position maintain their integrity amidst the murky dealings, he wished to keep innocent souls like her at arm's length. She radiated such brightness and beauty. She deserved to live untainted in this world. Meanwhile, Tang Xi dedicated an hour each evening for several weeks to jogging, pushing herself to the point of exhaustion without ever considering giving up before the sports meet. One day after school, Su Wen inadvertently spotted Tang Xi running on the track. She was glistening with sweat, her slender figure easily recognizable. He found himself watching for over 10 minutes, only to turn away, blushing when he realized how her shirt clung to her back, revealing the contours of her tank top. Did she always train like this? Was it for the sports meet? Would such rigorous exercise lead to malnutrition? Concerned for her fragile physique, Su Wen pursed his lips and pulled out his phone. The next day, upon returning to the classroom, Tang Xi was astonished to discover that milk and bread were being distributed among her classmates, intended for those preparing to participate in the upcoming sports meet, which was just a week away. As Tang Xi approached her desk, she noticed that a bottle of milk and some bread had been placed in her drawer. Curiously glancing around, she caught sight of Su Wen, who was preparing his laptop for work. He turned to Tang Xi and explained, "I brought you the milk and bread. Cheer for the sports meet." This simple statement, once uttered, was quickly followed by Su Wen returning his attention to his notebook. Yet, these words slipped into her heart, igniting a delightful warmth within. With a faint blush gracing her cheeks, Tang Xi took her seat and opened the bottle of milk to take a sip. The milk was sweet, yet it paled in comparison to the sweetness she felt inside. Su Wen was known for his generosity, often treating the entire class to delightful snacks, a customary act that had long ceased to astonish anyone. Even Tang Xi did not perceive anything amiss, such as why Su Wen would choose to buy treats close to the final examinations instead of on the days of spring or autumn outings. This was because Tang Xi often found herself burning the midnight oil, resulting in dark circles under her eyes due to her exam preparations, while she had not participated in those spring or autumn excursions. Epilogue: the sports meet commenced, with athletes from each class engaging in warm-up exercises, readying themselves for the upcoming events. Tang Xi stood at a height of 1.60 m, yet her figure was remarkably exquisite, with porcelain-like skin and doe-like, innocent eyes. Her softly curled hair was elegantly tied up, rendering her a captivating presence that effortlessly drew attention. In the afternoon, the men's 3,000-meter race was set to commence. Tang Xi quietly positioned herself at the side of the track, her gaze fixed on Su Wen, who stood on the outermost lane. He possessed broad shoulders and a slim waist, towering at 1.80 m, exuding an air of charm and affluence. His demeanor was aloof, making him quite popular within the school. Regrettably, it seemed that she and Su Wen were destined to inhabit different worlds after high school. She aspired to delve into scientific research, while he was inclined to immerse himself in the realm of business. This mutual understanding lingered unspoken between them, and their interactions were painfully scarce. As the starting gun fired, the athletes surged forward amidst the deafening cheers that resonated through the air. Su Wen maintained a moderate pace amidst the throng, initially intending to save his energy for a later surge. However, upon catching sight of Tang Xi in the crowd, an unintentional softness graced his brow, and he radiated a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, evoking a sense of comfort in those around him. Tang Xi's gaze collided with Su Wen's, causing her to grow tense, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she stood there in a daze. Observing Tang Xi's demeanor, a smile instinctively graced Su Wen's lips, and in that fleeting moment, he accelerated significantly, swiftly surpassing the competitors from 6th place onwards, closely tailing the 2nd place runner. As time gradually passed, Su Wen flawlessly ascended to the 1st position, yet rather than easing his pace, he intensified his speed, lapping the 2nd place contestant time and again. The girl beside Tang Xi discussed with a beaming smile, remarking on the impressive stamina of the school bully, who could still accelerate during the 3,000-meter race. It seems his prowess in that regard is quite remarkable. Surely, he must possess the physique of someone with 8-pack abs. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xi felt an uncontrollable flush creep across her face, rendering her somewhat intoxicated by the implications. What scandalous remarks! Yet, she couldn't help but ponder the girl's words. Indeed, a physique boasting 8-pack abs must be quite admirable. Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted from the playground as the men's 3,000-meter race entered its final 2 laps, with Su Wen entering the sprinting phase. In the last lap, Su Wen surged towards the finish line like an arrow released from a bow, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. At that moment, Tang Xi had quietly made her way to the finish line. As Su Wen crossed the vibrant red ribbon, the crowd erupted in jubilation. The champion of the 3,000-meter long-distance race was undoubtedly Su Wen. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he gasped for air as the coach approached, patting his shoulder to help him relax and handing him a bottle of water. The girl behind Tang Xi suddenly erupted into excited screams. "Wow! Su Wen's physique is truly remarkable," one of the girls exclaimed, causing Tang Xi to blush. It was then that Su Wen realized his sportswear was thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging to his body and accentuating his abdominal muscles. The attention from the girls made him quite uncomfortable, just as he contemplated turning away. He noticed that Tang Xi was also gazing at him, her expression dazed yet flushed. Su Wen's spirits lifted at the sight, instantly dispelling his earlier thoughts. Yet his ears burned crimson, and he dared not meet Tang Xi's gaze. Epilogue: Sports Day 4. When heaven fails to meet one's wishes, the women's 3,000-meter race was about to commence, and Tang Xi nervously awaited at the starting line. Suddenly, the gun fired, and the stadium erupted with a cacophony of voices, vibrant cheers, and applause rising in waves. The other competitors surged forward in a swift rush, while it took Tang Xi a moment to react and join the race. Even in running, she lagged half a beat behind the others, prompting Su Wen to chuckle softly. Tang Xi maintained a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, a tempo quite common among the competitors. However, due to her stunning beauty and exceptional talent, even her unremarkable running drew the attention of many. Tang Xi panted softly, maintaining deep breaths to preserve her stamina to the utmost. Among the 20 participants, she consistently held the 10th position. Many of the girls, participating in this 3,000-meter run with reluctance, had not exerted themselves seriously, and after several laps, some were already gasping for breath and resorting to walking. Only 5 or 6 girls truly possessed the capability to compete, yet there were only 6 awards available. Tang Xi's objective was clear, to secure the 6th place. The mere thought of the opportunity to take a photograph with Su Wen caused her heart to race, and she repeatedly chanted in her mind, Su Wen, Su Wen, Su Wen, Su Wen, Su Wen. Her speed gradually increased, particularly when she caught glimpses of Su Wen in the crowd, which intensified her pace even more. However, after 30 seconds, a painful sensation coursed through her calves, and she began to feel her energy waning, with the temptation to give up growing stronger. In the 6th lap, Tang Xi's face flushed red, her clothes soaked with sweat. As she gasped for air, her speed noticeably slowing, presenting a clear image of exhaustion. At this moment, she was in 7th place, while the girl in 6th was equally fatigued, ultimately deciding to take a brief respite for half a lap before catching up again. As Tang Xi observed the girl ahead of her take a moment to rest, her spirits lifted instantaneously, igniting a flicker of hope that her aspiration to win an award might indeed be within reach. Her limbs ached excruciatingly, and the physical strain brought tears to her eyes. Her mind was clouded by a profound lack of oxygen, and even raising her hands felt like a monumental task. The violent expansion and contraction of her lungs left her feeling utterly uncomfortable. However, as she surged past the girl in front of her, her confidence swelled, solidifying her determination to triumph in the competition. Yet, fate does not always align with desire. During the final lap sprint, Tang Xi found herself severely fatigued, her legs refusing to cooperate as she attempted to propel herself forward. Eager to surge ahead, her body leaned forward, yet her calves were incapable of lifting. With a sudden crash, she fell to the ground, the sound echoing in the silence of the crowd. Gasps filled the air, and even the principal was startled. After all, Tang Xi was a nationally prioritized research talent, and any injury to her could lead to serious repercussions. The principal broke into a cold sweat and quickly instructed an assistant to check on her, urging them to see if she was hurt. Onlookers along the track, witnessing Tang Xi's fall, were filled with concern and instinctively moved to help her. However, Tang Xi raised her hand to signal them to stay back. With great effort, she pushed herself up, her arms, knees, and the areas that had grazed the ground ablaze with pain. Even walking had become a daunting task, her legs entirely unable to straighten after the tumble. This sight pained Su Wen deeply, who, despite several urges to assist, hesitated and ultimately remained still. Epilogue. Sports Meet 5 Princess Carrie. Tang Xi's nose had been brushed against something, leaving it the most crimson feature on her entire face, followed closely by the glistening tears in her eyes, which appeared to be on the verge of spilling over, evoking an overwhelming sense of injustice. Tang Xi supported herself with her hand on her waist, limping as she hurried forward, resolute in her refusal to surrender. However, she soon heard the sound of swift footsteps approaching from behind, as the previously idle girl began to quicken her pace, rapidly catching up to her. Tang Xi's heart had grown significantly cold. After a month of arduous effort, did it all amount to nothing? Indeed, she had only exerted herself for a mere month, falling short when compared to those who ran daily. Yet, the pang of bitterness spread within her heart, and a lump caught in her throat refused to dissolve. At this moment, there remained half a lap, a final stretch of 200 meters. Although her legs felt weak, Tang Xi had gradually numbed herself to the discomfort, her thighs heavy and her breathing exceedingly labored. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi grew resolute, her brow furrowing under the weight of profound exhaustion. Her previously brisk pace transformed into a deliberate jog. Yet the wound on her knee began to seep blood as the skin stretched with each stride, crimson rivulets trailing slowly down her calf. This harrowing sight stirred the hearts of all present. Tang Xi's slender frame seemed as if it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. Sweat cascaded down her forehead, while tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, imparting a sense of fragility to her demeanor. Oh, what was she doing? Blood was already seeping from her knee. Did she not feel pain? How could she possibly continue running in such a state? Yet, her resilience was truly remarkable. The crowd buzzed with chatter, but it was soon overshadowed by an even louder chorus of encouragement, all rallying for Tang Xi. Goddess, run faster. Just 100 meters to go, keep pushing. The individuals trailing behind Tang Xi began to hastily pursue her, attempting to surpass her. Tang Xi, with a surge of determination, disregarded the heavy sensation of faintness enveloping her mind. She closed her eyes and propelled herself forward with all her might. It was not until a chorus of cheers resonated through the air that she cautiously opened her eyes, realizing she had just crossed the finish line. Nearly 5 meters ahead stood Su Wen, and in a moment of dazed surprise, Tang Xi collided with her. Wow, the couple I ship actually embraced each other, exclaimed one of the girls in excitement. Tang Xi collided into a gentle embrace, and just as she realized what had happened and intended to break free, Su Wen held her firmly in place. He lifted Tang Xi effortlessly and said in a cool tone, "Don't move, I shall take you to the infirmary." Wow, a princess carry. How delightful. I knew they were a couple. Tang Xi's face flushed crimson, oblivious to the aching soreness in her thighs and the searing pain in her knees. Tang Xi felt her heart race, somewhat at a loss, as her head gently rested on Su Wen's shoulder. Su Wen was equally affected. The small figure in her arms was fragrant and soft, and where she touched felt both ticklish and delightfully numbing, creating an addictive sensation. Throughout their journey, neither of them spoke. One was too anxious to find the right words, while the other was already a tumult of emotions. In a side story, Sports Day 6, Ambiguity, Su Wen escorted Tang Xi to the school nurse. Upon recognizing the two renowned figures of the school, the female doctor instantly beamed with delight. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. The pair appeared remarkably well matched. However, her demeanor turned serious upon noticing the injury on Tang Xi's knee. After diligently treating the wound, she chided Su Wen. As her boyfriend, you should be more attentive. How could you let your girlfriend fall so hard? She's bleeding. Boyfriend and girlfriend. Boom. This phrase left both of their minds blank for a moment. Su Wen's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away, unwilling to deny it, while Tang Xi lowered her gaze, feeling intensely nervous and heated. The nurse, noticing the awkwardness, wore a knowing smile as she excused herself to fetch some ointment, intentionally leaving the two alone. In this confined space, only Tang Xi and Su Wen remained. Su Wen felt an overwhelming heat enveloping them, the atmosphere strangely charged yet intoxicating. At that moment, Tang Xi broke the silence. "Thank you for bringing me to the infirmary." "Of course," Su Wen replied, her ears burning crimson. Stealing a glance at the flustered Tang Xi, she noticed the girl's hair was wonderfully voluminous, and her entire face radiated a deep blush. Tang Xi possesses an enchanting beauty, particularly with those innocent doe-like eyes that captivate one's heart. And her lips are full and exquisite, causing Su Wen to momentarily lose his composure. In a whimsical turn of events, Su Wen reached out to tousle Tang Xi's hair and coldly remarked, "Do not be nervous." This gesture secretly delighted Tang Xi, prompting her to lift her head and, with a hint of anxiety, say, "You looked quite handsome while running just now. However, it would be even more appealing if you revealed your abs solely to me." Upon hearing this, Su Wen softened entirely. In the places where Tang Xi could not see, her image filled his mind. He chuckled in a deep voice. "You looked even more beautiful watching me accelerate." Tang Xi felt a sudden rush of energy, instinctively shaking her head in denial. "I don't," she protested. A soft chuckle escaped Su Wen's lips, her eyes sparkling with amusement and a hint of affection for Tang Xi. During the closing ceremony of the sports meet, Tang Xi listened with a heavy heart to the principal's speech. Having failed to win a prize in the 3,000-meter race, she lost the opportunity to take a photo with Su Wen, which left her somewhat disheartened. The principal passionately spoke from the podium. "I would like to especially commend a student in the women's 3,000-meter race, and that is Tang Xi. Despite falling and even bleeding during the race, she refused to abandon her competition. Her indomitable spirit is something we should all aspire to. Thus, I am honored to present her with the Sportsmanship Award." Tang Xi stood in a daze, only snapping back to reality upon hearing the jubilant cheers of the crowd. She had actually won an award. A wave of joy instantly radiated from the depths of her eyes, and tears of happiness began to flow uncontrollably. It was wonderful. She had finally achieved her goal. When it was time for the award recipients to take photographs during the sports meet, Tang Xi found herself positioned in the center. flanked by two individuals of the opposite gender on either side, while the principal and other dignitaries stood prominently in the front. It was uncertain whether this arrangement was intentional. But Su Wen also found herself squeezed into a spot close to Tang Xi, their inadvertent contact causing both to blush. During the photo, the young girl radiated a bright smile, a balm for the soul, while the young man's lips curled into a subtle grin, his gaze fixed upon her. 103 Mother-daughter conversations. Tang Xi smiled contentedly, then affectionately clung to Bibi Dong's arm, saying, "Actually, there is someone who helped me make this noodles. Can you come with me to meet that person, teacher?" Faced with Tang Xi's adorable antics, Bibi Dong found herself completely unable to resist, promptly responding with indulgence, all right. We shall listen to Xiao Xi." At that moment, Bibi Dong couldn't help but wonder, could that person be her daughter, Qianren Xue? It seemed unlikely, after all. She probably despised her. Hearing Bibi Dong's agreement, Tang Xi became even more exhilarated. Once Bibi Dong finished her noodles, Tang Xi immediately led her to find Xue Qinghe. Qianren Xue was the proper name to use, for she had now reverted to her original feminine form. On the lawn, beneath the trees, a golden-haired woman awaited. Surrounded by the shimmering light of fireflies, the sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and the fragrant scent of blooming flowers wafted through the air, creating a picturesque scene. Having escorted Bibi Dong to Qianren Xue, Tang Xi discreetly withdrew, observing Bibi Dong's visage of utter astonishment. Qianren Xue, an embodiment of her parents' finest features, possessed a flawlessly proportioned figure and a countenance reminiscent of Bibi Dong's, her brow furrowed with palpable tension. Bibi Dong was seized by a wave of disquiet. The mere sight of Qianren Xue conjuring vivid recollections of that fateful night, the forced encounter within the secluded chamber replaying relentlessly in her mind. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, her face etched with subtle anguish, as revulsion surged from the depths of her being, reigniting her animosity towards the angel clan. Qianren Xue advanced hesitantly, uttering a delicate mother. The appellation jolted Bibi Dong, causing her to recoil, exclaiming with vehement desperation, "Leave. I cannot bear to look at you." The outburst brought Qianren Xue to an abrupt halt, the words of Tang Xi echoing in her thoughts. "Express your sentiments, lest they fester into perpetual misunderstandings." A lump formed in her throat, a poignant sense of grievance constricting her voice. "Throughout my childhood," Qianren Xue began, her voice trembling, "I would often witness my peers embraced by their mothers, a sight that filled me with both longing and the quiet assumption that I was somehow deficient, unworthy of my own mother's affection. In a bid to prove my worth, I ventured to the Heaven Do Empire, hoping to elicit a favorable response from you. However, witnessing you bestow gentle smiles upon other girls, while reserving only cold indifference, even animosity, for me, revealed a stark truth. My mother harbored a deep-seated aversion towards me, not for my inadequacies, but because I was an unwanted abomination." The sight of Qianren Xue's reddened eyes pierced Bibi Dong's heart, stirring memories of her treatment towards Qianren Xue. A gnawing discomfort, akin to 1,000 ants devouring her soul, arose within her. She yearned to deny the accusations, yet the words remained trapped within her. Qianren Xue, observing Bibi Dong's trembling form, felt an icy chill wash over her. With downcast eyes, she spoke softly, "Yet, I harbor no resentment towards you, for without you, I would not exist. I am also aware of the truth of those years, and therefore, I have no justification for bitterness. However, I, too, am innocent. A girl yearning for a mother's love. Over the years, I have conjured countless scenarios in which you might embrace me." Qianren Xue lifted her gaze to meet Bibi Dong's. Her face streaked with tears, her voice cracking with suppressed emotion. "But if my presence fills you with loathing, then I shall vanish from your sight. You are free to pursue your desires or depart from the spirit hall without fear of my grandfather's interference. This is the final time I shall address you as mother. I apologize for appearing before you on this, your birthday. Rest assured, I shall no longer be an impediment in your life." Her plaintive tone, each word resonating deeply within Bibi Dong's heart, caused a profound sense of loss. Boom. As Qianren Xue receded into the distance, Bibi Dong's mind went blank, a maelstrom of anxiety, panic, and self-reproach engulfing her. Almost instinctively, she reached out, crying, "Don't go." Qianren Xue halted, yet dared not turn to face Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, her voice trembling, confessed, "It is not that I loathe you, but rather that I am at a loss as to how to face you. Could you grant me some time? Time to adjust, to conquer the fear that grips my heart. After all, blood is thicker than water." The sight of the girl's tears tugged at her heartstrings. Qianren Xue stood transfixed. finally succumbing to a torrent of tears, turning swiftly to embrace Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong initially recoiled, her body resisting the contact. However, sensing the girl's trembling form and the tears soaking through her garments, she found herself unable to push her away, a wave of tenderness washing over her. Tang Xi secretly observed this heartwarming scene, and then quietly departed, for this night rightfully belonged to the mother and daughter. A heavy burden had finally been lifted from her heart, and Tang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of relief, even if she were not to see the dawn of tomorrow. She harbored no regrets. The following day, when Tang Xi sought an audience with Pope Bibi Dong, she found the Pope wearing a gentle smile. While the expressions of Gu Mei and Yu Guanju beside her resembled that of encountering a ghost, having never witnessed the Pope's prolonged merriment before. When the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shuechenka, departed that morning, His Holiness personally went to the city wall to bid farewell, displaying a reluctant demeanor. Upon seeing Tang Xi, Bibi Dong's smile blossomed even more radiantly. Xiao Shi, you have arrived. How could she not realize that the reconciliation with Shui the previous day had been orchestrated entirely by Tang Xi? In her heart, she had completely embraced Tang Xi as her own daughter. With such a considerate little darling, who could resist adoration? Tang Xi gazed at Bibi Dong with a radiant smile. Sensing that her mentor must have encountered some fortunate events lately, as her spirits appeared remarkably elevated. Indeed, this is largely thanks to you, little Xi. Bibi Dong gestured for Tang Xi to approach, and she complied obediently. Before her, Bibi Dong summoned a fragment of the soul bone, originally belonging to Tang San in the original narrative from her soul guide. The soul bone emanated a gentle luminescence, delicately hovering in the palm of Bibi Dong's hand. Tang Xi inquired with a sense of bewilderment, "What is this?" Observing Tang Xi's perplexed expression, Bibi Dong's heart swelled with joy as she affectionately ruffled Tang Xi's fluffy hair and elaborated, "This is the soul bone of the spirit head that I have reserved for you. Initially, I intended it to be a prize for the champion of the elite competition, but upon realizing you are part of the Shrek team, I decided to keep the soul bone for you." Tang Xi, overwhelmed with emotion, threw herself into Bibi Dong's embrace, choked with tears as she declared, "You are the best teacher." However, she shook her head regretfully and declined, saying, "Teacher, I cannot accept this soul bone." The nearby Yu Guanju was taken aback. After all, this was a soul bone, a treasure that was coveted and hard to obtain. To refuse such a gift seemed utterly irrational. Yet, Gu Mei's reaction was considerably subdued. It was evident that Tang Xi had her own reasons for her decision. Bibi Dong smiled gently and inquired, "Why will you not accept it?" Tang Xi replied helplessly, "Little Xi, I have less than a month left to live. The soul bone should be entrusted to someone who needs it more. My teacher can utilize it to attract talent, allowing the soul bone to realize its greater potential." Every word spoken by Tang Xi reverberated in Bibi Dong's mind, accompanied by a cascade of memories that resurfaced. Tang Xi, with a playful tone, embraced her arms and said, "Teacher, you must find joy in every day that I am not here." Tang Xi presented herself with a bowl of longevity noodles, her face beaming with joy as she exclaimed, "Happy birthday, dear teacher. Let us set aside the duties of the Pope for now and take a moment to truly relax." Tang Xi, with a flower crown she painstakingly crafted, excitedly rushed to her side, never uttering a word about her scarred hands, perpetually wearing a cheerful expression. How lovely she must have looked donning that floral adornment. Yet, upon learning that Tang Xi had but 2 months to live, the anguish she felt rivaled the sorrow of her separation from Yu Xiaojiang. "The one I love does not return my affections, while the one who loves me cannot survive beyond 2 months. Moreover, Su Wen once confided in her. I can only assure you that there exists a chance to prolong Tang Xi's life, but it remains merely a chance." As the memories faded, amidst the bewilderment of Gu Mei and Yu Guanju, Bibi Dong's eyes gradually glistened with tears. She tightly embraced Tang Xi, her face etched with sorrow, and gently implored, "Xiao Shi, why can't you think of yourself for once?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi believed that her reluctance to accept the soul bone was the reason for her predicament. Thus, she proposed, "Why not grant me more gold soul coins? I, little Xi, am quite the little money enthusiast." Observing Tang Xi's sparkling eyes, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle. And with a sweeping gesture, she bestowed upon Tang Xi half of her modest treasure trove. Tang Xi gazed at the astonishing sum of 1 million gold soul coins within her soul guide, her eyes fixated upon the sight, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. She had never encountered such an immense fortune in her lifetime. Oh, how she yearned to immerse herself in a sea of soul coins at that very moment. Nevertheless, Tang Xi remained steadfast in her purpose, expressing her intention to depart for the Douluo forest that very afternoon. In response to Tang Xi's request, Bibi Dong, of course, could not object. However, she insisted that a tidal Douluo accompany Tang Xi. This posed a dilemma, as having a tidal Douluo by her side would hinder her meeting with Ming and Ming. After a series of charming antics and playful persuasion, Tang Xi finally succeeded in convincing Bibi Dong to allow her to venture alone to the Douluo forest. The objective of her journey was straightforward. Tang Xi intended to escort Sister Xiao Wu to the side of Ming and Ming, for it was only in their presence that she would be adequately safeguarded. Moreover, considering the uncertainty of life, Tang Xi deemed it a grave mistake to have Sister Xiao Wu accompany her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, with a sorrowful expression, observed as Tang Xi unfurled her blood butterfly wings, striving to soar into the sky. Xiao she suggested, perhaps we should just walk instead. Tang Xi attempted to lift Xiao Wu into the air, but to no avail. Ultimately, with a sense of resignation, she remarked, Sister Xiao Wu, it is time for you to consider losing some weight. Xiao Wu, taken aback, turned her head away in annoyance, choosing to disregard Tang Xi's comment. Tang Xi, did she perhaps misspeak? In the starry forest, Xiao Wu and Tang Xi navigated through the dense foliage, where a sense of familiarity enveloped Xiao Wu, prompting Tang Xi to allow her to guide the way based on instinct. After a period of weaving through the trees, Tang Xi was greeted by a breathtaking sight. A serene lake revealed itself after they emerged from the thicket. The crystalline waters enhanced the humidity of the air, reflecting the towering trees that surrounded it, while the moonlight bathed everything in a silvery glow, rendering the reflections on the water's surface exquisitely translucent. At the edge of the lake stood a colossal figure, akin to a mountain, its dark fur shimmering faintly under the dim moonlight. Though it was crouched, its shoulders towered well above 7 meters. If it were to stand upright, its height would likely exceed 15 meters. This creature bore a resemblance to both a monkey and a gorilla, with eyes as large as lanterns gleaming with a yellowish hue, its body cloaked in an inky darkness. The sheer size of this behemoth was astounding. It was not only massive but also possessed muscles more formidable than granite, each bulge resembling a small hill. Its entire form epitomized a blend of strength and grace, embodying the essence of the forest's king, the Titan great ape, a soul beast revered in the realm of soul beasts akin to a tidal Douluo. Upon catching sight of Xiao Wu behind Tang Xi, the Titan great ape's yellowish eyes suddenly ignited with intensity, only to gradually darken as it realized something was amiss. Xiao Wu was no longer a 100,000-year soul beast, but had diminished to the status of an 80,000-year beast. The Titan great ape, perplexed by the turn of events, was consumed by rage, convinced that humanity had wronged Sister Xiao Wu. With this thought fueling its fury, the Titan great ape roared at Tang Xi, its eyes blazing like twin suns, and the immense aura it exuded sent ripples across the lake before it. Tang Xi stood petrified in the wind, feeling the Titan giant ape's gaze upon her, a look akin to that of a foe. Xiao Wu, sensing the unease, swiftly positioned herself in front of Tang Xi, eyeing the Titan giant ape with a defensive stance, ready for battle. At merely 7 years of age, Xiao Wu possessed the intellect of a child, with most of her memories sealed away, rendering her unaware of the Titan giant ape before her and oblivious to the identities of Ming and Ming. The Titan giant ape, taken aback, wondered why Sister Xiao Wu was assuming an aggressive posture. Thus, it attempted to speak. Sister Xiao Wu? Tang Xi approached and gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right, Sister Xiao Wu. Is it a relative from before your amnesia? Xiao Wu tilted her head in puzzlement, intrigued by the term relative. What is a relative? A relative, indeed, refers to those who cherish, love, and care for you, as well as those deserving of your protection. Tang Xi responded with a radiant smile. Yet Xiao Wu, filled with excitement, embraced Tang Xi, exclaiming, Little she is my family. Meanwhile, the neglected Titan giant ape expressed its discontent with a sour remark. Subsequently, Tang Xi provided a brief explanation to the Titan giant ape, elucidating that Xiao Wu had encountered a group of tidal Douluo, which resulted in a significant reduction of her cultivation by 20,000 years due to the sharing of soul power, and that the tidal Douluo had ultimately spared Xiao Wu. Tang Xi also mentioned the current situation of Xiao Wu, noting her mental regression and the fact that she could become a true human once she reached level 60, which would require her to hunt soul beasts on her own. Even Xiao Wu, despite her naivety, discerned the underlying message in Tang Xi's words. And in a moment of overwhelming emotion, she cried out, Wu, Xiao Xi, do you no longer want me? Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape, feeling overlooked once again, expressed its desire for Xiao Wu. However, when faced with Xiao Wu's disdainful gaze, it found itself at a loss for words. Tang Xi smiled helplessly and said, Sister Xiao Wu can cultivate alongside Erming, which will allow her to progress at an accelerated pace. When that time comes, I will be waiting for Sister Xiao Wu to protect me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu ceased her tears and, with a choked voice, asked, Really? Tang Xi nodded fervently, coaxing, I believe that Sister Xiao Wu will surely become very strong by then. Remember to come and protect me. Xiao Wu forced back the tears threatening to spill from her eyes, and a wave of joy surged within her, prompting her to leap with excitement. Yes, yes, I will protect you, Tang Xi. Overcome with delight, Xiao Wu sought to share her happiness with Tang Xi, showering her face with several affectionate kisses. However, upon meeting the menacing gaze of the Titan giant ape, Tang Xi wiped away the cold sweat from her brow. Fearing that Xiao Wu would be reluctant to part from her, Tang Xi swiftly rendered her unconscious with a gentle strike, whispering, I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Wu. If I don't do this now, I fear I won't be able to go far later. The Titan giant ape silently regarded Tang Xi, a faint, enchanting fragrance wafting from her. In a rare moment of speech, the Titan giant ape expressed, Thank you for protecting Sister Xiao Wu in front of so many. The temptation of 100,000-year soul beast is immense. Yet this human has managed to develop the theory of soul power sharing and allowed Sister Xiao Wu to retain her human form. This is a blessing for her and all soul beasts. Truly, the Titan giant ape held a deep admiration for the human before it. Tang Xi cast a lingering glance at Sister Xiao Wu, for she feared that this farewell might indeed be their last. Ming, please take good care of Sister Xiao Wu for me. Tang Xi, filled with unease, spoke as a tear slipped down the corner of her eye. I will, solemnly vowed the Titan giant ape. Subsequently, during their journey back to the spirit hall, Tang Xi's heart was gripped by intermittent pangs of pain. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, her complexion was pale and frail, and the agony in her chest felt as though it might explode. Tang Xi spread her pair of blood-red butterfly wings, fluttering in midair, rising and falling as if she were on the brink of plummeting to the ground at any moment. Enduring excruciating pain, Tang Xi finally fainted upon arriving at the spirit city, causing quite a stir among the members of the Holy Hall. Bibian felt a surge of anxiety within her, yet Su Wen instructed Bibian to leave the room. Aware of Su Wen's status as a bearer of a divine legacy, she vaguely understood that his plan involved guiding Tang Xi to undertake a trial for rewards that could prolong her life. This was Su Wen's secret, and thus Bibian could only find solace in commanding everyone to refrain from visiting Tang Xi. Inside the room, when Tang Xi regained consciousness, she hazily perceived a silhouette. A strikingly handsome face emerged before her. Tang Xi was nearly startled into a jump as the figure before her gradually came into focus. Upon recognizing Su Wen, she momentarily stood in a daze before lifting the blanket to check if her clothes were still on. Su Wen, with a dark expression, inquired, What kind of person did you think I was? Now that you are finally awake, prepare yourself. Tang Xi appeared somewhat dazed, pondering what preparations were necessary. Prepare yourself. For shortly, I shall initiate the dual deity trials. Your ability to sustain your existence hinges upon your performance, Su Wen elucidated. Upon turning around, he noticed Tang Xi casually respond with a nonchalant, Oh. Su Wen struggled to suppress the urge to admonish Tang Xi but ultimately could not resist inquiring. Are you not anxious? Are you not exhilarated? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi crouched in the corner, cradling her bruised head with a sense of grievance. My despicable deskmate. How could you disregard the principles of martial ethics? Su Wen, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense, and a faint green flame took shape on Su Wen's brow, emanating a soft glow. His dark purple hair danced wildly in a fierce wind as his gaze sharpened with intensity, a swirling mass of black mist enveloping him. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the ground, and a heavy, ancient door began to rise slowly. Carved in the center of the door was a skull, which, to Su Wen's astonishment, spoke. The trial of the dual gods has commenced. Please enter, trial participants. When Su Wen turned his gaze towards Tang Xi, she approached leisurely, her face alight with anticipation. Is this the trial of the god of life and the god of destruction? Su Wen nodded in silent affirmation, then cautioned her. Once you enter, the scene will transform into the environment of your trial, and the tasks will automatically appear in your mind. Tang Xi gazed earnestly at Su Wen, then quietly rose onto her tiptoes and planted a kiss near Su Wen's face. Su Wen was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. By the time Su Wen turned her head, Tang Xi had already vanished, having playfully teased her before slipping through the door. Blushing, Su Wen found herself reminiscing about the delightful sensation. It was rather pleasing. Behind the door lay an abyss of darkness, and suddenly the scenery shifted dramatically. Tang Xi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she rubbed her temples. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a forest replete with an ominous aura. Concurrently, a fragment of information surfaced in her mind. This is an inverted world where the positions of soul beasts and humans are reversed. Soul beasts must hunt humans to acquire soul rings. Your identity, 100,000-year-old human transformed, possessing a soul power level of 53. Task, successfully defeat the ultimate boss. The limit, Douluo soul beast, 9 mysteries Azure Scorpion, equivalent to 100,000 years. Upon absorbing this information, Tang Xi felt a wave of embarrassment. Did this mean she was the coveted delicacy in the eyes of soul beasts? Just then, the forest began to tremble, and amidst the gaps in the trees, a pair of adorable, large eyes suddenly appeared, followed by a 7 to 8 meter long, entirely emerald green lizard rising to its feet. Upon seeing Tang Xi, it curled the corner of its mouth and licked its lips with its tongue. Tang Xi felt an ominous premonition as crimson butterfly wings unfurled behind her, hovering in the air. Suddenly, a lizard's tongue began to extend and dart towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi summoned her soul power, and 5 soul rings spiraled upward from beneath her feet. The rings flickered in a rhythmic pattern, particularly the 5th pink soul ring, which radiated an even more intense glow. Delicate web of resilience. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Xi hurriedly took flight, pondering the delightful taste of roasted lizard meat. However, she realized that the enticing aroma of the barbecue would inevitably attract numerous soul beasts, making her predicament far too perilous. Within the forest, danger lurked at every turn, with pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing Tang Xi's every move, sending shivers down her spine. Simultaneously, she could sense several formidable presences closing in within a 100-mile radius. The deeper she ventured into the forest, the quieter it became, nearly devoid of lesser soul beasts. This profound silence often heralded the approach of imminent peril. Suddenly, a flock of crows perched upon a branch took flight in a panic, startled by an unseen threat. The ground trembled slightly, fissures emerging as if something were about to burst forth from the earth. A wave of unease surged within Tang Xi, prompting her to hastily unfurl her wings and descend into the sky. Just as she soared aloft, a fierce gust sliced through the air, revealing before her a colossal winged figure, a black eagle, a soul beast of approximately level 90 in soul power. In a moment of panic, Tang Xi hastily took refuge against a tree branch, nearly unleashing a torrent of expletives. What on earth are these things? Just as she spoke, a pair of crescent-shaped eyes appeared behind her, sending a chill down her spine. Instinctively, she leaped down from the branch. Thud. A colossal python, approximately 20 meters in length, lunged and sank its fangs into the branch she had just vacated. Tang Xi harnessed her soul power, causing peonies to bloom upon each soul beast. As she stumbled forward, each soul beast was deprived of 40 units of speed, which were then transferred to her, amplifying her own speed by at least threefold. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air, and within moments, Tang Xi had evaded the pursuit of the soul beasts. A brilliant white light erupted in the sky, forming a luminescent ring that enveloped the entire forest. As Tang Xi swiftly approached the forest's edge and touched the radiant light, she was violently rebounded several meters by an overwhelming force. Human, you cannot escape. Stay and become our soul ring. A magnificent voice boomed, followed by a raspy tone. I prefer torturing this human to a painless death, ha 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 ha. The source of the voices was none other than a colossal python and a black eagle. From the earth emerged a centipede, its greedy gaze fixed upon Tang Xi, while a 4-winged fire dragon approached slowly from the distance. The mere presence of these 4 soul beasts already possessed the might of a tidal Douluo. Countless escape opportunities flashed through Tang Xi's mind, yet all ended in failure. Moreover, she had yet to encounter her intended target, but she was determined to take someone down with her, even in death. Tang Xi's face radiated determination, the 5th soul ring at her waist flickering incessantly as she locked onto the weakest soul beast in the sky, the black eagle, and soared towards it. The black eagle scoffed at Tang Xi's audacity, generating countless blades of wind with each flap of its wings. Utilizing instantaneous movement, Tang Xi executed a swift maneuver, positioning herself directly behind the black eagle in an instant. Hundreds of silk threads ensnared the black eagle for a tidal Douluo. Even the most resilient of threads would typically be extricated within a minute. However, Tang Xi's intention lay elsewhere. She invoked the fourth soul skill of the line of life, puppet strings. This skill allowed Tang Xi to control a soul master of equal strength for 40 seconds, with a 1-second reduction for each level of superiority. Thus, even though this black eagle was a tidal Douluo, she could still exert control for approximately 3 seconds. Countless threads entwined the black eagle, dictating its movements. The black eagle, filled with terror, found itself unable to move, helplessly watching as it opened its jagged maw and turned to bite its own precious wings. Its fangs pierced through flesh, eliciting agonizing cries of pain. As the 3 seconds elapsed, Tang Xi's complexion paled, yet the black eagle's wings bled profusely, causing it to lose balance and plummet from the sky. In the air, Tang Xi held a distinct advantage, but the four-winged fire dragon below glared furiously at her, instantly unfurling its massive wings and charging forth. Stop struggling! A torrent of flames erupted from the dragon's maw, reducing everything in its wake to ash. Tang Xi exerted herself to activate her second soul skill, Devour Soul Power, swiftly replenishing her internal soul energy. A flash of pink light illuminated the air, as a pink peony remarkably floated and bloomed mid-air, releasing a delicate fragrance. In that moment, Tang Xi unleashed the ability of her blood butterfly winged soul bone, floral enchantment, which rendered the soul beasts ensnared by the floral aroma devoid of all senses. The four-winged fire dragon suddenly found itself engulfed in darkness, unable to see or hear anything, and in a fit of rage, it howled, "Human!" Its colossal form thrashed about wildly, and its flames blazed with even greater ferocity than before. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi muttered a curse under her breath before gracefully descending from the sky, retracting her wings as she landed. Just as she touched the ground, a colossal tail, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, swept toward her. With a nimble leap and a swift sidestep, she narrowly evaded the onslaught of the serpent. However, not far off, an unsightly centipede scuttled frantically in her direction. "Stay away from me. You're utterly repulsive." Tang Xi could not help but scream in disgust as the centipede paused, momentarily taken aback, its rage boiling within. "You wretched girl, how dare you call me ugly?" It spoke with a tone reminiscent of a greasy old man. Tang Xi fought against the urge to retch while evading the gaping maw of the python, all the while dodging the centipede's assaults. In a fleeting moment of inattention, a colossal tail swept through the air, sending Tang Xi hurtling away. Bang! Stumbling against a crag, Tang Xi plummeted earthward, her lifeblood trickling from a laceration upon her brow. Her limbs, heavy with fatigue, betrayed her, leaving her bereft of the strength to flee. The serpent cast a triumphant gaze upon the centipede, while the fragrance dissipated, and the four-winged fire dragon descended from the heavens, its senses restored. The ebony hawk, its visage contorted with animosity, advanced inexorably toward Tang Xi. At that moment, a solitary snowflake pirouetted through the air, and a piercing gust of Arctic wind assailed the surroundings. A delicate layer of frost swiftly ensnared the feet of the four soul beasts. Their countenances stiffened, then morphed into expressions of sheer terror. It had arrived. A towering silhouette materialized, its colossal pincers scraping against the ground, transmuting all they touched into crystalline ice. The creature's viridescent and cerulean carapace stretched an impressive 5 meters. Yet its posterior bore 9 segmented tails, each culminating in a razor-sharp barb. This entity, known as the 9 Profound Emerald Scorpion, possessed power equivalent to a level 99 limit Douluo. "This human is mine," the 9 Profound Emerald Scorpion declared, its voice a crystalline chime, tinged with a childlike quality. "The human is, of course, yours," the ebony hawk rasped, its voice laced with resentment. The other 4 soul beasts deferred to the 9 Profound Emerald Scorpion, recognizing the futility of resistance. Before falling into a faint, Tang Xi vaguely glimpsed a scorpion with 9 tails, but soon her vision blurred and she lost consciousness. In the deep of night, by the campfire, Tang Xi awoke to the oppressive heat, only to find herself bound and subjected to the searing flames below her. Goodness, this method of demise is far too agonizing. Tang Xi awoke with a sigh of exasperation. The commotion had roused the slumbering 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion. which glanced at Tang Xi with an indifferent gaze and remarked, "Resign yourself, do not struggle. Soon, I shall consume you." It had heard that roasting humans could yield a delightful flavor, and thus it was eager to put this theory to the test. Tang Xi, of course, had to struggle fiercely and shouted, "At the very least, you should poison me first. Otherwise, the agony of being burned alive is far too unbearable." The 9 verdant scorpion replied, "Human, why do you not adhere to the usual conventions? Nevertheless, food is ultimately just food and unworthy of concern." Noticing that the 9 verdant scorpion was ignoring her, Tang Xi felt a twinge of panic and immediately cried out, "I can prepare dishes that are 100 times more delectable than myself." The 9 verdant scorpion, drooling slightly, experienced a flicker of interest. "You must have lived for quite a while. Don't you find it tedious? I possess a plethora of delightful trinkets." After having lived for 100,000 years, the 9 verdant scorpion found itself increasingly intrigued. No, she is human. One cannot place trust in her words. At this moment, Tang Xi shouted once more, "Since I shall inevitably meet my end, why not allow me a few more days to indulge you with delightful experiences and exquisite delicacies? After you tire of me, you may simply consume me." The 9 emerald scorpion expressed its intrigue, exclaiming, "How enticing!" With a swift gust, the biting cold swept in, extinguishing the blazing fire beneath Tang Xi, who then managed to free herself, her limbs now agile and responsive. At that moment, a mournful gaze fell upon Tang Xi. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she smiled at the 9 emerald scorpion, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, I shall not flee. I will prepare a feast for you right away." After all, if she were to run, the soul beast would not spare her either, leading to a tiresome game of chase. Alas, it is far more comfortable to simply lie back and embrace whatever fate may come, living as long as possible. For early demise may lead to swifter rebirth. Tang Xi extracted succulent pork from the sapphire adorning her chest and began preparing spices for a barbecue. As her hunger had begun to manifest, her stomach growled audibly, yearning for nourishment. The tantalizing aroma of the spicy barbecue wafted into the nostrils of the Jiao scorpion, flooding her mind with visions of delectable fare. Tang Xi, already salivating, eagerly reached for a skewer of grilled meat, eager to indulge. However, a shadow darted past, and in an instant, the skewer vanished from her grasp. Turning her head, she discovered, to her astonishment, that the foul scorpion was voraciously devouring her grilled meat, ensnaring it with its 9 tails. In the span of a mere minute, amidst her flurry of activity, Tang Xi watched helplessly as the Jiao scorpion devoured every last morsel she had prepared. Tang Xi felt a profound sense of grievance, on the verge of tears. Alas, all the barbecued meat had vanished. The prospect of starving to death seemed far crueler than being burned alive. After savoring the barbecue, the Jiao scorpion licked the remnants of flavor from its lips, its emerald eyes gleaming as it inquired, "Is there more? Is there more? Human, I wish to eat again." Consequently, Tang Xi wore a sullen expression as she spent the entire night preparing barbecue. However, this time she had learned to be clever, mastering the art of cooking while indulging, allowing her to snatch a few morsels from the scorpion's grasp. As the night wore on, Tang Xi was utterly exhausted, while the Jiao scorpion, content, stroked its swollen abdomen with its large pincers, marveling at having feasted so abundantly for the first time. It mused that keeping this human around might indeed be quite beneficial. Observing Tang Xi in slumber, the scorpion tilted its head, suddenly recalling that humans were creatures that required prolonged periods of rest. When Tang Xi awoke, her first sight was the 9 Emperor green scorpion, which was gazing at her with its adorably large eyes. Silently, she closed her eyes once more and turned away, opting to continue her slumber, oblivious to her surroundings. The 9 Emperor green scorpion, feeling aggrieved, had eagerly awaited her awakening only to find her retreating back into sleep. How could it possibly enjoy itself under such circumstances? Thus, it cautiously coiled its 9 tails around Tang Xi, careful to avoid the stings from the needle-like tips, and then began to wildly flick its tails. Tang Xi felt herself swaying, as if the dinner from the previous night was about to be expelled. She submitted to the circumstances and hurriedly exclaimed, all right. I shall awaken at once. Please do not torment me any longer." The 9 green scorpion, with a hint of pride, huffed, "Can it not handle mere humans?" Tang Xi and the 9 emerald scorpion exchanged glances, and she quietly remarked, "How about I call you Little Jiao from now on? Otherwise, calling you Stinky Scorpion just doesn't sound pleasant." The 9 emerald scorpion stared blankly at Tang Xi, then fervently shook its head and retorted, "Stinky scorpion is undeniably majestic. How can it possibly sound unpleasant?" Tang Xi nearly burst into laughter, clutching her belly as she chuckled incessantly. "Ha ha ha. Your aesthetic is quite peculiar and distinct." Tang Xi gazed at the dazed appearance of the nine-mystic emerald scorpion, and a small idea suddenly blossomed in her mind. Tang Xi feigned seriousness while internally stifling laughter. "Are you acquainted with our human music?" Joshua Bilfsi shook his head in a daze. In response, Tang Xi retrieved the harp she had purchased at great expense from her soul guide device. In this world, the nobility typically played only certain string instruments. Yet Tang Xi had fortuitously learned to play the guqin, which shares similarities with the harp. With deft manipulation of the lifeline, she began to play a melody from her imagination. A fantastical and familiar tune resonated, and Tang Xi joyfully commenced her movements, arms wide open, swaying this way and that, delightfully performing a folk dance. Her voice broke forth with melodious lyrics accompanied by music. "You are my little apple, just like the most beautiful clouds in the sky." Joshua Bilfsi stared in astonishment, unwittingly swaying along with Tang Xi, his neck bobbing wildly. He even joined in singing, "You are my little duckling, my little frying pan." With his imperfect Mandarin, Joshua Bilfsi leapt with joy, the enchanting melody instantly bewitching him. Perhaps Tang Xi, aware that her time was limited, chose to liberate herself, embracing a carefree spirit, casting aside the constraints of propriety. "Now, I shall be a rebellious spirit." As Tang Xi savored the barbecued meat, she joyfully swayed and danced with the nine-Xian emerald scorpion. After a while, Tang Xi glanced at the nine-Xian emerald scorpion, displaying a mischievous grin. "Hiki, little Jiao. Can you shrink?" The nine-Xian emerald scorpion, completely unguarded, nodded while happily relishing the barbecued delicacy. Tang Xi continued to inquire, "Have you ever soared through the skies?" The nine Xians, a verdant scorpion, gazed at Tang Xi as if she were a fool, for as a reptile, where would it acquire wings to take flight? "I see," she replied. Tang Xi conceived a mischievous idea and provocatively suggested, "Why not transform yourself to the size of my palm? I have something delightful that will undoubtedly pique your interest." Upon hearing this, the nine mystic emerald scorpion's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it obediently diminished to the size of Tang Xi's hand, eagerly inquiring, "Something delightful, truly?" At this moment, Tang Xi had unfurled the blood butterfly pool behind her. And gazing at the petite nine-Xian emerald scorpion, she responded with a beaming smile, "Of course, it's true." In the next instant, Tang Xi seized the scorpion's tail and, taking advantage of its momentary confusion, soared skyward to an astonishing height of 999 meters. The fierce wind rushed towards her, and the sensation of weightlessness enveloped the nine-Xian emerald scorpion entirely. Though its tough exterior rendered it impervious to fatal falls, the experience was undeniably terrifying. This was merely a prelude. A mischievous grin graced Tang Xi's lips as she veered sharply, spiraling rapidly around the forest, executing several aerial loops that left the nine-Xian emerald scorpion dazed and seeing stars. "Oh, slow down." Having never ventured above ground, the nine-Xian emerald scorpion trembled, overwhelmed by the sensation of weightlessness and panic-stricken at the thought of a potential fall. Such a tumble would surely leave its posterior sore for a month. With this thought, the nine-Xian emerald scorpion cried out in despair, "I don't want to play anymore. I want to go down." Tang Xi, feeling helpless, questioned, "How can a dignified title Douluo be so timid, fearing heights?" "I don't care, I want to go down." As the nine-Xian green scorpion expressed its thoughts, Tang Xi obediently released its tail. In a moment of daze, the nine-Xian green scorpion plummeted from the sky, thousands of meters high. With a thunderous crash, its mind went blank, and a chill gripped its heart. This was the end. It felt as though its very being would shatter into pieces. Tang Xi curled her lips into a smile, bending down swiftly to grasp the tail of the nine-Xian green scorpion. Then, with a joyful burst of speed, she dashed forward, this time at a lower altitude, allowing her to behold the picturesque mountains and rivers. The nine-Xian green scorpion was left mesmerized. Was it beautiful? Tang Xi inquired, and the nine-Xian emerald scorpion nodded earnestly, its emerald-hued eyes shimmering like precious gemstones, growing increasingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "So beautiful! I wish to behold it every day." In the ensuing days, Tang Xi and the nine-Xian emerald scorpion indulged in skewers together, and on occasion, Tang Xi would prepare exquisite spicy hot pot. During rainy days, they would commandeer the lair of the four-winged fire dragon for warmth, and when the sun shone brightly, they would frolic in the river. Each day, Tang Xi would take the nine-Xian emerald scorpion for a breezy jaunt, soaring through the air to admire the breathtaking vistas. As night fell, they would gather around a matchstick, dancing joyously while singing "You Are My Little Apple," shaking their heads in exuberant delight. When fatigue set in, the beast and the girl would lean against each other, drifting into a peaceful slumber, though Tang Xi would often be roused by the snoring of the neighboring spirit beast. Perhaps this world was conceived by the god of life, infused with a trace of divine essence, allowing Tang Xi, who was initially destined to live but 2 months, to extend her life to 5 months. In the divine realm, a gentle-haired woman with green locks and a man with dark purple hair and crimson eyes gazed helplessly at the water mirror before them, which displayed the daily revelries of the 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion and Tang Xi. The god of life quietly posed a question to the god of destruction beside her. What was our original purpose in establishing this trial world? The god of destruction sighed, appearing somewhat vexed. To cultivate the strength of the trial participants and to deepen the understanding of the relationship between spirit beasts and humans. Yet, how has this young girl managed to transform it into such a spectacle? The god of life chuckled, her defenses momentarily breached. Now that is what makes it interesting. However, this is not a sustainable approach. It seems we must intervene. As Tang Xi awakened from her slumber, her heart raced violently. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, a searing sensation igniting within her internal organs. A wave of impending doom enveloped her entire being once more. The 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion, startled by the blood trickling from the corner of Tang Xi's mouth, anxiously inquired, "Little Xi, what has happened to you?" After 5 months of companionship, the 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion had come to regard Tang Xi as a friend. Though the notion of a spirit beast befriending a human might seem absurd, it was a sentiment that emanated from the depths of its heart. Having lived for 100,000 years in solitude, these past 5 months had been its happiest days. It now realized that the value of fleeting joy shared was incomparable to the eternal loneliness of an extended existence. Tang Xi's face was filled with a sense of despair. "Xiaojiu, I feel as though I have but a few days left to live." The 9 Xian Green Scorpion couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Xi. Are you jesting with me? You are so lively every day. How could today be any different?" However, as it gazed upon Tang Xi's earnest expression, the laughter faded. Realizing the gravity of the situation, suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the 9 Xian Green Scorpion shed its usual playful demeanor, adopting a serious and menacing posture as it shielded Tang Xi behind its form. "Who dares to trouble me seeks death," it growled as powerful, terrifying auras drew near. In the distance, a malevolent wolf with an aura of menace fixated its gaze upon the 9 Xian Green Scorpion, perched atop a cliff, looking down upon Tang Xi. The wolf's menacing presence rivaled that of the 9 Xian Green Scorpion, with both soul beasts exhibiting nearly equal prowess. The wolf threw its head back and howled into the air, and soon dozens of wolves emerged from the forest. As the 9 Xian Green Scorpion prepared to unleash its soul technique, it realized that its powers were being suppressed. Noticing the unease in the scorpion's demeanor, Tang Xi speculated that it was the work of the god of life and the god of destruction, for this was indeed a trial ground. Tang Xi activated her martial soul, and a magnificent peony blossomed behind her. Surrounding the peony were delicate white lines, and the soul ring spiraled rhythmically upward from beneath her feet as she entered a state of combat readiness. Suddenly, 7 or 8 ferocious wolves lunged at her with savage intent. In an instant, hundreds of spider silk threads sprang forth, ensnaring the pack. Concurrently, the malevolent wolves charged towards the 9 mysterious Emerald Scorpion, which, unable to utilize its soul skills, could only attempt to poison its adversaries with its venomous stinger. The cunning wolves were far from foolish. Golden light flickered in the sky, and with a swift whoosh, it transformed into dozens of wolf claws aimed at the 9 mysterious Emerald Scorpion. This was the wolf's sole skill, forcing the scorpion to evade in a desperate manner. Meanwhile, a serpent that had been tracking Tang Xi emerged, taunting, "Ha, Scorpion, can you still contend with us when your soul skills are restricted?" As it spoke, the serpent opened its gaping maw, intent on tearing Tang Xi to shreds in one swift bite. Tang Xi unfurled her butterfly wings and soared into the air. Calling out to the 9 Xian Green Scorpion, "Little Geo, quickly shrink." The 9 Xian Green Scorpion comprehended Tang Xi's intent, and, as she grasped its tail, it swiftly diminished in size, allowing her to carry it into the sky. Suddenly, a vicious wolf leapt into the air, sinking its teeth into Tang Xi's calf. She let out a muffled cry of pain and immediately unleashed the first soul skill of the lifeline, Bee Venom Needle. A flash of golden light erupted as the needle emerged from her back, piercing toward the wolf's vital spot, causing it to release its grip in agony. Taking advantage of the moment, Tang Xi embraced the miniature version of the Nine Xian Emerald Scorpion and soared into the sky to escape. However, it wasn't long before a searing flame shot towards Tang Xi, who hurriedly twisted in midair to evade the attack. Observing this scene, the Nine Xian Emerald Scorpion felt a pang of guilt and said, "I'm sorry, Xi, I've caused you trouble," witnessing Tang Xi's desperate efforts to protect it. The Nine Xian Emerald Scorpion felt a warmth in its heart. As a soul beast, it was the first time someone, especially a human, had stood up to protect it. Tang Xi smiled helplessly and said, "What are you talking about? Those people are here to capture me." The Nine Xian Green Scorpion remarked, "You certainly have a talent for ruining the atmosphere." As the conversation unfolded, a series of wind blades whistled past Tang Xi's ears. Under the dual onslaught of the Fire Dragon and the Black Hawk, the latter drew closer, poised to strike. In an instant, Tang Xi teleported above the Black Hawk and delivered a powerful kick. However, she was still struck by the Fire Dragon's attack, as searing flames ignited behind her. Tang Xi sought to flee, yet she found herself surrounded on all sides by fire. This was the Fire Dragon's soul skill, Blazing Inferno. This technique could engulf an area within a 50-meter radius in flames, and any object that came into contact with the fire would be irreversibly consumed by the flames. Tang Xi continuously teleported to evade the encircling flames, yet the fire clung to her form, the searing agony radiating throughout her body. She emitted a heart-wrenching cry of pain. "It hurts." The flames gradually consumed half of her butterfly wings, leaving her pallid and drenched in cold sweat. Without the wings, Tang Xi fell helplessly from the sky, but she clutched the emerald green scorpion, Jiaoxian, tightly in her embrace. The Black Hawk, witnessing this exhilarating scene, surged towards Tang Xi, unleashing a beam of white light akin to Dai Mu Bai's soul technique, the golden light of the white tiger. The white ray pierced Tang Xi's heart with deadly precision. In that fleeting moment, she felt a haze enveloping her, her heart seemingly ceasing its rhythmic beat, her blood no longer coursing through her veins. Yet, instinctively, she tightened her grip on the emerald green scorpion, curling her body protectively around it. With a thunderous sound, petals were thrust into the air by an overwhelming force. And Tang Xi fell amidst a sea of blossoms, blood pouring forth in a relentless stream as her consciousness began to fade. The crimson liquid stained the scorpion nestled against her chest, which remained obediently by her side, listening as her heartbeat grew faint, tears streaming from its tiny eyes. "Tang Xi? Tang Xi? Can you still hear my voice?" The small emerald green scorpion, its voice choked with emotion, crawled up to Tang Xi's face, affectionately touching her as it always had. Tang Xi now feels utterly exhausted. She longs to simply succumb to slumber. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Blood stained Tang Xi's forehead as she laboriously turned to gaze at the Nine Xian Emerald Scorpion, offering a faint smile and uttering the brief yet poignant words, "Live well." As her words fell, Tang Xi's form completely dissolved into luminous particles, coalescing into a crimson soul ring that encircled the waist of the Nine Xian Emerald Scorpion. In the fleeting moments before her consciousness faded, her thoughts were but a whisper. Liberation, existence is truly exhausting. With a resounding roar, the Nine Xian Emerald Scorpion's stature expanded, returning to its original size. The blood-red soul ring encircled its waist, and it gazed silently at the pool of blood where Tang Xi once stood, now absent. An overwhelming aura of ferocity surged around it, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. The scorpion's eyes were filled with an icy indifference. The last remnants of warmth dissipated with Tang Xi's departure, and all seals of its soul abilities were unlocked. The soul beasts that had participated in the hunt for Tang Xi trembled in fear. The black eagle attempted to flee, but in an instant, the Nine Xian Emerald Scorpion's tail elongated and pierced through its body. With a chilling declaration, it uttered, "You all shall accompany her in death." When Tang Xi regained consciousness, she found herself enveloped in a warm circle of light. Tang Xi lowered her gaze to her form, realizing that her corporeal body had dissipated, leaving only the essence of her soul. Yet, though she had perished, she found herself unable to embrace the finality of death. With a face etched in resignation, Tang Xi pondered her predicament. Just then, a radiant aura began to expand, and before her stood a woman with verdant hair the color of glutinous rice dumplings, leading a man with dark purple hair and silver tresses. Tang Xi rubbed her eyes, and upon opening them again, she found herself still facing the same two individuals. Their attire suggested that they were the two supreme deities of the divine realm, the god of life and the god of destruction. Goodness! How am I still in the world of Douluo? Tang Xi, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed. Is it not possible to leave this world and explore another once one has perished? The god of life maintained a serene smile, congratulating her on successfully passing the trial. The god of destruction, with a grim expression, remarked, thanks to you, the world we painstakingly created has been obliterated by that wretched scorpion. Tang Xi was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with excitement, Xiaojiu, you truly are remarkable. Wait, what are you saying? I passed the trial? Only then did Tang Xi realize the gravity of the words spoken by the god of life, her expression turning solemn. The god of life, with a sense of melancholy, recounted that after your demise, the 9 Xian emerald scorpion annihilated all the soul beasts within the trial grounds before taking its own life. Astonishingly, the last words uttered by the 9 Xian emerald scorpion before its suicide were, Great God of life, I beseech you to allow the revival of Tang Xi. For according to the rules, she indeed took my life. It was her human emotions that compelled me to end my existence. Should you grant her revival? I am willing to offer my soul in exchange. Upon hearing this, the god of life fell into silence, as it was the first time she had encountered a soul beast of such grandeur, one that had existed for 100,000 years. Expressing such sentiments for a mere human, Tang Xi's emotions were tumultuous, encompassing anger, sorrow, pain, and regret. She felt a deep frustration towards Jiao Xian by LVCF for choosing to end his life so easily, as well as remorse for having once been so close to him. The god of destruction, perceiving Tang Xi's distress, uttered a rare word of solace, advising her not to be excessively self-critical. He reassured her that the 5 months she spent by his side eclipsed the countless years he had endured, and the joy she brought him was unparalleled by anything else. At that moment, the god of life added, as the victor of the trial grounds, You are about to receive the rewards we have prepared for you. Tang Xi, enveloped in a cloud of melancholy, even resisted the rewards bestowed upon her. With a cold voice, she declared, I refuse to accept this, as long as I do not acknowledge myself as the victor. Then does that mean Xiaojiu will not perish? Upon witnessing the yearning in Tang Xi's eyes, the god of life was profoundly moved, tears welling at the corners of her eyes, yet she restrained her emotions. With a gentle gesture, she directed a surge of vibrant life force into Tang Xi's soul. This warm energy enveloped Tang Xi, providing an overwhelming sense of comfort, causing her consciousness to gradually fade. In the wake of the soft green light, her ethereal form began to solidify. Her skin transformed, becoming even more radiant than before, while her pallor shifted from a sickly hue to a healthy glow. Her ebony locks lengthened, her features became more exquisite, and her limbs elongated gracefully. The verdant light cocooned Tang Xi, ultimately manifesting into a stunning emerald puff-sleeved garment adorning her form, while her hair was styled into twin ponytails. The god of life could not resist pinching Tang Xi's cheek, exclaiming, The body I have crafted is indeed exceptional. It perfectly embodies the vision I held for my daughter. After a while, as the god of destruction's face flushed with embarrassment, time passed, and when Tang Xi finally awakened, she appeared somewhat dazed. Taking in her unfamiliar surroundings and glancing at the two individuals before her, she tilted her head in bewilderment and asked, What has happened to me? I distinctly remember entering the trial grounds. How did I suddenly end up here? Tang Xi felt a wave of dizziness, unable to recall anything. The god of life smiled and replied, You have already emerged victorious from the trials. I am merely fulfilling a request to erase your memories. The final words of the 9 Xian green scorpion were to ensure the obliteration of Tang Xi's memories, perhaps wishing to spare her from the burden of guilt as she accepted this reward. Tang Xi tapped her head, and the first person that came to mind was Su Wen. Could it be that insufferable deskmate? However, there was no reason for him to erase the memories of her trial grounds. Yet, before this, she couldn't think of anyone else. The god of destruction cleared his throat and said, As for my rewards, they consist of 1% of my attack power and 1% of my divine strength. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it all mine? The god of destruction smiled and replied, Of course not. It is a choice between two. Tang Xi's smile instantly froze, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. Just as she was about to make a choice, a question suddenly arose in her mind, prompting her to inquire, How much longer can I live this time? The god of life, with an air of regret, replied, I am truly sorry. As a soul from another realm, you were never meant to exist in this world. However, with my divine power bestowed upon you, your lifespan may extend to a maximum of 25 years. Tang Xi, in a moment of silence, inquired further, what about Tang San and Su Wen? They are also souls from another realm. Will they be able to live beyond the age of 25? They are the children of fortune, acknowledged by this world, and thus capable of surpassing the age of 25. Observing the fading light in Tang Xi's eyes, the god of life felt a profound sense of sorrow. Consequently, the god of life hastily added, however, your heart remains the seven treasures' heart, now imbued with my divine power. The seven treasures' heart shall not shatter easily. The blessings and a fragment of divine power bestowed by the angelic god still linger within you. Your body is also considerably healthier, even comparable to the strength of a soul Douluo. Furthermore, your twin martial souls have been sanctified by my divine essence, ensuring that you shall not easily succumb before the age of 25. In the next moment, Tang Xi broke into an audacious smile, exclaiming, well, since the rewards are so bountiful, I shall relish living until the age of 25. Perhaps Tang Xi's exuberance was infectious, as it also uplifted the god of destruction. In a moment of goodwill, he infused a dark mist from his palm into Tang Xi's body, a mist containing a fragment of his divine power and 1% of his offensive prowess. The god of destruction spoke, I hold great admiration for you. Thus, I shall grant you both rewards. Yet, such generous gifts are not bestowed without cost. You must undertake a task for us. As Tang Xi momentarily awoke from her reverie, immersed in the bounty of rewards, she realized that such generosity came with responsibilities akin to a divine intervention. Nevertheless, Tang Xi earnestly vowed to fulfill any task within her capabilities. The god of life and the god of destruction exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. Su Wen was chosen as our successor because, in the near future, other realms would invade our Douluo realm. The divine realm requires formidable beings to safeguard it, and the combined divine powers of us two deities could rival the future dual god kings, Tang San. However, what we seek is not a clash between two mighty forces, but rather mutual support and cooperation, with you being the key to success. The implicit message of the two divine kings was clear. It was essential for Su Wen and Tang San to grow fond of one another. She understood. Witnessing Tang Xi accept her commission with a beaming smile lifted the spirits of the god of life, who found joy in the girl's adorable demeanor. The subsequent rewards included a 100,000-year soul ring and the left arm bone of the 9 Xian by green scorpion. A simple remark from the god of life sent ripples through Tang Xi's heart as the name of the soul beast resonated with her, stirring an urge to weep. In a flash of crimson light, the 100,000-year soul ring descended from above, enveloping Tang Xi in a familiar sensation. As the soul ring settled upon the 5th ring of her lifeline, a warm power surged through her entire being. With the 5th soul ring firmly anchored at her waist, the surrounding soul power surged wildly, elevating her level to 55. The floating soul bone seamlessly integrated into her left arm, bestowing upon her an unending flow of strength that coursed through her body, accompanied by a tinge of chill. Child, it is time for you to return. Do not forget your promise. A melodious voice echoed in Tang Xi's ear, leaving her uncertain whether it belonged to the god of life or the god of destruction. Before her vision blurred, a white light enveloped everything. The god of life harbored great expectations for this girl, believing she would bring forth many surprises. The god of destruction concurred, noting that the age-old conflict between soul beasts and humans might finally find resolution. It seemed she had forgotten to inform her that the time within the trial grounds does not align with the passage of time in the outside world. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue. Above the spirit hall, a sudden flash of white light appeared, and as it dissipated, Tang Xi gracefully landed upon the rooftop, stretching her limbs and feeling a newfound lightness. Below, the guards, upon seeing the familiar visage, screamed in terror, "What on earth? The person who died 2 years ago has come back to life. This is utterly horrifying." Tang Xi pouted in displeasure. "What is the matter? Am I really that frightening?" She sighed and decided it would be best to seek out her teacher to share this delightful news. Tang Xishu unfurled her blood-red wings, their edges radiating a subtle golden gleam. She found herself unwittingly admiring the beauty of her wings. After a brief moment, upon arriving at the papal hall, the grand doors swung open with a resounding bang, and a chilling wind, imbued with a palpable sense of menace, rushed forth. From within, the furious voice of Yueguan echoed, demanding to know who possessed the audacity to impersonate the saintess of the spirit hall, Tang Xi. Tang Xi was filled with questions. Had she truly impersonated herself? Confronted by the overwhelming aura of hostility, She exhibited no fear whatsoever. Instead, she excitedly called out, "Teacher, Xiaoxi is back." The cold-faced Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by these words, as it had been 2 long years since she had heard such an endearing call. A flicker of light green fabric caught her eye, and there was Tang Xi approaching her with a beaming smile, looking even more exquisite and beautiful than she had imagined. Indeed, this was her Xiaoxi, the very one who had vanished for 2 years. As Bibi Dong blinked again, tears filled her eyes, and almost instinctively, she rose and rushed towards Tang Xi, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Bibi Dong cradled Tang Xi's face, examining her closely. And there was no doubt this was her Xiaoxi. Tang Xi, bewildered, silently raised her hand and inquired, "Teacher, I have only been away for 5 months. Why do you perceive me as if it has been ages since we last met?" Bibi Dong, with tears brimming in her eyes, tightly embraced Tang Xi. 5 months. You have clearly been absent for 2 years. The duration has felt interminable, to the point where I believed you would never return. As she spoke, Bibi Dong extended her soul power into Tang Xi's body. To her dismay, it was still the 7-hearted crystal, indicating that no matter how hard she tried, Tang Xi would not live beyond the age of 25. Tang Xi softly comforted, "Teacher, do not weep. I have returned, and I still have many years to live." However, she could never have anticipated that the passage of time in the trial grounds differed significantly from that of the outside world. In this timeline, her senior sister Nana and her brother had ventured to the city of Slaughter for training. The mere thought of Su Wen prompted her to immediately inquire of Bibi Dong, "Teacher, what about Su Wen?" Upon hearing Su Wen's name, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of guilt and awkwardly turned her head away. "Oh, he was sent to the Death Valley," she admitted. "It is said to be an exceedingly perilous place, and I did not send anyone to protect him." As Bibi Dong continued to speak, her unease grew. At that time, she had believed that Su Wen had caused Tang Xi's demise, and in a fit of rage, she had sent him so far away. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi finally felt a weight lift from her heart. With that said, Su could not trouble Tang San. However, she was indeed quite eager to venture into the city of Slaughter. Thus, Tang Xi pulled Bibi Dong to a seat and proceeded to serve tea, pour water, and offer a gentle massage. In a tone laden with flattery, she remarked, "I have heard that senior sister Nana has also journeyed to the city of Slaughter. Teacher." Bibi Dong chuckled softly, observing Tang Xi's diligent efforts, yet a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. After all, excessive flattery often concealed ulterior motives. "Speak. What is it that you desire this time?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi turned around in dissatisfaction, placing her hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "I don't want that. They've all gone to train. And I wish to venture to the city of Slaughter for my own trials." Bibi Dong, feeling exasperated, raised her hand to her forehead and advised, "That place is far too perilous. It is not suitable for you." Tang Xi's lips curved into a subtle smile as she gracefully approached the center of the grand hall. Her palm entwined with a slender thread of life. The white strand seemed to possess a vitality of its own, tenderly caressing the palm of Tang Xi, from which several peonies bloomed at its tip. Although the deity of life had proclaimed that her martial spirit had undergone an evolution, Tang Xi remained uncertain about its true nature. With each step she took, soul rings began to rise slowly from beneath her feet, one after another. The 5 rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, were exquisite, yet it was the 5th, a deep crimson, that radiated the most brilliance, exuding a chilling aura of impending doom. Bibi Dong's exquisite features were painted with astonishment. The hue of this soul ring surpassed even that of her own 100,000-year soul ring, marking it as an authentic one. Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. The 5th soul ring was indeed a 100,000-year soul ring. How extraordinarily remarkable. While it was true that Tang Xi's blood peony also bore a 100,000-year soul ring, that was merely a result of the soul beast's power. However, this particular soul ring was undeniably a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. A flicker of pride danced in Tang Xi's eyes. "How about it, teacher? Am I deemed worthy to venture into the city of carnage?" A wave of exhilaration surged through Bibi Dong. For the astonishment Tang Xi elicited was rivaled only by that of Su Wen. "Excellent, truly excellent. You are indeed my student. However, it is a pity that I have already entrusted the wisdom soul bone to Su Wen." Bibi Dong felt a pang of regret in her heart. Had she known, she would have retained that soul bone for a few more years. Thoughts of Nana, Yin, and Su Wen, all possessing soul bones, flooded her mind. While her most cherished Tang, she remained empty-handed, stirring a profound sense of sorrow within Bibi Dong. Tang Xi, unfazed by the situation, was aware that she possessed 3 soul bones. It was said that in the city of slaughter, soul skills were prohibited, yet soul bone abilities remained unrestrained. With unwavering confidence, Tang Xi believed she could navigate her way out of that place. Teacher, I am indifferent to soul bones. Just allow me to go. There is no need to send anyone to protect me. I am quite capable. Tang Xi playfully tugged at Bibi Dong's arm, employing her charming demeanor. This tactic proved effective as Bibi Dong readily consented, albeit with the caveat that she would inform the king of slaughter that should he dare to harm her cherished girl even slightly, he would face dire consequences. Tang Xi acquired a wealth of information regarding the city of slaughter from her teacher, discovering that there were scarce, delectable foods available there. Consequently, she embarked on a fervent spree to procure provisions. Additionally, she prepared handguns and explosives, ensuring that even without the use of soul techniques, she could safeguard herself. Once adequately prepared, Tang Xi hurriedly set forth on her journey to the city of slaughter. The path led her northward, where the air grew increasingly frigid. After enduring over a month of hardships, she finally spotted a tavern in the distance, shrouded in darkness. Although it was still daytime, the sky loomed ominously, with crows scattered about and a faint scent of blood permeating the air. Tang Xi donned a black mask and adorned herself in a burgundy dress, her obedient hair cascading elegantly behind her, styled into twin ponytails. At the age of 17, she had blossomed into a graceful beauty, possessing a charm that could captivate hearts. As the tavern door swung open, her entrance immediately drew the attention of the majority, with lecherous gazes seemingly fixated upon her. Such exquisite beauty was indeed a rarity. A calmly composed waiter, clad in black, approached her and inquired, "May I assist you with anything?" Tang Xi lifted her hand and delicately touched her lips with her fingertips. Pondering seriously, the teacher had mentioned that upon seeing the pitch-black tavern, one should enter and order a Bloody Mary. For beneath the bar lies the entrance to the city of slaughter. However, Tang Xi felt somewhat conflicted, as the original text had described the Bloody Mary as nothing more than a cup of human blood, tasting exceedingly unpleasant. With this thought in mind, Tang Xi shook her head in trepidation and directly inquired, "I wish to go to the city of slaughter. Could you guide me?" Upon Tang Xi's utterance, the gathering erupted into a chorus of laughter. Approximately 20 men were present, among whom only 8 were soul masters, the most formidable being merely at the soul king level. One man, with a lascivious grin, lewdly propositioned, "Little girl, if you refuse to be my woman, I shall escort you to the city of slaughter." The attendants' eyes were filled with disdain for Tang Xi, as the notion of entering the city of slaughter was nothing short of a delusion. Tang Xi merely smiled faintly, then supported her waist with her left hand as she gracefully perched upon the adjacent table, elegantly gesturing towards the boastful figure before her. In an instant, her soul rings were unleashed. Yellow, purple, black, and crimson. Those terrifying 100,000-year soul rings rendered the onlookers momentarily speechless. Not only was she a soul king, but she also possessed soul rings of 100,000 years. Tang Xi's eyes shimmered with an icy coldness, and the air around her instantly froze. Some, in a state of panic, attempted to flee, but found their right leg ensnared by ice, rendering them immobile. This was the effect of Tang Xi's soul skill, derived from the 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion's left arm bone, absolute zero. Within a radius of 100 meters, the temperature plummeted to several hundred degrees below zero, while her left arm transformed into the massive pincers of a scorpion, wielding 100% of the 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion's attack power. "Run for your lives!" Some cried out in terror, yet others, undeterred by fear, advanced with drawn blades to provoke her, thinking to themselves, "Surely, with so many of us, we can defeat this little girl." Tang Xi stifled a yawn, barely casting a glance around her. Suddenly, the first soul ring at her waist glimmered to life, activating the initial soul skill of the line of life, venomous needle threads. Silken strands erupted from behind her, deftly piercing through the 20 or so individuals present, lifting their lifeless forms into the air. In an instant, peonies bloomed atop the corpses, their deep crimson centers gradually fading into delicate shades of pink and white. An exquisite sight to behold. The bloodthirsty peonies voraciously absorbed the life essence from the bodies, an incessant stream of murderous intent flooding into Tang Xi's being. She emitted a satisfied hum, and in the next moment, she withdrew her soul ring and martial spirit. Thud, 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 the corpses collapsed to the ground, blood splattering against the walls. The attendant beside her trembled in fear, and with a bright smile, Tang Xi inquired, "Now, May you escort me to the city of slaughter? The young girl before her bore a striking resemblance to the boy from the previous year, equally decisive in her lethal intent. The attendant, drenched in sweat from fright, quickly nodded. I shall open the entrance to the city of slaughter for you immediately. With that, the attendant hurried to the bar, pressing a button that caused a wooden panel to part, revealing a pitch-black abyss. Without hesitation, Tang Xi leaped into the void. Within mere seconds, she felt her feet touch solid ground, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Nevertheless, she discerned the long corridor that lay beneath the veil of black. After approximately half an hour of walking, a chilling voice resonated from all directions. Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a realm steeped in bloodshed. Here, you may acquire anything your heart desires. The only cost is your life. Tang Xi absent-mindedly scratched her ear and continued to stride forward. As she turned a corner, a faint light emerged ahead, magnifying in her eyes, revealing an open portal. Beyond this threshold, the presence of life could be felt. With purposeful steps, Tang Xi discerned a cacophony of sounds, and upon exiting the corridor, she was met with 101 figures, clad entirely in black armor. Their faces obscured by helmets, 100 of them wielded heavy swords. Only one figure sat majestically upon a towering steed, which was also adorned with robust black armor. Behind the black-armored knight loomed a dark city, its formidable walls sprawling wide, unmistakably a city indeed, while above it hung a violet moon. This moon hung low, seemingly less than 500 meters from the ground, and when she gazed upward, everything else faded into an abyss of darkness, reminiscent of the night. The voice of the black-armored knight was frigid and devoid of any human warmth. Defeat me, and you shall gain the right to enter the city of carnage. As he slowly raised his elongated lance, the black-armored warriors flanking Tang Xi gradually retreated, clearing a space for confrontation. I am the fearsome knight Husky. In that instant, Tang Xi could not contain her laughter, exclaiming, Fearsome knight? Husky? Ha ha ha, that's utterly ridiculous. Who bestowed upon you such a juvenile name? The black-armored knight's expression darkened. Sister, could you please show a little respect? Tang Xi laughed until her abdomen ached, one hand clutching her stomach while the other transformed into a claw. The mirth in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor that enveloped the black-armored knight. A thin layer of ice spread across the darkened earth. Suddenly, a crimson shadow streaked through the air, and blood erupted from the knight's chest. The black-armored knight, drenched in cold sweat, narrowly escaped as the claw nearly pierced his heart. Trembling, he gazed at Tang Xi, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Tang Xi halted not far away, her left hand reverting to its original form, a smile gracing her face. May I approach? She inquired, her words laced with a hint of frost, akin to a venomous serpent fixating upon its prey. Upon hearing this, the black-armored knight trembled uncontrollably, hastily retrieving a token from his chest and tossing it to Tang Xi, stammering in fear. Why yes, you may. Tang Xi received the token, inscribed with the sequence of numbers, 9999, adorned with a skull at its pinnacle. As she departed, the black-armored knight couldn't help but marvel at her. At such a tender age, she possessed a soul bone and effortlessly vanquished him. Her prowess was on par with that of the Shura King and the Harbinger of Hell, perhaps even surpassing them by a considerable margin. The Black City walls loomed ominously, emblazoned with the words City of Slaughter in bold letters, casting a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Beneath the grand gate, 2 rows of black-armored knights stood in silent vigil. From the entrance emerged a woman shrouded in a veil of black, exuding an aura of enigma. The veiled maiden swiftly approached Tang Xi, gesturing gracefully. Welcome to the city of slaughter. Please, follow me this way. Tang Xi followed the girl clad in black veils into the city, where she beheld a dimly lit world awash in hues of blue and violet. The streetlights, suspended along the sides, imparted a suffocating sensation. The girl in black ahead began to explain, I am your guide. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. Within the span of 12 hours, I shall address all your questions. After these 12 hours, this will be your place of residence. During your initial 12 hours in this realm, you are under the protection of a newcomer's grace. My presence is the finest safeguard for your life. Beyond this time frame, your fate shall be left to the whims of destiny. Tang Xi recalled some amusing scenes from the original work and leaned closer to the girl in the black veil, inquiring with a cheerful smile, what is your relationship with the King of Slaughter? Upon mentioning the King of Slaughter, a glimmer of pride flashed in the girl's eyes as she replied, I am the envoy of the King of Slaughter, as well as his most trusted confidant. Tang Xi wore an expression of understanding and exclaimed, Oh, Then, with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Is it a clandestine affair?" This question caused the girl in the black veil to blush momentarily, yet she responded with a touch of disappointment, "Not at all, I am merely his subordinate." Tang Xi felt a profound sense of disappointment, realizing the stark emptiness of it all. After a while, the two ventured into the inner city, which, in contrast to the outer city, lacked any guards. If the outer city represented a desolate and indifferent world, then the inner city was a realm of opulence and madness, alive with vibrant hues illuminating every corner. The population here far exceeded that of the outer city, creating a cacophony that starkly contrasted with the previous tranquility. Within the inner city, chaos reigned supreme. Blood and corpses littered the streets, and the moment Tang Xi beheld the crimson liquid, every cell in her body seemed to cry out in unison, as if the bloodthirsty peony in her grasp threatened to break free from her control. The surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated around her, drawing the attention of the dark-clad girl, who observed Tang Xi's unusual demeanor with a hint of curiosity, yet chose to remain silent. In a deserted corner, an API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi turned her gaze away in disgust, yet a thrill surged within her veins. It was the bloodthirsty yearning of the blood peony martial spirit for crimson life. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the sky. While the figure of the girl in black veil had vanished without a trace, the 7 or 8 figures clad in dark garments recognized at first glance that Tang Xi was a novice, for the aura surrounding her was overwhelmingly pure, devoid of any murderous intent, resembling a docile little lamb awaiting slaughter. Tang Xi observed that these individuals exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, they extended their fingers in a tantalizing manner, as if to say, "Do you desire me?" Their excitement only intensified, prompting them to charge forward with wild abandon. Behind Tang Xi, 2 hands gripped a pair of daggers, their blades glistening with the cold, ominous light. However, a shadowy figure swiftly darted past her, unleashing a flurry of slender needles from the hands of a blue-haired man. The sound of needles piercing flesh echoed, and a group of cloaked assailants collapsed in response. Tang Xi gazed at the dashing young man before her, whose blue hair and refined demeanor exuded an air of elegance. The moment she laid eyes on him, the familiar grace of his movements instantly reminded her of her brother, Tang San. This young man was indeed Tang San, albeit under the alias of Tang Yin. However, the warmth and tenderness that once characterized his interactions with Tang Xi were conspicuously absent, replaced instead by an aura of chilling menace. Tang San glanced at Tang Xi, feeling an inexplicable familiarity about her that he could not articulate. Upon seeing the girl surrounded by others, he found himself instinctively taking action, albeit without understanding why. Tang Xi regained her senses and realized that the person before her was none other than her elder brother. With a smile, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your timely rescue." However, her voice took on a more youthful tone, primarily to conceal her identity and prevent her brother from discovering who she truly was, which could lead him to forbid her participation in the Hell's Arena. To escape the City of Slaughter, one must partake in the Hell's Arena and achieve 100 victories to become the champion. Only then would they earn the right to traverse the path of hell, a journey that grants access to the domain of the god of slaughter. Tang San's gaze was stirred as he momentarily believed that his sister had returned upon hearing Tang Xi's voice. With a heart full of compassion, he gently cautioned her, "Do not thank me. Every individual here is your adversary, and danger lurks everywhere. It would be wise for you to exercise caution." Just then, a strikingly alluring figure emerged, revealing the familiar visage of Hu Laina, the pinnacle of the golden generation. Yet, in her eyes, the previous allure was absent, replaced solely by an icy demeanor. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang San walked towards Hu Laina, their gazes clashing with an underlying tension of unspoken rivalry. Ultimately, Tang San and Hu Laina strode away side by side. The girl in the black veil observed this entire exchange and, with a hint of detachment, advised, "It would be wise for you to keep your distance from those two." Her words bore an unmistakable undertone of apprehension towards both Tang San and Hu Laina. Tang Xi inquired with a sense of bewilderment, "Why?" The maiden draped in black silk responded, "The woman is codenamed the Harbinger of Hell, while the man is known as the King of Azura. They are the most formidable individuals in this city of slaughter, second only to the King of Carnage." The Harbinger of Hell has achieved an impressive record of 67 consecutive victories in the arena of infernal combat, all within a mere year and a half since her arrival. Even more astonishing is the fact that the King of Azura, having arrived somewhat later, has already secured 71 consecutive victories. Tang Xi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 60 or 70 matches. Does that not imply that if they lingered a bit longer, they could successfully escape from this place? No. She must hasten to enhance her battle achievements. 125 City of Carnage 5. Tang Xi addressed the maiden in dark veils, requesting, "Lead me to the Hell's Arena. I seek to enhance my battle records." The veiled maiden paused momentarily, astonished. Without uttering a word, the girl before her already possessed knowledge of the Hell's Arena, indicating her extraordinary background. The maiden replied coolly, "Then please, follow me." In the central district of the City of Carnage, one can find both exquisite joy and profound suffering, with the air filled with either jubilant cheers or agonizing screams. At the heart of this district stands a conical structure reminiscent of a gladiatorial arena, suspended in midair, above a seething cauldron of molten lava below. Tang Xi approached the registration desk with her identification token, her exquisite attire captivating the attention of many onlookers. The expressions of those gathered were filled with an unsettling lewdness, for it had been rare for a beauty to grace the bloodshed city, especially one as fair and beautiful as Tang Xi. However, upon noticing the girl draped in black veils trailing behind her, the crowd recoiled in fear and hastily retreated. The veiled girl approached with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Every contest in the arena of hellish slaughter consists of 10 participants, with only one emerging alive. The ultimate victor has the power to absorb the soul energy of the fallen, and can trade the number of heads collected as currency for desired items. This perilous endeavor is not to be taken lightly. Dear girl, you must ponder your decision carefully." Tang Xi displayed an unwavering demeanor, her mind occupied with thoughts of what to dine on that evening. Upon hearing the girl in the black veil conversing with her, she turned her head, a hint of bashfulness evident, and inquired, "I was just pondering over delectable dishes. Could you kindly repeat that?" The girl in the black veil, exasperated, sighed and reiterated her earlier statement. "Your group has successfully gathered 10 members. It is your turn in the next round. Best of luck to you, dear." With that, the girl in the black veil departed with a touch of impatience, having found this to be the most exhausting occasion in her role as a commentator. Throughout her journey, Tang Xi found herself either in a daze or captivated by a myriad of intriguing phenomena. The explanations she offered required at least 2 or 3 repetitions before the young girl could truly comprehend them. Under the dim lighting, as soon as Tang Xi took the stage, she captivated the attention of the crowd. Amidst the chaos of 10 combatants, she gracefully retreated, pivoting slightly to draw forth a sharp dagger, which she wielded with deadly precision, silently severing the arteries of her opponents. One by one they fell, their life force ebbing away from their lifeless forms, all of which Tang Xi absorbed. The ground was soaked in blood, prompting her to lick her lips, as the bloodthirsty peony instinctively emerged to feast upon the crimson essence. The surrounding spectators erupted in fervent cheers, chanting, "Number 9999, number 9999, number 9999. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly fragile young girl possessed the strength to achieve such a swift victory? This was the 12th match. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Tang Xi was engaged in battle, she extracted a chicken leg from her sapphire soul guide, munching on it while continuing her fight. In each subsequent match, she felt a searing gaze upon her, an inexplicable sensation that left her unsettled. In a corner of the spectator stands, Tang San was intently observing her every performance. From her very first match, he recognized without a doubt that this girl was indeed his sister, Tang Xi, the bloodthirsty peony. The sapphire, with so many flaws exposed, how could he, as her brother, fail to recognize his own sibling? Yet, if Tang Xi wished to conceal her identity, he would play along with her ruse. The sight of her savoring the chicken leg made his mouth water. On the arena, when he noticed someone preparing to ambush Tang Xi, Tang San furrowed his brow in concern. But as he witnessed her agile movement, deftly wielding a dagger to thwart the attack, the tension in his brow finally eased. "Hey, you've been watching this young lady's matches closely. Have you also noticed something amiss?" Hulaina approached Tang San, joining him in watching the spectacle. As they beheld Tang Xi, petite yet capable of swiftly taking down 10 burly men, Hulaina's eyes glimmered with a rare softness. Her stature and martial spirit bore a striking resemblance to that of Tang Xi. Observing Tang San's unperturbed expression, she speculated. Could it be that you were aware all along that she is Tang Xi? Tang San nodded in tacit agreement. Hu Laiina, frustrated, exclaimed, "How could you have kept this from me after pondering for so long? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Her face flushed with anger. Tang San, unfazed, replied, "You never asked." You. Hu Laiina trembled with indignation. It was ironic that she had initially been captivated by his presence. Eventually, he had approached her, acknowledging his identity as Tang San, and thereafter persistently inquired about Tang Xi's whereabouts. Following the revelation of Tang Xi's uncertain fate, Tang San had shown her little kindness. Yet, amidst the chaos of the city of slaughter, Hu Laiina and Tang San resolved to join forces and traverse the treacherous path of hell together. Every day, Tang Xi participates in a competition, and in the brief span of 3 months, she has achieved an astonishing record of 90 consecutive victories, even surpassing the likes of the Shura King. However, the Shura King and the Hell Messenger have already completed their 99th consecutive win, choosing not to exceed 100 victories until Tang Xi can join them as a champion of 100 wins. Throughout this period, countless challengers have sought to trouble Tang Xi, yet they were quietly eradicated by Tang San and Hu Laiina. Atop the city of slaughter stands the palace of the King of Slaughter, the dwelling place of the bloodbath. The girl in black silk approaches the King of Slaughter, holding a vial of the yellow spring elixir, which he consumes in one gulp. What do you think of the King of Hell's martial soul? A soul capable of siphoning human blood, she inquires. The girl's expression subtly shifts. It resembles that of an evil martial soul. Yet the formidable background of the girl suggests great power. The King of Slaughter snorts, "I am well aware, for it was sent by that god of slaughter. However, her body is quite suitable for my parasitism. She is indeed powerful." With a smirk, he continues, "But if I were to employ a few subtle manipulations, causing inexplicable deaths would indeed suit my intentions. Ha 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 ha." Hearing this, the girl in black silk beams with delight, obediently settling beside the King of Slaughter. In Tang Xi's 96th match, a white line deftly pierced through the bodies of the other 9 individuals. At the apex of the white line, several blood-red peonies suddenly bloomed, their edges delicately tinted with a soft pink hue. In Tang Xi's eyes, a crimson hue filled with fervor mirrored the relentless call for power coursing through her veins. Adorned in a blood-red gown and a black mask, she exuded an air of enigma. Her exceptionally brutal methods of slaughter had become her signature. A week later, on this fateful day, a multitude gathered in anticipation, for it was the moment when 3 champions, each surpassing the 100 mark, would emerge. Following closely was Hu Laiina. And thereafter, Tang San also ascended to the rank of champion. The final match marked Tang Xi's 100th duel. Among the 9 figures clad in black, each had achieved over 40 consecutive victories and were all of the Soul Douluo caliber. Standing united, the 9 clearly possessed unwavering confidence in their ability to vanquish Tang Xi. In Tang Xi's eyes, a fierce, murderous intent glimmered, and an icy aura instantly permeated the atmosphere. Within a radius of 100 meters, the air itself began to crystallize into a delicate layer of frost, despite the fact that beneath this battlefield lay molten lava with an exceedingly high temperature. The extent of Tang Xi's power remains a mystery, even to Tang San. In the City of Slaughter, Chapter 127. One assailant channeled their spirit power to manifest the meteor hammer martial soul, brandishing it with rapid, whirling motions before aiming it at Tang Xi. Simultaneously, 3 others attempted to ensnare Tang Xi by lassoing her neck and limbs, exerting their strength to pull her. Yet, it was as if they were attempting to move a colossal mountain. Regardless of their efforts, Tang Xi remained unyielding, standing motionless with her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Tang San grew anxious, on the verge of engaging the group in a skirmish, yet he was restrained by Hu Laiina at his side. "Be rational," she urged. "Xiaoxi is not as vulnerable as you perceive." As the meteor hammer hurtled toward Tang Xi, a flash of azure light materialized, forming a cerulean barrier around her. Upon contact with the cerulean screen, the meteor hammer was instantly repelled by an unseen force, the effect of Tang Xi's armored rhinoceros soul bone. Having been refined by the divine power of the god of life, this soul bone not only autonomously protected its master, absorbing 75 of incoming attacks, but also possessed the added ability to reflect offensive force. A crimson glint flickered in Tang Xi's eyes, and with a near-instantaneous shift of her form, the dagger in her hand pirouetted several times, claiming the lives of 3 individuals. The remaining figures recoiled in disarray, but Tang Xi, bending her calf and coiling her strength. Propelled herself upward, utilizing the pillar's elasticity. She soared into the air, executing a full rotation as the dagger danced in her palm, once more severing the throats of 2 more adversaries in a fleeting instant. Tang Xi snapped her fingers, and the other 4 individuals began to froth at the mouth, their bodies convulsing before collapsing. From the very beginning, Tang Xi had poisoned them. The 5 lives she extinguished were merely a means to hone her skills. The incessant act of killing left Tang Xi feeling weary, as the bloodthirsty peony absorbed the life essence daily. Gradually, she found herself tainted by the aura of death, nearly transforming into a mere instrument of slaughter. Ultimately, in the final confrontation, victory was attained. Tang Xi, relieved, removed her black mask, revealing her astonishing beauty, which elicited even more jubilant cheers from the crowd. They shouted, "Yama! Yama! Yama!" The familiar visage appeared before Tang San's eyes, causing his pupils to widen in astonishment. It was none other than his longed-for sister, Tang Xi. Tang San could not resist the urge to embrace his sister, but Hulaina, standing beside him, was quicker to act. She swiftly dashed forward and enveloped Tang Xi in her arms, exclaiming with excitement, "Little Xi, you have finally removed your mask. How much longer were you planning to pretend not to recognize me?" Although Hulaina's words carried a tone of reproach towards Tang Xi, they were laced with an overwhelming sense of grievance. It was acceptable for her to conceal her identity from Tang San, but why must she also keep her true self hidden? Oh, how suffocating it felt. Tang Xi, feeling helpless, gently patted Hulaina's shoulder and, with a hint of guilt, expressed her desire to enhance her strength independently, hence preferring not to disclose her identity and avoid receiving undue protection from them. Observing the comically aggrieved expression on Hulaina's face, Tang Xi suppressed her laughter and quickly adopted a charming demeanor, saying, all right, senior sister, I realize my mistake. Please forgive me." Subsequently, Tang Xi planted a kiss on Hulaina's cheek, a tactic that proved effective as Hulaina's ears flushed a deep crimson. And she turned her head away, feigning indifference as she declared, "Humph, there won't be a next time." Tang San gazed at this heartwarming scene, his expression darkening with displeasure. How infuriating it was that this joyful moment should belong to him, for he was indeed Tang Xi's elder brother. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he was not merely a brother, he was a being even closer than a biological sibling. Tang San also removed his mask and directly pulled Tang Xi, who was in Hulaina's arms, out. He cradled Tang Xi's delicate face and earnestly said, "I am your brother, Tang San, little Xi." Tang Xi smiled mischievously and said, "It has been a long time, my brother. Over the years, you have become quite handsome." In Tang Xi's eyes, there was no astonishment, as if she had already discerned Tang San's true identity from the very beginning. Tears welled in Tang San's eyes. No matter how drastically he transformed, his beloved sister would always recognize him, wouldn't she? Tang San embraced the small figure in his arms tightly, relishing the soft, delicate sensation and inwardly marveling at the profound joy of having a younger sister. Tang Xi, with a hint of disdain, pushed away Tang San's approaching face and exclaimed, "Brother, behave yourself. You come over and immediately check if I'm injured, then proceed to hug and kiss me. Do you not realize that my face is covered in saliva?" Tang San cast a fleeting glance at the audience, who were rendered speechless, and swiftly released Tang Xi before adjusting his attire, embodying once more the decisive demeanor of the Shura king. No, he could not allow the lengthy absence from his younger sister to undermine his dignity. Tang San could not help but gaze at the tuft of hair atop Tang Xi's head, and thus he was compelled to stroke her soft locks. Tang Xi, flustered, busily rearranged her tousled hair that had been ruffled by his touch. It was at this moment that Tang San solemnly declared, "Sister, I shall forever be your steadfast support. Therefore, no matter the challenges you face, you must never bear them alone. You are the treasure of my heart. How could I possibly allow you to suffer?" He added with earnestness, "Above all, do not conceal anything from me. When you first arrived in the city of slaughter, I was filled with anger because you recognized me yet chose not to reach out. Had I not been by your side, resolving your troubles, how many more perils would you have encountered?" Tang Xi gazed deeply at Tang San, her voice trembling as she said, "Brother, it is truly wonderful to have you." Hulaina interjected, "Please do not forget her." The king of slaughter donned a blood-red robe, his entire form enveloped in an immense scarlet cloak with a high collar. Mysterious blood patterns adorned his pale skin, while a sword-shaped magical emblem marked his forehead. A pair of colossal crimson wings unfurled behind him, as he hovered above the arena of slaughter, surveying his subjects below. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers upon witnessing the King of Slaughter, chanting, "King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter!" Tang San, Tang Xi, and Hulayina stood tall on the battlefield, their formidable presence radiating an aura of both power and terror. The voice of the King of Slaughter, raspy with excitement, proclaimed, "Today, 3 new champions have emerged on this arena of carnage. Their immense strength and frightening killing intent instill fear within you, do they not?" The cloaked figures below fervently echoed, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." A blood-red swarm of bats gathered at the feet of the King of Slaughter, forming a staircase. He retracted his wings and descended slowly. "Azura King, Hell's envoy. King of the underworld, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter and invite you as esteemed guests, ranking just below me." As the King of Slaughter traversed the arena, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him. He spoke with an air of indifference. "From this day forth, you may enter and exit the city of Slaughter at your leisure." Hulayina and Tang San simultaneously pondered. To attain the title of God of Slaughter without traversing the path of hell, it appears he is quite averse to us achieving dominance in the realm of slaughter. Tang Xi stretched lazily and nonchalantly remarked, "Having come this far, do you think we would still fear a mere path to hell?" Such audacious words elicited a laugh from the King of Slaughter, who retorted, "You may not comprehend the terror of the path to hell. Yin Wang, I hope you realize that human life is singular and irreplaceable." Hulayina scoffed disdainfully, "Oh, great King of Slaughter! Is it not somewhat absurd for you to discuss the value of life with us?" In the dim light, the King of Slaughter furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by their remarks. He turned to Tang San and inquired, "And what of you?" Tang San seemed to have heard an amusing question, and he chuckled lightly, saying, "Since my sister has chosen to embark on the path to hell, what reason do I, as her elder brother, have to refrain from joining her?" As Tang San regarded the King of Slaughter, his gaze was imbued with indifference. "I appreciate your goodwill. Now, please unveil the entrance to the path of hell." The trio stood resolutely, their eyes fixed upon the King of Slaughter. The king, in silence, turned away, unfurling his blood-red wings, and with a chilling smirk remarked, "In that case, embarking on a journey together along the path of hell shall prove to be an intriguing excursion." Suddenly, a multitude of crimson bats emerged, causing the entire city of Slaughter to tremble violently. Never had anyone witnessed the opening of the path of hell before. Among the audience, one individual quietly voiced this inquiry, to which Tang Xi responded with a serene smile, "That is because those who have witnessed the opening of the path of hell have all been offered as sacrifices. Are you not fleeing yet?" Tang Xi's ethereal words sent ripples of consternation through the assembled throng, their pupils dilating in disbelief, until some faint-hearted individuals took flight. The King of Slaughter erupted in boisterous laughter, proclaiming it their honor to serve as sacrificial offerings for the inauguration of Hell Road. Crimson bats descended upon those attempting to flee, voraciously devouring their flesh, while the souls of all present were drawn into the subterranean magma, thereby becoming the energetic genesis for the opening of Hell Road. As Tang San beheld the harrowing scene before him, he silently closed his eyes. The city of carnage, a place so steeped in the brutality of human nature, surely ought not to exist. A crimson glow enveloped the entire arena of slaughter, where the King of Carnage reveled in the ecstasy of annihilation. Blood coalesced into slender streams, winding like serpents as they flowed into the infernal battleground beneath. The moment the hellish slaughter ground was stained crimson, it radiated a sinister red light, gradually revealing its original form, while countless ghostly hands dragged the 3 individuals deeper into despair. A sensation of dizziness overwhelmed them all. Even Tang San, with his exceptional mental fortitude, could scarcely withstand the vertigo. Beneath the consuming crimson, Tang San, Hulayina, and Tang Xi simultaneously felt the ground beneath their feet give way, as everything around them morphed into an ethereal haze, with all senses sealed in that instant. The anguish of being unable to exert control instilled within them an inexplicable terror. Unbeknownst to them, a faint white ripple of murderous intent gathered around their bodies, providing an unseen shield of protection. As the crimson tide encroached upon her vision, Tang, she felt her consciousness wane. "May fortune favor you on the path to damnation," were the final, piercing words Tang Xi and her companions heard. It was fortunate that the palpable killing intent lingered, for otherwise, they would have been utterly consumed the moment the bloody hue began its inexorable spread. Tang San struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the anguished expression of Tang Xi before him. Instinctively, he pulled her into his embrace, hoping to shield her from the peril of their rapid descent. For years prior, He had watched helplessly as the two people he cherished most fell into the clutches of the spirit hall. Despite knowing that his beloved Xiao Wu faced imminent death and that his own sister would not survive beyond 2 months, he had contemplated seeking her out within the spirit hall. However, his father had resolutely barred his way. Upon learning that Xiao Wu had been returned to the Stardow Forest, a fleeting sense of joy had washed over him. Yet, when the news of Tang Xi's grave illness reached his ears, he found himself engulfed in despair and self-reproach, nurturing an ever-deepening hatred for the spirit hall. Time passed in an indeterminate blur until a violent tremor jolted him back to reality. The sanguine light surrounding them gradually faded. When Tang San, Hulaina, and Tang Xi fully regained consciousness, they discovered themselves atop a circular platform, roughly 5 meters in diameter. The platform was modest in size, with the three of them sprawled upon the ground. Additionally, a slender pathway, scarcely half a foot wide and barely accommodating their feet side by side, stretched into the ominous darkness, serving as the sole conduit from their platform to the unknown beyond. Tang San's immediate concern was for Tang Xi and his arms, checking if she had sustained any injuries. What met his gaze was a tuft of hair standing upright, and Tang Xi looked up at him with her large, glistening eyes, exuding an air of vulnerability. "Brother, you smell of sweat. Could you please let me go?" This remark pierced through Tang San's fragile heart, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could this be so different from the script? The sister he had fought fiercely to protect should have been expressing her admiration, saying something like, "Brother, you are so amazing." Tang San endured the pain and thought to himself, while others have younger sisters who are like cozy little cotton jackets, his sister, unfortunately, resembles a drafty leather jacket. Observing Tang San's discomfiture, Tang Xi couldn't help but erupt in uproarious laughter, exclaiming, "How hilarious. Brother, your attempt to show off has backfired spectacularly." Thwack! A resounding thud echoed as a sizable bump materialized on Tang Xi's head. She retreated to a corner, tears welling up in her eyes, a picture of aggrieved misery. "Woe is me," she lamented, "to have my cranium assaulted by my own brother, resulting in this protuberance. Scarcely had we reunited, and he was addressing me with saccharine endearments before resorting to physical violence. Alas, it appears that even familial affection is susceptible to the ravages of time." Witnessing Tang Xi's pitiable state, Tang San felt a pang of remorse, wondering if he had perhaps been excessively forceful in his reprimand. Meanwhile, Hulaina, with considerable effort, managed to rise to her feet. A faint, sanguine aura enveloped her, and her eyes were suffused with a crimson hue. Streaks of white, indicative of her murderous intent, permeated her surroundings, causing her entire being to tremble violently. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San unleashed the blue-silver domain, raising his right hand to rest gently upon Hulaina's forehead. A faint azure light flickered at her brow as the life force surged into her being. A distinct sensation flooded her entire body, and in an instant, Hulaina regained her clarity, gazing around her in bewilderment. Beneath the circular platform lay a tumult of boiling blood, and the temperature in this place was exceedingly high. Tang Xi elucidated that the air here permeated with a chronic toxin that could incite a state of agitation, while the blood pool beneath them surged with an abundance of soul energy. This, she deduced, was the very heart of the city of slaughter and the source of its vitality. Hulaina, feeling a profound weariness and discomfort throughout her body, suggested they take a brief respite before continuing their journey. The other two concurred, recognizing that the treacherous path ahead demanded their utmost strength and vitality. 2 hours later, Tang Xi retrieved a rope from the sapphire and handed it to Tang San and Hulaina. The two exchanged a knowing glance and secured the ends of the rope around their waists. Tang Xi unfurled the blood-red wings of a butterfly from her back, the intricate patterns adorned with delicate golden lines. Tang Xifei ventured ahead in midair, while Tang San and Hulaina positioned themselves in the center of the narrow path to avert any unforeseen mishaps. The searing magma erupted, and Hulaina felt the heat intensifying. In response, Tang Xifei unleashed her soul bone domain, Absolute Zero. The clash of the scorching air and the frigid breezes instantly transformed into a veil of mist, lowering the temperature, albeit at the cost of depleting Tang Xifei's soul power. Hulaina addressed Tang Xifei, urging her not to exhaust her soul energy, assuring her that they could endure a little longer. Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Tang Xi retracted the soul bone domain, yet the surrounding temperature had noticeably decreased, becoming far less oppressive. After an indeterminate period of time, Tang San abruptly came to a halt. Hulaina, who had been closely following him, also paused and, lowering her voice, inquired, "What is it?" Tang San spoke softly, urging caution. Be wary of your surroundings. I sense a cacophony drawing near. The buzzing sound grew increasingly pronounced, and through the lens of his purple extreme magic eye, he discerned crimson shadows racing toward them. It soon became evident why the frequency of that sound had escalated so rapidly. The approaching creatures were not solitary, but rather a multitude, comprising at least 1,000 entities. As they drew nearer, the airborne beings came into clearer view, blood-red bats, reminiscent of the smaller version of the crimson patterns left on the ground of the hellish slaughter grounds. Each bloodbat measured approximately 1 foot in length, yet their expansive wingspan exceeded 1 meter. While one or two of these bloodbats posed little threat, the sudden emergence of thousands transformed the situation into one of grave concern. Tang Xi, come swiftly. Tang San's foremost concern was the safety of Tang Xi. The blood-red bats soared swiftly, approaching in the blink of an eye. Their eyes, also a shade of crimson, spotted their target and emitted a cacophony of harsh caws, revealing their sharp fangs. Thousands of these sanguine bats flapped their wings in unison, stirring up a foul wind that caused Tang San and Hulaina to shudder and stagger. With swiftness, Tang San undid the rope at his waist. Reaching behind him, he guided it across Hulaina's abdomen and then around her, securing it to his own waist with rapid movements. Thus, their bodies were bound together inextricably. A blush of crimson painted Hulaina's face, and her heart fluttered like a trapped bird. A gust of fetid wind caused Tang Xi to falter precariously in the air. A flash of alabaster light erupted as 1,000 strands of white silk emerged from Tang Xi's back, impaling several bats. Surrounding Tang Xi, a white, streaked aura of murderous intent emanated, with her eyes uncontrollably turning a vivid crimson. The bats trembled in fear and hastily fled from her vicinity. In an instant, an absolute zero domain was unleashed, freezing thousands of bats in place. The butterfly wings behind Tang Xi fluttered incessantly, each flutter accompanied by a flurry of small red luminescent dots. After a full 18 quivers, the red dots swiftly encircled the bodies of the bats, merging into them. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the bat swarm, which was swiftly dissolved into a pool of blood rain. Tang Xi's blood butterfly wing soul bone is not merely capable of flight. It possesses the enchanting skill of floral fragrance, which allows it to generate crimson specks of light that can dissolve anything in their path. In an instant, over half of the 1,000 bats vanished. These bats appeared to possess considerable intelligence, and upon recognizing Tang Xi's formidable nature, they surged towards Tang San and Hulaina to launch their assault. Upon witnessing this, Tang San immediately unleashed the blue-silver domain, enveloping the two with a soft azure radiance that extended within a 10-meter radius. As the swarm of bats came into contact with the blue light, they were repelled, unable to reach the two individuals within. Hulaina could sense a continuous and warm vitality flowing into her body from this blue luminescence. It was undoubtedly a domain, and a gifted one at that. One must admit, Tang San is indeed a prodigy. However, after these years of acquaintance, Hulaina had disowned Tang San's profound resentment towards the spirit hall. Allowing such a formidable adversary to grow unchecked would undoubtedly render him a powerful opponent to the spirit hall. Hulaina exchanged a glance with Tang San, and with an unspoken understanding, they strode forward with purpose. Tang Xi ventured ahead, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. Directly in front of the narrow path, suspended beneath it, was an enormous creature. Bathed in a faint crimson glow, it emanated a dark golden radiance. The creature measured over 4 meters in length, with 2 colossal claws gripping the narrow path. Each claw possessed a diameter exceeding 1 meter, sharply embedded into the stone. Amidst the cacophony of the blood bat's shrieks, the dark golden body slowly unfurled a pair of massive wings, terrifyingly spanning 10 meters when fully extended. With a powerful release of its claws, the enormous wings flapped, propelling its vast form into the air. Upon closer inspection, its shape resembled that of a bat, albeit with 3 heads. Hulaina stepped forward to stand before Tang San, her eyes radiating a soft pink glow, while a faint shape resembling a skull emanated from her forehead. A beam of pink light shot forth towards the dark golden 3-headed Bat King. The dark golden 3-headed Bat King soared swiftly, with the pink light beam in pursuit. Upon striking the Bat King's abdomen, the pink beam dissipated, leaving it to tilt its head back and cry out in anguish. Tang Xi seized the opportunity and swiftly advanced, grasping its claw and flinging it as one would toss dough. The soul bone of the iron-armored rhinoceros bestowed upon her a remarkable 300% increase in strength. With a resounding thud, the dark golden three-headed bat king was hurled 20 meters away, crashing against a stone wall. Suddenly, dark golden smoke enveloped the three-headed bat king, and its body erupted, instantly transforming into hundreds of diminutive bats. The swarm of bats flapped their wings, converging upon the path before Tang San, their sharp teeth incessantly gnawing at the stones along the way. Tang San shouted in alarm, realizing that it would obliterate the path ahead. "We must hasten our departure." Tang San grasped the hand of Hu Laina behind him and began to run with great strides, while Tang Xi above sought various ways to assist. Hu Laina leaped forward, landing gracefully before Tang San, her pert form adorned with a fluffy foxtail that extended a remarkable 5 meters in length. With a vigorous flick of her tail, she sent a multitude of bats flying 10 meters away, swiftly clearing the path. The bats soon regrouped, enveloped in a swirling dark golden mist, coalescing into the formidable dark golden three-headed bat king. Tang Xi let out a cold snort, her gaze fixed on the sapphire of her brooch. A pistol materialized in her hand, aimed with precision at the head of the dark golden three-headed bat king. With a resounding series of 3 gunshots, the bullets pierced through the 3 heads of the monstrous creature, causing its colossal body to plummet into the boiling pool of blood below. Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the machine gun in his hands. Could this truly be a concealed weapon? Its formidable power was astonishing. The dark golden three-headed bat king had fallen, and Tang Xi descended onto the narrow path, retracting his wings and gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Tang San promptly stepped forward, retrieving food and water from his soul-guiding device and offering it to Tang Xi, saying, "Let us take a brief respite before we continue our journey." Hu Laina also nodded in agreement, remarking, "We have surely overcome a significant challenge. I wonder what awaits us further ahead." Tang Xi stretched lazily and, glancing at Tang San with hesitation, inquired, "Brother, what are your thoughts on the city of slaughter?" Tang San paused for a moment. Having consumed the fiery apricot delicacies and the star anise ice grass, he remained unfazed by the heat, let alone the chronic poison that permeated this place. However, as he gazed upon the seething plasma, he spoke slowly. "The city of slaughter, a wretched existence, has drained the blood and souls of countless individuals. It ought not to exist." After spending 2 years in the city of slaughter, how could Tang San have failed to meticulously study the infamous Bloody Mary? The plasma here was, in essence, a concentrated amalgamation of the malevolent blood of innumerable fallen souls over the millennia, representing the very foundation of this cursed city. Yet, he possessed a method to obliterate this realm of evil. Such a nefarious place should not be allowed to endure. With that, Tang San turned his gaze towards Hu Laina, his voice cold as he declared, "If I am not mistaken, the Spirit Hall stands behind the city of slaughter, providing for all its needs. Are you truly indifferent to the plight of these fallen souls merely to harbor them? Even if Shaoxi is the saintess of the Spirit Hall, I shall sever her ties to it by any means necessary." Tang San was unaware of the profound animosity that coursed through his veins towards the Spirit Hall, a hostility seemingly inscribed from a previous life. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina's expression shifted, as she acknowledged, "I understand your deep resentment towards the Spirit Hall, but this is not within my power to influence." Tang Xi's expression was troubled. She never anticipated that her brother harbored such resentment towards the Spirit Hall. "Brother, do you comprehend the consequences of the destruction of the city of slaughter?" Tang Xi did not defend the Spirit Hall. Instead, she posed a question. This query had not crossed Tang San's mind either. He simply articulated the suspicions he harbored within. The fallen here would recreate the world, and in accordance with their nature, they would ultimately reveal their true selves. At this juncture, Tang San hesitated. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang San, unwilling to concede, continued to argue that its system is cruel. For instance, to open the path to hell requires the sacrifice of the entire city's populace, thus rendering its very existence a violation of natural order. Tang Xi shook her head, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. Had there been T-sets present, she would have undeniably embodied the essence of one who has seen through the world's fleeting illusions. The fallen souls here are predominantly malevolent beings, their hands stained with the blood of countless innocents long before their arrival in the city of slaughter. Originally established by the angel god, the Spirit Hall was tasked with eradicating all evil soul masters from the world. Those who are deeply enmeshed in sin are confined within the city of slaughter, for it is here that they can be restrained. Although this place is perilous, Its fundamental nature is virtuous, tainted only by its corrupt system. With appropriate reforms, the city of slaughter could transform into a sanctuary for redemption. Tang Xi refrained from elaborating further, allowing them to comprehend the essence on their own, akin to tackling the complexities of political understanding in a rigorous examination. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. In her view, Tang Xi was truly multi-talented, capable of articulating such profound truths with ease. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Hulaina found herself increasingly irked by Tang San, convinced that her dear Tang Xi was far more captivating. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San gazed at the malevolent blood oozing from his mouth, lost in thought for an extended period, and finally murmured, perhaps. What you say is indeed correct. As Tang San turned around, he found Tang Xi already fast asleep, her lips emitting soft snores. Hulaina exchanged a glance with Tang San, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. An hour later, Tang Xi was awakened, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she rubbed them gently. Ha ha ha, you little sleepyhead, how can you sleep so soundly? Tang San mocked from the side, to which Tang Xi instantly regained her composure and turned with a cold snort, asserting, I have only slept for a short while. All right. Let us tidy up and prepare to set off. Hulaina, with a beaming smile, affectionately tousled Tang Xi's soft hair. Tang Xi unfurled her blood-red butterfly wings and soared gracefully in midair. This time, she did not intend to engage seriously, for the second trial of the Hell Road was obstructed by the ancient beast, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. Its inner core was the key to dispelling Ma Hongjuan's malevolent fire. Thus Tang Xi chose to remain uninvolved in this segment of the narrative. Indeed, ahead lay a crimson serpent, slithering along the path, occasionally flicking its forked tongue. Its scales were remarkably hard, and around its body, 9 fleshy lumps could be discerned. Suddenly, the serpent emitted a croaking sound, reminiscent of an infant's wail. The 9 lumps on its back began to radiate a golden-red glow. At a distance of 20 meters from Tang San, the serpent launched the first assault, unleashing a fiery beam from its mouth, infused with a strong, metallic scent. Swiftly extending towards the two. Instinctively, Tang San summoned the Haotian hammer and executed the Cloak of Chaos hammer technique, while Tang Xi feigned assistance, leisurely enjoying the spectacle. In no time, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent was vanquished by Tang San, who successfully obtained its inner core. After this brief interlude, the group continued on their journey. Having traversed 2 trials without peril, both Hulaina and Tang San felt a sense of ease wash over them as they maintained a steady pace forward. If the Hell Road indeed comprised only 3 trials, they would merely need to conquer the final challenge to escape this accursed place. The temperature continued to rise, and the dark red liquid flowing in the abyss on either side gradually became more discernible. It seemed the terrain was perpetually descending, and with each step, the searing heat they endured intensified. Tang Xi then unleashed the domain of her left arm's soul bone, Absolute Zero. The piercing chill collided with the scorching heat, creating a spectacle of both ice and fire. Fortunately, the temperature reverted to a more tolerable ambient level. However, what discomfited them further was the peculiar atmosphere permeating the air. A sense of oppression grew increasingly pronounced within them, while their own killing intent was unleashed with even greater abandon. Hulaina gasped for breath, the urge to kill becoming increasingly uncontrollable, an inner voice ceaselessly urging her to slay the man before her. Tang Xi and Tang San both sensed something amiss with Hulaina. Her eyes had turned a deep crimson, and she held a short sword close to her chest. Yet her entire body trembled as if she were engaged in an internal struggle. You should leave first. I can scarcely contain my murderous intent. Tang San swiftly rendered Hulaina unconscious with a single strike, lifting her with ease. Tang Xi pressed her lips together, choosing silence as they continued their journey. The third trial of this infernal path was devoid of ferocious beasts. Instead, it was fraught with the inner demons of the soul. The boiling blood beneath emanated a malevolent aura, one that incited the souls of those who ventured here to succumb to a murderous rage, ultimately awakening their inner demons. These demons would mercilessly torment one's sanity, leading to a disintegration of self. However, Tang San, having cultivated the Xiantian skill and fortified by the blue-silver domain, remained largely unaffected by such malevolence. Tang Xi was similarly unaffected, for her body had been transformed by the god of life. Thus, neither extreme cold nor heat could hinder her, let alone the malevolent aura permeating the air. After taking the 5,684th step, Tang San halted, for the path ahead had vanished, revealing only a blood-red ocean. Here, the congealed plasma had formed a small lake, obstructing his way. Bubbles surged within the viscous liquid, and the scalding heat rendered Hu Laiina cradled in Tang San's arms, with a vibrant flush upon her skin. 1,000-meter expanse loomed before him, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Although no living creature assailed him, the overwhelming essence of evil and the vast gulf before him constituted an almost insurmountable barrier. Fortunately, Tang Xi possessed wings that granted her the ability to fly. She swiftly soared to Tang San's side, proposing, "Brother, I can only carry one of you across. Allow me to take senior sister Nana first. I shall deliver her in return for you." Tang San nodded in agreement with Tang Xi's opinion, gently placing Hu Laiina, who was in his arms, into Tang Xi's embrace. With a concerned tone, he advised, "Please prioritize your safety. Should you encounter any danger, call for me at once. I shall always rush to your side without delay." Tang San's words flowed into Tang Xi's heart like a warm current. At times, her brother's back resembled a mighty mountain, providing her with a profound sense of security. Embracing the unconscious Hu Laiina, Tang Xi took flight towards the faint glimmer of light before her, the very exit leading from the path of hell to the outside world. Tang Xi Fei moved swiftly, and before long, arrived at the exit. The exit was a silvery luminescent curtain, imbued with the legacy of the god of death's domain. Tang Xi hurled Hu Laiina forward, and the gravitational force surrounding the light curtain drew Hu Laiina in. Tang Xi knew that Sister Nana was now safe. Next, she needed to return to search for her brother. In the shadows, the King of Slaughter observed everything silently, a cup of steaming huangquan dew clasped in his hand. The golden-red liquid mirrored the scene of Tang Xi and her companions navigating the path of hell. The King of Slaughter chuckled softly, "Yama, oh Yama. You are indeed my most suitable host. How could I possibly allow you to depart so easily?" As Tang Xi journeyed back, an ominous premonition stirred within her heart. In the blink of an eye, the King of Slaughter materialized above the path to hell, just behind Tang San, his right hand raised, emanating a fiery crimson glow directed towards the narrow passage. By the time he registered the threat, Tang San instinctively summoned the Haotian hammer. Upon glimpsing the visage of the King of Slaughter, Tang San regarded him warily. "What brings you here?" he inquired. The crimson light pulsated violently along the narrow path, crackling ominously as if igniting the very stones. More terrifyingly, this fiery radiance was veiled in a faint crimson mist, unmistakably infused with potent toxins. The King of Slaughter replied with a nonchalant smile, "Of course, it is to eliminate you." He had no intention of allowing Tang San to escape. Instead, he would report back to the god of slaughter that Tang San had perished on this treacherous road. The narrow passage trembled violently, causing numerous fragments of rock to tumble down. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Tang San. He yearned to obliterate the narrow path, leaving himself no avenue of retreat. Ahead lay a sea of boiling blood, while behind him loomed the precarious passage. In a swift motion, Tang San retrieved the sky-soaring crossbow from his sole tool, activating its mechanism as the flying claws shot forth towards the stone wall. The claws embedded deeply into the rock, securing their grip. As he retracted the tether, the recoil propelled Tang San outward. The King of Slaughter raised his hand, unleashing a tremendous surge of soul power into the blood plasma. With a thunderous crash, the wave of blood was thrust upward, soaring over 10 meters high. As the scalding plasma threatened to cascade upon Tang San, he knew that contact would result in instant vaporization. Damn it, he thought, determination igniting within him as success loomed tantalizingly close. Absolute zero. Suddenly, a playful voice echoed from the front, accompanied by a piercing gust of frigid wind that swept towards the boiling blood plasma. The ultimate clash of ice and heat mingled, transforming into a mist that dissipated into the air. Tang Xi spread her wings and swiftly flew towards Tang San, calling out, "Brother." A sense of urgency filled her as she lamented her late arrival. Tang Xi approached Tang San, resting his right arm upon her shoulder while her left hand rested on her waist. She cast a deep gaze at the King of Slaughter before her, who responded with a subtle smile. In a low, measured tone, he slowly chuckled. "Do you truly believe you can escape?" "Ha ha ha. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota." Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi cast a resentful glance at the King of Slaughter, yet her foremost priority was to escape the path of hell. The blood-red wings flapped rapidly as she hastened towards the exit. A searing wave of blood plasma surged towards her, but a faint blue halo enveloped her, imparting a sense of profound comfort and significantly enhancing her speed. This was Tang San's blue-silver domain. I glimpsed the exit. It was just within reach. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A tear trickled down Tang Xi's eye, and then she spun around twice, propelling Tang San forward. No. Tang San gazed in terror as Tang Xi cast him aside. The exit lay ahead, yet at that moment, all he yearned for was to remain and confront the challenges alongside Tang Xi. The blood demon vine surged forward, ensnaring Tang Xi, who was rendered incapable of unleashing any soul techniques. Tang Xi lifted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips as she uttered, "Live well." In a swift motion, Tang San finally darted into the ethereal white light. Everything around him seemed to undergo a transformation. The instant he entered the white luminescence, he felt as though his body had transcended into a peculiar realm. Despite his desperate desire to escape, his body felt overwhelmingly fatigued, and ultimately, Tang San succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Xi was ensnared by the vines, and the king of slaughter stepped forward, caressing her exquisite visage. With a smile, he remarked, TSK, do not struggle. I would rather not harm your delicate form, for, after all, you are destined to be mine. Ha ha. Tang Xi glared at the king of slaughter with malice, exclaiming, You shall not succeed. The king of slaughter, however, remained silent, merely escorting Tang Xi back to the palace. When Tang San awoke, he found a distinct handprint on his face. As he opened his eyes, he saw Hu Laina anxiously gazing at him. Do not linger in slumber. Where is Tang Xi? Why did she not accompany you? Her words struck a chord within Tang San, causing him to spring up, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. It became evident that what had transpired was no mere dream. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San had never felt such desperation before, kneeling helplessly on the ground. Tears streamed down his cheeks, each drop falling to the earth, soaking into it. Hu Laina grew increasingly anxious, grasping Tang San's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. What happened to Tang Xi? Speak quickly. She has been taken by the king of slaughter. Tang San's eyes were already brimming with tears, and a wave of self-reproach surged within him, prompting him to slap himself across the face. Once again, he realized he could never protect those he loved. He was utterly powerless. Utterly powerless. What did you say? A deep voice resonated as Tang Hao emerged from the distance, his aura of menace fully unleashed upon learning that Tang Xi had been captured. With a fierce expression, he gazed at Tang San, his murderous intent seemingly capable of devouring and flaying a person alive. In the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter regarded the bluish veins on Tang Xi's arm and smirked, saying, If I am not mistaken, your peony martial spirit requires the consumption of blood to continue its cultivation, does it not? Tang Xi remained composed throughout the encounter, facing the king of slaughter without the slightest hint of panic. Instead, she provocatively remarked, if you wish to parasite upon me, you ought to consider whether you possess the capability to do so. Tang Xi's ability to articulate this statement is fundamentally rooted in her possession of 1% of the God of Destruction's power. However, the body that the king of slaughter currently inhabits is that of Tang Chun, which prevents her from launching an attack against him. The king of slaughter, believing that her audacity stems from the formidable force behind her, erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. This body has been nearly consumed by me, and control lies firmly in my grasp. My soul power has even reached level 99. Do you truly think I would fear the forces behind you? Humph. At worst, I can relinquish this city of slaughter, for your body possesses far greater value. Ha ha ha. Blame it on your soul spirit being that of a dark soul master. His eyes were bloodshot, and Tang Xi was ensnared by the blood demon vines, suspended in midair. The crimson wings spread wide, enveloping both of them, as he bared his fangs and lunged toward the pulsating artery in Tang Xi's neck. Tang Xi felt a wave of nausea and fiercely exclaimed, Get away from me at once. The murderous aura within Tang Xi intensified, and the dormant divine power of the angel within her surged to life. A faint golden light radiated from her veins, bursting forth with brilliance. When this light made contact with the body of the king of slaughter, it inflicted a searing pain. The king of slaughter instinctively loosened his jaws as the golden light scorched large patches of his flesh, even distorting his consciousness. This was the blessing of the angelic deity. The angelic deity had always been in opposition to his malevolent soul beast, particularly as the holy light of the angel could wound him and significantly diminish his strength. How could a girl with an evil martial soul possibly receive the blessing of the angelic deity? It was unfathomable. The King of Slaughter's head throbbed heavily as another consciousness within him began to vie for control over his body. In Tang Xi's eyes, the King of Slaughter clutched his head, shaking it incessantly, his aura alternating between overwhelming murderous intent and sheer terror. Tang Xi gazed blankly at the figure before her, wondering if he had perhaps escaped from a mental institution. It was not until the movements of the King of Slaughter came to a halt that the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him continued to surge forth. When he lifted his gaze to meet Tang Xi's, the previous madness had dissipated, replaced instead by a solemn and indifferent demeanor. The King of Slaughter's eyes were now filled with complexity and even a hint of sorrow. "Child, thank you for allowing me to reclaim control of my body. I know you have many questions, but I implore you to use the divine power within you to end my life." His voice, once sharp, had transformed into a weathered rasp. Tang Xi was aware that the current King of Slaughter was under the control of Tang Chen's consciousness. In Tang Xi's mind, a plan swiftly took shape, prompting her to exclaim, "I possess a method to eradicate the malevolent thoughts of the blood-red nine-headed bat king that reside within you. Moreover, I can heal your decaying body, allowing you to live at least 5 more years." Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter felt a glimmer of hope ignite within him. Is that truly possible? Tang Xi nodded, yet she proposed a condition that might temporarily restrict his freedom. "You must remain the King of Carnage in the City of Slaughter," altering its order to eradicate the pervasive wickedness. The King of Carnage could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha! I agree to your terms. Even without your urging, I would undertake this task. Despite the fact that my body has been under the control of the blood-red nine-headed bat king for so long, the City of Slaughter is, after all, my own creation, and I cannot bear to see it destroyed." Tang Xi felt a wave of cold sweat for Tang San. Fortunately, her brother did not plunge into the blood-soaked embrace of the hellish path, which would have devastated this City of Slaughter. Otherwise, their great-grandfather would undoubtedly have given him a thorough thrashing. As Tang Xi was about to continue speaking, the King of Slaughter suddenly clutched his head, revealing a visage of torment. "Hurry! The malevolent thoughts of the blood-red nine-headed bat king have once again seized control of me," he uttered with great difficulty. After this declaration, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Gone was the gentleness he had shown towards Tang Xi. Instead, his eyes were now filled with boundless madness, and his voice emerged sharp and laden with wickedness. "I never anticipated that the divine power of the angel within you could diminish my control over this body. If I cannot dominate you, then I shall destroy you." Tang Xi found herself in the City of Slaughter, unable to wield her soul skills. Helplessly, she watched as the King of Slaughter gathered the blood mist in his hands, aiming it directly at her. A profound yearning for survival surged within her, igniting an instinctive desire to unleash the divine power of the god of destruction for her own protection. Yet, the more frantic her thoughts became, the calmer she remained. She knew that this was not the moment to act. As Tang Hao and Tang San arrived, they chanced upon the King of Slaughter launching an assault on Tang Xi. Hu Laina was absent, as she had to wait for the elders of the Spirit Hall to come and escort her. Had they all come together, given the formidable strength of the King of Slaughter, it was likely that the 3 of them would have faced a perilous fate. As Tang Hao was about to step forward, Tang San intercepted him, advancing even more swiftly. The 8 spider lances were unleashed, accelerating their momentum. A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from Tang San as he gripped the Haotian hammer, propelling himself to stand before Tang Xi in an instant. Under Tang Xi's astonished gaze, Tang San deftly intercepted the blood mist with the Haotian hammer. The King of Slaughter wore a delighted smirk, gradually intensifying his assault. Tang San felt as though he were a mantis trying to halt a chariot. The blood mist erupted violently, unleashing a wave of force that sent Tang San crashing against the stone wall, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Even Tang Hao was forced back a few paces, and the bloodthirsty vines entwining Tang Xi were utterly obliterated, though she too was propelled a considerable distance. Blood trickled from Tang Xi's forehead, yet her immediate reaction was to glance at Tang San, her heart racing as she cried out, "Brother." Tang San selflessly shielded Tang Xi from the impending attack. Tears welled in Tang Xi's eyes, yet, in that fleeting moment, a surge of fury began to spread within her heart. Tang Hao glared furiously at the King of Slaughter, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him as he prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Even if his soul abilities were restrained, it mattered not. Tang Hao was resolute in his determination to fight to the bitter end. Father, do not go. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Hao shouted in anger. He had never been harsh with Tang Xi. Yet he found himself consumed by rage, which clouded his reason. However, upon noticing the dagger at Tang Xi's neck, his heart ached for her. I do not wish for you to lose your life because of me. At the very least, your brother still needs you. Tang Xi stood up in silence. At that moment, embodying a resolve akin to that of one approaching death. Her gaze filled with hatred fixed firmly upon the King of Slaughter as she advanced slowly towards him. King of Slaughter, is it not your desire to end my life? Yet I refuse to succumb. If you do not suppress my soul abilities, I am certain I can defeat you. The resolute light in Tang Xi's eyes elicited a mocking smile from the King of Slaughter. Are you indulging in fanciful dreams? How amusing. Suddenly intrigued, he contemplated the prospect of lifting the restrictions on Tang Xi, allowing her to wield her soul techniques. The thought of her being defeated by him, revealing a visage of despair and agony, was undeniably enticing. He had altered his intentions. He desired Tang Xi to perish in utter despair and suffering. With a derisive chuckle, the King of Slaughter taunted, since you are so eager to experience it, I shall oblige you, ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xi turned to Tang Hao, earnestly stating, Father, I hope you can believe in me. As Tang Hao listened to Tang Xi's words, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over him. Uncertain of the reason, he remained rooted to the spot, eager to discern Tang Xi's intentions. The King of Slaughter raised his hand, and a crimson light surged into Tang Xi, allowing her to feel the restraints of the suppressed chain loosening, granting her the freedom to wield her soul skills. The moment had arrived. In the original narrative, the elder brother had employed the light of the sea god to dispel the malevolent thoughts of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Thus, one could ponder whether this radiance might also serve a similar purpose. As Tang Xi advanced with a heart full of resentment, a soul ring ascended from beneath her feet, gracefully settling around her waist. This continued until the fifth pink soul ring descended, emanating an aura reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Both the blood-red nine-headed Bat King and the King of Slaughter gazed in astonishment at the pink soul ring, sensing its origin from a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet, there was an indescribable quality about it. This soul ring was more benevolent than the usual 100,000-year variants. The King of Slaughter felt a tinge of anticipation for the soul skill that Tang Xi would unleash through that ancient soul ring. But the mischievous glint in her eyes left him with an unsettling feeling. Behind Tang Xi bloomed a magnificent peony, yet it was the fourth eternal soul ring that shimmered. The peony gradually blossomed in midair, its golden radiance growing ever more intense as it unfurled. Sacred light of healing. Tang Xi's fourth soul skill, bestowed by the angelic deity, emanates a radiant light capable of healing any wound. This sacred luminescence pierced the eyes of the King of Slaughter, who, in a state of terror, flapped his wings in a futile attempt to shield himself from its brilliance. Behind the King of Slaughter, a blood-red figure was forcefully extracted, surrounded by a swirling crimson mist. Within this dark fog, the silhouette of the King of Slaughter faded, replaced by a tall man with black hair and eyes, a strikingly handsome middle-aged figure with profound gaze. This was the true visage of Tang Xi, though his eyes remained a haunting shade of crimson. Upon witnessing that familiar visage, Tang Hao was taken aback. It was his grandfather. However, the blood-red figure behind Tang Xi transformed into the colossal blood-red nine-headed Bat King. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King let out a furious roar towards the heavens, exclaiming, How dare you mock me? Tang Hao's gaze suddenly turned fierce. A speaking spirit beast could potentially possess a cultivation level exceeding 100,000 years. In that instant, the peony in midair vanished without a trace, and Tang Xi was forcefully brought to the ground by an overwhelming pressure. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King spread its 3-meter-long wings and flew towards Tang Xi, its claws pressing down mercilessly upon her. The sound of cracking bones resonated sharply through the air. Tang Hao, consumed by rage, instinctively desired to charge forward, but Tang Chun, with reddened eyes, summoned the Haotian hammer to block his path, evidently restraining him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi had already risen to her feet. As the dark golden mist tenderly approached her palm, the blood-red king of the nine-headed bats trembled in its entirety. It could sense the terrifying power emanating from that massive black mist, a force more formidable and fearsome than even that of the Shura deity. Though the dark golden radiance appeared feeble, should that black mist launch an assault, it would undoubtedly lead to its demise. Tang Xi smiled faintly, yet her eyes betrayed an unfathomable indifference. Could one truly evade even a mere 1% of the god of destruction's assault? Tang Xi, with great anguish, forced the dark mist into the body of the blood-red nine-headed bat king, which let out a terrified howl. No, please. Do you not covet my 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone? The sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast was at hand. The dark mist eroded the blood-red nine-headed bat king, causing its form to dissipate, as an intense burning sensation engulfed its entire being, rather than allowing Tang Xi to absorb its soul ring and soul bone. It hoped that at least its malevolent thoughts would still influence her. With this dark influence, she would swiftly evolve into a formidable evil soul master. And the blood-red nine-headed bat king could still sway the fate of the Douluo Continent. However, Tang Xi wore a look of disdain, declaring, 100,000-year soul ring? I have no need for it. Tang Xi's unabashed insult towards the blood-red nine-headed bat king was such that, even though it was a soul beast of 100,000 years, she held it in disdain. The blood-red nine-headed bat king let out a thunderous laugh, exclaiming, well, who would have thought that one day I would be defeated by a mere girl like you? Since you are determined to kill me, I shall ensure that you do not have it easy. With a roar, a crimson light erupted, radiating from the blood-red nine-headed bat king, casting a sanguine hue over everything it touched. A shockwave emanated from the creature, causing the ground to tremble violently. Even the distant Star Doe forest quivered slightly. Xiaowu, perched upon the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, gazed forward with concern and softly murmured, "This is." The crimson light reflected in Tang Hao's eyes as he solemnly uttered the word, sacrifice. The blood-red nine-headed bat king emanated a blood-colored glow, its form becoming increasingly translucent, while its body burned with the essence of its own blood. Tang Hao gazed at the blood-red nine-headed bat king in bewilderment. This was the most tyrannical form of sacrifice, a soul offering. Once this mode was initiated, no one could thwart it. Indeed, even the attacks of the god of destruction dissipated effortlessly. The blood-red nine-headed bat king threw back its head in laughter, cursing Tang Xi with malevolent intent. You wish to annihilate me? Then I shall sacrifice my soul to obliterate your very existence. My essence will cling to the 100,000-year soul ring. Every time you employ a skill from this ancient ring, my wicked thoughts will consume your mind, transforming you into a demon driven solely by slaughter, an entity far more terrifying than the king of carnage. Ha ha ha, a soul master devoted only to bloodshed. In due time, Tang Xi will become a target of universal hatred. This is how I shall enact my revenge. In that fleeting moment, a daze washed over Tang Xi as crimson light fixated upon her, the blood-red nine-headed bat king's final words stirring a profound sense of dread within her. The bat king's entire being was consumed by flames, transmuting into a blood-red soul ring that descended upon Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony, as if by deliberate design. Where the bat king had been immolated, a cranial soul bone radiating a scarlet glow remained, instinctively soaring towards Tang Xi and integrating into her head. A surge of immense power ceaselessly melded into her form, while a venomous, sinister thought meandered through Tang Xi's very essence, igniting a sensation of homicidal ecstasy from the depths of her heart. As Tang Xi lifted her gaze, her eyes glowed a deep crimson, exuding an aura of lethal intent that rivaled the murderous energy once emanating from Tang Hao. Yet, remarkably, a gentle green luminescence radiated from her heart, its refreshing essence awakening her in an instant. Within her, a divine power of destruction began to consume the insidious gray thoughts, while golden threads of light coursed through her being, swiftly mending the fractures in her bones. Within Tang Xi's body resided a thread of divine power from three distinct deities, each exerting its unique influence. However, Tang Xi remained oblivious to this fact. In the moment of awakening, an overwhelming fatigue surged through her, causing her to collapse to the ground instantaneously. The dialogue among three generations echoed softly, accompanied by the gentle patter of raindrops. Tang Hao dissuaded Hu Laina from taking Tang Xi away, and in the end, even his fiery temper drove away Hu Laina along with her companions. The title Douluo's Moonlight and Ghost. Hu Laina, constrained by the presence of a title de law with a soul power of 97, namely Tang Chun, whose cold gaze weighed heavily upon her, reluctantly agreed to accompany Elder Gui and Elder Zhu back to the spirit hall after ensuring Tang Xi's safety. After all, she needed to report Tang Chen's appearance to her teachers and peers. With a reluctant glance at Tang Xi, Hu Laina set off. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Chun glanced at Tang Hao's haggard appearance, his heart aching as he inquired, Hauer, what has transpired recently? Have you not succeeded to the position of the sect leader? In Tang Chen's memory, Hauer possessed extraordinary talent, making it implausible for him to have fallen to such depths. Tang San also regarded his father's silent demeanor, a flicker of emotion stirring within his eyes. Father, I have grown up now. Please reveal to me the truth of these past years. Tang Hao gazed helplessly into the distance, ultimately voicing the grievances he had endured over the years. He recounted the tale of his acquaintance with Ayin, the relentless pursuit by the spirit hall, the sacrificial act of Ayin, the untimely demise of the Pope, and the unavoidable expulsion from his sect by his elder brother, leading to the retreat of the sect from the world. And Tang San's eyes blazed with a furious fire as he gritted his teeth and uttered, the spirit hall. Tang Chun, upon hearing this, could not help but sigh deeply. His relationship with Qian Dalu of the spirit hall was one of both rivalry and camaraderie. Now, with the death of his son and his own sect forced into seclusion, the distinction between right and wrong ultimately lay in differing perspectives. Tang Hao gently patted his indignant son and remarked calmly, this is a grievance of our generation. There is no need for you to carry my hatred in your quest against the spirit hall. Tang San was perplexed, his heart brimming with grievances that spilled forth. Why? The spirit hall had caused me to be separated from my mother since childhood, and my father was compelled to leave the sect. Such enmity. I shall never coexist with the spirit hall. Tang San's final 4 words were uttered with great intensity, his brows furrowed tightly. He even lost control, unleashing the domain of the god of death, causing a thin layer of ice to form upon the ground. Tang Hao gazed at Tang Xi with a pained expression, saying, the order to pursue me and Ayin was issued by the former pope, who is now deceased. Any further inquiries are futile. Moreover, the spirit hall has aided your sister in prolonging her life. They have the capacity to set aside their grievances and assist us. So why can we not do the same? Upon hearing this, Tang San could only turn his head away in silence. Tang Chun nodded in agreement, and then recollected something, retrieving a shimmering soul bone from the soul guide at his waist and presenting it to Tang San. Little San, your talent is indeed remarkable. This is a soul bone I have accumulated as the king of slaughter, a 4,000-year-old wisdom soul bone from the head. I believe it will suit you well. Gazing at the luminous soul bone, Tang San's initial hesitation transformed into determination. His foremost objective now was to grow stronger. Great ancestor, I express my gratitude here. With that, Tang San knelt on the ground, bowing sincerely. Alas, my child. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What Tang Chun would not disclose to Tang San is that had it not been for Tang Xi's absorption of the soul bone from the blood-red 9-headed bat king, he might have considered bequeathing this soul bone to her. Since the soul bone was entrusted to Tang San, and Tang Xi, being his great-granddaughter, had rendered him such significant assistance, what token of appreciation should he bestow upon her? After Tang San had fully assimilated the soul bone, Tang Xi also regained consciousness, gingerly supporting her forehead as she experienced a throbbing headache. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward to assist Tang Xi, allowing her to lean against the stone wall. As her vision gradually cleared, Tang San, Tang Chun, and Tang Hao exchanged worried glances at Tang Xi. What has happened to me? I feel as though I have been ensnared in a nightmarish dream, plagued by the blood-red 9-headed bat king that has infested my very being. Tang Hao and Tang Chun exchanged a complex glance. Tang Chun spoke calmly. To be precise, the blood-red 9-headed bat king has sacrificed itself for you. Upon hearing Tang Chun's words, Tang Xi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming in astonishment, why must a sacrifice be made for me? Is it out of its mind? Tang Hao feigned a few coughs beside them, saying, cough, cough, Xiao Shi, do not be so impolite. Standing before you is your great-grandfather. Tang Chun. However, when Tang Xi gazed at Tang Chun, he appeared as a middle-aged man, with dark hair, dark eyes, and a handsome countenance. Tang Xi then glanced at Tang Hao and teased, "Puff, Dad, how is it that you seem older than great-grandfather?" Tang Hao's face darkened, exclaiming, "This unfilial daughter." A cotton-padded jacket with holes. Beside him, Tang Xin and Tang San erupted into hearty laughter, particularly Tang Xin, who laughed boisterously, "Ha ha ha, you truly have a way with words." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi unleashed the bloodthirsty peony, and one by one, the soul rings rose beneath her feet. When the sixth soul ring ascended, it emanated a formidable aura of lethal intent. As Tang Xi absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, her soul power level ascended from level 59 to 61. The fourth 10,000-year soul ring trembled, blooming like a peony in midair, radiating a golden light. This luminous aura enveloped her warmly, and Tang San could perceive his fractured bones mending, while a soothing warmth coursed through Tang Hao's internal injuries, facilitating a swift recovery. A gentle golden glow surrounded the three of them, and Tang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as the potent toxins within him gradually dissipated, leaving his body feeling increasingly light. After a brief moment, it was only when Tang Xi could no longer sustain the continuous supply of soul power that she retracted her martial soul and soul abilities. Tang Hao gazed in astonishment at the changes within himself, marveling at the miraculous recovery of his internal injuries, which had nearly healed completely. This soul skill, it seemed, surpassed even that of healing-type soul masters. Tang Chen nodded in appreciation, remarking that this soul skill was indeed remarkable. His physical condition had improved significantly, bearing a resemblance to the soul skills of the angel god. Tang Chen frequently engages in battles with Douluo. The golden radiance emanating from Tang Xi's martial soul bears a striking resemblance to the luminescence produced by Douluo's angelic martial soul. Tang Xi responded with a cheerful smile. Of course, this is the soul ring bestowed by the divine. The divine gift of a soul ring brought immense surprise to Tang San and Tang Hao, for they had not anticipated that Tang Xi, at such a tender age, had already received such a blessing. Subsequently, Tang Xi recounted her experiences at the Spirit Hall, albeit omitting certain unspeakable secrets, such as the existence of Qian Renxue and Su Wen's dual divine inheritance. After sharing various matters among the four of them, Tang Chun, noticing that the sky was growing dim, reluctantly spoke, "I must return to the city of slaughter." "Howard, you may go ahead." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San also advised. "Do you truly wish to return to such a wicked place as the city of slaughter?" 143 Journey to Weixin. Tang Chen smiled gently. After all, the city of slaughter was the fruit of his many years of labor. He intended to oversee it for a while, and upon the emergence of the new generation of the King of Slaughter, he would return to the Haotian sect. This was Tang Chen's resolution, and thus, Tang Hao had no further objections. The three generations of the family bid their farewells in that moment, after which Tang Hao led Tang San and Tang Xi toward the Tiando Empire. Tang San inquired curiously, "Father, where are we headed?" Tang Hao replied nonchalantly, "To a place where you can hone your skills." Tang Xi remarked derisively about a place that adhered rigidly to rules. The three of them persevered through difficulties until they reached the most bustling area at the heart of Heavendo City, where Tang Hao came to a halt in front of an imposing edifice. Tang Xi instinctively followed her father's gaze towards the edifice before them. It was a 5-story building, which, even in the city of Tiando, could be considered quite tall. The structure exuded an air of elegance, its architectural style possessing a subtle antiquity. The plaque bore only 2 simple characters, Yu Xian. How splendid! The inhabitants of this place must undoubtedly be quite affluent. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of avarice, resembling that of a little money enthusiast, despite her own considerable wealth. Tang San could not help but chuckle as he approached, gently ruffling Tang Xi's hair. "Once I have the means, I will earn money for you to spend." Tang Xi excitedly pondered how to reveal to her brother the surprising truth that she possessed greater wealth than he. The individuals entering and exiting the premises were either clad in opulent attire or exuded an extraordinary aura, while Tang San and Tang Hao appeared distinctly shabby in their worn garments. Even Tang Xi, who had endured the trials of the city of slaughter, could not showcase the former splendor of her once exquisite dress. Now, it bore only rips and signs of fading. Upon their entrance, a guard extended his hand to bar their way. sternly declaring that no unauthorized persons were permitted within. Tang San cast a frigid glance in their direction, an aura of murderous intent inevitably emanating from him. They were not even soul masters. How could they possibly withstand the overwhelming presence of Tang San, who had just arrived from the city of slaughter, exuding an air thick with bloodlust? Tang Hao cast a glance at his son but chose not to elaborate further. Striding purposefully into the interior, Tang San followed closely behind his father, both entering the moon pavilion together. The two young men, who had previously been repelled, felt the chilling aura radiating from Tang San and lost all courage to obstruct their passage. Tang Xi made a face and joyfully followed behind Tang Hao. It was not until Tang San's silhouette vanished from their sight that they exhaled a sigh of relief, only to realize that their garments were already soaked with perspiration. One of them hurriedly dashed towards the moon pavilion. Upon entering the first level of the moon pavilion, they were greeted by a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. The shadow wall, exquisitely carved from fine boxwood, emanated a subtle aroma of wood. In front of the shadow wall stood two extraordinary orchids, towering at 3 meters, releasing a faint, enchanting scent. Although they had merely stepped into the moon pavilion, it felt as if the outside world's clamor had been effectively muted. Navigating around the shadow wall, they entered a spacious hall. The floor was adorned with elongated gray tiles, while the surroundings were embellished with various luxurious wooden furnishings. At the center, behind a broad table, several elegantly dressed yet modestly attired young ladies stood, their expressions revealing surprise upon seeing Tang Hao and his son. Clearly perplexed as to why someone dressed like Tang Hao was permitted entry, Tang Hao stepped forward slowly, approaching the table, and addressed a tall young lady at the forefront. "Please inform Yuehua that an old friend has come to visit." The young lady, taken aback, slightly parted her lips in astonishment, questioning, "An old friend?" Her eyes brimmed with skepticism towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing Yuehua with the words, "When the full moon wanes, the faint silhouette of an old friend appears." The young maiden obediently proceeded to convey this message. Moments later, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, but rather than a hurried pace, it bore a rhythmic quality. Descending the staircase were 4 gentlemen, 2 of whom were the guards from earlier, while another, donned in resplendent purple attire, bore an expression of haughty disdain. The maiden hurried forward, stating, "Chief Odette, these 3 gentlemen claim they seek the lady." Odette regarded Tang Hao and his companions with palpable disdain, brusquely retorting, "You ragged few dare to associate with the lady? Leave my sight at once." Tang Xi furrowed her brows and took a few steps forward before Tang San could make his move. Tang Hao said, "Do not take lives, nor shall you bring destruction to this place." Tang Xi smiled gently, reassured her father, "Do not worry, father, I am merely testing my abilities." Tang Xi cast a frosty glance at Odd, who, undeterred by the presence of a mere girl, promptly unleashed his soul rings and martial spirit. The 4 soul rings indicated that he was merely a soul master. Concealing her spirit rings, Tang Xi emanated an overwhelming aura of grim intensity, her eyes glacial. With a swift translocation, she materialized behind Odor, executing a graceful lateral bend, her calf muscles coiling before unleashing a thunderous kick that propelled Odor skyward, utterly unprepared. As Odor ascended to a mere 3 meters from the ceiling, Tang Xi instantaneously rematerialized above him, gently tapping his head with her lower leg. A torrent of blood and teeth erupted from Odor's mouth, the distinct crack of fracturing bone resonating audibly as his body listed precariously to the right. Just as Odor seemed destined to collide with a priceless rosewood fixture, Tang Xi reappeared behind him, seizing his collar and initiating a rapid, dizzying rotation that stirred a palpable gust of wind. With Odor disoriented and seeing stars, Tang Xi once more hurled him into the air. Tang Xi executed a graceful backflip, her slender calf striking Od's abdomen with force. Just as he was about to descend, she caught him once more and propelled him into the air, a resounding crack echoing as his bones fractured. This was the skill of explosive 8-fold throw, a technique bestowed upon Tang Xi by the 5th soul ring from Xiao Wu. Tang Xi had not anticipated that the soul abilities manifested from the soul power transfer by Sister Xiao Wu would be these 2. Was it a sign that Sister Xiao Wu feared for her safety against the outside world? Yet, deep down, she yearned to embody the grace of a true lady. Tang Xi propelled Ode into the air, delivering a staggering 8 kicks, leaving him utterly defenseless. Ultimately, Ode descended with a breathtaking howl, crashing to the ground. The onlookers, terrified, hastily sought refuge, astonished by the sheer ferocity of this formidable woman. Truly, it was a sight to behold. Tang San found it difficult to witness the scene. As Xiao Shi, having inherited the soul skills of Xiao Wu, unleashed a ferocity akin to that of her predecessor, despite her typically delicate demeanor. What transpired here? A melodious voice resonated, and descending the staircase was a noble woman clad in resplendent silver attire. Her poise exuded grace and elegance, her aura rivaling even that of the Pope. Bibi Dong, though she possessed a warmth that tempered the chill of her counterpart. The frightened young girl hurriedly stepped forward to elucidate the situation. Upon catching sight of the haggard face of Tang Hao, Tang Yuehua momentarily froze, her emotions crumbling in that instant as she trembled and embraced Tang Hao. "Why have you only come to see me now? I have truly missed you," Tang Yuehua wept, her shoulders shaking with sorrow. Those familiar with Tang Yuehua were astonished. It was the first time they had witnessed her in such a state of disarray. Tang Hao gently patted Tang Yuehua's back and softly said, "I have returned." Tang Yuehua wiped away the tears from her eyes, and, upon gazing at Tang San, was momentarily taken aback, for he bore a striking resemblance to that woman. "Is this child yours and hers?" In response to Tang Yuehua's bewilderment, Tang Hao nodded and then spoke, "The girl beside him is my adopted daughter. Her name is Tang Xi, and the boy next to her is Tang San." Tang San, in a moment of frustration, pondered whether it was truly necessary to involve that insufferable brat. Tang Xi revealed a sweet smile. "Hello, beautiful sister." This statement amused Tang Yuehua, who responded, "What sister? I am your aunt." Tang Hao recounted the events of the past years in meticulous detail, subsequently placing Tang Xi and Tang San by Tang Yuehua's side for their studies. Before departing, he advised, "As for little San, it matters not. If little she cannot grasp it, then so be it." Tang Hao helplessly ruffled Tang Xi's hair, thinking that as long as she could learn naturally, it would suffice. He no longer harbored expectations for her to master it. Tang Xi pouted her lips, her face flushed with color. "Dad, do you lack so much confidence in your daughter?" Tang San approached with a playful smile and gently pinched his cheek, marveling at its delightful softness. Tang Hao nodded without hesitation, while Tang Xi expressed her frustration. Tomorrow, she vowed to dedicate herself to her studies earnestly. Tang Yuehua could not help but chuckle. This father-daughter duo was truly a pair of delightful jesters. The following day, Tang Yuehua led Tang Xi and Tang San into the hall, where over a dozen harps were arranged in the center. Several noble youths sat quietly nearby, all of whom were students of Tang Yuehua. Upon noticing Tang Xi and Tang San behind her, the students displayed expressions of astonishment, wondering how such individuals could still be present in this setting. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi cast a slight smile at the crowd. Despite her tattered clothing, the purity of her aura was striking, especially her exquisite visage. Tang San and Tang Xi exchanged a glance before each took their seat before a harp. Before the graduation ceremony, "I shall select one of you as the most outstanding student to represent the entire class in the graduation performance," Tang Yuehua spoke slowly. A man behind pondered, "Surely the representative will be Princess Shrek, for she is the sister of the crown prince." Tang Xi yawned out of sheer boredom, feeling utterly detached from it all. As long as she could pass her days in a haze, it sufficed. Despite having escaped the confines of high school life, she found herself entangled in these tedious conventions. The notions of elegance and intellect only served to give her a headache. Even her studies in the Guqin were reduced to merely performing a few exhilarating pieces. Tang Yuehua pressed the pedal and began to perform a melodious piece of music. After a brief moment, the enchanting melody ceased, and Tang Yuehua glanced at the audience, signaling for the next performer. When Tang San took his turn, a coarse and cacophonous tune emerged, prompting the crowd to stifle their laughter, bowing their heads in amusement. A nearby young woman with short black hair and a nonchalant demeanor thought to herself, how could someone so unrefined have never learned a note of music? What family could raise such an uncultivated individual? Could they possibly be commoners? Ah, commoners. How easily they can be taken advantage of. Hearing the subdued laughter, Tang San clenched his fists in frustration, his eyes reddening as a palpable aura of hostility radiated from him. A wave of negativity swept through the entire floor, causing those around him to instinctively wrap their arms around themselves, shivering at the sudden chill in the air. At that moment, a discordant melody filled the room once more. Despite its disarray, attentive listeners could discern the underlying rhythm. All eyes turned to Tang Xi, who played confidently. Though her performance was not particularly melodious, She had already triumphed in spirit. Tang San, now composed, smiled gently, recognizing that his sister was coming to his rescue. Indeed, there is nothing quite like the bond with a sister. One cannot rely on a father, after all. Every night, while everyone else lay fast asleep, Tang San diligently studied the intricacies of court etiquette, while Tang Xi vowed to devote herself to her studies. Thus, each night, she would sneak into Tang San's room, finding comfort in the monotony of his recitations, which lulled her into a peaceful slumber. Tang San gazed at Tang Xi, who had promised to accompany him in his studies, now sprawled across the table, emitting a series of soft snores. With a resigned expression, he gently draped a blanket over Tang Xi before returning to his diligent studies. As he practiced the etiquette required for dining, Tang Xi gazed at the bountiful spread before her, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, so many delicious dishes. Behind her, a girl with short black hair scoffed dismissively, rolling her eyes in disdain, clearly unimpressed by Tang Xi's exuberance. Undeterred by her surroundings, Tang Xi plunged a fork into a decadent slice of cake, devouring it with abandon. She savored each bite, relishing the exquisite flavors, though it still fell slightly short of the culinary delights offered by the martial Seoul Hall. Tang San surveyed his surroundings and feigned a few coughs. Ahem. Sister, be mindful of your image. Pay attention to your demeanor. Tang Xi cast a glance at Tang San, her face adorned with a beaming smile. Tang San felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that little she had grasped his intentions. However, in the next moment, Tang Xi raised her fork and deftly speared the cake from Tang San's plate, savoring it as she said, "Brother, if you wish for me to indulge in the cake on your plate next time, just say so. There is no need for subtle hints." Ha ha! At that moment, the crowd erupted in laughter. Even Princess Shrek couldn't stifle her amusement, letting out a soft chuckle. During the etiquette class, while seated in silence, Tang Xi favored occupying the last row, where she would close her eyes and drift into slumber, finding the stillness even more tedious than attending class. Before long, a crisp sound of snoring resonated through the crowd. "Who's easy?" Everyone turned in unison to gaze at Tang Xi, barely able to contain their laughter. Tang Yuehua helplessly rubbed her forehead, urging herself to remain calm. During the painting class, under Tang San's diligent efforts, his artistic skills swiftly surpassed those of most of his classmates. However, Tang Xi was deep in thought, utterly perplexed about what to paint. A brush clenched in her mouth as she lamented the frustrations of artistry. Bored, she glanced around the room and, upon spotting the paint box, a mischievous smile crept across her face. She proceeded to pour the entire contents onto her hands, smearing the vibrant hues and leaving her handprints on the canvas. Observing this remarkable creation, Tang Xi nodded in satisfaction, but a male classmate behind her, witnessing her antics, excitedly shouted, "Teacher, Tang Xi is daydreaming in class again." Alas! Tang Xi cast a resentful glance at the classmate who reported her. "You treacherous one! How could you betray me?" The crowd burst into laughter, while Tang Yuehua helplessly pretended to cough a few times. Ahem, quiet down. Quickly return to your own work." Over the years, Tang San has become somewhat numb. Although he has contemplated the idea of elevating Tang Xi's studies, he truly finds himself unable to do so. His aspiration for his sister to blossom into a refined lady has now faded, leaving Tang San in a state of disappointment. Tang Xi shyly lifted her head to glance at Tang Yuehua, then made a playful grimace while sporting a cheerful smile. Witnessing this, although Tang Yuehua felt a hint of helplessness, it was overshadowed by her joy, as she too found herself secretly amused by Tang Xi's antics. A year later, all the nobles would gather to attend the day's graduation ceremony. Tang San, adorned in a splendid azure palace robe, cradled a harp in his arms and followed Tang Yuehua to the center of the hall, where he began to play. The enchanting melodies, intoxicating and mesmerizing, captivated the audience below. Shrek gazed at Tang San with adoration, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. Tang Xi sat idly by, her boredom palpable as she observed Shui Qinghe approaching in the distance. Excitedly, she raised her hand and waved. For it had been 3 long years since she had last seen her beloved prince brother. Naturally, Shui Qinghe spotted Tang Xi and suppressed the overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace her. Instead, he gestured towards the outside, indicating a desire to speak privately. The two of them quietly slipped away, and as soon as they were outside, Shui Qinghe enveloped Tang Xi in a warm embrace, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. "Little Xi, it has been 3 years since we last met. Have you missed me?" Thanks to Tang Xi, her mother had set aside past grievances. And had she not been a girl, Shui Qinghe mused, he would have already brought Tang Xi home with him, sparing her from the likes of Su Wen. Tang Xi, with a sense of helplessness, gently patted Shuqing's shoulder and exclaimed, "Ease your embrace, dear brother, I can scarcely breathe." Upon hearing this, Shuqing loosened his grip, maintaining his elegant demeanor, and offered a shy smile. "Xiaoxi, perhaps you should consider returning to the Spirit Hall during this period. Significant changes are imminent at the Spirit Hall," Shuqing concluded with a tone of grave seriousness. Tang Xi nodded in response, affirming that the teacher had indeed sent someone to notify them it was necessary to return for a while during this period. Contemplating this, Tang Xi inquired, "How has the Crown Prince prepared?" Shuqing, aware of Tang Xi's intentions, lowered his voice and whispered, "I have taken certain measures. He is nearing his end. He has administered a slow-acting poison to Emperor Shui, causing his health to deteriorate day by day. Soon, the Tiandou Empire will fall under the dominion of the Spirit Hall." Tang Xi advised, "That as well. However, please ensure my brother does not come into contact with him, for he possesses an extensive knowledge of pharmacology." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light sparkled in Shuqing's eyes. It is indeed a pity that such a remarkable talent as Tang San cannot be utilized. However, one cannot resort to extreme measures against him, as he is, after all, Xiaoxi's brother. Eventually, the two engaged in light conversation before returning to the hall. As the Crown Prince, Shuqing naturally paid a visit to the esteemed hostess of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua. Shueke, brimming with excitement, introduced her favorite individuals to Shuqing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang San declined Shuqing's invitation for a meal, leading to Shuqing and Shueke's departure. Tang San and Tang Xi bid farewell to Tang Yuehua. After completing his studies, Tang San returned to seek out his father, while Tang Xi headed back to the Spirit Hall. As he gazed at Tang Xi's retreating figure, a chill enveloped his heart. All his misfortunes stemmed from the machinations of the Spirit Hall, yet his father claimed that the true perpetrator, Qin Xuanji, was already deceased. Meanwhile, his sister seemed to thrive under the Spirit Hall's favor. What course of action should he take? Unbeknownst to Tang Xi, who was en route to the Spirit Hall, such thoughts never crossed her mind. After a week of travel, she finally arrived at the outskirts of Spirit City from the heart of the Tiandou Empire. The guards were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing her unfold her blood-red butterfly wings, clad in a dark crimson gown. She was breathtaking, resembling an ethereal sprite that had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm. Tang Xi chuckled softly and informed His Holiness, the Pope, that she had returned. Tang Xi. Upon hearing this, the guard did not dare to delay, promptly opening the door to allow Tang Xi to enter, for she was none other than the revered saintess. As Tang Xi soared directly to the entrance of the papal palace, someone had already entered to deliver the news. The grand doors swung open automatically, a gust of cold wind sweeping towards Tang Xi. As Tang Xi stepped into the Pope's hall, a palpable pressure surged towards her. Within the grand chamber, only Bibi Dong and Tang Xi were present. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she raised her hand, converting her soul power into tangible pressure, seeking to test the extent of Tang Xi's strength over the years. The overwhelming and unadulterated force descended upon Tang Xi like a tidal wave, causing her to kneel unexpectedly. However, in an instant, Tang Xi's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Her eyes glowed with a crimson light, and a formidable killing intent emanated from her, countering Bibi Dong's oppressive force. The aura of slaughter permeated the entire Pope's hall. At that moment, Tang Xi relaxed her body and effortlessly stood upright. Bibi Dong glanced over with curiosity, a perplexed frown creasing her brow, for the energy just moments ago did not resemble that of the god of slaughter. Tang Xi wore a faint smile on her face as she spoke. "Teacher, my strength has undergone a remarkable transformation." With each step she took, a soul ring emerged, and the suffocating aura intensified progressively. When the 6 soul rings of the bloodthirsty peony ascended, the crimson rings flooded the entire hall. Bibi Dong stood up in astonishment. A soul emperor above level 60, and those 100,000-year soul rings. She retracted her oppressive aura, feeling immensely gratified, and exclaimed, "Wonderful! Tang Xi, you have truly overwhelmed me with surprises. To possess 3 of such rare 100,000-year soul rings is indeed a blessing for our Spirit Hall." With that, Bibi Dong turned and inquired, "What is your current level of soul power?" Tang Xi responded, having just ascended to level 63. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, your talent is undoubtedly the finest among the golden generation. If it weren't for Su Wen's divine heritage, he would likely pale in comparison to you." With this thought, Bai Dong became quite curious about the nature of Tang Xi's 200,000-year soul rings and their corresponding soul skills. Thus, with anticipation, she urged, "Please, demonstrate your 200,000-year soul skill." "Certainly, teacher," Tang Xi replied. The soul rings at her waist shimmered momentarily, and from behind her, thousands of white threads surged forth. These threads coalesced in her hands, intertwining to form a handle that glimmered with a faint green hue. The threads wove together, encircled by a swirling black mist. As 9 segments of a whip rapidly extended from the base of the handle, the 9 whips seemed to possess a life of their own, writhing gracefully, with each tip sprouting a tiny venomous stinger. Fifth soul skill, Nine-tailed scorpion whip. The 9 whips that emerged from the handle resembled the 9 tails of a scorpion, glistening with an emerald sheen. Tang Xi gently wielded the 9-tailed scorpion whip, which struck the ground with a force that was nothing short of breathtaking. With a resounding thud, the earth beneath her began to yield, forming a subtle depression. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intensity. The 5th soul skill of the lifeline was already so formidable. How much more powerful could the 6th soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony be? In the next moment, Tang Xi retracted the martial spirit and soul rings of the lifeline, revealing a magnificent pink peony in full bloom behind her, its heart a deep crimson. The soul ring ascended gracefully once more. The 5th soul ring shimmered in a soft pink hue, while the 6th soul ring was a profound blood red, belonging to the bloodthirsty peony. Bibi Dong could sense that the color of the 100,000-year soul ring was far deeper than her own. As the 100,000-year soul ring flickered, a faint red glow swept across the ground, causing dozens of peonies to blossom instantaneously. With the blooming of the peonies, a wave of crimson light surged forth, and Tang Xi intentionally directed the light away from Bibi Dong. The plants within the papal palace trembled in fear upon encountering the wave imbued with lethal intent. They withered rapidly. As they decayed, a faint green light emanated from the plants, all of which flowed into Tang Xi's body. Tang Xi explained that her 6th soul skill is Life Devour, which, as the name suggests, continuously absorbs life force and replenishes it back into her own being. As her life force increases, all her attributes will also rise correspondingly. The sole drawback is that with each use of this soul skill, the sense of slaughter within her heart intensifies. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, realizing that Tang Xi always brought her such immense surprises. However, Tang Xi hesitated for a moment before continuing. Moreover, this 100,000-year soul ring is accompanied by an exceedingly terrifying domain. Bibi Dong, intrigued, inquired, "What kind of domain is that? Please share it with me." Tang Xi uttered the words killing domain, and in that instant, an overwhelming aura of carnage was suddenly unleashed. Her eyes turned a deep crimson, radiating a blood-hued glow that, while not blinding, instilled a palpable sense of dread in those who beheld it. Bibi Dong found this sensation peculiar, only to come to a startling realization when she was unable to summon her soul skills. It was a feeling unique to the City of Carnage. Within this city, the use of any soul skills was prohibited, allowing only the employment of soul power and soul bone techniques. She was taken aback to discover that Tang Xi's domain served such a function. However, Tang Xi soon retracted her soul rings and domain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Each time she activated this domain, she struggled to suppress an instinctual urge to kill. Just as Bibi Dong was about to express her excitement, Tang Xi interjected, stating, "Moreover, my head soul bone skill allows me to use half of my mental power as a threshold. Those beneath this value can be parasitized or dazed, while those above will experience prolonged and intense dizziness." Bibi Dong's eyes brightened, and she stepped forward eagerly, exclaiming, "So, even a title Douluo would be no match for you?" Tang Xi shook her head helplessly. "I do not possess the strength to confront a title Douluo head-on. However, evading a few title Douluos in pursuit is certainly within my capabilities." Bibi Dong, filled with excitement, reiterated, "Is that truly the case?" Tang Xi nodded eagerly, her expression betraying a hint of apprehension. She had deliberately downplayed her true capabilities, hoping her instructor would remain oblivious to her potential. In truth, she possessed the power to vanquish a title Douluo, especially since she had yet to unveil the full extent of her arsenal, including her firearms. Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction as she retrieved a luminous leg bone, radiating a gentle glow from her soul guide. This exquisite soul bone, the right leg bone of an 80,000-year-old shadow beast emperor, was meant for you. Bibi Dong had bestowed a soul bone upon each member of the Golden Generation, and thus, Little Xi's gift could not fall short in comparison. Tang Xi gazed at the soul bone with delight, a playful smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "How wonderful my teacher is, he." After absorbing this soul bone, Tang Xi's overall strength ascended to a higher echelon. She conducted an experiment and discovered that this soul bone possessed two skills. One was invisibility, and the other was the ability to conceal her aura. It can be said that this soul bone is exceptionally complementary to ambush tactics. Tang Xi bid farewell to her teacher and contemplated seeking out Su Wen. For it had been 4 long years since she last laid eyes on him. Su Wen was on the verge of a nosebleed. Tang Xi arrived at the door of Su Wen's dormitory, gazing at the closed door. With a cheerful smile, she swiftly vanished and instantaneously appeared inside the room. It must be said that Su Wen's room was indeed spacious, featuring a walk-in closet, floor-to-ceiling windows, a study area, and a flower nook. Tang Xi did not see Su Wen's figure in the room, yet she could hear the sound of water droplets emanating from the bathroom, the door of which stood ajar. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, her complexion gradually turning a delicate shade of crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, unsure of how to proceed. Should she make an immediate exit? Yet her insecurity compelled her to linger, while remaining felt undeniably awkward. Suddenly, Su Wen rose to her feet, her lustrous dark purple-silver hair cascading elegantly, reflecting a faint glimmer of light. As Su Wen's gaze shifted toward her direction, Tang Xi felt an overwhelming urge to flee, only to find the ground beneath her treacherously slippery. With a soft splash, she tumbled into the pool, her panic rendering her completely forgetful of her ability to become invisible. As Su Wen observed the unexpected intrusion into the water, she was poised to express her ire, but was momentarily struck dumb by the sight of Tang Xi's strikingly beautiful visage. Her exquisite features, petite lips, and skin as smooth as cream, complemented by a slightly cherubic face, were further enhanced by eyes that sparkled with the innocence of a startled fawn. "Tang Xi," Su Wen stammered, her cheeks warming as her gaze inadvertently fell upon the drenched attire and the subtle reveal of her figure, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, prompting her to turn her head away in embarrassment. Tang Xi felt a slight dizziness envelop her mind, captivated by such an alluring image. She could not help but swallow hard, lost in a trance. Ahem, Su Wen, her face flushed, feigned a reminder to her companion. Yet the crimson hue had already spread to the roots of her ears. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi, feeling unworthy to face others, hurriedly exited the pool, eager to explain. "I truly did not mean to," she said. "If you desire me to take responsibility, well, that's not out of the question." Yet, she thought to herself, it doesn't matter. After all, he does not harbor any affection for me. Unbeknownst to her, these words stirred a ripple within Su Wen's heart, leaving her flustered and rendered speechless by the anxiety that consumed her. Just as Tang Xi was about to depart, misfortune struck once more as she slipped and fell into the pool again. Su Wen hurriedly rushed forward, embracing Tang Xi while exclaiming, "Be careful." However, this time, Tang Xi found herself in complete contact with Su Wen's skin, feeling the lingering warmth against her back. A tingling sensation coursed through her, both delightful and irritating, causing her cheeks to puff up in frustration. This feeling was rather unbearable, since her life was not destined to be long. Perhaps it was better to be bold and leave no room for doubt. Upon reaching a moment of clarity, Tang Xi turned around, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Su Wen, her hands brushing against his skin. Su Wen felt a surge of panic, nearly frozen in place. His mind was overwhelmed by the vivid and tantalizing images from moments ago, each passing second a torment of its own. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tang Xi's face flushed a deep crimson. What had she just been doing? How could she have been unable to resist the urge to kiss? Was she truly so impatient? The atmosphere between the two grew somewhat awkward, and Su Wen, blushing, inquired, "Have you been well these past years?" Tang Xi replied softly, "Yes. After enduring the trials of the dual deities, I have successfully extended my lifespan to 25 years. This implies that after reaching the age of 25, death is still inevitable." Upon hearing this, Su Wen's eyes gradually became bloodshot, his fists clenched and trembled slightly, and he fell into a profound silence. Tang Xi sensed the discordant atmosphere and turned to gaze at Su Wen, who had fallen into a profound silence. Observing his demeanor, Tang Xi felt a pang of heartache. She gently climbed behind him and patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. I am fine. I still have several years ahead of me, do I not? Suddenly, it seemed as though Su Wen had been stirred by an unseen force. He grasped Tang Xi's wrist and turned to embrace her tightly, as if he intended to meld her essence into his very being. Just a moment ago, he had been shy, yet now he had thrown himself upon her, prompting a soft laugh from Tang Xi. He resembled a little wolf dog. Though he appeared aloof on the surface, he was deeply concerned within. However, Tang Xi yearned for affection that stemmed from the heart, not actions born of guilt. Su Wen, with an expression of unwavering determination and eyes gleaming with intensity, declared, Wait for me. Before I turn 25, I assure you I shall ascend to divinity. Once I achieve that, I will bring you to the divine realm, allowing you to share eternal life with the heavens. Such dreams were enchanting. Yet Tang Xi could not dismiss the words of the God of life. Souls from other realms are not permitted to exist in this world. No divine abode would accept her as an heir, and even if she were to ascend to the divine realm, she would perish due to her heart condition. Lacking the fortuitous protection that Tang San and Su Wen possessed, she found solace in the knowledge that though her stay in this world was limited to 25 fleeting years, she was content. Tang Xi gently patted Su Wen's trembling shoulders, refraining from interrupting Su Wen's vow, and instead, joyfully remarked, Yes, I will wait for you. Su Wen released Tang Xi, his eyes reddened and a hint of fierceness etched between his brows. It was the second time Tang Xi had witnessed Su Wen in such a state of disarray. Su Wen earnestly declared to Tang Xi, I have feelings for you. Tang Xi, would you consider being with me? He stipulated, as long as Tang San does not impede the development of the spirit hall, I will not take his life. Meanwhile, a sense of anxiety gripped Su Wen's heart. He could temporarily spare Tang San, for the enmity between Tang San and the spirit hall was profound, and he doubted Tang San would remain idle. Tang Xi smiled helplessly. Did she truly possess any choices regarding this matter? Yet, an ache lingered in her heart for Tang Xi wore a sweet smile, a phrase I had long awaited, and I am willing. With that, Tang Xi stepped forward to offer a kiss. At this moment, they were both already 20 years old. Su Wen blushed and said, Not yet. I will marry you when I ascend to divinity. With the intention of marriage, he wished to provide her with a beautiful future. He desired both the world and his beloved. Simultaneously, Tang Xi felt a profound guilt. After 5 years, what she would bring to Su Wen might only be endless pain. Was her teasing of Su Wen right or wrong? The next day, in the hall of the Pope, 2 rows of guards stood by, accompanied by the leaders of various regional branches, the 4 major sect leaders, the Golden Generation, and the influential nobility affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple, including Tang Xi. Bibi Dong sat quietly in the Pope's chair. Once everyone had gathered, she stood and slowly proclaimed, Today, I shall announce 3 significant matters concerning the future of the Wuhuan Temple. The first announcement, following the approval of the higher-ups, was the formal declaration of Su Wen as the first heir to the Pope. Su Wen's prowess was well known. He was now a level 68 soul master, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing Bibi Dong call his name, Su Wen stood up, his expression still icy, softening only when he glanced at Tang Xi. The crowd gasped in astonishment, a 100,000-year soul ring. At such a young age, already a level 68 soul master with a 100,000-year soul ring. His ascension to title Douluo was virtually assured. Seeing the astonished gazes of those present, Bibi Dong expressed her satisfaction and proceeded to the next major announcement. The second matter involved the initiation of a soul-hunting operation to capture and cultivate soul beasts, alongside implementing experiments in soul power sharing. The third matter was that, starting tonight, the control of other factions would commence. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish. Su Wen would lead this operation, having the authority to mobilize the titled law of the Pope's Hall, effectively transferring part of the Wuhuan Temple's power into his hands. A glimmer of light sparkled in Su Wen's eyes, the depths of which exuded a chilling intent. Following this, Su Wen spoke, declaring that this operation could only succeed, not fail. The greatest contributors would be rewarded with wealth, power, even soul bones, and herbs that enhance physical abilities. His words earned cheers from everyone present. The other 3 members of the Golden Generation smirked, having tasted the benefits of the herbs, their soul power levels even surpassing level 65. Bibi Dong nodded in approval, noting that while Su Wen excelled in many aspects, his perpetual cold demeanor was somewhat unappealing. After spending some time at the Wuhuan Temple, Tang Xi bid farewell to Bibi Dong and headed to Shrek Academy to reunite with her companions. In the city of Tiando, at Shrek Academy, the exterior of the academy showed no significant changes, but the internal facilities had become more comprehensive. 5 years had passed, and it had transformed into a prestigious academy for advanced soul masters within the Tiando Empire. Since the Shrek 8's remarkable performance in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition 5 years ago, defeating numerous formidable foes, especially sharing the championship with the Wuhuan Temple Academy's Golden Team, Shrek Academy's reputation had soared, even surpassing that of the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon the victorious news reaching the Emperor, Emperor Shui immediately fulfilled his promise, bestowing titles upon the Shrek 8. Unfortunately, the 8 did not return to the academy, which forced the Tiando royal family to relinquish their attempts at recruitment. Nonetheless, upon witnessing Shrek Academy's outstanding teaching capabilities, particularly after being reminded by the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengxi, of the master's significance to Shrek Academy, Emperor Shui personally visited the academy to seek an audience with the master. Without resorting to bribery, he appealed to the master's sense of sincerity, ultimately convincing him to settle temporarily in Tiando City while remaining affiliated with Shrek Academy. Emperor Shui appointed the master as the chief soul master of the empire, granting him the title of Earl. When necessary, soul masters from the imperial family would be dispatched to Shrek Academy for the master's guidance. Simultaneously, the empire allocated special funds for the expansion of Shrek Academy. As sunlight bathed the grounds, the skies were clear and serene. A gentle, warm breeze enveloped Shrek Academy, where numerous students donned the distinctive green uniforms bustling about. Once criticized, the now infamous olive green attire had become a hallmark of Shrek Academy, with young soul masters taking pride in wearing it. At midday, a young man and woman arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Both appeared to be around 20 years old, the young man slightly older than the girl. The youth with flowing golden hair exuded an untamed spirit, his bright eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the unique monster sculpture adorning the academy's entrance. In stark contrast, the girl exuded an icy demeanor, her perfect figure accentuating the chill on her face, intensifying her allure. Clad in a black dress that concealed most of her fair skin, she stood beside the young man in white. The golden-haired youth sighed, remarking on how swiftly time had passed. It had been 5 years. I wonder how they are doing. The girl, speaking little, replied, "We will find out when we see them." Beneath her frigid exterior, her striking eyes betrayed a hint of excitement. 2 patrolling students from Shrek Academy had already noticed them, and seeing them lingering at the entrance, one approached assertively. "What brings you here? Please do not block the entrance of our academy. If you wish to apply, I regret to inform you that the deadline has passed." The golden-haired youth chuckled, "Young brother, you are quite diligent. However, I believe I no longer need to return for re-education. Please inform the principal that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing have returned. I trust the principal will welcome us." This striking duo was none other than Dai Mubai, the leader of the Shrek 8, and Zhu Zhuqing, the 7th member. After 5 years, they had not forgotten their promise made 5 years prior, even though they still had much to accomplish in the Star Luo Empire. Yet, how could they forget their commitment? The years spent at Shrek Academy had left an indelible mark on their lives. The student scoffed, "You are Dai Mubai? I might as well be Tang Xi. This is the 28th time you've impersonated seniors." "Humph, though this time, the disguise is quite convincing. If you do not move along, do not blame me for being rude." "Oh?" Such boldness from this young brother, daring to be disrespectful to our boss Dai. Quite a courageous spirit. A peculiar and mocking voice drifted from one side, capturing the attention of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Beneath the shade of a tree beside the academy's entrance, a hefty figure stood, wearing an expression of mockery. This individual, towering and rotund, exuded an aura of both height and girth. His head, round and adorned with a Mohican hairstyle of vibrant red, was framed by a lascivious grin. Despite his considerable transformation, Dai Mubai instantly recognized this stout fellow. The chubby boy had grown into a robust man. Indeed, it was the notorious Ma Hongjun, the evil fire phoenix. "Goodness, you've become even more corpulent," Dai Mubai exclaimed, striding toward Ma Hongjun. With a hearty laugh, Ma Hongjun spread his ample arms and collided into Dai Mubai. Their embrace was so vigorous that the sound of cracking bones echoed, revealing the strength of their reunion. "Dai, why are you still so violent? I actually intended to hug Zhu Qing." He jested, only to be met with a feigned scream. "All right, I was mistaken, spare me." At the entrance of Shrek Academy, another rotating student approached, muttering, "This act is quite convincing, far superior to previous performances." "Acting, my foot," Ma Hongjun retorted, casting a glare. Finally breaking free from Dai Mubai's bear hug, he released a surge of overwhelming and fierce pressure that emanated from his form. The two students, clearly not from distinguished backgrounds and only at the level of 30 soul masters, were immediately taken aback, their faces paling as they stumbled backward. With a threatening gesture, Ma Hongjun raised his plump fist, declaring, "Do I need further training to demonstrate my strength?" The frightened students hurried inside to fetch a teacher, 5 years apart. "And your lasciviousness remains, but your arrogance has certainly increased." A melodious voice rang out, drawing closer. Ma Hongjun, disregarding his imposing demeanor, spun around upon recognizing the speaker and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Wow, Rongrong has blossomed into a stunning beauty. Let me embrace you." Dressed in a flowing azure gown, with long hair cascading down her back, Ning Rongrong had indeed matured. Her beauty contrasted with Zhu Zhuqing's icy allure, while Zhu Zhuqing sparkled with a cold radiance. Ning Rongrong radiated a soft elegance, exuding a noble charm akin to her martial spirit, the nine-treasure, glazed tile pagoda. Although still under 20, she already possessed an air of graceful dignity. "Fatty, you better watch out." A sharp blade of air halted Ma Hongjun in his tracks as Zhu Zhuqing, like a phantom, rushed past him to embrace Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai placed a hand upon Ma Hongjun's broad shoulder, teasing, "You still seek to take advantage, huh? Even though Xiao Ao is a food-type soul master, if you dare to lay a finger on Rongrong, he won't hesitate to retaliate." With a sigh, Ma Hongjun lamented, "Why is it that I, a once dashing figure, am overlooked by all the beauties? Watching you all pair off fills me with envy." At the mention of Xiao Ao, Ning Rongrong's expression turned sorrowful. "Xiao Ao he left 5 years ago to hone his skills in the outside world, and I have yet to hear from him. As a food-type soul master, he faces countless dangers. If only I could have him back. Who has brought tears to our Rongrong?" A clear voice chimed in. Ning Rongrong ceased her weeping and looked up toward the source of the sound. A tall, broad-shouldered young man, standing over 6 feet, entered their view. Clad in elegant blue attire, he exuded an effortless grace, his every gesture radiating the essence of nobility. His handsome face bore a gentle smile, and his dark blue hair flowed casually over his shoulders, his sapphire-like eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, both with their hearts claimed, found themselves momentarily entranced, realizing there was not a single flaw upon this young man. Ning Rongrong's gaze fell upon the ornament he wore, her brother's treasured item. The 24-bridge moonlit night, and fury surged within her. This individual must have slain her brother and was now attempting to impersonate him. Tang San, after enduring a heated debate, unexpectedly found himself in a physical altercation. When Dai Mubai's fist lightly made contact with Tang San's shoulder, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, little San, your transformation is truly remarkable." The others had long since disowned Tang San's true identity, merely feigning ignorance to amuse him. At the Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie rushed to the entrance, bellowing furiously, "Who dares to cause trouble in our academy?" Upon seeing Dai Mubai and the others, he was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Ha! The little monster has returned." With open arms, he attempted to embrace them, but the robust figure of the fatty eagerly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Hee, teacher, I have missed you so." Nearby, the other students stood in astonishment, realizing it was indeed the legendary Shrek 7 Devils. Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat melancholic, turned to Tang San and inquired, "Brother San, how is little she? And what of Xiao Wu? I believe I heard someone calling my name." Suddenly, a melodious voice captivated everyone's attention. A figure clad in pale blue gracefully entered their line of sight, revealing a familiar yet stunning visage that left them wide-eyed. Ning Rongrong rushed forward, enveloping Tang Xi in an embrace, exclaiming, "It has been 5 years. I have missed you dearly, Tang Xi." Tang Xi struggled slightly as she embraced Ning Rongrong, who seemed to have gained some weight. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing arrived beside Tang Xi, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Welcome back." Tang San helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing that the moment you made your entrance, you captured everyone's attention. Ma Hongjun, filled with curiosity, glanced around Tang Xi, cheerfully inquiring, "Little Xi, what level of soul power have you reached now?" Dai Mubai stepped forward and playfully patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, chuckling, "No need to look around. Among us, your cultivation is the lowest." Tang San smiled and replied, "My soul power has reached level 60. In a short while, I shall embark on the quest for my 6th soul ring. I recall that when I parted ways with Xiaoxi 2 months ago, her soul power was at level 62. Wow." Ma Hongjun cast an envious glance at Tang San, noting that his own soul power was only at level 59. Both Zhu Qing and I have also attained level 60, and even Rongrong has reached that milestone. Indeed, among us, Xiaoxi possesses the most remarkable talent. Zhao Wujie erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, you little prodigies have already amassed such formidable strength." Tang Xi timidly raised her hand and said, I recently absorbed a soul bone, and now my soul power has reached level 64. A silence enveloped the atmosphere at that moment. But Ma Hongjun was the first to react, exclaiming, "You've advanced 2 levels in just 2 months. That's astonishing." Tang Xi helplessly scratched her head. She couldn't exactly say she was on the verge of breaking through to level 65. The small house in the garden of Shrek Academy's backyard. Tang San and the others took their seats, and Flanders sighed, reflecting on how unexpectedly stubborn Xiao Ao had been, embarking on a solitary journey for 5 years. Tang Xi smiled gently and replied, "Rest assured, Dean, Xiao Ao has his own opportunities." After a long moment of hesitation, Lu Erlong inquired, "Xiaoxi, what about Xiao Wu? How is she faring now? What exactly has the spirit hall done to her?" This has always been a concern for Lu Erlong. Tang Xi, in deep distress, pondered for a moment as she observed the tension among the crowd. Ning Rongrong, trembling with anxiety, pressed on with her inquiries. Could it be that Xiao Wu is truly transformed into a spirit ring? "Sister Xiao Wu, I returned her to the Stardow Forest." Upon hearing this, the weight upon Lu Erlong's heart finally lifted. Tang San approached and stood beside Tang Xi, gently ruffling her hair. With a smile, he praised, "My little Xi is incredibly talented. She has devised a method to acquire spirit rings without harming spirit beasts, which is why the spirit hall has let Xiao Wu go." "What?" As everyone looked on in astonishment, Tang Xi recounted the events of that period. She explained that the experiment on spirit power sharing was still in development and only effective for spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. And she was currently continuing her research. Soon after, they began to share their experiences from the past 5 years. Tang San spoke of his return to the Haoyin sect over the past 2 months, recounting the challenges posed by the elders and the 3 conditions they set forth. The conditions were as follows: to obtain a spirit ring of 100,000 years, to become a title Douluo within 10 years, and to slay a title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. As he mentioned the last condition, Tang San cast a troubled glance at Tang Xi. Tang Xi smiled slightly and reassured, "Do not worry, brother. In the face of absolute strength, those elders will surely yield." Moreover, the Spirit Hall has undergone a remarkable transformation. Tang San felt a deep sense of comfort from Tang Xi's heartfelt words. However, he still urged her gently, "Silly sister. The reason Father does not allow you to partake in sect affairs is due to their inherent complexity. It is best that you refrain from getting involved." Flinder generously remarked, "Time truly flies. Do you have any plans for the future?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai gazed affectionately at Zhu Qing, firmly grasping her hand. "I intend to spend some time with Zhu Qing before we return to the Star Luo Empire." After all, Dai Mubai currently held the status of the Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire, while Zhu Qing had become the Crown Princess. Ma Hongjun immediately sought to flatter Flinder, saying, "As for me, I certainly wish to remain at the academy to assist the dean." Dai Mubai teased, "You say it's to help, but your true aim is to pursue the ladies, isn't it?" "Haha." Ning Rongrong smiled softly. "I plan to return to the sect after a while." When it was Tang Xi and Tang San's turn, all eyes turned toward the pair of siblings. Tang San was the first to speak, expressing his intention to seek out Xiao Wu in a few days and take things one step at a time. When it was Tang Xi's turn, she playfully responded, "As for me, it's a secret." This elicited a chorus of laughter, with Ning Rongrong teasingly huffing, "What other secrets could you possibly have that we don't know? Regardless, you'll see it soon enough." Tang Xi mischievously stuck out her tongue. Gradually, she fell into a contemplative silence. The future? When her companions ascend to godhood, she too would be able to depart from this world. Flinder gazed at everyone with a sly grin, suggesting that since they were present, they should contribute more to the academy. Dai Mubai, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, remarking, "We're all graduated, yet you still wish to take advantage of us, Dean." The promotional board of Shrek Academy displayed a grand headline: "Return of the Shrek 8 Monsters, Showdown with Dean and Teacher Zhao Wujing." The students erupted in excitement. "Ah, the Shrek 8 Monsters. Oh my goodness. Finally, I will get to see my goddess, Tang Xi. This is such a rare occasion. Let us hurry and take a look." The crowd rushed towards the outer forest. Over the years, the forest of Shrek Academy had undergone significant transformations. It was no longer just a mere patch of land. Numerous simulated training areas had been established, and the layout had been meticulously planned. At the heart of the forest, a vast playground was constructed, surrounded by lush greenery, with the ground covered in blue-silver grass. Compared to its original state, the academy now boasted a significantly larger student body, and it was tasked with collaborating with the imperial royal family, making the playground serve multiple purposes. Long before the event, a multitude of students had gathered patiently around the verdant playground. Currently, Shrek Academy housed approximately 1,000 students, not including those assigned by the royal family for unified training under the master. The large playground was filled to capacity with eager students who, while they may not possess the innate talents of the original Shrek 8 monsters, were nonetheless carefully selected and possessed at least above-average capabilities. As they arrived at the playground, Lu Erlong stood at its center, delivering a loud address. Teachers in charge of each class, please manage your students. They may cheer, but chaos is unacceptable. An entry into the playground is strictly prohibited. Any consequences resulting from soul skill entanglements will be borne by you. As the vice dean, Lu Erlong was known for her severity. Not only the students, but even the teachers were wary of her. Under her command, the various classes lined up orderly, waiting in silence, and even the murmurs gradually faded. At that moment, the master entered the playground with Tang San and his 6 companions. The masks they donned, along with the master leading them, unmistakably declared their identities. In an instant, the previously silent playground erupted into a roaring sea of excitement. Cheers erupted like a volcanic explosion, and the master and Lu Erlong exchanged knowing smiles. Soon, Tang San and the others reached the center of the playground. Hello, seniors. There was no formal organization, yet an immense wave of welcome erupted from the crowd. Ma Hongjun waved and, spotting a beauty, excitedly stepped forward, attempting to strike a handsome pose, while the girls in the audience looked on with disdain. Their attention entirely captured by Tang San's noble and elegant demeanor. Flinder and Zhao Wujin had already taken their positions on the playground. Flinder leaned in close to Zhao Wujin and whispered, "You take the lead. I'll wait for the right moment to assist." Zhao Wujin, with a dark expression, replied, "Why must it always be me who takes the hits?" The two activated their martial spirits, with Flinder's being an owl and Zhao Wujin's a powerful golden bear. As their martial spirits and soul rings were revealed, the crowd's excitement shifted to Tang San and his companions. Flinder called out to the students below, "Today's match is not merely for your entertainment. It is to demonstrate the true strength of those who graduate from Shrek." Turning to Tang San and the others, he raised his hand and declared, "Little monsters, reveal your ranks." Dai Mubai shouted, "Dai Mubai, level 63, assault type Soul Emperor." Instantly, his white tiger martial spirit activated. Following him were Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San, level 60, control type Soul Emperor. Ma Hongjun, level 59, assault type Soul King. Ning Rongrong, level 61, support type Soul Emperor. Zhu Zhuqing, level 60, agility type Soul Emperor. Lastly, there was Tang Xi, her martial spirit manifested as threads of white light floating around her. Tang Xi, level 64, primary control and support type Soul Emperor. Her soul ring spiraled upward from her feet, revealing the striking crimson of the 5th soul ring, causing astonishment among the crowd. Except for Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang widened his eyes in disbelief. That's a 100,000-year soul ring. Flinder glanced at the 10,000-year soul ring, suddenly feeling a bit intimidated. Little She is quite formidable. The students below were even more thrilled, chanting wildly, "Shrek! Shrek! Shrek!" Lu Erlong planted 3 incense sticks into the ground and shouted, "Endure the full force attack of the Dean and Teacher Zhao within the duration of the incense. Let the match commence." As soon as Lu Erlong's words fell, Zhao Wujin's gaze sharpened, his left foot stomping down as he bellowed, "5th soul skill, gravitational compression." A torrent of purple wind, propelled by soul power, descended upon the 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters, the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon them. Zhao Wujin confidently proclaimed, "Next, I shall take you down one by one." With that, he clenched his fist and charged forward. Tang Xi smiled with a hint of mischief. Her armor and spirit bones fully activated, embracing 75 of the pressure. She rose effortlessly to her feet. In a flash, a figure darted past, and Tang Xi met that fist head-on. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom, as their soul power became fully apparent in that moment, surprisingly. Tang Xi was evenly matched against Zhao Wujia, an esteemed rank 81 assault soul Douluo. Moments later, both exchanged a subdued grunt and retreated a couple of steps. Seizing the opportunity, Daimubai advanced and unleashed his fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless starry lights streaked across the sky, followed by a barrage of meteors raining down upon Zhao Wujie. Struggling, Zhao Wujie retreated 5 meters, using his hands to shield himself from the onslaught, and then, enveloped in a protective shield of soul power, he dissipated the attack with relative ease. Instantly, the pressure on the others vanished, prompting Ning Rongrong to hastily summon the 9 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda. Renowned for its prowess, it imbued the 6 individuals, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Zhu Xing, Daimubai, and Tang Xi with a radiant and vibrant glow. A gentle stream of soul power flowed continuously into their bodies. Exchanging a glance, Daimubai and Zhu Xing swiftly flanked Zhao Wujie, while Tang San smacked his palm forcefully against the ground. Blue-silver prison. Golden-hued blue-silver grass erupted from the earth, transforming into a cage that ensnared Zhao Wujie. With a sly grin, Zhao Wujie gathered a robust surge of soul power in his palm and struck forward, shattering the blue-silver prison as if it were mere foam. Above, Flinder descended from the sky, exclaiming, "I am here too." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang San turned to his companion Ma Hongjun and urged, "Fatty, now is the time." Ma Hongjun nodded, and his fist erupted with intense flames, causing the ground to tremble slightly. 5th spirit skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. With a thunderous roar, the ground suddenly erupted with scorching magma, and a fiery red phoenix soared above Flinder. As its feathers fell, large chunks of magma rained down upon Flinder. Flinder's eyes widened, and he was left in a state of disarray as he was struck by the attack. At this moment, all eyes shifted towards Zhao Wujie. Tang San declared, "Attack with all your might, Teacher Zhao." Ning Rongrong nodded, the 9 treasure glazed tower in her palm radiating a dazzling light. The 9 treasures are renowned for their capabilities. The 5th enhances attack, while the 6th augments attributes. These 2 luminous energies were infused into Daimubai. Instantly, Daimubai's physique transformed into something magnificent as he carved an X-shaped trajectory through the air. 6th spirit skill, White Tiger Destruction. The cross-shaped assault surged towards Zhao Wujie, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of strangulation. Instinctively, Zhao Wujie crossed his fists in front of him, summoning his soul power as a shield. Immovable King Kong Shield. Yet, the attack shattered the shield in an instant, sending Zhao Wujie hurtling away, struggling to rotate mid-air before landing unsteadily on the ground. Zhu Zhuqing advanced, her nails transforming into sharp claws as she unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Zhao Wujie. Netherworld slash. A dark figure flickered through the air, and Zhao Wujie found it increasingly difficult to maintain his footing until Zhu Zhuqing finally ceased her assault. Lu Erlong teased, "My goodness, these young ones are truly relentless." With only a short span of time remaining, Flinder and Tang San exchanged glances, Flinder raising an eyebrow and signaling with a knowing look. Tang San, feeling helpless, utilized his soul power to communicate, "Dean, continuing this way may harm our camaraderie. Wouldn't it be prudent to seek peace? What do you think?" Zhao Wujie discreetly gestured to Flinder, urging him to concur hastily. "I can hardly endure much longer." Flinder, somewhat bewildered, could only smile in response and then conveyed through his soul power, "Very well, let us proceed in this manner for the time being." As Flinder unleashed his soul power, a fierce whirlwind materialized, causing Tang San and the other 5 to feign shock. Daimubai, in a state of fright, exclaimed, "Dean Flinder, please cease. We concede." Flinder, filled with pride, retracted his soul power and martial spirit, landing steadily on the ground. "Your ability to vanquish Teacher Zhao Wujie is commendable in itself. Let us conclude today's exhibition here." The students below erupted in excitement, chanting, "Shrek! Shrek! Shrek!" Tang Xi helplessly pressed his forehead, lamenting that it had ended before he could fully indulge. After a final farewell among the group, they departed from Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong decided to stay at the academy for a few more days, while Zhu Zhuqing and Daimubai returned to the Star Luo Empire. Tang Xi and Tang San unanimously resolved to venture into the Star Do Forest in search of Xiaowu. The headquarters of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect lay nestled within deep mountains, surrounded by lakes on all sides. In the dead of night, cloaked figures lurked in the depths, each possessing a soul power level of at least 60. Su Wen concealed himself in the shadows, his blood-red eyes glinting with a chilling light, reminiscent of a serpent patiently awaiting its prey. He raised a hand to signal, and the others received the command to launch an assault on the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, although Su Wen had ordered them not to kill. Moments later, Su Wen addressed the demon slayer behind him, instructing, "Capture Yu Yuanjin. Gui Bao and Nai Huang, assist him, but remember, I only require him to be alive." The demon slayer smirked, excitement evident in his voice. "It has been too long since I felt such exhilaration." This operation against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect involved 7 titled Douluo: Demon Slayer at level 96, Gui Bao at 95, Nai Huang at 94, He Tun at 93, Shi Miao at 92, and Mo Xiong at 92. Overnight, chaos erupted. A fiery Nai Huang soared through the air, her fallen feathers igniting upon contact with the ground. A masterpiece she was immensely proud of. The disciples fled in terror as a group of cloaked figures severely injured them without delivering fatal blows. Su Wen stepped forward, his soul power surging dramatically, revealing his 6 soul rings, the 6th, a striking blood red, drawing particular attention. 6th soul skill, Black Hole Devour, he declared, his voice resonating throughout the sect. Instantaneously, black mist erupted from Su Wen, enveloping the entire sect and forming a towering wall of fog that gradually morphed into the shape of a black hole. Exuding a frenzied, gravitational pull, the Black Hole Devourer could absorb soul skill attacks and tear apart a person's body, causing many disciples attempting to escape to be consumed by its insatiable hunger. Several hours later, the Demon Slayer brought Yu Yuanjin before Su Wen, clad in light silver armor. Yu Yuanjin bore wounds, blood streaming down his forehead, his complexion pale and devoid of strength. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Wen with resentment. "What do you Spirit Hall intend to accomplish?" With a cold smile, Su Wen replied, "Of course, we aim to seize control of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. You Spirit Hall are deluded if you think you can control our sect." Behind Yu Yuanjin stood numerous disciples, all severely injured and unable to utilize their soul skills to resist. Yu Yuanjin's arrogance ignited the spirit of defiance within the disciples, who shouted in unison, "We will never yield. We will never yield." Beside them, Mo Xiong stepped forward, asking, "Holy Son, shall I eliminate him?" He cast a disdainful glance at Yu Yuanjin, finding him insufferably arrogant. Su Wen's chilling laughter filled the air. "Why kill? I possess a method that will inflict greater suffering upon him." A wave of cold sweat swept over the disciples as the temperature Tang San and Tang Xi were traversing through the Douluo forest. Suddenly, Tang San came to a halt and remarked that there were entities, or perhaps beings, in the vicinity that instilled fear in the blue-silver grass. Tang Xi felt a rush of anxiety. Could it be the Elder Gui and Elder Ju? She and her brother were currently situated within the ancient soul beast territory of the Douluo forest. If they were merely hunting high-ranking soul beasts, it would be unnecessary to deploy title Douluo level elders. Unless the Spirit Hall was coveting another 100,000-year soul beast, such as the Titan Giant Ape or the Azure Bull Python. Tang Xi gently grasped Tang San's wrist and said, "It must be someone from the Spirit Hall. Let us not act rashly and alert them. My right leg soul bone possesses a skill that conceals our presence, so do not let go of my hand." "Understood." Tang San gazed at Tang Xi, who appeared so earnest, yet her fair and tender visage resembled that of a miniature adult. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her soft cheeks. "Our little Xi has finally grown up, and she is now capable of such thoughtful considerations." Tang San wore a beaming smile, while Tang Xi pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Why do they insist on pinching my face? It drives me mad. Why is it always my cheeks they choose to squeeze?" Subsequently, Tang San focused his spiritual energy, solidifying the previously scattered blue-silver domain, which then concentrated and released in a singular direction, causing the linear distance of his probing to increase dramatically. As he directed all his energy toward that specific point, the probe, extending approximately 1,500 meters, swiftly relayed the information within its range back to Tang San's mind in an instant. At last, he beheld the target that had prompted the warning from the blue-silver grass. Over 20 individuals stealthily advanced through the woods, gradually approaching Tang San's location. With the aid of the blue-silver grass, he could distinctly perceive the presence of these 26 individuals. Upon recognizing their faces, he was taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He counted carefully, confirming that there were indeed 26 of them. Tang San spoke solemnly. "There are a total of 26 individuals ahead, among them 3 titled Douluo and numerous other skilled fighters, including the illustrious members of the Golden Generation, Hu Liena, Yan, and Shiyue. 3 titled Douluo." Tang Xi pondered. "I have discerned their intentions. They seek to capture the 10,000-year soul beast. If we accompany them, we shall soon locate Sister Xiaowu." As she spoke, A faint glow emanated from Tang Xi's right leg, enveloping both her and her companion, rendering them increasingly transparent. This was Tang Xi's sole bone ability, invisibility. They trailed behind the group for 2 days, and at that moment, a gentle voice resonated ahead, greeting them with, "Welcome to the Stardew Forest." Suddenly, the ghost Douluo, who was leading the way, came to an abrupt halt. Upon hearing that voice, even Tang San, who had been concealing his identity, involuntarily trembled. 5 years had passed, and now he was once again graced by that enchanting voice. Who else could it be if not Xiaowu? Juju Douluo swiftly appeared beside Ghost Douluo, exchanging a knowing glance. She gestured to the powerful members of the spirit hall behind them, and the formation of 20 soul saints immediately shifted, condensing into a circle that enclosed the 3 members of the Golden Generation at its center. The Golden Tortoise Douluo stood at the rear, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The spectacle of 20 soul saints simultaneously unleashing their martial spirits was nothing short of astonishing. In an instant, the air within a 100-meter radius around them twisted violently, as vibrant soul rings manifested upon their bodies. As the group continued onward through a dense thicket, their vision suddenly cleared. The pupils of every spirit hall member constricted simultaneously, for they were presented with an indescribable vision of beauty. A crystal-clear lake enhanced the humidity of the air, reflecting the towering trees that surrounded it, with sunlight casting a radiant glow that rendered everything beneath the water's surface shimmering and translucent. At one side of this captivating scene, an extraordinarily tall figure squatted quietly. With large, luminous eyes, she gazed down at the members of the spirit hall across the lake. It was as if everything around her revolved around her presence. At that moment, she appeared to have transformed into the goddess of the forest, perched majestically upon the shoulder of the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape itself did not exude any oppressive aura, yet its mere presence imparted a weighty sensation akin to a mountain. The Golden Tortoise Douluo smiled with excitement, acknowledging the Titan Great Ape as the true king of the forest, the very target they aimed to capture. Now that the experiment of soul power sharing had advanced to the point where the essence of a soul beast could be effortlessly stripped away without its consent, it meant that by capturing it, the spirit hall could grant a select few individuals the power equivalent to that of a 10,000-year soul beast. Ghost Douluo and Juju Douluo stepped forward. Juju Douluo declared, "Old Ghost, and I will hold off the Titan Great Ape." Old Ghost seized the opportunity to strike. Xiaowu understood everything, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes, realizing that the spirit hall coveted the 10,000-year soul rings of the Titan Great Ape. After 5 years of change, Xiaowu recalled everything but found her feelings towards the spirit hall had grown increasingly complex. She had once hoped that the soul power-sharing experiment would foster a harmonious coexistence between soul beasts and humans. Yet, the spirit hall's greed extended far beyond that. The Titan Great Ape, Air Ming, displayed a hint of disdain as it faced the charge of the 2 titled Douluos. With a shake of its shoulders, Xiaowu, who had been standing on it, soared into the air, falling behind the beast. The moment she departed, the Titan Great Ape sprang into action. As the king of the forest, it erupted with a speed that belied its massive form, barreling directly toward Ghost Douluo. When the Titan Great Ape lunged, the atmosphere grew tense. Ghost Douluo felt as though his body was laden with lead, and the once fleeting speed plummeted. Everything before him appeared to distort slightly. This was a domain, a gravity control domain. Ghost Douluo strained to utter the words just as the Titan Great Ape unleashed a furious punch, sending Ghost Douluo flying into the arms of the Spirit Hall members. Juju Douluo, hovering above the water's surface, suddenly turned her gaze to Xiaowu behind the Titan Great Ape. The bond between the rabbit and the Titan Great Ape was evident, and perhaps capturing her could coerce the beast. A wave of unease surged from beneath the lake. Countless droplets erupted into a dazzling display, instantly engulfing the magnificent celestial chrysanthemum. The air became abruptly humid, and a massive, bull-headed creature, over 4 meters in diameter, burst forth from the water. The celestial chrysanthemum's strike against it was rebuffed, a testament to its current state of martial spirit manifestation. With emerald scales and an enormous body, this bull-headed serpent creature ascended, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent. A green light swept across the onlookers, slowing the movements of everyone from the spirit hall. This was the sluggish domain of the sky blue bull python, designed to prevent the enemy's escape. Xiaowu implored, "You previously captured me without killing me. Now I do not wish to harm you. Please, leave the Stardew Forest." The 3 titled Douluos wore expressions of cold mockery. Juju Douluo was particularly dismissive, asserting that it was only natural for soul masters to capture soul beasts, and sparing her was merely a courtesy to their saintess, Tang Xi. Was surrender an option? Absolutely not. With a sudden roar, Ghost Douluo unleashed a brilliant silver flame that erupted from within him, almost instantaneously engulfing the area. Juju Douluo, Yueguan, was similarly enveloped in golden flames. In that fleeting moment, their 9 soul rings illuminated in unison, enhancing the vibrancy of the golden and silver flames around them. Facing one another, their hands clasped together. The essence of Ghost and Yueguan merged seamlessly. The 18 soul rings they possessed coalesced into a colossal golden and silver halo that soared forth. Old Ghost, attack those 2 10,000-year soul beasts. The rest of you capture that rabbit as leverage. Juju Douluo's anxious voice echoed from within the golden and silver halo. In the next instant, the brilliance converged. Both the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape found themselves encased in a shimmering aura, immobilized within a confined space. Remarkably, the titan great ape's confinement extended into the air, illustrating the immense power of the martial spirit fusion technique they had employed. Seeing Deming and Air Ming ensnared, Xiao Wu glared at each member of the spirit hall with resentment, questioning whether a 10,000-year soul beast was truly required to satiate their insatiable greed. Yet, her voice fell on deaf ears as 20 soul masters surged forward, their martial spirits radiating with splendor. Upon glancing at the situation, Tang San was immediately struck with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, and with a swift motion of his left hand, 2 soul guidance devices, the Mother and Son Pursuit soul-devouring orbs, had materialized in his grasp. Tang San forcefully hurled the object in his hand towards the 20 soul masters. Instantly, 2 mother-child soul-seizing glands were unleashed. And amidst the explosive roar, a thick cloud of smoke rose between him and Xieyu. Countless tiny poison needles soared through the air, enveloping the 6 soul saints directly in front of him. In a series of muffled groans, the 6 soul saints before Tang San collapsed to the ground in an instant. At such close range, being struck by the poison needles from the soul-seizing glands rendered them beyond salvation. Who? Laina exclaimed in shock. Simultaneously, Tang San's figure flickered like an illusion, as countless hidden weapons cascaded from his hands. The back of his garment tore open, revealing the dazzling blue-golden 8 spider lances. It is Tang San. Laina regarded the figure before her with vigilance, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Was that little she also present? Beneath the golden sea turtle Douluo's feet, a blinding white light radiated as hundreds of ice spikes surged towards Deming and Air Ming. Roar. Though Deming and Air Ming possessed tough, resilient hides, the sensation of being pierced by needles was no less unpleasant, prompting a low growl of discomfort. The golden sea turtle Douluo gathered strength once more, the golden light in his hands intensifying. With unwavering resolve, Xiao Wu charged forward, determined to protect Deming and Air Ming from harm. At present, Xiao Wu wielded a soul power of level 59. Yet enduring an attack from a tidal Douluo would likely cost her half her life, if not more. The blue-silver grass on the ground surged wildly, finally wrapping around Xiao Wu's waist and halting her advance. Suddenly, a phantom of the golden sea turtle materialized, the turtle expanding to a towering height of approximately 5 meters. Its head and limbs retracting as it spun rapidly, generating a fierce wind that barreled towards Deming and Air Ming. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with the sight of Deming and Air Ming being immobilized, and she cried out in anguish, no. Within the forest, the battle raged on. 5th soul skill, Snow Dance Radiance. White silken threads enveloped the turtle, swiftly emitting a blinding light as both the threads and the turtle dissolved simultaneously. The 5th soul skill, Snow Dance Radiance, was one of the 2 abilities derived from the 10,000-year soul ring of the 9 profound green scorpion, capable of nullifying an opponent's soul skill attack, while the other skill was the 9-tailed scorpion whip. Even more astonishing was that the 5th soul ring, adorning the waist of Tang Xi with its blood-red butterfly wings, shimmered incessantly. Tang Xi revealed a soul ring of 100,000 years for her lifeline martial soul. The profound crimson aura illuminated the land, and upon beholding Tang Xi's stunning visage, the golden sea turtle Douluo ceased his assault. The golden sea turtle Douluo explained that this operation was specifically commissioned by His Holiness the Pope and implored Her Highness the Saintess not to interfere. He emphasized the final statement with heightened fervor. Tang Xi holds a significant position within the Spirit Hall. The mere undertaking of the soul power sharing experiment has earned her the respect of the title Douluo. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, her face illuminated with joy. It was her beloved Xiao Xi. She had returned to her. Tang San exerted a vigorous pull on the blue-silver grass in his hand. drawing Xiao Wu into his embrace. As she gazed at him, tears welled up uncontrollably, for he was the beloved she had yearned for day and night. Overcome with emotion, Xiao Wu called out, "San Go." Meanwhile, in midair, Tang Xi's gaze was piercing, and the temperature around her plummeted drastically. With the skill of her left arm soul bone, the 9 Xian green scorpion unleashed absolute zero. Instantly, the temperature within a kilometer dropped to over -200 degrees, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. Tang Xi deliberately encased the feet of everyone present, save for Tang San and Xiao Wu, in ice. In that moment, all members of the Spirit Hall found themselves unable to break free, including the Golden Sea Turtle Douluo. Tang Xi spoke to Tang San, "Brother, you should take little Wu away first. The people from the Spirit Hall dare not lay a hand on me." "All right." Tang San responded with a single utterance before pulling Xiao Wu to retreat swiftly. At that very moment, the Golden Sea Turtle Douluo broke free from the icy prison, his countenance marred by incredulous fury. "Tang Xi, as the saintess of the Spirit Hall, how dare you audaciously disrupt the edicts of His Holiness the Pope and openly oppose us? What place do you leave for the Spirit Hall?" The Golden Sea Turtle Douluo seethed with uncontainable rage, his soul power surging uncontrollably. Tang Xi smiled and remarked, "I will handle matters with the teacher. If you truly intend to make a move, at present, you are not my match." The level 64 Soul Emperor audaciously spoke to a tidal Douluo, prompting the Golden Sea Turtle Douluo to burst into laughter. "Ha! How amusing. In that case, I shall not show mercy to such a young girl." With that, the Golden Sea Turtle Douluo skillfully manipulated the turtle shell within his palm, spreading his hands wide as the shell expanded, ultimately transforming into sharp green shards that surged toward Tang Xi. Tang Xi stood motionless, a serene smile gracing her lips as she faced the unfolding scene. At that moment, the Golden Sea Turtle Douluo could not help but erupt into laughter, realizing he had been reduced to a state of fear that left him paralyzed. However, just as the green debris was about to collide with Tang Xi, her figure vanished from sight. He was taken aback, unable to sense her soul power, leading him to ponder if she possessed a soul skill that could conceal her presence. A shadow loomed over him, blocking the sunlight above. Instinctively, the Golden Sea Turtle Douluo glanced upwards, only to find Tang Xi hovering above him, a slender silver needle poised threateningly towards his eyes. In that fleeting moment of terror, his mind was flooded with dread. Yet, Tang Xi merely smiled softly, performing a graceful half-turn in the air as she withdrew the silver needle along with the various concealed weapons she held. Tang Xi chuckled, "Elder Sea Turtle, I have shown you mercy. Had I not retracted my hand in time, your eyes would surely have been blinded by now." The carefree tone of Tang Xi echoed in the ears of the Golden Sea Turtle Douluo like a demonic whisper of impending doom, sending shivers down his spine. "All right, I concede," the Golden Sea Turtle Douluo reluctantly admitted, recognizing that Tang Xi had captured the favor of His Holiness the Pope, and thus it was prudent to appease her. Tang Xi's mind was awash with thoughts when, in a fleeting moment, the golden and silver halos surrounding Deming and Air Ming began to tremble violently. With a resounding crash, the halos shattered, and the two beings unfurled their forms. Air Ming cast a deep glance at Tang Xi before sprinting in the direction where Xiao Wu had departed, closely followed by Deming. As the golden and silver halos dissipated, Yu Guan and Gui Mei descended from the sky, their expressions grim, clearly indicating that their soul power had been exhausted. What transpired here? A melodious voice resonated from afar, as a man clad in a black robe hovered in the air, lifting his hood to reveal a finely sculpted profile. It was Su Wen. Su Wen glanced at the others who had been frozen, furrowing his brow. Instantly, a swirling black mist enveloped the immobilized individuals, and shortly thereafter, the ice melted away. The three titled Douluos, faced with the heir apparent to the next pope, bowed respectfully and addressed him, "Your Holiness." Tang Xi pouted, feeling a sense of indignation. As a fellow disciple of the same master, why did that fellow command more respect than she did? It seemed that she would have to engage in a fight for them to heed her. When Su Wen glanced at Tang Xi's displeased expression, he was momentarily taken aback. And then, with a blush adorning his cheeks, he approached and took her hand. Hulayina shot a resentful glare at Su Wen, silently urging him to release Tang Xi's hand immediately. Su Wen felt a flutter of excitement in his heart, suppressing the urge to kiss Tang Xi. He pretended to clear his throat, saying, "Ahem, could someone explain what is happening here?" Gui Mei and Yu Guan exchanged bewildered looks, their eyes brimming with curiosity. The closeness between the saint's son and the saintess, could it be that they were in love? Meanwhile, The golden sea turtle Douluo discreetly leaned in to whisper an explanation into Su Wen's ear. Tang Xi felt a twinge of unease as she observed the increasingly dark expression on Su Wen's face, unable to suppress her urge to defend herself. She was about to speak when Su Wen coldly stated, for the time being, abandon the pursuit of those 200,000-year soul beasts. You should return to the spirit hall. He was apprehensive that forcibly capturing these ancient creatures might lead to them becoming Tang San's soul rings, an outcome he wished to avoid. After issuing his command, Su Wen turned away and grasped Tang Xi's hand, leaving a group of bewildered spirit hall personnel exchanging perplexed glances. The golden sea turtle Douluo inquired with curiosity. Are they a couple? Yu Guan nodded in agreement, asserting that given how much the Holy Sun cared for Tang Xi, it must have been Su Wen who confessed his feelings first. Gue Mei, eavesdropping on the conversation, speculated. Perhaps it was Tang Xi who harbored a secret crush on the Holy Sun. Meanwhile, Hulina watched the pair recede into the distance, feeling a pang of jealousy as she muttered, that insufferable Su Wen. It should have been me holding Tang Xi's hand. Tang Xi gazed at Su Wen, whose expression was clouded with gloom, as a sharp pain radiated from her wrist. Su Wen, you're hurting me, she lamented, her tear-filled eyes resembling those of a frightened fawn, evoking deep sympathy. Su Wen halted in his tracks, enveloping Tang Xi in a warm embrace, her softness melting into his heart. Upon hearing how Tang Xi defended Tang San, a pang of jealousy stirred within Su Wen. We are now a couple, and we are both 20. Don't you think it's time we did something? He whispered softly into Tang Xi's ear, his breath sending shivers down her spine. Tang Xi felt her cheeks flush and her heart race at his words. The warmth of his touch quickened her breath, a rosy hue blooming on her fair skin. Her mind swirled with various intimate images, and she suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over her. With a hint of shyness, she stammered, I can't hear. Su Wen leaned down, kissing Tang Xi tenderly. And after a moment, he breathed softly, chuckling. What are you thinking about with that little head of yours? Am I really that lewd? Tang Xi was on the verge of tears, feeling a sense of disappointment as the reality fell short of her expectations. No, she was not so frivolous after all. Tang Xi pouted in frustration, then stood on her tiptoes in an attempt to reclaim her dignity. As Su Wen observed Tang Xi's expression, his heart swelled with sweetness akin to honey. The two closed their eyes, savoring the delightful sensation on their lips. Their hearts raced, and Su Wen, suppressing his desires, released Tang Xi, gently wiping the swollen corner of her mouth. With a beaming smile, he promised, Not yet. Wait for me 5 more years. Once I ascend to divinity, I shall grant you everything you desire. Although Su Wen currently possessed considerable power, the situation was precarious. He wished to present Tang Xi with a grand wedding. And until that moment, he would not take the final step with her. Listening to Su Wen's vow, Tang Xi felt a wave of tenderness wash over her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pondered their future. Did she truly have a future? Tang Xi choked back her tears and asked, If I were no longer here, would you fall for someone else? Su Wen gazed at the tears cascading down Tang Xi's cheeks, a surge of unease flooding his heart, mingled with an undercurrent of reproach for her unsettling question. Stop overthinking, he replied. From the very first moment we met, I have cared deeply for you. It is only you who can stir my heart. Lacking the eloquence for sweet words, Su Wen simply enveloped Tang Xi in a tight embrace, striving to provide her with a sense of security. Tang Xi closed her eyes, relishing this rare moment of tenderness. She felt an overwhelming sense of selfishness. Fully aware that she would not live beyond the age of 25, yet she continued to entice Su Wen time and again. But selfishness was simply a part of her nature. Even if Su Wen were to find someone he cherished in the future, it would matter little to her. Su Wen sensed a dampness spreading across his chest and glanced down to see that Tang Xi could no longer contain her tears, weeping uncontrollably. With a resigned touch, he gently caressed her soft hair and whispered soothingly, Do not cry. It pains me to see you like this. Observing Tang Xi's sorrowful visage, Su Wen felt as though his heart had been twisted tightly by another's hand, a sensation most uncomfortable. The two basked in their shared warmth for a while, exchanging tender kisses and embraces, before eventually drifting off to sleep, entwined in each other's arms. Tang Xi's sleeping posture was rather unrestrained, igniting a fervent flame within Su Wen. Observing Tang Xi's mischievous demeanor, which occasionally teased him, Su Wen could not help but indulge in some rather scandalous activities, albeit stopping short of the final act. As dawn broke, Su Wen resolved to rise and make his way to the spirit hall, for as the heir to the Pope, he had numerous affairs to attend to. After a lingering moment of reluctance, he finally set off, leaving Tang Xi adorned with several strawberry marks upon her neck. Tang Xi, gazing at the bite marks adorning her skin, reluctantly donned a long-sleeved dress, enveloping herself in its fabric. Occasionally, memories of Su Wen's wolfish demeanor from the previous night crept into her mind, causing her lips to curve into a subtle smile. It was rather delightful, albeit dangerously addictive. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Imagine the details yourself, dear. The chapter must pass review and cannot be overly explicit. In the heart of the Douluo Forest, the Lake of Life, a slumbering silver dragon king lay beneath the waters, emanating a faint silver glow. Its massive form gradually transformed into that of a silver-haired maiden. Outside, the formidable Emperor Tian, the foremost among the 10 fearsome beasts, reported on the state of the outside world. According to the words of a rabbit who had transformed after 100,000 years, a girl named Tang Xi had emerged on the Douluo Continent, having conducted experiments on soul power sharing, which purportedly allowed for the transfer of a soul beast's energy to a human, thereby creating a soul ring. The soul beast would lose a portion of its strength, but would not perish. The young woman was currently within the Douluo Forest. The silver-haired maiden opened her eyes within the lake, her violet irises flickering with emotion. After a moment, she spoke. Bring her to me. You shall interrogate her intentions. Yes, my lord, replied a middle-aged man with black hair and golden eyes, bowing respectfully. 3 days later, abducted to the Lake of Life. Tang San cast a resentful glance at Xiao Wu, who was nestled affectionately in Tang Xi's embrace, a blush creeping across his face. Ever since Tang Xi had located Tang San and Xiao Wu 3 days prior, Xiao Wu had been inseparable from Tang Xi, leaving Tang San unable to have a proper conversation with her, as she seemed to disdain his presence. Observing the exasperated expression on his brother's face, Tang Xi couldn't help but burst into laughter, her playful hair standing on end. After her bout of laughter, she planted a kiss on Xiao Wu's cheek and playfully made a face at Tang San. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson in an instant, while Tang San, infuriated, turned away in silent discontent. Xiao Wu then embraced Tang Xi, expressing the longing she had felt for her over the years. Xiao Xi, I miss you so much. Heaven knows how terrified she was upon recovering all her memories, realizing that Xiao Xi had only a few months to live. She feared she might never see her beloved Xiao Xi again. Tang Xi gently patted Sister Xiao Wu on the shoulder and expressed her longing for her. Over the past 3 days, Sister Xiao Wu had learned of Tang San's plight and resolutely insisted on sharing her soul power with him, transferring a millennium of her cultivation to his being. At present, Xiao Wu has reached the mature phase of her transformation into a soul beast, having previously bestowed her 2,000 years of cultivation upon Tang Xi. Thus, once her soul power ascends to the 60th level, Xiao Wu shall truly attain the form of a human. Currently, Xiao Wu's soul power stands at level 58, while Tang San's is at level 61. Tang Xi, being quite considerate, created opportunities for her brother and sister Xiao Wu to engage in private conversation and deepen their bond. Meanwhile, she quietly made her way to the lakeside to play in the water. Suddenly, the forest shook, and in the distance, a colossal brown bear approached Tang Xi's direction. Its outstretched arms measured an astonishing 10 meters in width, with muscles bulging like small hills along its limbs, and its body adorned with golden stripes. The bear's expression was one of fierce intent. Tang Xi was utterly bewildered. The majestic aura emanating from the brown bear surpassed even that of the most formidable being she had encountered. This creature was a soul beast with a cultivation level exceeding 100,000 years. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Tang Xi found herself at a loss. Even if she brandished a firearm, she could not guarantee that the bullets would penetrate its formidable, armored hide. There was a real possibility that it could provoke the giant bear to eliminate her. In a flash, she recalled its identity. This was one of the sovereigns of the Douluo Forest, the 6th-ranked beast among the 10 fierce beasts, Bear Monarch. With a single paw, the Bear Monarch swept towards Tang Xi, who resigned herself, closing her eyes and awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. However, to her astonishment, the Bear Monarch merely seized her and dashed toward the heart of the forest. Ah, help me, she cried out in desperation. Tang Xi could no longer contain herself and cried out loudly. Tang San, who was sharing an intimate moment with Xiao Wu, suddenly turned his gaze towards the distance, a foreboding feeling stirring within his heart. De Ming emerged from the lake, trembling all over, a manifestation of his fear in the presence of formidable beings. He gazed towards the heart of the forest, murmuring, "Humans, may fortune favor you." Xiong Jun dashed forward with Tang Xi, the fierce winds tousling her hair. At last, They halted in a densely wooded area, where a glimpse of blue light shone through the gaps in the leaves. Behind the forest lay a lake, radiating an overwhelming vitality. Xiangjun shouted exuberantly, "Emperor Tian, I have brought the human here." "Emperor Tian, must you be so uncouth? Kindly set that human girl down," a melodious voice chimed in. A woman with verdant hair, clad in a vintage dress, appeared behind Xiangjun, exuding a gentle aura. This was Biji, the emerald swan, ranked fourth among the 10 fierce beasts. Tang Xi gazed at the woman behind her, utterly captivated by the sight of such a beautiful, kind-hearted older sister. Her figure was exquisite. "I adore her so much." Tang Xi could not help but succumb to her infatuation. When she was brought before the mighty Emperor Tian, Xiangjun released her, and Tang Xi, fully aware that she had entered the lair of a tiger, implored the enchanting Baiji, "Dear sister, you do not intend to consume me, do you?" Suddenly, a rush of dark wind swept in, coalescing into the figure of a middle-aged man with raven hair and golden eyes, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura. He spoke with a calm demeanor. "I merely wish to converse with you for the time being." This man was none other than the beast god, Emperor Tian, the foremost among the 10 fearsome beasts. Baiji, with a beaming smile, reassured, "Human girl, we only wish to discuss your soul power sharing experiment. We mean you no harm." Upon hearing the term soul power sharing, Tang Xi shuddered, instantly grasping the true intention behind her abduction. Tang Xi quietly inquired, "What do you wish to ask? Is it about the future development of our spirit beasts?" Baiji chuckled softly, realizing that this human girl was indeed remarkable, and retorted, "Do you know that we are spirit beasts, Tang Xi nodded in acknowledgement, expressing a faint awareness of the situation. It is likely that the beings gathered in the heart of this starry forest are none other than the formidable Di Tian and Baiji, members of the renowned 10 great beasts. If you inquire about the concept of shared soul power, I can succinctly state that this experiment essentially entails absorbing the cultivation of soul beasts and transforming it into soul power to form soul rings. The sole advantage being that it does not lead to the death of the soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Di Tian spoke gravely, noting that such a practice would only hasten the destruction of our soul beasts. Should you discover a method to elevate the soul beast cultivation to the 10,000-year level, it would spell a fatal pursuit for us, as humanity would inevitably seek higher realms of power. Baiji, feeling a sense of urgency, responded, "Di Tian, you are thinking too far ahead. This approach represents the best means of alleviating the conflict between our soul beasts and humanity." Tang Xi naturally considered this point and agreed, saying, "I understand your concerns. It is possible that in tens of thousands of years, as the human population increases, soul beasts may gradually be hunted recklessly. The outskirts of the Stardow forest could very well transform into human towns, thus diminishing the living space for soul beasts." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian was enraged. "So this is it. You humans are so selfish. We soul beasts have painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years, only to be effortlessly hunted down by you and turned into soul rings. Have you ever considered our feelings? Stripping soul beasts of their cultivation means that no strong beings will ever emerge from the Stardow forest again. The absence of strong beings implies that soul beasts can easily be controlled or enslaved by humans, a scenario that Emperor Tian loathes to witness. Consequently, a murderous intent arose within him. Baiji, observing Emperor Tian's demeanor, calmly interjected, "Everything is not yet set in stone. Your thoughts are rather extreme, Emperor Tian." However, Tang Xi merely smiled wryly and replied, "This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Though humans lack the power of soul beasts, they possess unparalleled intelligence. They can cultivate using the abilities of soul beasts, potentially even achieving godhood. Yet, soul beasts will forever remain mere stepping stones for humanity, quietly awaiting their demise. Even if you reach the pinnacle of cultivation, you cannot attain divinity, for the realm of gods does not permit soul beasts to become gods." Am I not correct? These words struck a nerve with Emperor Tian, who coldly responded, "How do you know so much? What is your intention?" Rising slowly, he felt the weight of Tang Xi's words, for he embodied that very existence, being the highest being in the realm of soul beasts yet forever unable to ascend to godhood, merely waiting for death's arrival. Witnessing his soul beast subjects dwindle was not a sight he wished to behold. A fleeting thought of ending the life of this young girl crossed his mind. "Let's speak calmly," Tang Xi said, observing the murderous aura radiating from Emperor Tian. And she refrained from provoking him further, mindful of her own safety. After a moment, she continued, I cannot speak on behalf of all humanity to promise that no harm will ever come to soul beasts. However, I can work to reduce the conflict between humans and soul beasts, lessening humanity's reliance on soul beasts for soul rings. At this, Emperor Tian's fury subsided slightly, though his expression remained stern. Bai Ji, intrigued, pressed on, "What do you believe you can do?" Tang Xi revealed a thought that had long been concealed within her heart. Speaking softly, "I have formulated a preliminary plan to extract soul power from the deceased, and I shall soon commence my research." According to the law of conservation of energy, humans enhance their abilities through the soul skills derived from soul rings, and the utilization of these skills necessitates the presence of soul power, which exists in every corner of this world. When soul power is absorbed by soul beasts, it gives rise to various soul skills. Thus, at the moment of a soul master's demise, a substantial amount of soul power is undoubtedly released, dissipating into the air. Tian scoffed coldly, questioning Tang Xi. "How am I to trust your words and believe in your capability?" In Tian's eyes, Tang Xi's statement appeared to be mere conjecture, a flimsy pretext to deceive him. Tang Xi smiled gently and remarked, "In the realm of soul beasts, strength has always been revered. Why not engage in a contest?" Bai Ji, utterly incredulous, exclaimed, "Human, have you lost your mind? His cultivation is already akin to that of a deity among your kind." Yet, Tian erupted into hearty laughter, his face alight with delight. "Ha ha ha ha. Excellent. I admire your audacity. I shall compare my strength at 1/3 of my full power. If you can endure my attacks for half an hour, consider it a victory for you." 1/3 of his strength equated to that of an ordinary title Douluo. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi pondered for a moment, her brow furrowed as if troubled by something. Finally, she spoke, "You shall engage me in combat with your strength at the 4th level. Should I emerge victorious, I require your 10,000 years of cultivation to serve as my soul ring." Tian chuckled, amused by the girl's fanciful notion. The 4th level of combat prowess equated to that of a 95th level super Douluo of the assault system. After a moment's reflection, he felt a twinge of guilt for potentially taking advantage of her, and hence he promptly amended his statement. "Let it not be said that I offer merely 10,000 years of cultivation. Should you defeat me, I shall grant you 40,000 years instead." It was settled with a word. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi coldly snorted, "I am not called human. I am Tang Xi." Xiangjun, standing nearby, was utterly confounded, expressing his complete inability to comprehend their conversation. In the core area surrounding the Stardow Forest, there lay a clearing where Tian and Xiangjun frequently engaged in sparring. The contest was set to take place there, with Xiangjun and other advanced spirit beasts observing, while Bai Ji served as the referee. Tang Xi unfurled her crimson butterfly wings, soaring gracefully in mid-air, while opposite her, Tian remained composed, suspended in the sky. Bai Ji raised her voice, proclaiming that the contest had commenced. The 6 soul rings adorning Tang Xi's waist, among the yellow, purple, black, and pink rings, radiated dazzling brilliance from the 3rd soul ring. Body weakening. Tiny peonies bloom across the body of Tian, capable of diminishing the opponent's physical strength by 55%. In the next moment, Tang Xi instantaneously appeared before Tian, her right leg extending to strike at his forehead. Tian merely exhaled lightly, and a formidable surge of power erupted from within him, repelling Tang Xi's assault. Tang Xi spun through the air for several revolutions before finally coming to a halt. Tian merely gazed in her direction, as dark energy manifested beside him, shooting towards Tang Xi like a torrential rain of blades, imbued with the destructive force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Tang Xi merely smiled faintly, realizing that even if she possessed only a fraction of her strength, she could not defeat Tian in their duel. Regrettably, she had yet to unleash her full potential. At the moment that dark energy surged towards her, a palpable aura of slaughter enveloped Tang Xi, transforming her into a demon that seemed to have risen from the depths of the 18 layers of hell, her eyes gleaming a blood-red hue, and her long hair billowing in the air. Waves of crimson light rippled through the atmosphere, and as the dark energy made contact with the luminous waves, it dissipated instantaneously. The light waves swiftly enveloped Tian, who was astonished to discover that he could no longer utilize any of his soul abilities. Tang Xi revealed a chilling smile and explained that the domain of slaughter is the most domineering realm in existence, within which no soul techniques can be utilized. However, this comes with a downside. Each time this domain is invoked, the weight of murder in one's heart intensifies, making it unfeasible for Tang Xi to employ it in every battle. How could Tian, unable to summon any soul techniques, possibly contend with Tang Xi? While Tian admired Tang Xi's cunning, the dark aura surrounding him grew increasingly intense until shadows consumed his entire being. Ultimately, the shadows expanded, transforming into a colossal black dragon king with golden eyes. Tian erupted in laughter, proclaiming, "Ah ha 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 ha. What does it matter if I cannot use soul techniques? I shall confront you with my true form." The black dragon's eyes gleamed with gold, its scales appeared impenetrably sturdy, and its massive form sent a tremor through Tang Xi's heart, towering at least 300 meters high. To Tian, Tang Xi was merely a diminutive human. And even without the ability to employ soul techniques, the surging soul power was beyond what Tang Xi could withstand. Tian's long, thick black tail swiftly lashed towards Tang Xi. She did not evade. Instead, 100 white threads materialized in her grasp, forming a 9-tailed scorpion whip. The whip, seemingly alive, entwined around the dragon's tail, and the sharp tip pierced through the vulnerable section of the tail. A potent toxin rapidly spread, while the strength of the 9-tailed whip's grip on the dragon's tail was formidable. Tian's inflated dragon body swayed in the air, and the overwhelming soul power transformed into tangible attacks hurled towards Tang Xi. Boom! The soul blades inflicted wounds across Tang Xi's body, simultaneously exerting a force that pressed down upon her. Caught off guard, she failed to secure the whip's handle and was sent flying by the immense soul power. This force exceeded Tian's 4th tier of strength. He had even discreetly tapped into his 6th tier of soul power to confront her. Observing Tang Xi with a mocking gaze, Tang Xi found herself teetering precariously in midair. Once she regained her stability, she retrieved her meticulously crafted soul-guided artillery and hoisted it upon her shoulder, unleashing a furious barrage upon the dragon form of Tian. Her stance suggested an intent to rend the black dragon asunder. Tian, taken aback by Tang Xi's fierce determination, felt a shiver creep down his spine. With a whoosh, dozens of bullets were fired simultaneously, igniting into flames as they soared through the air. Intrigued by this contraption, Tian reached out to touch one. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, and a searing golden flame burst forth, enveloping his entire arm in an overwhelming force of tearing energy. A howl of agony escaped Tian as the flames dissipated, revealing his arm marred and charred, the acrid scent of scorched flesh permeating the air. The complexity involved in crafting these soul-guided artillery shells was immense. Thus, Tang Xi had prepared only 20 of them. Having discharged 15, she had 5 remaining to confront Tian. The previous strike was akin to the full-force assault of a titled Douluo, possessing devastating power. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xi vanished from sight. As Tian regained his composure, he realized he could not detect her presence at all. The black scales of his dragon form shimmered ominously, and his eyes blazed with fury, clearly enraged. Lightning crackled around him, flickering through the gaps in the air. And Tian discerned that even without the ability to utilize soul techniques, he could still wield his domain. Centered around him, a radius of approximately 1,000 meters seemed to warp, as if the very air were on the verge of tearing apart. By the time Tang Xi became aware of her predicament, it was already too late. Her entire being was ensnared, her limbs contorted by the relentless force of a distorted space. The terror of this power was beyond comprehension. Xiang Jun, witnessing the scene, remarked with evident concern. "Isn't Tian being excessively ruthless? He is employing spatial manipulation against a level 60 human soul master." The domain of space has the capacity to distort the very fabric of reality, rendering one's limbs perpetually bent, a process that can only be described as agonizingly unbearable. This was evidently beyond 40% of Tian's strength, yet he remained blissfully unaware, acting solely on his whims. In the air, Tang Xi's figure emerged, surrounded by a cerulean shield as she endured the torment inflicted by 75% spatial distortion. However, the remaining 25% of the agony left her scalp tingling, her complexion pale and weakened, as if she were grappling with indescribable suffering. The pain felt akin to bones being forcibly shattered, tendons wrenched from her body, and her heart twisted into a singular, agonizing knot. Tian sneered coldly, "Give up, Tang Xi. No one can withstand my spatial domain. In the time that follows, I shall ensure you experience the utmost anguish this world has to offer. Even in this domain, Tang Xi was being mercilessly tormented. Yet she summoned all her strength to unleash the sixth soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony, Life Devour. With a delicate yet commanding exclamation, Tang Xi summoned the brilliance of her sixth blood-red soul ring, illuminating the myriad of blooming peonies that adorned Emperor Tian's form. As the blossoms unfurled, the surging vitality within Emperor Tian was incessantly drawn forth, nourishing Tang Xi with their essence. A gentle green light surged into her being, easing the tension in her furrowed brow. However, Emperor Tian found himself in dire straits, his once formidable dragon scales beginning to exhibit signs of aging. Having already been weakened by Tang Xi by 55%, his life force was easily siphoned away. Paralyzed in midair, he was gripped by the unsettling thought. Was he destined to become an old man? In the face of this, Emperor Tian erupted once more, vowing to torment Tang Xi to the brink of madness. Tang Xi's arm began to bleed. An indescribable sense of dread surged within her heart as she witnessed her limb being forcefully twisted and broken by the distortion of space. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi cursed Tian furiously in her heart. You old rascal. Can't you gauge the intensity of your strikes? The sole method to unravel the distortion of space is to create an explosion. The powerful gusts of wind, combined with the spatial distortion, can yield a fleeting yet stable realm, presenting the most opportune moment to escape this spatial domain. Tang Xi endured excruciating pain as she extracted the 5 soul-guided missiles from the sapphire. Tang Xi exerted the last vestiges of her strength, launching the soul missile into the distance with a white line. The thunderous roar of the explosion was a result of the distortion in space, which caused the missile to detonate. A searing gust of air erupted instantaneously, and a golden radiance seemed poised to engulf all in its path. Nonetheless, Tang Xi was still affected by the blast. Her skin was scorched by the intense heat, resembling charred flesh, while her garments lay tattered and in disarray, leaving her in a state of utter dishevelment. Seizing the moment, Tang Xi swiftly teleported to a place of safety, at least distancing herself from the spatial domain of Tian. Such a self-destructive tactic, akin to inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return, proved to be effective, as it allowed Tang Xi to escape the confines of the spatial realm. Tang Xi simultaneously unleashed the second and fourth soul skills of the bloodthirsty peony, golden peony blossoms blooming in the air, their radiance illuminating Tang Xi. With a visibly rapid pace, her injuries were continuously mended, her skin gradually becoming fair and smooth, while her soul power was incessantly replenished. Tian witnessed all of this firsthand, rendered speechless in disbelief. You truly are a marvel. After enduring the myriad torments inflicted by my spatial domain, you still persist. Your soul skills enable you to perpetually restore your soul power and vitality, even rapidly healing your wounds. It is akin to an indomitable cockroach, relentlessly depleting my soul power and patience, only to ultimately discover that what is being devoured is none other than my own soul power and vitality. Leaving me exasperated to the brink of despair, Tang Xi stood at a distance from Tian, her lips curling into a smirk while her brow furrowed in displeasure as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Tian, your methods are rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Haha. In that moment, the vast dragon form transformed into a silhouette, and Tian appeared significantly aged. In this human, he glimpsed the hope of the soul beasts. This individual truly possessed formidable strength. Aware that his attack had far surpassed the 4th level, Tian, unable to defend himself against Tang Xi's accusations, conceded, I admit defeat. A stir of excitement rippled through the ranks of the soul beasts below. Tian had voluntarily surrendered. Many soul beasts gazed at Tang Xi with astonishment, incredulous that this human had the capability to compel Tian to concede. Subsequently, Tian discreetly retrieved a mirror to inspect his own visage. To his dismay, he felt as though he had aged a decade. Tang Xi's life-draining technique was indeed formidable. If he did not concede promptly, he feared he would age even further. It seemed he would need to spend some time in the lake of life to replenish his vitality. Tian hastily tucked away the mirror and pretended to clear his throat. Ahem, everyone disperse. There is nothing to see here. He wished to avoid revealing his decade-old appearance to others. Below, Bai Ji could not suppress her laughter. It was indeed Tian's first moment of embarrassment, and it was utterly delightful. As the surrounding soul beasts began to dissipate, Tang Xi retracted her wings and descended to the ground. Not missing the opportunity to taunt Dtian further, how could the legendary beast god Dtian have aged so swiftly? Tang Xi's innocent and bewildered expression infuriated Dtian, who exclaimed in anger, "Isn't it all because of you? How dare you say that? Do you still wish to have my soul ring?" Upon hearing the mention of the soul ring, Tang Xi's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, instantly filled with admiration for Dtian. "Wow, Lord Dtian. Even at 10 years older, you remain incredibly handsome." In response to Tang Xi's insincere flattery, Dtian merely bent down, letting out a scoff. Meanwhile, Bai Ji stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. These two seemed to be natural adversaries, bound by fate. As night fell, a golden-red beam of light radiated from Dtian, casting a warm glow across the night sky, while the surging soul power flowed into Tang Xi's body. Tang Xi hovered in midair, closing her eyes to relish the soul power sacrifice. An unceasing flow of soul energy coalesced around her waist, forming the embryonic shape of the sixth soul ring. In addition to the lifeline, Bai Ji observed nearby, this was the soul power sacrifice devised by Tang Xi, a method that could yield the optimal configuration of soul rings for soul masters and create the most suitable soul skills, enabling them to unleash the full offensive potential of soul beasts. A tempest of wind swept through the scene as a gentle energy coursed through Tang Xi's body. The fluctuations of her soul power surged, elevating her level from 64 to 66. This energy continually expanded her mental prowess, gradually manifesting a blood-golden soul ring around her waist. Dtian transferred all of his 50,000-year cultivation of soul power into Tang Xi's body, compensating for not adhering to the stipulated 4-tier strength during their earlier contest by bestowing an additional 10,000 years of soul power. As the radiant pillar dissipated, the sixth soul ring around Tang Xi's waist took on a faint blood-golden hue, evoking a sensation akin to being caught in a tempest. Likely influenced by the attributes of Dtian's soul power, Tang Xi opened her eyes, observing the transformations within herself. She had ascended to the rank of a soul emperor at level 66, with her mental prowess having expanded approximately twofold compared to before. Dtian retracted his soul power, his body trembling slightly in weakness as Bai Ji assisted him to his feet. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tang Xi made a playful grimace, then retrieved 2 handguns from the sapphire and handed them to Dtian with a faint smile, saying, "Nevertheless, I appreciate your trust in me. I believe you will find this handgun quite intriguing." Dtian recalled the tremors he felt when facing Tang Xi in their decisive battle. As the soul-guided